3. Withdrawal and return, creative minorities. Athens in the second chapter of the growth of the Hellenic society. A conspicuous example of withdrawal and return, which has come to our notice in other connections, is the behavior of the Athenians in the crisis into which the Hellenic society was thrown by the presentation of the Malthusian challenge in the 8th century BC. We have noticed that the first reaction of Athens to this problem of overpopulation was ostensibly negative. She did not, like so many of her neighbors, react to it by establishing colonies overseas, and she did not, like the Spartans, react to it by seizing the territory of adjoining Greek city-states and converting their inhabitants into serfs. In this age, so long as her neighbors were content to leave her alone, Athens continued to play an apparently passive role. The first glimpse of her demonic latent energy was to be seen in her violent reaction against the attempt of the Spartan king Cleomenes I to bring her under the Lacedaemonian hegemony. By her vigorous reaction against Lacedaemon, following her abstention from the colonizing movement, Athens had more or less deliberately segregated herself from the rest of the Hellenic world for upwards of 2 centuries. Yet these 2 centuries had not been for Athens a period of inactivity. On the contrary, she had taken advantage of this long seclusion to concentrate her energies upon solving the general Hellenic problem by an original solution of her own, an Athenian solution which proved its superiority by continuing to work when the colonizing solution and the Spartan solution were bringing in diminishing returns. It was only in her own good time, when she had remodeled her traditional institutions to suit her new way of life, that Athens at last returned to the arena. But, when she returned, it was with an impetus unprecedented in Hellenic history. Athens proclaimed her return by the sensational gesture of throwing down the gauntlet to the Persian Empire. It was Athens who responded when Sparta hung back to the appeal of the Asiatic Greek insurgents in 499 BC, and from that day onwards Athens stood out as the protagonist in the 50 Years' War between Hellas and the Syriac Universal State. For upwards of 2 centuries from the beginning of the 5th century BC onwards, the role of Athens in Hellenic history was the absolute antithesis of the role that she had been playing for an equal period of time before. During this second period she was always in the thick of the melee of Hellenic interstate politics, and it was not until she found herself hopelessly outclassed by the new titans born of Alexander's Oriental adventure that she reluctantly renounced the status and the burdens of a Hellenic great power. Nor was her withdrawal after her final overthrow by Macedon in 262 BC the end of her active participation in Hellenic history. For, long before she fell behind in the military and political race, she had made herself the education of Hellas in every other field. She had given the Hellenic culture a permanent Attic impress which it still retains in the eyes of posterity. Italy in the second chapter of the growth of the Western society. We have already noticed, in touching upon Machiavelli, that Italy secured for herself during a period of over 2 centuries from the destruction of the Hohenstaufen in the middle of the 13th century to the French invasion at the end of the 15th century a withdrawal from the tumultuous feudal semi-barbarism of Transalpine Europe. The greatest achievements of the Italian genius during those 2.5 centuries of immunity had not been extensive but intensive, not material but spiritual. In architecture, in sculpture, in painting, in literature, and in almost every other province in the realm of aesthetic and general culture, the Italians had been performing works of creation which bear comparison with the achievements of the Greeks during an equal period in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. Indeed, the Italians sought inspiration from this ancient Greek genius by evoking the ghost of the extinct Hellenic culture, looking back to the Greek achievement as something absolute, standard, and classic, to be imitated but not surpassed, and we, following in their footsteps, established a system of classical education which has only recently been giving way before the claims of latter-day technology. In fine, the Italians had used their hard-won immunity from alien domination to create, within their precariously sheltered peninsula, an Italian world in which the level of Western civilization had been raised precociously to such a pitch that the difference in degree became tantamount to a difference in kind. By the close of the 15th century they felt themselves to be so far superior to other Westerners that half in conceit and half in earnest they revived the term barbarians to describe the peoples beyond the Alps and across the Tyrrhene Sea. and then these latter-day barbarians began to act in character by showing themselves politically and militarily wiser than the Italian children of light. As the new Italian culture radiated out of the peninsula in all directions, it quickened the cultural growth of the peoples round about, and quickened it first in the grosser elements of culture such as political organization and military technique, in which the effect of radiation is always most prompt to make itself felt, and when the barbarians had mastered these Italian arts they were able to apply them on a vastly larger scale than the scale of the Italian city-states. The explanation of the barbarians' success in achieving a scale of organization which the Italians had found to be beyond their powers lies in the fact that the barbarians were applying the lessons learned from the Italians in far easier circumstances than those that were the Italians' lot. Italian statesmanship was handicapped and barbarian statesmanship facilitated by the operation of one of the regular laws of the balance of power. The balance of power is a system of political dynamics that comes into play whenever a society articulates itself into a number of mutually independent local states, and the Italian society that had differentiated itself from the rest of Western Christendom had at the same time articulated itself in this very way. The movement to extricate Italy from the Holy Roman Empire had been carried through by a host of city-states which were striving, each for itself, to assert a right of local self-determination. Thus the creation of an Italian world apart and the articulation of this world into a multiplicity of states were coeval events. In such a world the balance of power operates in a general way to keep the average caliber of states low in terms of every criterion for the measurement of political power, in territory, population, and wealth. For any state which threatens to increase its caliber above the prevailing average becomes subject, almost automatically, to pressure from all the other states within reach, and it is one of the laws of the balance of power that this pressure is greatest at the center of the group of states concerned and weakest at the periphery. At the center any move that any one state makes with a view to its own aggrandizement is jealously watched and adroitly countered by all its neighbors, and the sovereignty over a few square miles becomes a subject for the stubbornest contention. On the periphery, by contrast, competition is relaxed and small efforts will secure great results. The United States can expand unobtrusively from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and Russia can expand from the Baltic to the Pacific, while all the efforts of France or Germany will not suffice to obtain unchallenged possession of Alsace or of Posen. What Russia and the United States are to the old and cramped nation-states of Western Europe today, those communities themselves 400 years ago, a France politically Italianized by Louis XI, a Spain politically Italianized by Ferdinand of Aragon, and an England politically Italianized by the early Tudors, were to such contemporary Italian city-states as Florence, Venice, and Milan. On a comparative view we can see that the Athenian withdrawal in the 8th, 7th, and 6th centuries BC and the Italian withdrawal in the 13th, 14th and 15th centuries of the Christian era display a strong resemblance to one another. In both cases the withdrawal, on the political plane, was complete and persistent. In both cases the self-segregating minority devoted its energies to the task of finding some solution for a problem that confronted the whole society. And in both cases the creative minority returned in the fullness of time, when its work of creation was accomplished, to the society which it had temporarily abandoned, and set its impress upon the whole body social. Moreover, the actual problems which Athens and Italy solved during their withdrawal were much the same. Like Attica in Hellas, Lombardy and Tuscany in Western Christendom served as a segregated social laboratory in which the experiment of transforming a locally self-sufficient agricultural society into an internationally interdependent industrial and commercial society was successfully carried out. And in the Italian as in the Athenian case there was a radical remodeling of traditional institutions in order to bring them into conformity with the new way of life. A commercialized and industrialized Athens changed over, on the political plane, from an aristocratic constitution based on birth to a bourgeois constitution based on property. A commercialized and industrialized Milan or Bologna or Florence or Siena changed over from the prevalent feudalism of Western Christendom to a new system of direct relations between the individual citizens and the locally sovereign governments whose sovereignty resided in the citizens themselves. These concrete economic and political inventions, as well as the impalpable and imponderable creations of the Italian genius, were communicated by Italy to Transalpine Europe from the close of the 15th century onwards. At this stage, however, the respective courses of Western and Hellenic history diverge, on account of one essential point of dissimilarity between the position of the Italian city-states in Western Christendom and the position of Athens in Hellas. Athens was a city-state returning to a world of city-states, but the city-state pattern, on which the Italian world within a world had likewise come to be organized in the course of the Middle Ages, was not the original basis of social articulation in Western Christendom. Its original basis was feudalism, and the greater part of Western Christendom was still organized on a feudal basis at the close of the 15th century, when the Italian city-states were reabsorbed into the main body of the Western society. This situation presented a problem which could, theoretically, be solved in either of two ways. In order to place itself in a position to adopt the new social inventions which Italy had to offer, Transalpine Europe might either break with its feudal past and particulate itself throughout on a city-state basis, or it might modify the Italian inventions in such a way as to make them workable on the feudal basis and the corresponding kingdom-state scale. In spite of the fact that city-state systems had achieved a considerable measure of success in Switzerland, Swabia, Franconia, the Netherlands, and on the North German plain, where the key points controlling inland and maritime waterways were the cities of the Hanseatic League, it was the non-city-state solution of the problem that was generally adopted beyond the Alps. And this brings us to another chapter of Western history and to another equally remarkable and fruitful withdrawal and return. England in the third chapter of the growth of the Western society. The problem now confronting the Western society was how to change over from an agricultural aristocratic to an industrial democratic way of life without adopting the city-state system. This challenge was taken up in Switzerland, in Holland, and in England, and it eventually received an English solution. All these three countries were furnished with some degree of assistance from the geographical environment in their withdrawals from the general life of Europe, Switzerland by her mountains, Holland by her dikes and England by the Channel. The Swiss had successfully surmounted the crisis of the late medieval city-state cosmos by establishing a form of federation, and had maintained their independence, first against the Habsburg and then against the Burgundian power. The Dutch had established their independence against Spain and had federated as 7 united provinces. The English had been cured of their ambition to conquer continental dependencies by their ultimate failure in the 100 Years' War and, like the Dutch, they had repelled under Elizabeth the aggression of Catholic Spain. From that time onwards until the War of 1914-18 the avoidance of continental entanglements was accepted, without further question, as one of the fundamental and perpetual aims of British foreign policy. But these three local minorities were not all equally well placed for putting their common policy of withdrawal into effect. The Swiss mountains and the Dutch dikes were less effective barriers than the English Channel. The Dutch never entirely recovered from their wars with Louis XIV, and both Dutch and Swiss were for a time swallowed up in Napoleon's empire. Moreover, the Swiss and the Dutch were handicapped in another way as aspirants for finding the solution of the problem that we have already described. They were neither of them fully centralized nation-states but were only loosely federated combinations of cantons and cities. Thus it fell to England, and, after the Union of 1707, to the Anglo-Scottish United Kingdom of Great Britain, to play in the third chapter of the history of Western Christendom the part that Italy had played in the second. It is to be noticed that Italy herself had begun to feel her way towards transcending the limits of the city-state unit, for, by the end of her period of withdrawal, some 70 or 80 independent city-states had been reduced through acts of conquest to some 8 or 10 larger combinations. But the result was inadequate in two respects. For one thing, these new Italian political units, though large by comparison with what had gone before, were still too small to hold their own against the barbarians when the period of the invasions began. For another, the form of government evolved in these new larger units was always a tyranny, and the political virtue of the city-state system was lost in the process. It was this latter-day Italian despotic system which, crossing the Alps, was readily adapted to the larger Transalpine political units by Habsburgs in Spain, by Valois and Bourbons in France, by Habsburgs again in Austria, and eventually by Hohenzollerns in Prussia. But this apparent line of advance proved a blind alley, for without the achievement of some kind of political democracy it was difficult for the Transalpine countries to emulate the prior Italian economic accomplishment achieved in Italy under the city-state dispensation of advancing from agriculture to commerce and industry. In England, unlike France and Spain, the growth of autocratic monarchy was a challenge which evoked an effective response, and the English response was to breathe new life and import new functions into the traditional constitution of the Transalpine body politic, which was an English as well as a French and a Spanish heritage from the common past of Western Christendom. One of the traditional Transalpine institutions was the periodical holding of a parliament or conference between the crown and the estates of the realm for the double purpose of ventilating grievances and obtaining a vote of supply for the crown from the estates as a quid pro quo for an honourable undertaking that well-founded grievances should be redressed. In the gradual evolution of this institution, the Transalpine kingdoms had discovered how to overcome their regional problem of material scale, the problem of unmanageable numbers and impracticable distances, by inventing or rediscovering the legal fiction of representation. The duty or right of every person concerned in the business done by Parliament to take a personal part in the proceedings, a duty or right self-evident in a city-state, was attenuated in these unwieldy feudal kingdoms into a right to be represented by proxy and a duty on the proxy's part to shoulder the burden of travelling to the place where the Parliament was to be held. This feudal institution of a periodical representative and consultative assembly was well fitted for its original purpose of serving as a liaison between the crown and its subjects. On the other hand, it was originally not at all well fitted for the task to which it was successfully adapted in 17th century England, the task of taking over the functions of the crown itself and gradually superseding it as the mainspring of political authority. Why was it that the English took up, and met successfully, a challenge with which no other contemporary Transalpine kingdom proved able to cope? The answer to this question will be found in the fact that England, being smaller than the continental feudal kingdoms and possessed of better defined frontiers, achieved far earlier than her neighbours a really national as distinct from a feudal existence. It is no mere paradox to say that the strength of English monarchy in the second, or medieval, chapter of the history of Western Christendom made possible its supersession by parliamentary government in the third chapter. No other country in the second chapter experienced such authoritative and disciplinary control as that exercised by William the Conqueror, the first and second Henrys, and the first and third Edwards. Under these strong rulers, England was welded into a national unity long before anything like it was achieved in France or Spain or Germany. Another factor making for the same result was the predominance of London. In no other Western Transalpine kingdom did one single city so entirely dwarf all others. At the end of the 17th century, when the population of England was still insignificant in comparison with that of France or Germany and less than that of Spain or Italy, London was already in all probability the largest city in Europe. In fact, one may assert that England succeeded in solving the problem of adapting the Italian city-state system to public life on a national scale because, more than any of the other Transalpine nations, she had already achieved through her small size, her firm frontiers, her strong kings and the predominance of her one great city something of the compactness and self-consciousness of a city-state writ large. Yet, even when full allowance is made for these favourable conditions, the English achievement of pouring the new wine of Renaissance Italian administrative efficiency into the old bottles of medieval Transalpine parliamentarism, without allowing these old bottles to burst, is a constitutional triumph that can only be regarded as an astonishing tour de force. And this English constitutional tour de force of carrying Parliament across the gulf that divides the criticism of government from its conduct was performed for the Western society by the English creative minority during the first phase of its withdrawal from continental entanglements, a period covering the Elizabethan age and the greater part of the 17th century. When, in response to the challenge from Louis XIV, the English made a partial and temporary return to the continental arena, under the brilliant leadership of Marlborough, the continental peoples began to take notice of what the islanders had been doing. The age of Anglomany, as the French sometimes called it, set in. Montesquieu praised and misunderstood the English achievement. Anglomany, in the form of a cult of constitutional monarchy, was one of the powder trains that fired the French Revolution, and it is a matter of common knowledge that, as the 19th century passed into the 20th, all the peoples of the earth became possessed of an ambition to clothe their political nakedness with parliamentary fig leaves. This widespread worship of English political institutions at the latter end of the third chapter of Western history clearly corresponds with the worship of Italian culture at the latter end of the second phase, at the turn of the 15th and 16th centuries, an Italy worship of which the most obvious illustration for Englishmen is the fact that more than 3/4 of Shakespeare's fictional plays are based on Italian tales. Indeed, Shakespeare, in Richard II, alludes to, and mocks at, the Italimani which his own choice of stories illustrates. The worthy old Duke of York is made to say that the foolish young king is led astray by report of fashions in proud Italy, whose manners still are tardy apish nation, limps after in base imitation. 1. The dramatist, in his usual anachronistic manner, is attributing to the age of Chaucer what was more characteristic of his own age, though, for that matter, Chaucer and his age saw the beginnings of it. The English political invention of parliamentary government provided a propitious social setting for the subsequent English invention of industrialism. Democracy in the sense of a system of government in which the executive is responsible to a parliament which is representative of the people, and industrialism in the sense of a system of machine production by hands concentrated in factories, are the two master institutions of our age. They have come to prevail because they offer the best solutions which our Western society has been able to find for the problem of transposing the political and economic achievement of the Italian city-state culture from the city-state to the kingdom scale, and both these solutions have been worked out in England in the age of what one of her latter-day statesmen has called her splendid isolation. What is to be Russia's role in our Western history? In the contemporary history of the great society into which our Western Christendom has expanded, can we again discern symptoms of that tendency of one age to overbalance into the next, and of one section of a whole society to solve in isolation the problem of the future while the rest are still working out the implications of the past, which signifies that the process of growth is still continuing? Now that the problems set to us by Italian solutions of earlier problems have themselves received their English solutions, are these English solutions giving rise to new problems in their turn? We are already alive, in our generation, to two new challenges to which we have been exposed by the triumph of democracy and industrialism. In particular, the economic system of industrialism, which means local specialization in skilled and costly production for a worldwide market, demands the establishment of some kind of world order as its framework. And, in general, both industrialism and democracy demand from human nature a greater individual self-control and mutual tolerance and public-spirited cooperation than the human social animal has been apt to practice, because these new institutions have put an unprecedentedly powerful drive into all human social actions. It is generally agreed, for example, that, in the social and technological circumstances in which we now find ourselves, the continued existence of our civilization depends on the elimination of war as a method of settling our differences. Here we are only concerned to observe whether these challenges have evoked any fresh examples of a withdrawal, to be followed by a return. It is too early to make any certain pronouncements upon a chapter of history that is clearly at present in its opening stages, but we may venture to speculate whether we have not here an explanation of the present posture of Russian Orthodox Christendom. In the Russian communist movement we have already detected, under a Western masquerade, a zealot attempt to break away from the Westernization which had been imposed upon Russia 2 centuries before, by Peter the Great, and at the same time we have seen this masquerade passing over, willy-nilly, into earnest. We have concluded that a Western revolutionary movement, which has been taken up by an unwillingly Westernized Russia as an anti-Western gesture, has turned out to be a more potent agency of Westernization in Russia than any conventional application of the Western social creed, and we have tried to express this latest outcome of the social intercourse between Russia and the West in the formula that a relation which was once an external contact between two separate societies has been transformed into an internal experience of the great society into which Russia has now been incorporated. Can we go farther and say that Russia, being now incorporated into the Great Society, has at the same time been making a withdrawal from its common life in order to play the part of a creative minority which will strive to work out some solution for the Great Society's current problems. It is at least conceivable, and is believed by many admirers of the present Russian experiment, that Russia will make her return to the Great Society in this creative role. 12. Differentiation through growth. We have now completed our investigation of the process through which civilizations grow and, in the several instances which we have examined, the process seems to be one and the same. Growth is achieved when an individual or a minority or a whole society replies to a challenge by a response which not only answers that challenge but also exposes the respondent to a fresh challenge which demands a further response on his part. But although the process of growth may be uniform, the experience of the various parties that undergo the challenge is not the same. The variety of experience in confronting a single series of common challenges is manifest when we compare the experiences of the several different communities into which any single society is articulated. Some succumb, while others strike out a successful response through a creative movement of withdrawal and return, while others neither succumb nor succeed but manage to survive until the member which has succeeded shows them the new pathway, along which they follow tamely in the footsteps of the pioneers. Each successive challenge thus produces differentiation within the society, and the longer the series of challenges, the more sharply pronounced will this differentiation become. Moreover, if the process of growth thus gives rise to differentiation within a single growing society where the challenges are the same for all, then, a fortiori, the same process must differentiate one growing society from another where the challenges themselves differ in character. A conspicuous illustration presents itself in the domain of art, for it is generally recognized that every civilization creates an artistic style of its own, and if we are attempting to ascertain the limits of any particular civilization in space or time, we find that the aesthetic test is the surest as well as the subtlest. For example, a survey of the artistic styles that have prevailed in Egypt brings out the fact that the art of the pre-dynastic age is not yet characteristically Egyptiac, whereas the Coptic art has discarded the characteristically Egyptiac traits, and on this evidence we can establish the time span of the Egyptiac civilization. By the same test we can establish the dates at which the Hellenic civilization emerged from beneath the crust of the Minoan society, and at which it disintegrated to make way for the Orthodox Christian society. Again, the style of the Minoan artifacts enables us to delimit the extension in space of the Minoan civilization in the various stages of its history. If, then, it is accepted that every civilization has a style of its own in the domain of art, we have to inquire whether the qualitative uniqueness which is the essence of style can appear in this one domain without pervading all the parts and organs and institutions and activities of each separate civilization. Without entering on any ambitious inquiries in this direction, we can assert this well-recognized fact that different civilizations lay differing degrees of emphasis on particular lines of activity. The Hellenic civilization, for example, displays a manifest tendency towards a predominantly aesthetic outlook on life as a whole, illustrated by the fact that the Greek adjective koeoj, which properly denotes what is aesthetically beautiful, is employed indiscriminately to stand, in addition, for what is morally good. On the other hand, the Indian civilization, as well as the affiliated Hindu civilization, displays an equally manifest tendency towards an outlook that is predominantly religious. When we come to our own Western civilization, we find no difficulty in detecting our own bent or bias. It is, of course, a penchant towards machinery, a concentration of interest and effort and ability upon applying the discoveries of natural science to material purposes through the ingenious construction of material and social clockwork material engines such as motor cars, wristwatches, and bombs, and social engines such as parliamentary constitutions, state systems of insurance and military mobilization timetables. And this has been our penchant longer than we commonly suppose. Western man was regarded as disgustingly materialistic by the cultivated elite of other civilizations long before the so-called machine age. Anna Komnene, the Byzantine princess turned historian, sees our 11th century forebears in just this light, as appears in the mixture of horror with contempt which is her reaction to the mechanical ingenuity of the Crusaders' crossbow, a Western novelty of her day which with the characteristic precocity of lethal inventions preceded by several centuries the invention of clockwork, which was medieval Western man's chef d'oeuvre in the application of his mechanical bent to the less fascinating arts of peace. Some recent Western writers, more particularly Spengler, have pursued this subject of the characters of the different civilizations to a point at which sober diagnosis passes over into arbitrary fantasy. We have perhaps said enough to establish the fact that differentiation of some kind does take place, and we should be in danger of losing our sense of proportion if we lost sight of the equally certain and more significant fact that the variety manifested in human life and institutions is a superficial phenomenon which masks an underlying unity without impairing it. We have compared our civilizations to rock climbers, and on the showing of the simile the several climbers, though they are certainly separate individuals, are all engaged on an identical enterprise. They are all attempting to scale the face of the same cliff from the same starting point on a ledge below towards the same goal on a ledge above. The underlying unity is apparent here, and it appears again if we vary our simile and think of the growths of civilizations in terms of the parable of the sower. The seeds sown are separate seeds, and each seed has its own destiny. Yet the seeds are all of one kind, and they are all sown by one sower in the hope of obtaining one harvest. 4. The breakdowns of civilizations. 13. The nature of the problem. The problem of the breakdowns of civilizations is more obvious than the problem of their growths. Indeed, it is almost as obvious as the problem of their genesis. The genesis of civilizations call for explanation in view of the mere fact that this species has come into existence and that we are able to enumerate 26 representatives of it, including in that number the 5 arrested civilizations and ignoring the abortive civilizations. We may now go on to observe that, of these 26, no less than 16 are now dead and buried. The 10 survivors are our own Western society, the main body of Orthodox Christendom in the Near East, its offshoot in Russia, the Islamic Society, the Hindu Society, the main body of the Far Eastern Society in China, its offshoot in Japan, and the 3 arrested civilizations of the Polynesians, the Eskimos, and the nomads. If we look more closely at these 10 survivors, we observe that the Polynesian and nomad societies are now in their last agonies, and that 7 out of the 8 others are all, in different degrees, under threat of either annihilation or assimilation by the 8th, namely our own civilization of the West. Moreover, no less than 6 out of these 7, the exception being the Eskimo civilization, whose growth was arrested in infancy, bear marks of having already broken down and gone into disintegration. One of the most conspicuous marks of disintegration, as we have already noticed, is a phenomenon in the last stage but one of the decline and fall, when a disintegrating civilization purchases a reprieve by submitting to forcible political unification in a universal state. For a Western student, the classic example is the Roman Empire, into which the Hellenic society was forcibly gathered up in the penultimate chapter of its history. If we now glance at each of the living civilizations, other than our own, we notice that the main body of Orthodox Christendom has already been through a universal state in the shape of the Ottoman Empire, that the offshoot of Orthodox Christendom in Russia entered into a universal state towards the end of the 15th century, after the political unification of Muscovy and Novgorod, and that the Hindu civilization has had its universal state in the Mughal Empire and its successor, the British Raj, the main body of the Far Eastern civilization in the Mongol Empire and its resuscitation at the hands of the Manchus, and the Japanese offshoot of the Far Eastern civilization in the shape of the Tokugawa shogunate. As for the Islamic society, we may perhaps discern an ideological premonition of a universal state in the pan-Islamic movement. If we accept this phenomenon of a universal state as a token of decline, we shall conclude that all the 6 non-Western civilizations alive today had broken down internally before they were broken in upon by the impact of the Western civilization from outside. At a later stage of this study we shall find reason for believing that a civilization which has become the victim of a successful intrusion has already in fact broken down internally and is no longer in a state of growth. For our present purpose it is enough to observe that of the living civilizations every one has already broken down and is in process of disintegration except our own. And what of our Western civilization? It has manifestly not yet reached the stage of a universal state. But we found, in an earlier chapter, that the universal state is not the first stage in disintegration any more than it is the last. It is followed by what we have called an interregnum, and preceded by what we have called a time of troubles, which seems usually to occupy several centuries, and if we in our generation were to permit ourselves to judge by the purely subjective criterion of our own feeling about our own age, the best judges would probably declare that our time of troubles had undoubtedly descended upon us. But let us leave this question open for the present. We have already defined the nature of these breakdowns of civilizations. They are failures in an audacious attempt to ascend from the level of a primitive humanity to the height of some superhuman kind of living, and we have described the casualties in this great enterprise by the use of various similes. We have, for example, compared them to climbers who fall to their death, or to an ignominious state of life in death, upon the ledge from which they have last started, before completing the pitch and reaching a new resting place on the ledge above. We have also described the nature of these breakdowns in nori-material terms as a loss of creative power in the souls of creative individuals or minorities, a loss which divests them of their magic power to influence the souls of the uncreative masses. Where there is no creation there is no mimesis. The piper who has lost his cunning can no longer conjure the feet of the multitude into a dance, and if, in rage and panic, he now attempts to convert himself into a drill sergeant or a slave driver, and to coerce by physical force a people that he can now no longer lead by his old magnetic charm, then all the more surely and swiftly he defeats his own intention, for the followers who had merely flagged and fallen out of step as the heavenly music died away will be stung by a touch of the whip into active rebellion. We have seen, in fact, that when, in the history of any society, a creative minority degenerates into a dominant minority which attempts to retain by force a position that it has ceased to merit, this change in the character of the ruling element provokes, on the other side, the secession of a proletariat which no longer admires and imitates its rulers and revolts against its servitude. We have also seen that this proletariat, when it asserts itself, is divided from the outset into two distinct parts. There is an internal proletariat, prostrate and recalcitrant, and an external proletariat beyond the frontiers who now violently resist incorporation. On this showing, the nature of the breakdowns of civilizations can be summed up in 3 points: a failure of creative power in the minority, an answering withdrawal of mimesis on the part of the majority, and a consequent loss of social unity in the society as a whole. With this picture of the nature of these breakdowns in our mind, we may now proceed to inquire into their cause, an inquiry which will occupy all the rest of this part of our study. 14 Deterministic solutions. What, then, causes the breakdowns of civilizations? Before applying our own method, which involves the marshalling of the relevant concrete facts of history, we had better pass in review certain solutions of the problem which soar higher in search of their evidence and rely for proof either on unprovable dogmas or else on things outside the sphere of human history. One of the perennial infirmities of human beings is to ascribe their own failure to forces that are entirely beyond their control. This mental maneuver is particularly attractive to sensitive minds in periods of decline and fall, and in the decline and fall of the Hellenic civilization it was a commonplace of various schools of philosophers to explain the social decay which they deplored but could not arrest as the incidental and inevitable effect of an all-pervasive onset of cosmic senescence. This was the philosophy of Lucretius, cf. De Rerum Natura, BK2, 1144-74, in the fast generation of the Hellenic time of troubles, and the same theme recurs in a work of controversy written by one of the fathers of the Western Church, Saint Cyprian, when the Hellenic universal state was beginning to break up 300 years later. He writes, "You ought to be aware that the age is now senile. It has not now the stamina that used to make it upstanding, nor the vigor and robustness that used to make it strong. There is a diminution in the winter rains that give nourishment to the seeds in the earth, and in the summer heats that ripen the harvests. This is the sentence that has been passed upon the world, this is the law of God, that what has been must die, and what has grown up must grow old. Modern physical science has knocked the bottom out of this theory, at any rate so far as any civilization now extant is concerned. It is true that modern physicists envisage, in an unimaginably distant future, a running down of the clock of the universe as a consequence of the inevitable transformation of matter into radiation, but that future is, as we have said, unimaginably distant. Sir James Jeans writes, taking a very gloomy view of the future of the human race, let us suppose that it can only expect to survive for 2,000 million years longer, a period about equal to the past age of the Earth. Then, regarded as a being destined to live for 70 years and 10, humanity, although it has been born in a house only 70 years old, is itself only 3 days old. Utterly inexperienced beings, we are standing at the first flush of the dawn of civilization. In time the glory of the morning must fade into the light of common day, and this, in some far distant age, will give place to evening twilight, presaging the final eternal night. But we children of the dawn need give but little thought to the far-off sunset. 1. However, our latter-day Western advocates of a predestinarian or deterministic explanation of the breakdowns of civilizations do not attempt to link up the destinies of these human institutions with the destiny of the physical universe as a whole. They appeal instead to a law of senescence and death with a shorter wavelength, for which they claim jurisdiction over the whole kingdom of life on this planet. Spengler, whose method is to set up a metaphor and then proceed to argue from it as if it were a law based on observed phenomena, declares that every civilization passes through the same succession of ages as a human being, but his eloquence on this theme nowhere amounts to proof, and we have already noticed that societies are not in any sense living organisms. In subjective terms, societies are the intelligible fields of historical study. In objective terms, they are the common ground between the respective fields of activity of a number of individual human beings, who are themselves living organisms but who cannot conjure up a giant in their own image out of the intersection of their own shadows and then breathe into this unsubstantial body the breath of their own life. The individual energies of all the human beings who constitute the so-called members of a society are the vital forces whose operation works out the history of that society, including its time span. To declare dogmatically that every society has a predestined time span is as foolish as it would be to declare that every play is bound to contain just so many acts. We may dismiss the theory that breakdowns occur when each civilization draws near the close of its biological lifespan, because civilizations are entities of a kind that is not subject to the laws of biology, but there is another theory which suggests that, for some reason unexplained, the biological quality of the individuals whose mutual relations constitute a civilization mysteriously declines after a certain or uncertain number of generations, in fact, that the experience of civilization is in the long run essentially and irremediably dysgenic. Etas parentum, pe avis, tulit. Nos nequiris, mox daturos. Progeniem vitiogiorum. 2. This is to put the cart before the horse, and mistake an effect of social decline for the cause of it. For though, in times of social decline, the members of the declining society may seem to dwindle into pygmies, or to stiffen into cripples, by contrast with the kingly stature and magnificent activity of their forefathers in the age of social growth, to ascribe the malady to degeneration is a false diagnosis. The biological heritage of the epigony is the same as that of the pioneers, and all the pioneers' endeavors and achievements are potentially within their descendants' reach. The malady which inhibits the children of the decadence is no paralysis of their natural faculties but a breakdown of their social inheritance, which debars them from finding scope for their unimpaired faculties in effective and creative social action. This untenable hypothesis that a racial degeneration is the cause of a social breakdown is sometimes supported by the observation that, during the interregnum that intervenes between the final dissolution of a decadent society and the emergence of a newborn society related to it by affiliation, there is frequently a Völkerwanderung in which the population of the identical home of the two successive societies is treated to an infiltration of new blood. On the logic of post hoc propter hoc, it is assumed that the fresh access of creative power which the newborn civilization displays in the course of its growth is the gift of this new blood from the pure source of a primitive barbarian race, and it is then inferred that, conversely, the loss of creative power in the life of the antecedent civilization must have been due to some kind of racial anemia or paemia which nothing but a fresh infusion of healthy blood could cure. In support of this view, an alleged case in point is cited from the history of Italy. It is pointed out that the inhabitants of Italy exhibited preeminent creative power in the last 4 centuries BC and again during a period of some 6 centuries from the 11th to the 16th century of the Christian era, and that these two periods are separated from one another by a millennium of decadence, prostration, and convalescence in which it seemed for a time as if virtue had gone out of the Italians altogether. These striking vicissitudes in Italian history would be inexplicable, say the racialists, if it were not for the infusion of the new blood of the invading Goths and Lombards into Italian veins during the interval between the two great ages of Italian achievement. This elixir of life produced in due course, and after centuries of incubation, the Italian rebirth or Renaissance. It was for lack of fresh blood that Italy languished and declined under the Roman Empire after the demonic output of energy in the days of the Roman Republic. And this energy which burst into action with the rise of the Republic was doubtless itself the product of an earlier infusion of fresh barbarian blood during the Völkerwanderung which preceded the birth of the Hellenic civilization. This racial explanation of Italian history up to the 16th century of the Christian era has a superficial plausibility as long as we are content to stop at that point in time. But if we allow our thoughts to travel on from the 16th century to the present day, we shall find that, after a further period of decadence in the 17th and 18th centuries, Italy was the scene, in the 19th century, of another resurrection so dramatic that the name, Risorgimento, is now applied, without qualification, exclusively to this modern repetition of a medieval Italian experience. And what infusion of pure barbarian blood had preceded this last outburst of Italian energy? The answer is, of course, none. The main immediate cause, historians seem to agree, of the 19th century Italian Risorgimento was the general shake-up and challenge administered to Italy by the experience of being conquered and temporarily ruled by a revolutionary and Napoleonic France. It is not more difficult to find non-racial explanations for the previous rise of Italy at the beginning of the second millennium of the Christian era, and for her still earlier decline which declared itself in the course of the last 2 centuries BC. This last-mentioned decline was evidently the nemesis of a Roman militarism which brought upon Italy all the appalling train of social evils that followed in the wake of the Hannibalic War. The beginnings of social recovery in Italy, during the post-Hellenic interregnum, can be traced with equal certainty to the work of creative personalities of the old Italian race, more particularly to Saint Benedict and to Pope Gregory the Great, who are the fathers not only of the rejuvenated Italy of the Middle Ages but of the new Western civilization in which the medieval Italians were participants. Conversely, when we survey the districts of Italy which were overrun by the pure-blooded Lombards, we find that the list excludes Venice and the Romagna and other districts which played parts in the Italian Renaissance as distinguished as theirs and far more distinguished than those played by the cities known to have been centers of Lombard authority, Pavia, Benevento, and Spoleto. If we wanted to furbish up a racial explanation of Italian history, we could easily submit evidence that Lombard blood had proved a taint rather than an elixir. We can drive the racialists out of their one remaining stronghold in Italian history by suggesting a non-racial explanation for the rise of the Roman Republic. It can be explained as a response to the challenge of Greek and Etruscan colonization. Were the native peoples of the Italian peninsula to resign themselves to that choice between extermination, subjugation, or assimilation which had been forced by the Greeks on their cousins in Sicily and by the Etruscans upon the natives of Umbria? Or were they to hold their own against the intruders by adopting the Hellenic civilization of their own accord and on their own terms, as Japan has been adopting that of Western Europe, and thereby raising themselves to the Greek and Etruscan level of efficiency? The Romans decided to make this latter response, and in taking this decision they became the authors of their own subsequent greatness. We have now disposed of 3 deterministic explanations of the breakdowns of civilizations: the theory that they are due to the running down of the clockwork of the universe or to the senescence of the earth, the theory that a civilization, like a living organism, has a lifespan determined by the biological laws of its nature, and the theory that the breakdowns are due to a deterioration in the quality of the individuals participating in a civilization, as a result of their pedigrees accumulating too long a tail of civilized ancestors. We have still to consider one further hypothesis, generally referred to as the cyclical theory of history. The invention of this theory of cycles in the history of mankind was a natural corollary to the sensational astronomical discovery, apparently made in the Babylonic society at some date between the 8th and 6th centuries BC, that the three conspicuous and familiar cycles, the day and night, the lunar month and the solar year, were not the only examples of periodic recurrence in the movements of the heavenly bodies, that there was also a larger coordination of stellar movements embracing all the planets as well as Earth, Moon, and Sun, and that the music of the spheres, which was made by the harmony of this heavenly chorus, came round full circle, chord for chord, in a great cycle which dwarfed the solar year into insignificance. The inference was that the annual birth and death of vegetation, which was manifestly governed by the solar cycle, had its counterpart in a recurrent birth and death of all things on the time scale of the cosmic cycle. The interpretation of human history in these cyclic terms evidently fascinated Plato, Timaeus, 21 times 10 to the power of -23 c, and Politicus, 269 c. 273 e, and the same doctrine reappears in one of the most famous passages in Virgil, from the 4th Eclogue. Ultima cumi venit iam carminus edis. Magnus ab integro seclorum nascitur ordo. Iam redit et Virgo, redi uncitania regna. Iam nova progeny saello dimititur alto. Alter erit turn tifus et altera qui vihate argo. Delectos hero as, erunt entium altera bella. Et citerum ad Troiam magnus mititur Achilles. 1. Virgil uses the cyclic theory to adorn a paean of optimism inspired by the Augustan pacification of the Hellenic world. But is it a matter for congratulation that the old wars will be refought? Many individuals who have had reasonably successful and happy lives have declared with conviction that they would not like to live them over again, and is history at large more worthy of an encore than the average biography? This question, which Virgil does not face, is answered by Shelley in the last chorus of his Hellas, which begins as a Virgilian reminiscence and ends on a note which is altogether Shelley's own. The world's great age begins anew. The golden years return. The earth doth like a snake renew her winter weeds outworn. Heaven smiles, and faiths and empires gleam like wrecks of a dissolving dream. A loftier Argo cleaves the main, fraught with a later prize. Another Orpheus sings again, and loves and weeps and dies. A new Ulysses leaves once more Calypso for his native shore. Oh, write no more the tale of Troy, if earth death's scroll must be, nor mix with leaden rage the joy which dawns upon the free. Although a subtler sphinx renew riddles of death Thebes never knew. Oh, cease. Must hate and death return? Cease. Must men kill and die? Cease. Drain not to its dregs the urn of bitter prophecy. The world is weary of the past. Oh, might it die or rest at last? If the law of the universe is really the sardonic plus ca change plus se la mime chose, no wonder that the poet cries, in Buddhist mood, for release from the will of existence, which may be a thing of beauty so long as it is merely guiding the stars in their courses, but which is an intolerable treadmill for our human feet. Does reason constrain us to believe, quite apart from any alleged influence of the stars, in a cyclic movement of human history? Have we not, in the course of this study, ourselves given encouragement to such a supposition? What of those movements of yin and yang, challenge and response, withdrawal and return, apparentation and affiliation, which we have elucidated? Are they not variations on the tri-theme that history repeats itself? Certainly, in the movement of all these forces that weave the web of human history, there is an obvious element of recurrence. Yet the shuttle which shoots backwards and forwards across the loom of time in a perpetual to and fro is all this time bringing into existence a tapestry in which there is manifestly a developing design and not simply an endless repetition of the same pattern. This, too, we have seen again and again. The metaphor of the wheel in itself offers an illustration of recurrence being concurrent with progress. The movement of the wheel is admittedly repetitive in relation to the wheel's own axle, but the wheel has only been made and fitted to its axle in order to give mobility to a vehicle of which the wheel is merely a part, and the fact that the vehicle, which is the wheel's raison d'etre, can only move in virtue of the wheel's circular movement round its axle does not compel the vehicle itself to travel like a merry-go-round in a circular track. This harmony of two diverse movements, a major irreversible movement which is borne on the wings of a minor repetitive movement, is perhaps the essence of what we mean by rhythm, and we can discern this play of forces not only in vehicular traction and in modern machinery but likewise in the organic rhythm of life. The annual precession of the seasons, which brings with it the annual withdrawal and return of vegetation, has made possible the secular evolution of the vegetable kingdom. The somber cycle of birth, reproduction, and death has made possible the evolution of all the higher animals up to man. The alternation of a pair of legs enables a walker to cover the ground, the pumping actions of the lungs and the heart enable an animal to live out his life, the bars of music and the meters and stanzas of poetry enable the composer and the poet to expound their themes. The planetary great year itself, which is perhaps the origin of the whole cyclic philosophy, can no longer be mistaken for the ultimate and all-embracing movement of a stellar cosmos in which our local solar system has now dwindled to the diminutiveness of a speck of dust under the mighty magnifying lenses of our latter-day Western astronomy. The repetitive music of the spheres dies down to a mere subsidiary accompaniment, a species of Alberti bass, one in an expanding universe of star clusters which are apparently receding from one another with incredible velocity, while the relativity of the space-time framework gives to each successive position of the vast astral array the irrevocable historic uniqueness of a dramatic situation in some play in which the actors are living personalities. Thus the detection of periodic repetitive movements in our analysis of the process of civilization does not imply that the process itself is of the same cyclic order as they are. On the contrary, if any inference can legitimately be drawn from the periodicity of these minor movements, we may rather infer that the major movement which they bear along is not recurrent but progressive. Humanity is not an Ixion bound forever to his will, nor a Sisyphus forever rolling his stone to the summit of the same mountain and helplessly watching it roll down again. This is a message of encouragement for us children of the Western civilization as we drift today alone, with none but stricken civilizations around us. It may be that Death the Leveler will lay his icy hand on our civilization also. But we are not confronted with any siva necessitas. The dead civilizations are not dead by fate, or in the course of nature, and therefore our living civilization is not doomed inexorably in advance to join the majority of its species. Though 16 civilizations may have perished already to our knowledge, and 9 others may be now at the point of death, we the 26th are not compelled to submit the riddle of our fate to the blind arbitrament of statistics. The divine spark of creative power is still alive in us, and, if we have the grace to kindle it into flame, then the stars in their courses cannot defeat our efforts to attain the goal of human endeavor. 15. Loss of command over the environment. 1. The physical environment. If we have proved to our satisfaction that the breakdowns of civilizations are not brought about by the operation of cosmic forces outside human control, we have still to find the true cause of these catastrophes, and we will first consider the possibility that these breakdowns are due to some loss of command over the society's environment. In attempting to solve this problem, we will employ the distinction that we have already made between two kinds of environment, the physical and the human. Do civilizations break down owing to loss of command over their physical environments? The degree of command over its physical environment possessed by any society can be measured, as we have already pointed out, by its technique, and we have already ascertained, while studying the problem of growth, that, if we set ourselves to plot out two sets of curves, one set representing the vicissitudes of civilizations and the other the vicissitudes of techniques, the two sets of curves not only fail to correspond but display wide discrepancies. We have found cases of technique improving while civilizations remain static or decline, and cases of technique remaining static while civilizations are in movement, either forward or backward as the case may be. 1. We have therefore already gone a long way towards proving that loss of command over physical environment is not the criterion of the breakdowns of civilizations. In order to complete our proof, however, we have to show that, in cases where the breakdown of a civilization has been coincident with a decline in technique, the latter has not been the cause of the former. We shall find, as a matter of fact, that the decline in technique has been, not a cause, but a consequence or symptom. When a civilization is in decline, it sometimes happens that a particular technique, that has been both feasible and profitable during the growth stage, now begins to encounter social obstacles and to yield diminishing economic returns. If it becomes patently unremunerative, it may be deliberately abandoned. In such a case, it would obviously be a complete inversion of the true order of cause and effect to suggest that the abandonment of the technique in such circumstances was due to a technical inability to practice it, and that this technical inability was a cause of the breakdown of the civilization. An obvious case in point is the abandonment of the Roman roads in Western Europe, which was obviously not a cause but a consequence of the breakdown of the Roman Empire. These roads became derelict, not through a failure of technical skill, but because the society which required them, and had made them for its military and commercial purposes, had gone to pieces. Nor can the decline and fall of the Hellenic civilization be traced back to a decline in technique by simply extending our vision from the single technique of road making to embrace the whole technical apparatus of economic life. The economic explanation of the decay of the ancient world must be rejected completely. The economic simplification of ancient life was not the cause of what we call the decline of the ancient world, but one of the aspects of the more general phenomenon. 1. This more general phenomenon was the failure of administration and the ruin of the middle class. The abandonment of the Roman roads had a more or less contemporary parallel in the partial abandonment of the far older irrigation system in the alluvial delta of the Tigris-Euphrates basin. In the 7th century of the Christian era, the reconditioning of these hydroengineering works was left in default in a large section of southwestern Iraq after the works had been put out of action by a flood which had probably done no more serious damage than many floods that had come and gone in the course of 4,000 years. Thereafter, in the 13th century, the whole irrigation system of Iraq was allowed to go to ruin. Why, on these occasions, did the inhabitants of Iraq abandon the conservation of a system which their predecessors had successfully maintained for some thousands of years without a break, a system on which the agricultural productivity and the maintenance of the dense population of the country depended? This lapse in a matter of technique was in fact not the cause but the consequence of a decline in population and prosperity which was itself due to social causes. Both in the 7th century of the Christian era and afterwards in the 13th, the Syriac civilization was at so low an ebb in Iraq, and the consequent general state of insecurity was so extreme, that nobody had either the means of investing capital or the motive for employing energy in river conservancy and irrigation work. In the 7th century, the true causes of the technical failure were the Great Romano-Persian War of AD 603–28 and the subsequent overrunning of Iraq by the primitive Muslim Arabs. In the 13th century, the Mongol invasion of AD 1258 which dealt the Syriac society its coup de grace. We reach a similar conclusion when we follow out a train of investigation which is suggested by a remarkable finding of empirical observation in Ceylon. 1. In Ceylon at the present day, the area which contains the ruined monuments of the Indus civilization is coincident, not only with the area permanently afflicted by drought, but also with the area that is nowadays infested with malaria. This latter-day perversity of a water supply which suffices for the Anopheles mosquito while it is wholly inadequate for raising crops is at first sight a strange setting for a bygone civilization, and it is extremely unlikely that the malaria should have been already prevalent at the time when the pioneers of the Indus society in Ceylon constructed their amazing system of waterworks. As a matter of fact, it can be demonstrated that the malaria is a consequence of the ruin of the irrigation system and therefore posterior to its construction. This part of Ceylon became malarious because the breakdown of the irrigation system transformed the artificial watercourses into chains of stagnant pools and destroyed the fish which had lived in the watercourses and kept them clear of mosquito grubs. But why was the Indus irrigation system abandoned? Those bunds were breached and those channels were choked in the course of an incessant and devastating warfare. The works were deliberately sabotaged by invaders as a shortcut to their military objective, and a war-worn people had not the heart to go on repairing a damage that had been inflicted on them so many times and seemed certain to be inflicted again. Thus the technical factor dwindles, in this case again, into an incidental and subordinate link in a chain of social cause and effect which has still to be traced back to its social origins. This chapter in the history of the Indie civilization in Ceylon has a close parallel in the history of the Hellenic civilization. Here too we find that some of the regions where this now vanished civilization lived its most brilliant life and put forth its most vital energies have since become malarial swamps that have been reclaimed within living memory. The Copaic marshes, which have been drained by the enterprise of a British company since AD 1887, after having been a pestilential swamp for at least 2,000 years, were once the fields that fed the citizens of Orchomenos the wealthy, and the Pomptine marshes, drained and repopulated under Mussolini's regime after as long a period of desolation, once harbored a swarm of Volscian cities and Latin colonies. It has indeed been suggested that the loss of nerve, the phrase is Professor Gilbert Murray's, which was at the heart of the Hellenic breakdown, was caused by the entry of malaria into the Hellenic homelands. But there is reason to believe that in each of these areas, as in Ceylon, the reign of malaria did not begin until the reigning civilization had passed its zenith. A modern authority, one who has made the subject his own, concludes that in Greece malaria did not become endemic until after the Peloponnesian War, and in Latium the disease does not seem to have gained the upper hand until after the Hannibalic War. It would obviously be absurd to suggest that the Greeks of the post-Alexandrine age and the Romans of the age of the Scipios and the Caesars were inhibited by some technical inefficiency from continuing to cope with the water problems of the Copaic and Pomptine marshes, which had been solved by their technically less expert forefathers. The explanation of the contrast is to be found not on the technical but on the social plane. The Hannibalic War and the Roman predatory and civil wars which followed in its train during the next 2 centuries had a profoundly disintegrating effect upon Italian social life. The peasant culture and economy were first undermined and finally swept away by the cumulative effect of a number of inimical forces, the devastations of Hannibal, the perpetual mobilization of the peasantry for military service, the agrarian revolution which substituted large-scale farming with slave labor for the small-scale farming of a self-subsistent peasantry, and a mass migration from the countryside to parasitic cities. This combination of social evils amply accounts for man's retreat and the mosquito's advance during the 7 centuries between the generation of Hannibal and the generation of Saint Benedict in Italy. As for Greece, a similar combination of evils, going back to the Peloponnesian War, had resulted by the time of Polybius, 206 to 128 BC, in a degree of depopulation which was more extreme than the rather later depopulation of Italy. In a famous passage Polybius lays his finger on the practice of restricting the size of families, by abortion or infanticide, as the principal cause of the social and political downfall of Greece in his day. It is apparent, that no failure in engineering technique is needed to explain why the Copaic, like the Pomptine, plain was allowed to transform itself from a granary into a nest of mosquitoes. We shall arrive at corresponding conclusions if we pass from the practical technique of engineering to the artistic techniques of architecture and sculpture and painting and calligraphy and literature. Why, for example, did the Hellenic style of architecture go out of use between the 4th and 7th centuries of the Christian era? Why did the Ottoman Turks abandon the Arabic alphabet in 1928? Why is almost every non-Western society in the world now discarding its traditional style in dress and in the arts? And, for a start, we may as well bring the problem home to ourselves by asking why our own traditional manners of music and dancing and painting and sculpture are being abandoned by a large section of our rising generation. In our own case, is the explanation a loss of artistic technique? Have we forgotten the rules of rhythm and counterpoint and perspective and proportion which were discovered by the Italian and other creative minorities in the 2nd and 3rd chapters of our history? Obviously we have not. The prevailing tendency to abandon our artistic traditions is not the result of technical incompetence, it is the deliberate abandonment of a style which is losing its appeal to a rising generation because this generation is ceasing to cultivate its aesthetic sensibilities on the traditional Western lines. We have willfully cast out of our souls the great masters who have been the familiar spirits of our forefathers, and, while we have been wrapped in self-complacent admiration of the spiritual vacuum that we have created, a tropical African spirit in music and dancing and statuary has made an unholy alliance with a pseudo-Byzantine spirit in painting and bas-relief, and has entered in to dwell in a house which it found swept and garnished. The decline is not technical in origin but spiritual. In repudiating our own Western tradition of art and thereby reducing our faculties to a state of inanition and sterility in which they seize upon the exotic and primitive art of Dahomey and Benin as though this were manna in the wilderness, we are confessing before all men that we have forfeited our spiritual birthright. Our abandonment of our traditional artistic technique is manifestly the consequence of some kind of spiritual breakdown in our Western civilization, and the cause of this breakdown evidently cannot be found in a phenomenon which is one of its results. The recent abandonment of the Arabic alphabet by the Turks in favor of the Latin alphabet is to be explained on the same lines. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk and his disciples have been thoroughgoing westernizers within their own Islamic world. They have lost faith in the traditions of their own civilization, and have consequently discarded the literary medium through which it has been transmitted. A similar explanation would account for the discarding of other traditional scripts by other moribund civilizations of an earlier day, for instance, the hieroglyphic script in Egypt and the cuneiform in Babylonia. A movement in favor of abolishing the Cynic script is now discernible in China and Japan. An interesting example of the substitution of one technique for another is the abandonment of the Hellenic style of architecture in favor of the newfangled Byzantine style. In this case, the architects of a society in its death throes were abandoning the comparatively simple scheme of arched rave on column in order to experiment in the unusually difficult problem of crowning a cruciform building with a circular dome, so there can have been no failure of technical competence. Is it credible that the Ionian architects who triumphantly solved the constructional problems of the Church of the Hagia Sophia for the Emperor Justinian could not have built a classical Greek temple if that had been the autocrat's will and theirs? Justinian and his architects adopted a new style because the old style had become distasteful to them through its associations with the remains of a dead and rotting past. The upshot of our investigation seems to be that the abandonment of a traditional artistic style is an indication that the civilization associated with that style has long since broken down and is now disintegrating. Like the disuse of an established technique, it is the consequence of breakdown, not the cause. 2. The human environment. When we previously considered the subject in connection with the growths of civilizations, we found that the degree of command over the human environment possessed by any given society at any stage in its history could be roughly measured in terms of geographical expansion, and we also found, from a study of examples, that geographical expansion was frequently accompanied by social disintegration. If this be so, it seems extremely improbable that the cause of this self-same breakdown and disintegration is to be found in the precisely opposite tendency, a tendency, that is to say, towards a decrease in command over the human environment, as measured by a successful encroachment of alien human forces. Nevertheless, the view has been widely held that civilizations, like primitive societies, lose their lives as the result of successful assaults upon them on the part of external powers, and a classic exposition of this view is given by Edward Gibbon in the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The theme is declared in the single sentence in which Gibbon sums up his story in retrospect: "T have described the triumph of barbarism and religion." The Hellenic society, embodied in a Roman Empire which was at its zenith in the age of the Antonines, is represented as having been overthrown by a simultaneous assault from two alien enemies attacking on two different fronts: the North European barbarians issuing out of the no-man's land beyond the Danube and the Rhine, and the Christian Church emerging from the subjugated but never assimilated Oriental provinces. It never occurred to Gibbon that the age of the Antonines was not the summer but the Indian summer of Hellenic history. The degree of his hallucination is betrayed by the very title of his great work: The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The author of a history that bears that name and that starts in the 2nd century of the Christian era is surely beginning his narrative at a point that is very near the end of the actual story. For the intelligible field of historical study with which Gibbon is concerned is not the Roman Empire but the Hellenic civilization, of whose far advanced disintegration the Roman Empire itself was a monumental symptom. When the whole story is taken into account, the rapid decline of the empire after the Antonine Age is seen to be not at all surprising. On the contrary, it would have been surprising if the Roman Empire had endured, for this empire was already doomed before it was established. 1. It was doomed because the establishment of this universal state was nothing but a rally which could delay, but not permanently arrest, the already irretrievable ruin of the Hellenic society. If Gibbon had set himself to tell this longer story from its beginning, he would have found that the triumph of barbarism and religion was not the plot of the piece, but only an epilogue to it, not the cause of the breakdown but only an inevitable accompaniment of a dissolution in which the long process of disintegration was bound to end. More than that, he would have found that the triumphant church and barbarians were, after all, not external powers, but were really children of the Hellenic household who had been morally alienated from the dominant minority in the course of a time of troubles which had intervened between the Periclean breakdown and the Augustan rally. In fact, if Gibbon had carried his inquest back to the true beginning of the tragedy, he would have had to return a different verdict. He would have had to report that the Hellenic society was a suicide who had attempted, when his life was already past saving, to avert the fatal consequences of his assault upon himself, and who eventually received a coup de grace from his own mishandled and alienated children at a time when the Augustan rally had already given place to a 3rd century relapse and the patient was manifestly dying from the after effects of his old self-inflicted wounds. In these circumstances the historian coroner would not concentrate his attention on the epilogue but would try to determine exactly when and how the suicide had first laid violent hands upon himself. In prospecting for a date he would probably lay his finger on the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War in 431 BC, a social catastrophe which Thucydides, speaking through the mouth of one of the characters of his tragic drama, denounced at the time as a beginning of great evils for Hellas. In reporting upon how the members of the Hellenic society had perpetrated their self-destructive crime, he would probably lay equal emphasis on the twin evils of war between states and war between classes. Following in Thucydides' footsteps, he would perhaps single out, as specially notorious examples of each of these evils, the appalling punishment inflicted by the Athenians on the conquered Melians and the equally appalling faction fights at Corcyra. In any case he would declare that the mortal blow was delivered 600 years earlier than Gibbon supposed, and that the hand that dealt it was the victim's own. If we now extend our inquest from this case to the cases of some of the other civilizations that are now either undoubtedly dead or apparently moribund, we shall find that the same verdict has to be returned. For example, in the decline and fall of the Sumeric society, the Golden Age of Hammurabi, as it is called in the Cambridge Ancient History, represents an even later phase of the Indian summer than that which presents itself in the age of the Antonines, for Hammurabi is the Diocletian rather than the Trajan of Sumeric history. Accordingly we shall not identify the slayers of the Sumeric civilization with the transfrontier barbarians who descended on the kingdom of the Four Quarters in the 18th century BC. We shall detect the fatal strokes in events that had occurred some 900 years earlier, the class war between Urukagina of Lagash and the local priesthood and the militarism of Urukagina's destroyer Lugaltsagazi, for those long past catastrophes were the authentic beginning of the Sumeric time of troubles. In the decline and fall of the Cynic society the triumph of barbarism and religion is represented by the foundation of Eurasian nomad successor states of the Cynic universal state in the basin of the Yellow River round about AD 300, and by the simultaneous invasion of the Cynic world by the Mahayanian form of Buddhism, which was one of the religions of the Cynic internal proletariat in the northwestern provinces. But these triumphs, like those of barbarism and religion in the Roman Empire, were only victories of a moribund society's external and internal proletariats, and they constitute no more than the last chapter of the whole story. The Cynic universal state itself represented a social rally after a time of troubles in which the Cynic body social had been torn in pieces by fratricidal warfare between a number of parochial states into which the Cynic society had previously articulated itself. The fatal date that, in the Cynic tradition, corresponds to the Hellenic 431 BC is 479 BC, which is the conventional starting point of what the tradition called the period of contending states. Probably, however, this conventional date is some 250 years later than the actual event, and has been taken as the beginning of the Cynic time of trouble simply because it is also the traditional date of the death of Confucius. As for the Syriac society, which enjoyed its Indian summer under the Abbasid Caliphate of Baghdad and which saw the triumph of barbarism and religion in the invasions of the nomad Turks and their conversion to the indigenous religion of Islam, we have to remember a point that we established much earlier in this study, that the Syriac process of decline and fall was suspended for 1,000 years by an Hellenic intrusion, and that the Abbasid Caliphate merely picks up the thread of Syriac history where the Achaemenian Empire had been compelled to drop it in the 4th century BC1. We have therefore to push our investigations back into the Syriac time of troubles preceding the Pax Achaemenia inaugurated by Cyrus. What caused the breakdown of a civilization which, during its brief foregoing age of growth, had proved its genius and displayed its vitality in the three immense discoveries of monotheism and the alphabet and the Atlantic? At first glance it may seem as though we have stumbled here, at last, upon an authentic example of a civilization being struck down by the impact of an external human force. Did not the Syriac civilization break down under the hail of blows with which it was bellaboured by Assyrian militarism during the 9th, 8th, and 7th centuries BC? So it might seem, but closer inspection shows that, when the Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold, the Syriac world was no longer one fold with one shepherd. The 10th century attempt to unite politically, under an Israelite hegemony, the group of Hebrew, Phoenician, Aramean and Hittite cantons which lay in the fairway between the Babylonic and Egyptiac worlds had failed, and it was the resulting outbreak of Syriac fratricidal warfare that gave the Assyrians their opportunity. The breakdown of the Syriac civilization is to be dated, not from the first crossing of the Euphrates by Ashurnasirpal in 876 BC, but from the dissolution of Solomon's empire after the death of its founder in 937 BC. Again, it is often said that the Orthodox Christian civilization in its Byzantine political embodiment, that Eastern Roman Empire whose long drawn-out trials are the subject of Gibbon's enormous epilogue, was destroyed by the Ottoman Turks. It would usually be added that the Muslim Turks only gave the coup de grace to a society that had already been fatally mauled by the Western Christian invasion, impiously masquerading under the name of a Fourth Crusade, which deprived Byzantium of the presence of a Byzantine emperor for more than half a century, AD 1204–61. But this Latin assault, like its Turkish successor, came from a source that was alien to the society that was its victim, and, if we were content to leave our analysis here, we should have to return a verdict of genuine murder in a list of deaths which we have so far invariably diagnosed as suicides. As we see it, however, the fatal turning point in Orthodox Christian history was neither the Turkish assault in the 14th and 15th centuries nor the Latin assault in the 13th century nor even the conquest of the heart of Anatolia by an earlier wave of Turkish invaders, the Seljuks, in the 11th century, but a strictly domestic event which precedes them all, the Great Romano-Bulgarian War of AD 977–1019. This fratricidal conflict between the two great powers of the Orthodox Christian world at this time did not come to an end until one of them had been deprived of its political existence and the other had suffered wounds from which there is good reason for saying that it never recovered. When the Ottoman Padishah Mehmed II conquered Constantinople in AD 1453, the Orthodox Christian civilization was not brought to an end. By a curious paradox, the alien conqueror supplied the society he had conquered with its universal state. Though the Christian Church of the Hagia Sophia became a Muslim mosque, the Orthodox Christian civilization continued to live out its lifespan, much as the Hindu civilization survived under another universal state of Turkish origin founded by the Mughal Akbar a century later, and continues to survive under the not more alien British Raj. But in due course a stirring of dissolution and the beginnings of a Völkerwanderung made themselves felt within that part of the Ottoman Turkish Empire which coincided with the domain of the Orthodox Christian society. Greeks, Serbs, and Albanians were manifestly on the move before the end of the 18th century. Why was it that these movements did not result in a triumph of barbarism and religion such as we have already found at the latter end of the Hellenic, the Cynic and other societies? The answer is that the mighty march of an irresistibly expanding Western civilization was treading hard upon the heels of these abortive barbarian heirs of the Orthodox Christian society. The triumph of Westernization, and not the triumph of barbarism and religion, was the process to which the breakup of the Ottoman Empire actually ministered. Instead of taking their natural form of barbarian principalities in the style of a heroic age, the successor states of the Ottoman Empire were molded by Western pressure, as fast as they emerged, into imitations of the national states members of a comedy of Western states which was in the act of reorganizing itself on a basis of nationalism just at this time. In some cases an incipient barbarian successor state transformed itself directly into one of these newfangled national states on the Western model, Serbia, for example, and Greece. On the other hand, the barbarians who were still so little affected by Western radiation that they were incapable of turning their activities into a Western nationalistic channel paid the penalty of missing the bus. The Albanians forfeited, in the 19th century, to the Greeks, Serbs, and Bulgars a heritage which, in the 18th century, had seemed more brilliant than theirs, and barely succeeded in entering the Western comedy of nations in the 20th century with an insignificant patrimony. Thus in the history of the Orthodox Christian society the last act has been, not the triumph of barbarism and religion, but the triumph of an alien civilization which has been swallowing the moribund society whole and has been incorporating its fabric into its own social tissues. We have stumbled here upon an alternative way in which a civilization may lose its identity. The triumph of barbarism and religion means that the moribund society has been thrown onto the scrap heap by an iconoclastic revolt on the part of its own external and internal proletariats, in order that one or other of these insurgent forces may win a free field for bringing a new society to birth. In this event the older society passes away, yet in a sense it still lives on vicariously, in the younger civilization's life, through the relationship which we have learned to call apparentation and affiliation. In the alternative event, when the old civilization is not thrown onto the scrap heap to make way for its offspring but is swallowed and assimilated by one of its own contemporaries, the loss of identity is manifestly more complete in one sense though less so in another. The communities into which the moribund society is articulated may be spared the extreme agonies of social dissolution. They may pass from their old body social into their new one without an absolute break of historic continuity, as the modern Greek people, for example, has refashioned itself as one of the nations of a westernized world after having lived for 4 centuries the life of an Ottoman millet. From another point of view, however, the loss of identity will be more complete and not less, for the society that passes away through incorporation into another society preserves some continuity in its material fabric at the price of forfeiting altogether the chance of creating an affiliated society which may represent it in the next generation, as our own society is, in a very real sense, the representative of the Hellenic society, the Hindu of the Indi or the Far Eastern of the Cynic. The instance in which this process of extinction through assimilation has come to our notice is the incorporation of the main body of the Orthodox Christian society into the body social of our own Western civilization. But we can see at once that all the other extant civilizations are in course of traveling along the same road. This is the current history of the offshoot of Orthodox Christendom in Russia, of the Islamic and Hindu societies, and of both branches of the Far Eastern society. It is also true of the 3 extant arrested societies: Eskimos, nomads, and Polynesians, which are all in process of being incorporated in so far as the social radiation of Western civilization is not destroying them outright. We can see, too, that a number of the civilizations now extinct lost their identity in the same way. The process of Westernization, which began to overtake Orthodox Christendom at the end of the 17th century, was brought to bear on the Mexican and Andean societies of the New World nearly 2 centuries earlier, and in both these cases the process seems now to be virtually complete. The Babylonic society was incorporated into the Syriac society in the last century BC, and the Egyptiac society was absorbed into the same Syriac body social a few centuries later. This Syriac assimilation of the Egyptiac society, the longest lived and most firmly compacted and unified civilization that has ever yet been seen, is perhaps the most extraordinary feat of social assimilation so far known. If we now glance at the group of living civilizations that are in process of being assimilated by our own Western civilization, we shall find that the process is proceeding at different paces on different planes. On the economic plane, every one of these societies has been caught in the network of relations which our modern Western industrialism has spread all over the habitable world. Their wiseacres have seen the electric light I the West, and come to worship. 1. On the political plane, also, the children of all these apparently moribund civilizations have been seeking admission to membership of the Western Comity of States through various doors. On the cultural plane, however, there is no uniform corresponding tendency. In the main body of Orthodox Christendom, the former Araia, human flock, of the Ottoman Empire, Greeks, Serbs, Rumans, Bulgars appear to have welcomed the prospect of cultural as well as political and economic westernization with open arms, and the present leaders of their former lords and masters, the Turks, have followed their example. But these cases seem to be exceptional. Arabs, Persians, Hindus, Chinese and even Japanese are accepting our Western culture with conscious mental and moral reservations, insofar as they are accepting it at all. As for the Russians, the equivocal character of their response to the challenge from the West has been considered on an earlier page and in another connection, see pages 239 to 40. On this showing, the present tendency towards a unification of the world within a Western framework on the economic, political, and cultural planes alike may prove to be neither so far advanced nor so well assured of ultimate success as it would appear to be at first sight. On the other hand, the four cases of the Mexic, the Andean, the Babylonic and the Egyptiac societies are sufficient to show that the loss of identity through assimilation can be just as complete as through the alternative process of dissolution in which the Hellenic, Indi, Cynic, Sumeric and Minoan societies met their end. We have now therefore to recall our attention to what is, after all, the objective of the present chapter, and to consider whether the fates which these societies suffered or are now suffering, namely incorporation and assimilation by a neighboring society, were the real causes of their breakdowns, or whether, as we found to be the case with the other group which we have already examined, the breakdowns had actually occurred before the incorporation and assimilation process started. If we reach the latter conclusion, we shall have completed our present inquiry and shall be in a position to state that a loss of command over a society's environment, whether the physical environment or the human, is not the prime cause of breakdowns for which we are seeking. We have seen, for example, that the main body of Orthodox Christendom did not lose its identity through absorption until its universal state had run out into an interregnum, and that the real breakdown began with the Romano-Bulgarian War that was fought 800 years before any signs of westernization made their appearance. The interval between the breakdown and the absorption of the Egyptiac society is very much longer, for we have found reason to place that breakdown as far back as the transition from the 5th to the 6th dynasty, circa 2424 BC, when the sins of the pyramid builders were visited on their successors and the top-heavy political structure of the Old Kingdom * collapsed. In the case of the Far Eastern society, the interval between the breakdown and the beginnings of the process of incorporation is not as long as in Egyptiac history, but is rather longer than in the history of Orthodox Christendom, for the breakdown of the Far Eastern society can be equated with the decay of the Tiang dynasty in the last quarter of the 9th century of the Christian era and the consequent onset of a time of troubles followed by successive embodiments of a universal state in empires founded by barbarians. The first of these embodiments, the Pax Mongolica established by Kublai Khan, was less fortunate in its issue than the comparable versions of a nomad peace provided for the Hindu society by Akbar and for the Orthodox Christian society by Mehmed the Conqueror. The Chinese, acting on the principle of timeo daneos et dona ferent, I fear the Greeks even when they bring benefits, expelled the Mongols as the Egyptians had expelled the Hyksos. The Manchus had still to come and go before the stage was set for the act of westernization. In Russia and in Japan the impact of the Western civilization occurred at a much earlier stage in the decline of the civilizations represented by those two now westernized great powers, but in both cases the decline had already set in, for the Romanov Tsardom and the Tokugawa shogunate, which Peter the Great and the Japanese authors of the Meiji Restoration set themselves, respectively, to transform into national states members of the Western Comity of Nations, were both of them universal. States which had been in existence for over 200 years in the Russian case and over 300 in the Japanese. In these cases there will be little inclination to suggest that the performances of Peter the Great and his Japanese counterparts should be regarded as breakdowns. On the contrary, these achievements were to all appearance so successful that many observers may incline to regard them as evidence that the societies which deliberately put themselves through this radical metamorphosis and which came through it at any rate for the time being without mishap, must still have been in the full hum of growth. The Russian and Japanese response offers, at any rate, a sharp contrast to the ineffectiveness of the Osmanlis, Hindus, Chinese, Aztecs, and Incas in dealing with an identical challenge. Instead of undergoing a compulsory process of westernization at the hands of their Western neighbors Poles, Swedes, Germans, or Americans, the Russians and the Japanese carried through their social metamorphosis with their own hands, and were thus enabled to enter the Western Comity of Nations as the equals of the great powers and not as colonial dependencies or poor relations. It is worth observing that in the early years of the 17th century, nearly 100 years before Peter the Great and 2.5 centuries before the Meiji Restoration, both Russia and Japan had experienced and repelled a Western attempt at absorption on the lines familiar elsewhere. In the Russian case the impact took the crude form of a regular military invasion and a temporary occupation of Moscow by the forces of Russia's western neighbor the United Kingdom of Poland-Lithuania, on the pretext of supporting a pretender to the Russian throne, the false Dmitry. In the Japanese case, where the impact took the more ethereal form of the conversion of several 100,000 Japanese souls to Catholicism by Spanish and Portuguese missionaries, it was quite possible that in due course this enthusiastic Christian minority might have sought to make itself master of Japan with the support of Spanish armadas based on the Philippines. But the Russians drove out the Poles, while the Japanese exorcised the White Peril by expelling all resident Western missionaries and merchants, by forbidding Westerners to set foot henceforth on Japanese soil with the exception of a few Dutch merchants licensed under ignominious conditions, and by exterminating the Japanese Catholic community by ruthless persecution. Having thus rid themselves of their Western question, both Russians and Japanese imagined that they had only to retire into their own shells and live happy ever after. When the course of time showed that this was not to be, they went on to make original and positive responses which we have already described. Yet there are unmistakable indications that, before the first Portuguese ship sailed into Nagasaki or the first English ship into Archangel, an earlier herald of the West than the Polish invader in Moscow, both the Far Eastern civilization in Japan and the Orthodox Christian in Russia had already broken down. In Russian history the true time of troubles, in the sense in which that term is used in this study, is not the bout of anarchy in the early years of the 17th century for which the term was originally coined by the Russians themselves. That was merely an interlude between the first and second phases of the Russian universal state, corresponding to the 3rd century bout of anarchy in the Hellenic world between the age of the Antonines and the accession of Diocletian. The chapter of Russian history which corresponds to the chapter of Hellenic history between the Peloponnesian War and the Pax Augusta, and which therefore represents the Russian time of troubles in our sense, is the period of adversity which preceded the foundation of the Russian universal state through the union of Muscovy and Novgorod in AD 1478. On the same showing, the time of troubles in Japanese history is represented by the Kamakura and Ashikaga periods of feudal anarchy which preceded the disciplinary unification and pacification carried out by Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu, and the combined span of these two periods extends, according to the conventional dates, from AD 1184 to AD 1597. If these be the true Russian and Japanese times of troubles, we have in both cases to inquire whether they were precipitated by some suicidal act or by the action of an external adversary. In the Russian case, the common explanation of the recognized breakdown contemporaneous with the Western Middle Ages is that it was due to the assault of the Mongol nomads from the Eurasian steppe. But we have already encountered and rejected in other cases, in the case of the older branch of the Orthodox Christian society, for example, the plea that the Eurasian nomads were the villains of the various pieces in which they played their part. Is it not possible that in Russia, likewise, the Orthodox Christian society may have already brought about its breakdown, by its own act, before ever the Mongols crossed the Volga in AD 1238? An affirmative answer to this question is suggested by the breakup of the primitive Russian Principality of Kiev into a host of warring successor states in the 12th century of the Christian era. In Japan the case is much clearer. Here breakdown cannot be convincingly attributed to the Mongol assault which the Japanese successfully repelled from their shores in AD 1281, and when we inquire into the cause of this marathonic triumph we find that, while no doubt they owed it in part to their insular position, it was due still more to the military efficiency which they had developed in the faction fights of a time of troubles which by that date had already been exercising them for more than 100 years. In the histories of the Hindu, Babylonic and Andean societies the process of absorption by an alien society supervened, as in the cases of Russia and Japan, when the declining societies were in their universal states. In these other three cases, however, the process took a more catastrophic turn, and these declining societies suffered an alien military conquest. In Hindu history the British conquest was preceded by a Muslim Turkish conquest which dates back, far behind the era of the Great Moguls, to the invasions of AD 1191 to 1204, and this first alien conquest, like its successors, Mughal and British, was notoriously due to the fact that the Hindu society was by then already in a condition of chronic anarchy. The Babylonic society was absorbed into the Syriac after the conquest of its universal state, the empire of Nebuchadnezzar, by Cyrus the Persian. From that time onwards the Babylonic culture gradually gave way before the Syriac, of which the Achaemenian Empire was the first universal state, but the cause of the Babylonic breakdown is to be found in the preceding excesses of Assyrian militarism. As for the Andean society, it is of course manifestly true that the Inca Empire was destroyed by the impact of the Spanish conquistadores, and it is probable that, if the peoples of the Western world had never found their way across the Atlantic, the Inca Empire would have lasted several centuries longer. But the destruction of the Inca Empire is not the same thing as the breakdown of the Andean civilization, and we now know enough about Andean history to perceive that the breakdown had taken place long before and that the military and political rise of the Incas, in the century preceding the Spanish conquest, far from being identical with the cultural rise of the Andean civilization, was actually a late incident in its decline. The Mexican civilization fell before the conquistadores at an earlier stage, when the Aztec Empire, though already manifestly destined to become the universal state of its society, had not yet completely rounded off its conquests. We can express the difference by saying that the Andean society was conquered in its Antonine age and the Mexican society in its age of the Scipios, but an age of the Scipios is a phase of a time of troubles and is thus, by definition, the sequel to an antecedent breakdown. In the Islamic world, on the other hand, Westernization gained the upper hand before any Islamic universal state was in sight, and its various member states Persia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria, the Lebanon, and the rest are making the best of a rather bad job as poor relations in the Western comedy of nations. The pan-Islamic movement seems to be abortive. Several other civilizations, including some which grew to maturity, as well as the arrested and even the abortive civilizations, might be passed in review. But of the matured civilizations some, such as the Minoan, the Hittite, and the Mayan, have histories still so imperfectly deciphered by modern scholarship that it might be rash to draw conclusions from them. The arrested civilizations would yield no result for the present inquiry, because they are, by definition, civilizations which achieve genesis but no subsequent growth, and the abortive civilizations would be unilluminating a fortiori. 3. A negative verdict. We may fairly conclude from the foregoing inquiry that the cause of the breakdowns of civilizations is not to be found in loss of command over the human environment, as measured by the encroachment of alien human forces upon the life of any society whose breakdown we may be investigating. In all the cases reviewed, the most that an alien enemy has achieved has been to give an expiring suicide his coup de grace. Where encroachment takes the form of a violent attack, at any stage in the history of a civilization except the very last, when it is in articulo mortis, the normal effect upon the life of the assaulted party would appear to be not destructive but positively stimulating. The Hellenic society was stimulated, by the Persian attack at the beginning of the 5th century BC, to its highest manifestations of genius. The Western society was stimulated by the Norse and Magyar attacks of the 9th century of the Christian era into performing those feats of valor and statesmanship which resulted in the foundation of the kingdoms of England and France and the reconstruction of the Holy Roman Empire by the Saxons. The medieval city-states of northern Italy were stimulated by the incursions of the Hohenstaufen, the modern English and Dutch by the assaults of Spain, and the infant Hindu society by the primitive Muslim-Arab onslaught in the 8th century of the Christian era. The foregoing examples are all cases in which the assaulted party was still in a state of growth, but we can cite at least as many cases in which an alien assault has given a temporary stimulus to a society after this society has already broken down through its mishandling of itself. The classic instance is the repeated reaction of the Egyptiac society to the stimulus, for this Egyptiac reaction was evoked and re-evoked over a period of 2,000 years, and this long epilogue to Egyptiac history was inaugurated when the Egyptiac society had already passed out of its universal state and had entered upon an interregnum which might have been expected to prove the prelude to a speedy dissolution. At this late stage the Egyptiac society was stimulated to expel the Hyksos invaders, and long afterwards to expel by successive explosions of energy the Cyrators, the Assyrians, and the Achaemenidae and, last of all, to offer stubborn and successful resistance to the process of Hellenization to which Egypt was subjected by the Ptolemies. There has been a similar series of reactions to external blows and pressures in the history of the Far Eastern civilization in China. The expulsion of the Mongols by the Ming dynasty is reminiscent of the expulsion of the Hyksos by the Theban founders of the new empire, and the resistance of the Egyptiac society to Hellenization finds its analogue in the Chinese anti-Western movement which flared up in the Boxer Rising of AD 1900 and attempted, in AD 1925-7, to fight out its losing battle to the bitter end by borrowing the weapons of Russian communism. These illustrations, which could be abundantly supplemented, are perhaps sufficient to support our thesis that the normal effect of blows and pressures from outside is stimulating and not destructive, and, if this thesis is accepted, it confirms our conclusion that a loss of command over the human environment is not the cause of the breakdowns of civilizations. Editor's note. Some readers may be inclined to feel that, in the foregoing chapter, the author has more than once, for the sake of the argument on which he has embarked, pushed back the date of his breakdowns to an unreasonably early stage in the history of some of his civilizations. This feeling, if it is felt, may be due to a misunderstanding produced by an ambiguity in the meaning of the term breakdown. When we speak of a man suffering a breakdown in health, the suggestion is that, unless the breakdown be overcome by subsequent recovery, his active life is over. In fact, we use breakdown in common parlance to mean very much what Mr. Toynbee means when he writes disintegration. But breakdown in this study does not mean quite that, it means the termination of the period of growth. Analogies from organic life are always dangerous in the discussion of societies, but the reader may be reminded that growth terminates comparatively early in the life of a living organism. The difference between a living organism and a society, as the author was at pains to show in the chapter preceding that now concluded, is that a living organism has its lifespan determined by its very nature. The days of our years are 80 years and 10, whereas history indicates no limits to the possible lifespan of a society. In other words, a society does not ever die from natural causes, but always dies from suicide or murder, and nearly always from the former, as this chapter has shown. Similarly, the termination of the growth period, which is a natural event in the history of a living organism, is an unnatural event, due to crime or blunder, in a society, and to this crime or blunder Mr. Toynbee has applied the term breakdown for the purposes of this study. It will be seen that, when the term is used in this sense, some of the most fruitful, illuminating and celebrated achievements and productions in the history of a civilization may come after the breakdown and, indeed, in consequence of it. 16. Failure of self-determination. 1. The mechanicalness of mimesis. Our inquiry into the cause of the breakdowns of civilizations has led us, so far, to a succession of negative conclusions. We have found out that these breakdowns are not acts of God, at any rate in the sense that lawyers attach to that phrase, nor are they vain repetitions of senseless laws of nature. We have also found that we cannot attribute them to a loss of command over the environment, physical or human. They are due neither to failures in industrial or artistic techniques nor to homicidal assaults from alien adversaries. In successively rejecting these untenable explanations, we have not arrived at the object of our search, but the last of the fallacies we have just cited has incidentally given us a clue. In demonstrating that the broken down civilizations have not met their death from an assassin's hand, we have found no reason to dispute the allegation that they have been victims of violence, and in almost every instance we have been led, by the logical process of exhaustion, to return a verdict of suicide. Our best hope of making some positive progress in our inquiry is to follow up this clue, and there is one hopeful feature in our verdict which we can observe at once. There is nothing original about it. The conclusion at which we have arrived at the end of a rather laborious search has been divined with sure intuition by a modern Western poet. In tragic life, God what? No villain need be. Passions spin the plot. We are betrayed by what is false within. This flash of insight, from Meredith's Love's Grave, was not a new discovery. We can find it in earlier and higher authorities. It reveals itself in the last lines of Shakespeare's King John. This England never did, nor never shall, lie at the proud foot of a conqueror. But when it first did help to wound itself, not shall makes us rue. If England to itself do rest but true. It likewise reveals itself in the words of Jesus, Matt 15:18-20. Whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast out into the draught. But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. These are the things which defile a man. What is the weakness which exposes a growing civilization to the risk of stumbling and falling in mid-career and losing its Promethean elan? The weakness must be radical, for, although the catastrophe of a breakdown is a risk and not a certainty, the risk is evidently high. We are faced with the fact that, of the 21 civilizations that have been born alive and have proceeded to grow, 13 are dead and buried, that 7 of the remaining 8 are apparently in decline, and that the 8th, which is our own, may also have passed its zenith for all that we as yet know. On an empirical test, the career of a growing civilization would appear to be fraught with danger, and, if we recall our analysis of growth, we shall see that the danger lies in the very nature of the course which a growing civilization is bound to take. Growth is the work of creative personalities and creative minorities. They cannot go on moving forward themselves unless they can contrive to carry their fellows with them in their advance, and the uncreative rank and file of mankind, which is always the overwhelming majority, cannot be transfigured en masse and raised to the stature of their leaders in the twinkling of an eye. That would be in practice impossible, for the inward spiritual grace through which an unillumined soul is fired by communion with a saint is almost as rare as the miracle that has brought the saint himself into the world. The leader's task is to make his fellows his followers, and the only means by which mankind in the mass can be set in motion towards a goal beyond itself is by enlisting the primitive and universal faculty of mimesis. For this mimesis is a kind of social drill, and the dull ears that are deaf to the unearthly music of Orpheus' lyre are well attuned to the drill sergeant's word of command. When the piper of Hamelin assumes King Frederick William's Prussian voice, the rank and file, who have stood stolid hitherto, mechanically break into movement, and the evolution which he causes them to execute brings them duly to heel, but they can only catch him up by taking a short cut, and they can only find room to march in formation by deploying on the broad way which leadeth to destruction. When the road to destruction has perforce to be trodden on the quest of life, it is perhaps no wonder that the quest should often end in disaster. Moreover, there is a weakness in the actual exercise of mimesis, quite apart from the way in which the faculty may be exploited. For, just because mimesis is a kind of drill, it is a kind of mechanization of human life and movement. When we speak of an ingenious mechanism or a skilled mechanic, the words call up the idea of a triumph of life over matter, of human skill over physical obstacles. Concrete examples suggest the same idea, from the gramophone or the aeroplane back to the first wheel and the first dug-out canoe, for such inventions have extended man's power over his environment by so manipulating inanimate objects that they are made to carry out human purposes, as the drill sergeant's commands are executed by his mechanized human beings. In drilling his platoon, the sergeant expands himself into a briareus whose 100 arms and legs obey his will almost as promptly as if they had been organically his own. Similarly, the telescope is an extension of the human eye, the trumpet of the human voice, the stilt of the human leg, the sword of the human arm. Nature has implicitly complimented man on his ingenuity by anticipating him in his use of mechanical devices. She has made extensive use of them in her chef d'oeuvre, the human body. In the heart and the lungs she has constructed two self-regulating machines that are models of their kind. By adjusting these and other organs so that they work automatically, nature has released the margin of our energies from the monotonously repetitive tasks these organs perform, and has set these energies free to walk and talk and, in a word, bring into existence 21 civilizations. She has arranged that, say, 90% of the functions of any given organism shall be performed automatically and therefore with the minimum expenditure of energy, in order that the maximum amount of energy may be concentrated on the remaining 10%, in which nature is feeling her way towards a fresh advance. In fact, a natural organism is made up, like a human society, of a creative minority and an uncreative majority of members, and in a growing and healthy organism, as in a growing and healthy society, the majority is drilled into following the minority's lead mechanically. But, when we have lost ourselves in admiration of these natural and human mechanical triumphs, it is disconcerting to be reminded that there are other phrases, machine-made goods, mechanical behavior, in which the connotation of the word machine is exactly the reverse, suggesting not the triumph of life over matter but the triumph of matter over life. Though machinery be designed to be the slave of man, it is also possible for man to become the slave of his machines. A living organism which is 90% mechanism will have greater opportunity or capacity for creativity than an organism which is 50% mechanism, as Socrates will have more time and opportunity to discover the secret of the universe if he has not got to cook his own meals, but the organism that is 100% mechanism is a robot. Thus a risk of catastrophe is inherent in the use of the faculty of mimesis, which is the vehicle of mechanization in the social relationships of human beings, and it is evident that this risk will be greater when mimesis is called into play in a society which is in dynamic movement than in a society which is in a state of rest. The weakness of mimesis lies in its being a mechanical response to a suggestion from outside, so that the action performed is one which would never have been performed by the performer on his own initiative. Thus mimesis action is not self-determined, and the best safeguard for its performance is that the faculty should become crystallized in habit or custom as it actually is in primitive societies in the yin state. But when the cake of custom is broken, the faculty of mimesis, hitherto directed backward towards elders or ancestors as incarnations of an unchanging social tradition, is reoriented towards creative personalities bent upon leading their fellows with them towards a promised land. Henceforth the growing society is compelled to live dangerously. Moreover, the danger is perpetually imminent, since the condition which is required for the maintenance of growth is a perpetual flexibility and spontaneity, whereas the condition required for effective mimesis, which is itself a prerequisite of growth, is a considerable degree of machine-like automatism. The second of these requirements was what Walter Bagehot had in mind when, in his whimsical way, he told his English readers that they owed their comparative successfulness as a nation in large part to their stupidity. Good leaders, yes, but the good leaders would not have had good followers if the majority of these followers had determined to think everything out for themselves. And yet, if all are stupid, where will be the leadership? In fact, the creative personalities in the vanguard of a civilization who have recourse to the mechanism of mimesis are exposing themselves to the risk of failure in 2 degrees, one negative and the other positive. The possible negative failure is that the leaders may infect themselves with the hypnotism which they have induced in their followers. In that event, the docility of the rank and file will have been purchased at the disastrous price of a loss of initiative in the officers. This is what happened in the arrested civilizations, and in all periods in the histories of other civilizations which are to be regarded as periods of stagnation. This negative failure, however, is not usually the end of the story. When the leaders cease to lead, their tenure of power becomes an abuse. The rank and file mutiny, the officers seek to restore order by drastic action. Orpheus, who has lost his lyre or forgotten how to play it, now lays about him with Xerxes' whip, and the result is a hideous pandemonium, in which the military formation breaks down into anarchy. This is the positive failure, and we have already, again and again, used another name for it. It is that disintegration of a broken-down civilization which declares itself in the secession of the proletariat from a band of leaders who have degenerated into a dominant minority. This secession of the lead from the leaders may be regarded as a loss of harmony between the parts which make up the whole ensemble of the society. In any whole consisting of parts, a loss of harmony between the parts is paid for by the whole in a corresponding loss of self-determination. This loss of self-determination is the ultimate criterion of breakdown, and it is a conclusion which should not surprise us, seeing that it is the inverse of the conclusion, reached in an earlier part of the study, that progress towards self-determination is the criterion of growth. We have now to examine some of the forms in which this loss of self-determination through loss of harmony is manifested. 2. New wine in old bottles. Adjustments, revolutions, and enormities. One source of disharmony between the institutions of which a society is composed is the introduction of new social forces, aptitudes or emotions or ideas which the existing set of institutions was not originally designed to carry. The destructive effect of this incongruous juxtaposition of things new and old is pointed out in one of the most famous of the sayings attributed to Jesus. No man putteth a piece of new cloth into an old garment, for that which is put in to fill it up taketh from the garment, and the rent is made worse. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break and the wine runneth out and the bottles perish, but they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. 1. In the domestic economy from which the simile is taken, the precept can, of course, be carried out to the letter, but in the economy of social life men's power to order their affairs at will on a rational plan is narrowly restricted, since a society is not, like a wineskin or a garment, the property of a single owner but is the common ground of many men's fields of action, and for that reason the precept, which is common sense in household economy and practical wisdom in the life of the spirit, is a counsel of perfection in social affairs. Ideally, no doubt, the introduction of new dynamic forces ought to be accompanied by a reconstruction of the whole existing set of institutions, and in any actually growing society a constant readjustment of the more flagrant anachronisms is continually going on. But this inertia tends at all times to keep most parts of the social structure as they are, in spite of their increasing incongruity with new social forces constantly coming into action. In this situation the new forces are apt to operate in two diametrically opposite ways simultaneously. On the one hand they perform their creative work either through new institutions that they have established for themselves or through old institutions that they have adapted to their purpose, and in pouring themselves into these harmonious channels they promote the welfare of society. At the same time they also enter, indiscriminately, into any institutions which happen to lie in their path, as some powerful head of steam which had forced its way into an engine house might rush into the works of any old engine that happened to be installed there. In such an event, one or other of two alternative disasters is apt to occur. Either the pressure of the new head of steam blows the old engine to pieces, or else the old engine somehow manages to hold together and proceeds to operate in a new manner that is likely to prove both alarming and destructive. To translate these parables into terms of social life, the explosions of the old engines that cannot stand the new pressures or the bursting of the old bottles which cannot stand the fermentation of the new wine are the revolutions which sometimes overtake anachronistic institutions. On the other hand, the baneful performances of the old engines which have stood the strain of being keyed up to performances for which they were never intended are the social enormities which a die-hard institutional anachronism sometimes engenders. Revolutions may be defined as retarded, and proportionately violent, acts of mimesis. The mimetic element is of their essence, for every revolution has reference to something that has happened already elsewhere, and it is always manifest, when a revolution is studied in its historical setting, that its outbreak would never have occurred of itself if it had not been thus evoked by a previous play of external forces. An obvious example is the French Revolution of AD 1789, which drew its inspiration in part from the events which had recently occurred in British America, events in which the French government of the Ancien regime had most suicidally assisted, and in part from the century-old achievement of England which had been popularized and glorified in France by two generations of philosophes from Montesquieu onwards. The element of retardation is likewise of the essence of revolutions, and accounts for the violence which is their most prominent feature. Revolutions are violent because they are the belated triumphs of powerful new social forces over tenacious old institutions which have been temporarily thwarting and cramping these new expressions of life. The longer the obstruction holds out, the greater becomes the pressure of the force whose outlet is being obstructed, and, the greater the pressure, the more violent the explosion in which the imprisoned force ultimately breaks through. As for the social enormities that are the alternative to revolutions, they may be defined as the penalties which a society has to pay when the act of mimesis, which ought to have brought an old institution into harmony with a new social force, is not simply retarded but is frustrated altogether. It is evident, then, that, whenever the existing institutional structure of a society is challenged by a new social force, three alternative outcomes are possible: either a harmonious adjustment of structure to force, or a revolution, which is a delayed and discordant adjustment, or an enormity. It is also evident that each and all of these three alternatives may be realized in different sections of the same society in different national states, for example, if that is the manner in which the particular society is articulated. If harmonious adjustments predominate, the society will continue to grow; if revolutions, its growth will become increasingly hazardous; if enormities, we may diagnose a breakdown. A series of examples will illustrate the formulae that we have just presented. The impact of industrialism on slavery. Within the last 2 centuries, 2 new dynamic social forces were set in motion: industrialism and democracy, and one of the old institutions on which these forces impinged was slavery. This pernicious institution, which had contributed so largely to the decline and fall of the Hellenic society, never secured a firm foothold in the homelands of our Western society, but, from the 16th century onwards, when Western Christendom expanded overseas, it came to be established in some of its new overseas dominions. However, for a long time the scale of this recrudescence of plantation slavery was not very formidable. At the moment when, at the end of the 18th century, the new forces of democracy and industrialism began to radiate out from Great Britain into the rest of the Western world, slavery was still practically confined to the colonial fringes, and even there its area was contracting. Statesmen who were themselves slave owners, such as Washington and Jefferson, not only deplored the institution but took a fairly optimistic view of the prospects of its peaceful extinction in the coming century. This possibility, however, was ruled out by the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution in Great Britain, which immensely stimulated the demand for raw materials which plantation slave labor produced. The impact of industrialism thus gave the languishing and anachronistic institution of slavery a new lease of life. The Western society was now faced with a choice between taking active steps to put an end to slavery immediately or else seeing this ancient social evil converted, by the new driving force of industrialism, into a mortal danger to the very life of the society. In this situation, an anti-slavery movement came into action in many different national states of the Western world and achieved a number of pacific successes, but there was one important region in which the anti-slavery movement failed to make peaceful headway, and this was the Cotton Belt in the southern states of the North American Union. Here the champions of slavery remained in power for one whole generation longer, and in this short interval of 30 years between 1833 when slavery was abolished in the British Empire and 1863 when it was abolished in the United States, the peculiar institution of the southern states, with the driving force of industrialism behind it, swelled into a monstrous growth. After that the monster was brought to bay and destroyed, but this belated eradication of slavery in the United States had to be paid for at the price of a shattering revolution, the devastating effects of which are still apparent today. Such has been the price of this particular retardation of mimesis. Still, our Western society may congratulate itself that, even at this price, the social evil of slavery has been eradicated from its last Western stronghold, and for this mercy we have to thank the new force of democracy, which came into the Western world a little in advance of industrialism, for it is no accidental coincidence that Lincoln, the principal author of the eradication of slavery from its last Western stronghold, should be very widely and rightly regarded as the greatest of democratic statesmen. Since democracy is the political expression of humanitarianism, and since humanitarianism and slavery are obviously mortal foes, the new democratic spirit put drive into the anti-slavery movement at the very time when the new industrialism was putting drive into slavery. It can safely be said that if, in the struggle over slavery, the drive of industrialism had not been largely neutralized by the drive of democracy, the Western world would not have rid itself of slavery so easily. The impact of democracy and industrialism on war. It is a commonplace to say that the impact of industrialism has increased the horrors of war as markedly as it increased the horrors of slavery. War is another ancient and anachronistic institution which is condemned on moral grounds almost as widely as slavery has been. On strictly intellectual grounds there is also a widespread school of thought which holds that war, again like slavery, does not pay even those who think they profit by it. Just as, on the eve of the American Civil War, a Southerner, H.R. Helper, wrote a book entitled The Impending Crisis of the South to prove that slavery did not pay the slave owners and, by a curious but easily explained confusion of thought, was condemned by the class whom he sought to enlighten as to their real interests. So, on the eve of the General War of 1914-18, Norman Angell wrote a book entitled Europe's Optical Illusion to prove that war brought a dead loss to the victors as well as the vanquished, and was condemned by a large section of a public that was as anxious for the preservation of peace as the heretical author himself. Why then has our society been so much less successful up to the present in getting rid of war than in getting rid of slavery? The answer is manifest. In this case, unlike the other, the two driving forces of democracy and of industrialism have made their simultaneous impacts in the same direction. If we cast our minds back to the state of the Western world on the eve of the emergence of industrialism and democracy, we shall notice that at that time, in the middle of the 18th century, war was in much the same condition as slavery. It was manifestly on the wane, not so much because wars were less frequent, though even that fact could perhaps be statistically proved one, as because they were being conducted with more moderation. Our 18th century rationalists looked back with distaste on a recent past in which war had been keyed up to a horrid intensity by the impact of the drive of religious fanaticism. In the latter part of the 17th century, however, this demon had been cast out, and the immediate effect was to reduce the evil of war to a minimum never approached in any other chapter of our Western history before or since. This age of relatively civilized warfare came to an end at the close of the 18th century, when war began to be keyed up once again by the impact of democracy and industrialism. If we ask ourselves which of these two forces has played the greater part in the intensification of warfare during the last 150 years, our first impulse will probably be to attribute the more important role to industrialism. But we should be wrong. The first of the modern wars in this sense was the cycle of wars inaugurated by the French Revolution, and on these wars the impact of industrialism was inconsiderable and the impact of democracy, French revolutionary democracy, all important. It was not so much the military genius of Napoleon as the revolutionary fury of the new French armies that cut through the old-fashioned 18th-century defense of the unrevolutionized continental powers like a knife through butter and carried French arms all over Europe. If evidence for this assertion is required, it can be found in the fact that the raw French levies had accomplished feats too hard for the professional army of Louis XIV before Napoleon appeared on the scene. And we may remind ourselves also that Romans and Assyrians and other keyed-up militarist powers of bygone ages have destroyed civilizations without the aid of any industrial apparatus, in fact with weapons that would have seemed rudimentary to a 16th-century matchlockman. The fundamental reason why war was less atrocious in the 18th century than either before or since was that it had ceased to be a weapon of religious fanaticism and had not yet become an instrument of nationalist fanaticism. During this interval it was merely a sport of kings. Morally, the use of war for this more frivolous purpose may be all the more shocking, but the effect in mitigating the material horrors of war is undeniable. The royal players knew quite well the degree of license that their subjects would allow them, and they kept their activities well within these bounds. Their armies were not recruited by conscription, they did not live off the country they occupied like the armies of the wars of religion, nor did they wipe the works of peace out of existence like the armies of the 20th century. They observed the rules of their military game, set themselves moderate objectives and did not impose crushing terms on their defeated opponents. On the rare occasions when these conventions were broken, as by Louis XIV in his devastations of the Palatinate in AD 1674 and AD 1689, such atrocities were roundly condemned not only by the victims but by neutral public opinion. The classic description of this state of affairs comes from the pen of Edward Gibbon. In war the European forces are exercised by temperate and undecisive contests. The balance of power will continue to fluctuate, and the prosperity of our own or the neighboring kingdoms may be alternately exalted or depressed, but these partial events cannot essentially injure our general state of happiness, the system of arts and laws and manners which so advantageously distinguish, above the rest of mankind, the Europeans and their colonists. 1. The author of this excruciatingly complacent passage lived just long enough to be shaken to the core by the beginning of a new cycle of wars which was to render his verdict obsolete. Just as the intensification of slavery through the impact of industrialism led to the launching of the anti-slavery movement, so the intensification of war through the impact of democracy, and subsequently of course through the impact of industrialism as well, has led to an anti-war movement. Its first embodiment in the League of Nations after the end of the General War of 1914-18 failed to save the world from having to go through the General War of 1939-45. At the price of this further affliction, we have now bought a fresh opportunity to attempt the difficult enterprise of abolishing war through a cooperative system of world government, instead of letting the cycle of wars run its course until it ends too badly and too late in the forcible establishment of a universal state by some single surviving power. Whether we in our world will succeed in achieving what no other civilization has ever yet achieved is a question that lies on the knees of the gods. The impact of democracy and industrialism on parochial sovereignty. Why is it that democracy, which its admirers have often proclaimed to be a corollary of the Christian religion, and which showed itself not altogether unworthy of this high claim in its attitude towards slavery, has had an aggravating influence on the equally manifest evil of war? The answer is to be found in the fact that, before colliding with the institution of war, democracy collided with the institution of parochial, or local, sovereignty, and the importation of the new driving forces of democracy and industrialism into the old machine of the parochial state has generated the twin enormities of political and economic nationalism. It is in this gross derivative form, in which the ethereal spirit of democracy has emerged from its passage through an alien medium, that democracy has put its drive into war instead of working against it. Here again, our Western society was in a happier posture in the pre-nationalistic age of the 18th century. With one or two notable exceptions, the parochial sovereign states of the Western world were not then the instruments of the general wills of their citizens but were virtually the private estates of dynasties. Royal wars and royal marriages were the two procedures through which conveyances of such estates, or of parts of them, from one dynasty to another were brought about, and, of the two methods, the latter was obviously to be preferred. Hence the familiar line in praise of the foreign policy of the House of Habsburg, Belligerant alii, to, Felix Austria, nub. Let others wage wars, you, happy Austria, go marry. The very names of the three chief wars of the first half of the 18th century, the wars of the Spanish, Polish, and Austrian successions, suggest that wars only occurred when matrimonial arrangements had got into an inextricable tangle. There was no doubt something rather petty and sordid about this matrimonial diplomacy. A dynastic compact by which provinces and their inhabitants are transferred from one owner to another like estates with their livestock is revolting to the susceptibilities of our democratic age. But the 18th century system had its compensations. It took the shine out of patriotism, but, with the shine, it took the sting. A well-known passage in Sterne's Sentimental Journey relates how the author went to France quite forgetting that Great Britain and France were engaged in the 7 Years' War. After a little trouble with the French police, the services of a French nobleman, whom he had never met before, enabled him to resume his journey without any further unpleasantness. When, 40 years later, on the rupture of the Treaty of Amiens, Napoleon gave orders that all British civilians between the ages of 18 and 60 who happened to be in France at the moment should be interned, his action was regarded as an example of Corsican savagery and as an illustration of Wellington's subsequent dictum that he was not a gentleman, and indeed Napoleon offered excuses for his procedure, yet it was only what even the most humane and liberal government today would do. As a matter of course and of common sense. War has now become total war, and it has become so because parochial states have become nationalist democracies. By total war we mean a war in which it is recognized that the combatants are not only the selected chessmen called soldiers and sailors but the whole populations of the countries concerned. Where shall we find the beginnings of this new outlook? Perhaps in the treatment meted out at the end of the Revolutionary War by the victorious British-American colonists to those among themselves who had sided with the mother country. These United Empire loyalists were expelled bag and baggage men, women, and children from their homes after the war was over. The treatment they received is in marked contrast with that meted out, 20 years before, by Great Britain, to the conquered French Canadians, who not only retained their homes but were allowed to preserve their legal system and their religious institutions. This first example of totalitarianism is significant, for the victorious American colonists were the first democratized nation of our Western society. 1. The economic nationalism which has grown into as great an evil as our political nationalism has been engendered by a corresponding perversion of industrialism working within the same constricting bonds of the parochial state. Economic ambitions and rivalries were, of course, not unknown in the international politics of the pre-industrial age. Indeed, economic nationalism received its classic expression in the mercantilism of the 18th century, and the prizes of 18th century warfare included markets and monopolies, as is illustrated by the famous section of the Treaty of Utrecht allotting to Great Britain a monopoly of the slave trade of the Spanish-American colonies. But 18th century economic conflicts affected only small classes and restricted interests. In a predominantly agricultural age, when not only each country but each village community produced nearly all the necessities of life, English wars for markets might be called the sport of merchants as reasonably as continental wars for provinces have been called the sport of kings. This general state of economic equilibrium at low tension on a minute scale was violently disturbed by the advent of industrialism, for industrialism, like democracy, is intrinsically cosmopolitan in its operation. If the real essence of democracy is, as the French Revolution delusively proclaimed, a spirit of fraternity, the essential requirement of industrialism, if it is to achieve its full potentiality, is worldwide cooperation. The social dispensation which industrialism demands was truly proclaimed by the 18th century pioneers of the new technique in their famous watchword laissez-faire. Laissez-passer. Freedom to manufacture, freedom to exchange. Finding the world divided into small economic units, industrialism set to work, 150 years ago, to reshape the economic structure of the world in two ways, both leading in the direction of world unity. It sought to make the economic units fewer and bigger, and also to lower the barriers between them. If we glance at the history of these efforts, we shall find that there was a turning point in it round about the 60s and 70s of the last century. Down to that date, industrialism was assisted by democracy in its efforts to diminish the number of economic units and to lower the barriers between them. After that date, both industrialism and democracy reversed their policies and worked in the opposite direction. If we consider first the size of the economic units, we find that, at the end of the 18th century, Great Britain was the largest free trade area in the Western world, a fact which goes far to explain why it was in Great Britain and not elsewhere that the Industrial Revolution began. But in AD 1788, the ex-British colonies in North America, by adopting the Philadelphian Constitution, irrevocably abolished all commercial barriers between the states and created what was to become, by natural expansion, the largest free trade area, and by direct consequence the mightiest industrialized community, in the world today. A few years later, the French Revolution abolished all the provincial tariff frontiers which had hitherto broken up the economic unity of France. In the second quarter of the 19th century, the Germans achieved an economic Zollverein which proved the precursor of political union. In the third quarter, the Italians, by achieving political unity, secured economic unity at the same time. If we take the other half of the program, the lowering of tariffs and other parochial barriers in the way of international trade, we find that Pitt, who proclaimed himself a disciple of Adam Smith, set going a movement in favor of free imports which was carried to completion by Peel, Cobden, and Gladstone in the middle years of the 19th century, that the United States, after experimenting with high tariffs, moved steadily in the free trade direction from 1832 to 1860, and that both the France of Louis Philippe and Napoleon III and pre-Bismarckian Germany steered the same course. Then the tide turned. Democratic nationalism, which in Germany and in Italy had united many states into one, henceforth set itself to disintegrate the multinational Habsburg, Ottoman and Russian empires. After the end of the General War of 1914-18, the old free trade unit of the Danubian monarchy was split up into a number of successor states, each striving desperately for economic autarky, self-sufficiency, while another constellation of new states, and by consequence new economic compartments, inserted itself between a close-shorn Germany and a close-shorn Russia. Meanwhile, about a generation earlier, the movement towards free trade had begun to be reversed, first in one country and then in another, until, at long last, in 1931, the returning tide of mercantilism * reached Great Britain herself. The causes of this abandonment of free trade are easily discerned. Free trade had suited Great Britain when she was the workshop of the world. It had suited the cotton-exporting states which largely controlled the government of the United States between 1832 and 1860. It had seemed for various reasons to suit France and Germany during the same period. But, as the nations one by one became industrialized, it suited their parochial interests on a short view to pursue a cutthroat industrial competition with all their neighbors, and, under the prevailing system of parochial state sovereignty, who was to say them nay? Cobden and his followers had made an immense miscalculation. They had looked forward to seeing the peoples and the states of the world drawn into a social unity by the new and unprecedentedly close-knit web of worldwide economic relations which was being woven blindly, from a British node, by the youthful energies of industrialism. It would be an injustice to the Cobdenites to dismiss the Victorian British free trade movement as simply a masterpiece of enlightened self-interest. The movement was also the expression of a moral idea and of a constructive international policy, its worthiest exponents aimed at something more than making Great Britain the mistress of the world market. They also hoped to promote the gradual evolution of a political world order in which the new economic world order could thrive, To create a political atmosphere in which a worldwide exchange of goods and services could be carried on in peace and security, ever increasing insecurity and bringing with it at each stage a rise in the standard of living for the whole of mankind. Cobden's miscalculation lay in the fact that he failed to forecast the effect of the impact of democracy and industrialism on the rivalries of parochial states. He assumed that these giants would lie quiet in the 19th century as they had done in the 18th, until the human spiders who were now spinning a worldwide industrial web had had time to enmesh them all in their gossamer bonds. He relied upon the unifying and pacifying effects which it was in the nature of democracy and industrialism to produce in their native and untrammeled manifestations, in which democracy would stand for fraternity and industrialism for cooperation. He did not reckon with the possibility that these same forces, by forcing their new heads of steam into the old engines of the parochial states, would make for disruption and world anarchy. He did not recall that the gospel of fraternity preached by the spokesman of the French Revolution had led to the first of the great modern wars of nationalism, or rather he assumed that this would prove to have been not only the first but also the last war of its kind. He did not realize that, if the narrow mercantile oligarchies of the 18th century had been able to set in motion wars for the furtherance of the comparatively unimportant luxury trades which constituted the international commerce of their day, then, a fortiori, the democratized nations would fight one another à outrance for economic objects in an age when the Industrial Revolution had transformed international commerce from an exchange of luxuries into an exchange of the necessities of life. In fine, the Manchester School misunderstood human nature. They did not understand that even an economy, world order cannot be built on merely economic foundations. In spite of their genuine idealism, they did not realize that man shall not live by bread alone. This fatal mistake was not made by Gregory the Great and the other founders of Western Christendom, from whom the idealism of Victorian England was ultimately derived. These men, wholeheartedly dedicated to a supramundane cause, had not consciously attempted to found a world order. Their worldly aim had been limited to the more modest material ambition of keeping the survivors of a shipwrecked society alive. The economic edifice raised, as a burdensome and thankless necessity, by Gregory and his peers was avowedly a makeshift, yet, in raising it, they took care to build on a religious rock and not on economic sands, and, thanks to their labors, the structure of the Western society rested on a solid religious foundation and grew, in less than 14 centuries, from its modest beginnings in one out-of-the-way corner, into the ubiquitous great society of our own day. If a solid religious basis was required for Gregory's unpretentious economic building, it seems unlikely, on this showing, that the vaster structure of a world order, which it is our task to build today, can ever be securely based upon the rubble foundations of mere economic interests. The impact of industrialism on private property. Private property is an institution which is apt to establish itself in societies in which the single family or household is the normal unit of economic activity, and in such a society it is probably the most satisfactory system for governing the distribution of material wealth. But the natural unit of economic activity is now no longer the single family, the single village or the single national state, but the entire living generation of mankind. Since the advent of industrialism, our modern Western economy has transcended the family unit de facto and has therefore logically transcended the family institution of private property. Yet in practice the old institution has remained in force, and in these circumstances industrialism has put its formidable drive into private property, enhancing the man of property's social power while diminishing his social responsibility, until an institution which may have been beneficent in the pre-industrial age has assumed many of the features of a social evil. In these circumstances our society today is confronted with the task of adjusting the old institution of private property to a harmonious relationship with the new force of industrialism. The method of pacific adjustment is to counteract the maldistribution of private property which industrialism inevitably entails by arranging for a deliberate, rational, and equitable control and redistribution of private property through the agency of the state. By controlling key industries the state can curb the excessive power over other people's lives which is conferred by the private ownership of such industries, and it can mitigate the ill effects of poverty by providing social services financed by high taxation of wealth. This method has the incidental social advantage that it tends to transform the state from a war-making machine, which has been its most conspicuous function in the past, into an agency for social welfare. If this specific policy should prove inadequate, we may be fairly sure that the revolutionary alternative will overtake us in the shape of some form of communism which will reduce private property to vanishing point. This seems to be the only practical alternative to an adjustment, because the maldistribution of private property through the impact of industrialism would be an intolerable enormity if not effectively mitigated by social services and high taxation. Yet, as the Russian experiment indicates, the revolutionary remedy of communism might prove little less deadly than the disease itself, for the institution of private property is so intimately bound up with all that is best in the pre-industrial social heritage that its sheer abolition could hardly fail to produce a disastrous break in the social tradition of our Western society. The impact of democracy on education. One of the greatest social changes that has been brought about by the advent of democracy has been the spread of education. In the progressive countries, a system of universal compulsory gratuitous instruction has made education the birthright of every child, in contrast to the role of education in the pre-democratic age, when it was the monopoly of a privileged minority. This new educational system has been one of the principal social ideals of every state that aspires to an honorable position in the modern world comedy of nations. When universal education was first inaugurated, it was greeted by the liberal opinion of the day as a triumph of justice and enlightenment which might be expected to usher in a new era of happiness and well-being for mankind. But these expectations can now be seen to have left out of account the presence of several stumbling blocks on this broad road to the millennium, and in this matter, as so often happens, it has been the unforeseen factors that have proved the most important. One stumbling block has been the inevitable impoverishment in the results of education when the process is made available for the masses at the cost of being divorced from its traditional cultural background. The good intentions of democracy have no magic power to perform the miracle of the loaves and fishes. Our mass-produced intellectual pabulum lacks savor and vitamins. A second stumbling block has been the utilitarian spirit in which the fruits of education are apt to be turned to account when they are brought within everybody's reach. Under a social regime in which education is confined to those who have either inherited a right to it as a social privilege or have proved a right to it by their exceptional gifts of industry and intelligence, education is either a pearl cast before swine or else a pearl of great price which the finder buys at the cost of all that he has. In neither case is it a means to an end, an instrument of worldly ambition or of frivolous amusement. The possibility of turning education to account as a means of amusement for the masses and of profit for the enterprising persons by whom the amusement is purveyed has only arisen since the introduction of universal elementary education, and this new possibility has conjured up a third stumbling block which is the greatest of all. The bread of universal education is no sooner cast upon the waters than a shoal of sharks arises from the depths and devours the children's bread under the educator's very eyes. In the educational history of England the dates speak for themselves. The edifice of universal elementary education was, roughly speaking, completed by Forster's Act in 1870, and the yellow press was invented some 20 years later, as soon, that is, as the first generation of children from the national schools had acquired sufficient purchasing power by a stroke of irresponsible genius which had divined that the educational philanthropist's labor of love could be made to yield a royal profit to a press lord. These disconcerting reactions to the impact of democracy upon education have attracted the attention of the rulers of modern would-be totalitarian national states. If press lords could make millions by providing idle amusement for the half-educated, serious statesmen could draw, not money perhaps, but power from the same source. The modern dictators have deposed the press lords and substituted for crude and debased private entertainment an equally crude and debased system of state propaganda. The elaborate and ingenious machinery for the mass enslavement of semi-educated minds, invented for private profit under British and American regimes of laissez-faire, has been simply taken over by the rulers of states who have employed these mental appliances, reinforced by the cinema and the radio, for their own sinister purposes. After Northcliffe, Hitler, though Hitler was not the first in his line. Thus, in countries where democratic education has been introduced, the people are in danger of falling under an intellectual tyranny engineered either by private exploitation or by public authority. If the people's souls are to be saved, the only way is to raise the standard of mass education to a degree at which its recipients will be rendered immune against at any rate the grosser forms of exploitation and propaganda, and it need hardly be said that this is no easy task. Happily, there are certain disinterested and effective educational agencies grappling with it in our Western world today, such agencies as the Workers' Educational Association and the British Broadcasting Corporation in Great Britain and the extramural activities of universities in many countries. The impact of Italian efficiency on Transalpine governments. All our examples hitherto have been drawn from the latest phase of our Western history. We need do no more than remind the reader of the problem set by the impact of a new force on an old institution in an earlier chapter of that same history, for we have already examined this example in another connection. The problem here set was how to secure a harmonious adjustment of the Transalpine feudal monarchies to the impact of the political efficiency generated in the city-states of Renaissance Italy. The easier and inferior way of adjustment was through keying up the monarchies themselves into tyrannies or despotisms on the pattern of those despotisms to which so many of the Italian states had already succumbed. The harder but better method was the keying up of the medieval assemblies of estates in the Transalpine kingdoms into organs of representative government which would be as efficient as the latter-day Italian despotisms and would at the same time provide, on the national scale, for as liberal a measure of self-government as the self-governing institutions of the Italian city-states in what had been, politically at any rate, their best days. It was in England, for reasons which we have recalled elsewhere, that these adjustments were most harmoniously achieved, and England accordingly became the pioneer, or creative minority, in the next chapter of Western history, as Italy had been in the preceding one. Under the adroit and nationally minded Tudors the monarchy began to develop into a despotism, but under the ill-fated Stuarts Parliament drew level with the crown and finally drew ahead. Even so, the adjustment was not made without two revolutions, which were, however, in comparison with most revolutions, conducted with sobriety and restraint. In France the despotic tendency lasted much longer and went much farther, and the result was a far more violent revolution which ushered in a period of political instability the end of which is not yet in sight. In Spain and Germany the drift towards despotism continued down to our own day, and the democratic counter-movements, thus inordinately long delayed, have found themselves involved in all the complications which have been outlined in the previous sections of this chapter. The impact of the Solonian Revolution on the Hellenic city-states. The Italian political efficiency which made its impact upon the Transalpine countries of the Western world at the transition from the second to the third chapter of Western history had a counterpart in Hellenic history in the economic efficiency which was achieved in certain states of the Hellenic world in the 7th and 6th centuries BC, under the pressure of the Malthusian problem. For this new economic efficiency did not confine itself to Athens and the other states that originated it, but, radiating outwards, made impacts on both the domestic and the international politics of the whole Hellenic city-state cosmos. We have already described this economic new departure, which may be called the Solonian Revolution. Essentially it was a changeover from subsistence farming to cash crop farming accompanied by a development of commerce and industry. This solution of an economic problem, the pressure of population on land space, called two new political problems into existence. On the one hand, the economic revolution brought into existence new social classes, urban commercial and industrial workers, artisans, and sailors, for whom a place had to be found in the political scheme. On the other hand, the old isolation of one city-state from another gave place to an interdependence on the economic plane, and, when once a number of city-states had become interdependent economically, it was thenceforth impossible that they should remain, without disaster, in their pristine state of isolation on the plane of politics. The former of these problems resembles that which Victorian England solved by a series of parliamentary reform bills, the latter that which she hoped to solve through the free trade movement. We will take these problems separately and in the order previously observed. In the domestic political life of the Hellenic city-states, the enfranchisement of the new classes involved a radical change in the basis of political association. The traditional kinship basis had to be replaced by a new franchise based on property. In Athens, this changeover was carried through effectively, and for the most part smoothly, in a series of constitutional developments between the age of Solon and the age of Pericles. The comparative smoothness and effectiveness of the transition is proved by the smallness of the part that the tyrannies played in Athenian history, for it was a general rule in the constitutional history of these city-states that, when the process of following in the footsteps of the pioneer communities was unduly retarded, a condition of stasis, revolutionary class war, supervenade, which could only be resolved by the emergence of a tyrant or, in our modern jargon borrowed from Rome, a dictator. At Athens, as elsewhere, a dictatorship proved an indispensable stage in the process of adjustment, but here the tyranny of Pisistratus and his sons was no more than a brief interlude between the Solonian and the Cleisthenean reform. Other Greek city-states managed their adjustments much less harmoniously. Corinth underwent a prolonged, and Syracuse a repeated, dictatorship. At Corcyra the atrocity of the stasis has been immortalized in the pages of Thucydides. Finally, we may take the case of Rome, a non-Greek community which was drawn into the Hellenic world as a result of the geographical expansion of the Hellenic civilization during the period 725 to 525 BC. It was not till after this cultural conversion that Rome entered on the course of economic and political development which was the normal career of a Hellenic or Hellenized city-state, and consequently in this chapter Rome passed through every stage with a time lag of some 150 years behind the corresponding date in the history of Athens. For this time lag Rome paid the penalty in an extreme and bitter stasis between the patrician monopolists of power by right of birth and the plebeian claimants to power by right of wealth and numbers. This Roman stasis, which lasted from the 5th century BC to the 3rd, went to such lengths that the plebs, on several occasions, seceded from the populace by an actual geographical withdrawal, while it permanently established a plebeian anti-state complete with its own institutions, assemblies, and officers within the bosom of the legitimate commonwealth. It was only thanks to external pressure that Roman statesmanship succeeded, in 287 BC, in coping with this constitutional enormity by bringing state and anti-state into a working political unity, and, after the century and a half of victorious imperialism which followed, the makeshift character of the settlement of 287 BC was rapidly revealed. The unannealed amalgam of patrician and plebeian institutions which the Romans had accepted as their ramshackle constitution proved so inept a political instrument for achieving new social adjustments that the violent and abortive careers of the Gracchi opened a second bout of stasis, 130–131 BC, worse than the first. This time, after a century of self-laceration, the Roman body politic submitted itself to a permanent dictatorship, and since, by this time, Roman arms had completed their conquest of the Hellenic world, the Roman tyrannies of Augustus and his successors incidentally provided the Hellenic society with its universal state. The persistent ineptitude of the Romans in fumbling with their domestic problems presents an extreme contrast to their unrivaled ability in making, retaining and organizing their foreign conquests, and it is to be noticed that the Athenians, who were unrivaled in the success with which they exorcised stasis from their domestic politics, signally failed in the 5th century BC to create the then already urgently needed international order which the Romans succeeded in establishing after a fashion 400 years later. This international task, in which Athens failed, was the second of the two problems of adjustment set by the Solonian Revolution. The obstacle in the way of creating the international political security which Hellenic international trade required was the inherited political institution of city-state sovereignty. From the opening of the 5th century BC onwards, the whole of the rest of Hellenic political history can be formulated in terms of an endeavor to transcend city-state sovereignty and of the resistance which this endeavor evoked. Before the 5th century closed, the obstinacy of the resistance to this endeavor had brought the Hellenic civilization to its breakdown, and, though the problem was solved after a fashion by Rome, it was not solved in time to prevent the disintegration of the Hellenic society from running its course to a final breakdown. The ideal solution of the problem was to be found in a permanent limitation of city-state sovereignty by voluntary agreement between the city-states themselves. Unfortunately, the most conspicuous of such attempts, the Delian League, achieved by Athens and her Aegean allies in the course of their victorious counter-offensive against Persia, was vitiated by the intrusion of the older Hellenic tradition of hegemony, the exploitation of an enforced alliance by its leading member. The Delian League became an Athenian empire, and the Athenian empire provoked the Peloponnesian War. 4 centuries later Rome succeeded where Athens had failed, but the chastisement with whips which Athenian imperialism inflicted on its small world was as nothing to the chastisement with scorpions which Roman imperialism inflicted on a much enlarged Hellenic and Hellenized society during the 2 centuries which followed the Hannibalic War and preceded the establishment of the Augustan peace. The impact of parochialism on the Western Christian Church. While the Hellenic society broke down through failure to transcend in time its traditional parochialism, our Western society failed with consequences still hidden in the future to maintain a social solidarity which was perhaps the most precious part of its original endowment. In the time of transition from the medieval to the modern chapter of our Western history, one of the most significant expressions of the current social change was the rise of parochialism. In our generation it is not altogether easy for us to regard this change dispassionately on account of the vast evils which it has brought upon us in our own day, when it has become an anachronistic survival. Yet we can see that there was much to be said in favor of the abandonment of our medieval ecumenicalism 5 centuries ago. For all its moral grandeur, it was a ghost from the past, a legacy from the universal state of the Hellenic society, and there was always an unseemly discrepancy between the theoretical supremacy of the ecumenical idea and the actual anarchy of medieval practice. The new parochialism at any rate succeeded in living up to its less ambitious claims. However that may be, the new force won the day. In politics it displayed itself in a plurality of sovereign states, in letters in the form of new vernacular literatures, and in the field of religion it collided with the medieval Western Church. The violence of this last collision was due to the fact that the Church, elaborately organized under the papal hierarchy, was the master institution of the medieval dispensation. The problem was probably open to adjustment along lines which the papacy had already reconnoitred when it was at the height of its power. For instance, in encountering the local impulse to make use of vernacular languages for liturgical purposes instead of Latin, the Roman Church had conceded to the Croats permission to translate the liturgy into their own language, probably because in this frontier district Rome found herself faced with the competition of her Eastern Orthodox rival, who, so far from insisting on her non-Greek converts accepting Greek as their liturgical language, showed a politic generosity in translating her liturgy into many tongues. Again, in dealing with the medieval predecessors of modern sovereign governments, the popes, engaged, as they were, in a life and death struggle against the ecumenical claims of the Holy Roman Emperors, had shown themselves much more accommodating to the parochial claims of the kings of England, France, Castile, and other local states to exercise control over the ecclesiastical organization within their own respective frontiers. Thus the Holy See was not altogether unschooled in rendering unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's by the time when the full-fledged parochial Neo-Caesarism asserted itself, and in the century before the so-called Reformation the papacy went to considerable lengths in negotiating with secular sovereigns concordats which divided between Rome and the parochial rulers the control over the ecclesiastical hierarchy. This system of concordats was the unintended outcome of the abortive ecumenical councils held in the first half of the 15th century at Constance, AD 1414-18, and at Basel, AD 1431-49. The conciliar movement was a constructive effort to neutralize the irresponsible, and often notoriously misused, authority of the self-styled Vicar of Christ by the introduction on an ecumenical scale of a system of ecclesiastical parliamentarism such as on the parochial scale had already proved its usefulness in the feudal age as a means of controlling the activities of medieval kings. But the popes who encountered the conciliar movement hardened their hearts, and papal intransigence proved disastrously successful. it succeeded in bringing the conciliar movement to naught, and, by thus rejecting a last opportunity for adjustment, it condemned Western Christendom to be rent by a violent internal discord between its ancient ecumenical heritage and its new parochial proclivities. The result was a melancholy crop of revolutions and enormities. Among the former we need only mention the violent break-up of the Church into a number of rival churches, each denouncing the other as the gang of Antichrist and setting in motion a whole cycle of wars and persecutions. Among the latter may be placed the usurpation by secular sovereigns of the divine right supposedly inherent in the papacy, a divine right which is still working havoc in the Western world in the grim shape of a pagan worship of sovereign national states. Patriotism, which Dr. Johnson rather oddly described as the last refuge of a scoundrel and which Nurse Cavell more discerningly declared to be not enough, has very largely superseded Christianity as the religion of the Western world. In any case, it is difficult to conceive of a sharper contradiction of the essential teaching of Christianity and of all the other historic higher religions as well than is embodied in this monstrous product of the impact of parochialism on the Western Christian Church. The impact of the sense of unity on religion. The higher religions with a mission to all mankind are relatively recent arrivals on the scene of human history. Not only are they unknown in primitive societies, they have not arisen even among societies in process of civilization until after a certain number of civilizations have broken down and traveled far on the way to disintegration. It is in response to the challenge presented by the disintegrations of civilizations that these higher religions have made their appearance. The religious institutions of civilizations of the unaffiliated class, like those of primitive societies, are bound up with the secular institutions of those societies and do not look beyond them. From a higher spiritual standpoint, such religions are clearly inadequate, but they have one important negative merit: they foster a spirit of live and let live between one religion and another. Under such conditions a plurality of gods and of religions in the world is taken for granted as a natural concomitant of a plurality of states and of civilizations. In this social condition human souls are blind to the ubiquity and omnipotence of God, but they are immune from the temptation of succumbing to the sin of intolerance in their relations with other human beings who worship God under different forms and titles. It is one of the ironies of human history that the illumination which has brought into religion a perception of the unity of God and the brotherhood of mankind should at the same time have promoted intolerance and persecution. The explanation is, of course, that the idea of unity in its application to religion impresses the spiritual pioneers who embrace it as being so transcendently important that they are apt to plunge into any shortcut which promises to hasten the translation of their idea into reality. This enormity of intolerance and persecution has shown its hideous countenance, almost without fail, whenever and wherever a higher religion has been preached. This fanatical temper flared up in the abortive attempt of the Emperor Akhenaten to impose his vision of monotheism on the Egyptian world in the 14th century BC. An equally ardent fanaticism casts its lurid light over the rise and development of Judaism. A savage denunciation of any participation in the worships of kindred Syriac communities is the reverse side of that etherealization of the local worship of Yahweh into a monotheistic religion which was the positive and sublime spiritual achievement of the Hebrew prophets. In the history of Christianity, both in its internal schisms and in its encounters with alien faiths, we see the same spirit breaking out again and again. On this showing the impact of a sense of unity on religion is apt to beget a spiritual enormity, and the moral adjustment which meets the case is the practice of the virtue of toleration. The right motive for toleration is the recognition that all religions are quests in search of a common spiritual goal, and that, even though some of these quests may be more advanced and more on the right lines than others, the persecution of a wrong religion by a soi-disant right religion is of its very nature a contradiction in terms, since, by indulging in persecution, the right religion puts itself in the wrong and denies its own credentials. In at least one noteworthy case such tolerance was enjoined by a prophet upon his followers on this high ground. Muhammad prescribed the religious toleration of Jews and Christians who had made political submission to the secular arm of Islam, and he gave this ruling expressly on the ground that these two non-Muslim religious communities, like the Muslims themselves, were people of the book. It is significant of the tolerant spirit which animated primitive Islam that, Without express sanction from the Prophet himself, a similar toleration was afterwards extended in practice to the Zoroastrians who came under Muslim rule. The period of religious toleration upon which Western Christendom entered in the second half of the 17th century had its origins in a much more cynical mood. It can be called religious toleration only in the sense that it was a toleration of religions. If we look to its motives, it should rather be styled irreligious toleration. In this half-century the Catholic and Protestant factions rather suddenly abandoned their struggles, not because they had become convinced of the sin of intolerance but because they had come to realize that neither party could any longer make much headway against the other. At the same time they seemed to have become aware that they no longer cared sufficiently for the theological issues at stake to relish making any further sacrifices for their sake. They repudiated the traditional virtue of enthusiasm, which by derivation means being filled with the Spirit of God, and henceforth regarded it as a vice. It was in this spirit that an 18th-century English bishop described an 18th-century English missionary as a miserable enthusiast. Nevertheless, toleration, from whatever motive it may derive, is a sovereign antidote to the fanaticism which the impact of a sense of unity on religion is apt to breed. The nemesis of its absence is a choice between the enormity of persecution or a revolutionary revulsion against religion itself. Such a revulsion is expressed in the most famous line of Lucretius, tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. Such an enormity of evil has religion been able to instigate, in Voltaire's Ficrece l'infâme, and in Gambetta's Le clericalisme, voilà penime. The impact of religion on caste. The Lucretian and Voltairian view that religion is itself an evil and perhaps the fundamental evil in human life might be supported by citing, from the annals of Indian and Hindu history, the sinister influence which religion has incontestably exercised, in the lives of these civilizations, upon the institution of caste. This institution, which consists in the social segregation of two or more geographically intermingled groups of human beings, is apt to establish itself wherever and whenever one community makes itself master of another community without being able or willing either to exterminate the subject community or to assimilate it into its own body social. For example, a caste division has arisen in the United States between the dominant white majority and the Negro minority, and in South Africa between the dominant white minority and the Negro majority. In the subcontinent of India the institution of caste seems to have arisen out of the eruption of the Eurasian nomad Aryas into the former domain of the so-called Indus culture in the course of the first half of the second millennium BC. It will be seen that this institution of caste has no essential connection with religion. In the United States and in South Africa, where the Negroes have abandoned their ancestral religions and adopted the Christianity of the dominant Europeans, the divisions between churches cut right across the divisions between races, though the black and white members of each church are segregated from one another in their religious worship as in other social activities. In the Indian case, on the other hand, we may conjecture that from the first the castes were distinguished from one another by differences of religious practice. It is evident, however, that this religious differentiation must have been accentuated when the Indie civilization developed the strongly religious bent which it has bequeathed to its successor. It is further evident that this impact of religiosity on the institution of caste must have seriously aggravated the banefulness of the institution. Caste is always on the verge of being a social enormity, but, when it is keyed up by receiving a religious interpretation and a religious sanction, its enormity is bound to grow to monstrous proportions. In the actual event, the impact of religion on caste in India has begotten the unparalleled social abuse of untouchability, and there has never been any effective move to abolish or even to mitigate untouchability on the part of the Brahmans, the hieratic caste which has become master of the ceremonies of the whole system. The enormity survives, except in so far as it has been assailed by revolution. The earliest known revolts against caste are those of Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, and of the Buddha, both about 500 BC. If either Buddhism or Jainism had succeeded in captivating the Indie world, caste might have been got rid of. As it turned out, however, the role of universal church in the last chapter of the Indie decline and fall was played by Hinduism, a parvenu archaistic syncretism of things new and old, and one of the old things to which Hinduism gave a new lease of life was caste. Not content with preserving this old abuse, it elaborated it, and the Hindu civilization has been handicapped from its outset by a far heavier burden of caste than ever weighed upon its predecessor. In the history of the Hindu civilization, revolts against caste have expressed themselves in secessions from Hinduism under the attraction of some alien religious system. Some of these secessions have been led by Hindu reformers who have founded new churches combining expurgated versions of Hinduism with alien elements. For example, Nanak, AD 1469 to 1538, the founder of Sikhism, borrowed elements from Islam, and Ram Mohan Roy, AD 1772 to 1833, created the Brahmo Samaj out of a combination between Hinduism and Christianity. In both these systems, caste is rejected. In other cases, secessionists have shaken the dust of Hinduism off their feet altogether and have entered the Islamic or the Christian fold, and such conversions have taken place on the largest scale in districts containing a high proportion of members of low castes and depressed classes. This is the revolutionary retort to the enormity of untouchability, which has been evoked by the impact of religion on caste, and, as the masses of India are progressively stirred by the economic and intellectual and moral ferment of westernization, the trickle of conversions among outcasts seems likely to swell to a flood, unless a harmonious adjustment of their religious social system is achieved, in the teeth of Brahmin opposition, by those members of the Hindu society who honor the religious as well as the political ideals of the Banya Mahatma Gandhi. The impact of civilization on the division of labor. We have already observed that the division of labor is not entirely unknown in primitive societies, and it is illustrated by the specialization of smiths, bards, priests, medicine men and the like. But the impact of civilization on the division of labor tends in a general way to accentuate the division to a degree at which it threatens not merely to bring in diminishing social returns but to become actually antisocial in its working, and this effect is produced in the lives of the creative minority and the uncreative majority alike. The creators are pushed into esotericism and the rank and file into lopsidedness. Esotericism is a symptom of failure in the careers of creative individuals, and it may be described as an accentuation of the preliminary movement in the rhythm of withdrawal and return, resulting in a failure to complete the process. The Greeks censured those who failed in this way by applying to them the word. The, in 5th century Greek usage, was a superior personality who committed the social offense of living by and for himself instead of putting his gifts at the service of the common weal, and the light in which such behavior was regarded in Periclean Athens is illustrated by the fact that, in our modern vernaculars, the derivative of this Greek word, idiot, has come to mean an imbecile. But the real of our modern Western society are not to be found in asylums. One group of them, Homo sapiens specialized and degraded into Homo economicus, supplies the Gradgrinds and Bounderbies of Dickensian satire. Another group believes itself to be at the opposite pole and to be numbered among the children of light, but in fact it falls under the same condemnation. These are the intellectual and aesthetic snobs and highbrows who believe that their art is for art's sake, the bunt horns of Gilbertian satire. Perhaps the difference of date between Dickens and Gilbert exemplifies the fact that the former group were the more conspicuous in early Victorian England and the latter group in the late Victorian age. They are at opposite poles, but it has been remarked of the north and south poles of our planet that, though they are far apart, they suffer from the same climatic defects. It remains to consider what we have called lopsidedness, the effect of the impact of civilization on the division of labor in the life of the uncreative majority. The social problem that awaits the Creator when he returns from his withdrawal into a renewed communion with the mass of his fellows is the problem of raising the average level of a number of ordinary human souls to the higher level that has been attained by the Creator himself, and as soon as he grapples with this task he is confronted with the fact that most of the rank and file are unable to live on this higher level with all their hearts and wills and souls and strength. In this situation he may be tempted to try a shortcut and resort to the device of raising some single faculty to the higher level without bothering about the whole personality. This means, ex hypothesi, the forcing of a human being into a lopsided development. Such results are most easily obtainable on the plane of a mechanical technique, since, Of all the elements in a culture, its mechanical aptitudes are easiest to isolate and to communicate. It is not difficult to make an efficient mechanic out of a person whose soul remains in all other departments primitive and barbarous. But other faculties can be specialized and hypertrophied in the same way. Matthew Arnold's criticism, In Culture and Anarchy, 1869, of the devout middle-class nonconformist English Philistine in his Hebraizing backwater was that he had specialized in what he wrongly believed to be the Christian religion while neglecting the Hellenic virtues which go to the making of a well-balanced personality. We have come across this lopsidedness already in our examination of the response to the challenge of penalization made by penalized minorities. We have observed that the tyrannical exclusion of these minorities from full citizenship has stimulated them to prosper and excel in the activities left open to them, and we have marveled at and admired a whole gallery of tours de force in which these minorities stand out as the very incarnation of the invincibility of human nature. At the same time we cannot ignore the fact that some of these minorities, Levantines and Phanariots and Armenians and Jews, have the reputation of being not as other men are, for worse as well as for better. In the unhappy relations between Jews and Gentiles, which is the classic case, the Gentile who is disgusted and ashamed at the behavior of his anti-Semitic fellow Goyim is also embarrassed at finding himself constrained to admit that there is some element of truth in the caricature which the Jew baiter draws as a justification for his own bestiality. The heart of the tragedy lies in the fact that a penalization which stimulates a penalized minority to a heroic response is apt to warp its human nature as well. And what is true of these socially penalized minorities is evidently likewise true of those technologically specialized majorities with which we are now concerned. This is a point to be borne in mind when we observe the ever-increasing intrusion of technological studies upon what used to be a liberal, if too unpractical, curriculum of education. The 5th century Greeks had a word for this lopsidedness, phiavavoia. The phidvavos was a person whose activity was specialized, through a concentration on some particular technique, at the expense of his all-round development as a social animal. The kind of technique which was usually in people's minds when they used the term was some manual or mechanical trade pursued for private profit. But the Hellenic contempt for phiavavoia went farther than this, and implanted in Hellenic minds a contempt for professionalism of all kinds. The Spartan concentration on military technique was, for example, phiavavoia incarnate. Even a great statesman and savior of his country could not escape the reproach if he lacked an all-round appreciation of the art of life. In refined and cultivated society, Themistocles used to be girded at by people of so-called liberal education for his lack of accomplishments, and used to be driven into making the rather cheap defense that he certainly could do nothing with a musical instrument, but that, if you were to put into his hands a country that was small and obscure, he knew how to turn it into a great country and a famous one. 1. Against this, perhaps rather mild, example of phiavavoia we may set a picture of Vienna in the golden age of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, where it is recorded that a Habsburg emperor and his chancellor were both accustomed, in their hours of relaxation, to take part in the performance of string quartets. This Hellenic sensitiveness to the dangers of phiavavoia has also expressed itself in the institutions of other societies. For example, the social function of the Jewish Sabbath and the Christian Sunday is to ensure that, for 1 day out of 7, a creature who has been cramped and blinkered by the professional specialization through which he has been earning his living for 6 days shall on the 7th remember his Creator and live the life of an integral human soul. Again, it is no accident that, in England, organized games and other sports should have grown in popularity with the rise of industrialism, for such sport is a conscious attempt to counterbalance the soul-destroying specialization which the division of labor under industrialism entails. Unfortunately, this attempt to adjust life to industrialism through sport has been partially defeated because the spirit and rhythm of industrialism have invaded and infected sport itself. In the Western world of today, professional athletes, more narrowly specialized and more extravagantly paid than any industrial technicians, now provide horrifying examples of at its acme. The writer of this study recalls 2 football grounds he visited on the campuses of 2 colleges in the United States. One of them was floodlighted in order that football players might be manufactured by night as well as by day, in continuous shifts. The other was roofed over in order that practice might go on, whatever the weather. It was said to be the largest span of roof in the world, and its erection had cost a fabulous sum. Round the sides were ranged beds for the reception of exhausted or wounded warriors. On both these American grounds I found that the players were no more than an infinitesimal fraction of the total student body, and I was also told that these boys looked forward to the ordeal of playing in a match with much the same apprehension as their elder brothers had felt when they went into the trenches in 1918. In truth, this Anglo-Saxon football was not a game at all. A corresponding development can be discerned in the history of the Hellenic world, where the aristocratic amateurs whose athletic victories are celebrated in Pindar's odes were replaced by teams of professionals, while the shows that were purveyed, in the post-Alexandrine age, from Parthia to Spain by the Tevarai, United Artists Limited, were as different from the performances in Dionysus's own theatre at Athens as a music hall revue is different from a medieval mystery play. It is no wonder that, when social enormities defy adjustment in this baffling fashion, philosophers should dream of revolutionary plans for sweeping the enormities away. Plato, writing in the first generation after the Hellenic breakdown, seeks to cut the root of by planting his utopia in an inland region with no facilities for maritime trade and little inducement towards any economic activity except subsistence farming. Thomas Jefferson, the fountainhead of an American idealism that has gone sadly astray, dreams the same dream at the opening of the 19th century. Were I to indulge my own theory, he writes, I should wish the states to practice neither commerce nor navigation but to stand with regard to Europe precisely on the footing of China I, who kept her ports closed to European trade until forced to open them by British arms in 1840. Again, Samuel Butler imagines his Erewhonians deliberately and systematically destroying their machines as the only alternative to being enslaved by them. The impact of civilization on mimesis. A reorientation of the faculty of mimesis away from the elders towards the pioneers is, as we have seen, the change in the direction of this faculty which accompanies the mutation of a primitive society into a civilization, and the aim in view is the raising of the uncreative mass to the new level reached by the pioneers. But, because this resort to mimesis is a shortcut, a cheap substitute for the real thing, the attainment of the goal is apt to be illusory. The mass is not really enabled to enter the communion of saints. Too often the natural primitive man, Homo integer antiqui virtutis, is transmogrified into a shoddy man in the street, Homo vulgaris Northcliffei or Homo demotions Cleonese. The impact of civilization on mimesis, in that event, begets the enormity of a pseudo-sophisticated urban crowd, signally inferior in many respects to its primitive ancestors. Aristophanes fought Cleon with the weapon of ridicule on the Attic stage, but off the stage Cleon won. The Cleonian man in the street, whose entry upon the stage of Hellenic history before the end of the 5th century BC is one of the unmistakable symptoms of social decline, eventually redeemed his soul by repudiating outright a culture which had failed to satisfy his spiritual hunger because he had only succeeded in filling his belly with the husks. As a spiritually awakened child of a dissident proletariat, he worked out his own salvation at last through the discovery of a higher religion. Perhaps these examples may suffice to illustrate the part played in the breakdown of civilizations by the intractability of old institutions to the touch of new social forces or, in biblical language, by the inadequacy of old bottles as receptacles for new wine. 3. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral self. The reversal of roles. We have now made some study of two aspects of that failure of self-determination to which the breakdowns of civilizations appear to be due. We have considered the mechanicalness of mimesis and the intractability of institutions. We may conclude this part of our inquiry with a consideration of the apparent nemesis of creativity. It looks as though it were uncommon for the creative responses to two or more successive challenges in the history of a civilization to be achieved by one and the same minority. Indeed, the party that has distinguished itself in dealing with one challenge is apt to fail conspicuously in attempting to deal with the next. This disconcerting yet apparently normal inconstancy of human fortunes is one of the dominant motifs of Attic drama and is discussed by Aristotle in his Poetics under the name of Iarpenreteia, or the reversal of roles. It is also one of the principal themes of the New Testament. In the drama of the New Testament, the Christ, whose epiphany on earth is the true fulfillment of Jewry's messianic hope, is nevertheless rejected by the school of the scribes and Pharisees which, only a few generations back, had come to the front by taking the lead in the heroic Jewish revolt against the triumphal progress of Hellenization. The insight and the uprightness which had brought the scribes and Pharisees to the fore in that previous crisis desert them now in a crisis of greater import, and the Jews who respond are the publicans and harlots. The Messiah himself comes from Galilee of the Gentiles, and the greatest of his executors is a Jew from Tarsus, a pagan Hellenized city beyond the traditional horizon of the Promised Land. If the drama is looked at from a slightly different angle and on a rather broader stage, the role of the Pharisees can be assigned, as in the fourth Gospel, to Jewry as a whole, and the role of the publicans and harlots to the Gentiles who accept St. Paul's teaching when it is rejected by the Jews. The same motif of the reversal of roles is the theme of a number of the parables and subsidiary incidents in the Gospel story. It is the point of the parables of Dives and Lazarus, the Pharisee and the publican, the Good Samaritan in contrast to the priest and the Levite, and the prodigal son in contrast to his respectable elder brother, and the same theme appears in the encounters of Jesus with the Roman centurion and with the Syrophoenician woman. If we include the Old and New Testaments in a single conspectus, we find the Old Testament drama of Esau forfeiting his birthright to Jacob answered by a reversal of roles in the New Testament when the descendants of Jacob forfeit their birthright in their turn by rejecting Christ. The motif constantly recurs in the sayings of Jesus, "Whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, the last shall be first and the first last, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven." And he applies the moral to his own mission by quoting a verse from the 118th Psalm, "The stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner." The same idea runs all through the great works of Hellenic literature, and is summarily expressed in the formula, "Pride goes before a fall." Herodotus underlines the lesson in the lives of Xerxes and Croesus and Polycrates. Indeed, the whole subject of his history might be taken to be the pride and fall of the Achaemenian Empire, and Thucydides, writing a generation later and in an apparently more objective and scientific spirit, portrays much more impressively, because he discards the frank tendentiousness of the father of history, the pride and fall of Athens. It is scarcely necessary to cite the favorite themes of Attic tragedy exemplified in the Agamemnon of Aeschylus, the Oedipus and Ajax of Sophocles, or the Pentheus of Euripides. A poet of the Cynic decline and fall expresses the same idea. He who stands on tiptoe does not stand firm. He who takes the longest strides does not walk the fastest. He who boasts of what he will do succeeds in nothing. He who is proud of his work achieves nothing that endures. 1. Such is the nemesis of creativity, and if the plot of this tragedy is really of common occurrence, if it is true that the successful creator in one chapter finds his very success a severe handicap in endeavoring to resume the creative role in the next chapter, so that the chances are always actually against the favorite and in favor of the dark horse, then it is plain that we have here run to earth a very potent cause of the breakdowns of civilizations. We can see that this nemesis would bring on social breakdowns in two distinct ways. On the one hand, it would diminish the number of possible candidates for playing the creator's role in face of any possible challenge, since it would rule out those who had successfully responded to the last challenge. On the other hand, this disqualification of those who had played the creator's part in the former generation would range these same ex-creators in the forefront of the opposition to whoever may be making the successful response to the new challenge, and these ex-creators, by the very fact of their earlier creativity, will now be in occupation of the key positions of power and influence in the society to which they and the potential new creators alike belong. In these positions they will not be helping the society forward any longer, they will be resting on their oars. While the attitude of resting on one's oars may be described as a passive way of succumbing to the nemesis of creativity, the negativeness of this mental posture does not certify an absence of moral fault. A fatuous passivity towards the present springs from an infatuation with the past, and this infatuation is the sin of idolatry. For idolatry may be defined as an intellectually and morally blind worship of the creature instead of the Creator. It may take the form of an idolization of the idolater's own personality or society in some ephemeral phase of the never-ceasing movement through challenge and response to further challenge, which is the essence of being alive, or it may take the limited form of an idolization of some particular institution or technique which once stood the idolater in good stead. It will be convenient to examine these different forms of idolatry separately, and we will start with the idolization of the self, because that will offer the clearest illustrations of the sin that we are now setting out to study. If it is indeed the truth that men may rise on stepping stones of their dead selves to higher things, 1. Then the idolater who commits the error of treating one dead self not as a stepping stone but as a pedestal will be alienating himself from life as conspicuously as the stylite devotee who maroons himself on a lonely pillar from the life of his fellows. We have now perhaps sufficiently prepared the ground for a few historical illustrations of our present theme. Jewry. The most notorious historical example of this idolization of an ephemeral self is the error of the Jews, which is exposed in the New Testament. In a period of their history which began in the infancy of the Syriac civilization and which culminated in the age of the prophets, the people of Israel and Judah raised themselves head and shoulders above the Syriac peoples round about by rising to a monotheistic conception of religion. Keenly conscious and rightly proud of their spiritual treasure, they allowed themselves to be betrayed into an idolization of this notable but transitory stage in their spiritual growth. They had indeed been gifted with unparalleled spiritual insight, but, after having divined a truth which was absolute and eternal, they allowed themselves to be captivated by a relative and temporary half-truth. They persuaded themselves that Israel's discovery of the one true God had revealed Israel itself to be God's chosen people, and this half-truth inveigled them into the fatal error of looking upon a momentary spiritual eminence, which they had attained by labor and travail, as a privilege conferred upon them by God in an everlasting covenant. Brooding on a talent which they had perversely sterilized by hiding it in the earth, they rejected the still greater treasure which God offered them in the coming of Jesus of Nazareth. Athens. If Israel succumbed to the nemesis of creativity by idolizing itself as the chosen people, Athens succumbed to the same nemesis by idolizing herself as the education of Hellas. We have already seen how Athens earned a transitory right to this glorious title by her achievements between the age of Solon and the age of Pericles, but the imperfection of what Athens had achieved was, or should have been, made manifest by the very occasion on which this title was conferred upon her by her own brilliant son. Pericles coined the phrase in a funeral oration which, according to Thucydides, he delivered in praise of the Athenian dead in the first year of the war, which was the outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual breakdown in the life of the Hellenic society in general and of Athens in particular. This fatal war had broken out because one of the problems set by the Solonian economic revolution, the problem of creating a Hellenic political world order, had proved to be beyond the compass of the 5th century Athenians' moral stature. The military overthrow of Athens in 404 BC, and the greater moral defeat which the restored Athenian democracy inflicted on itself 5 years later in the judicial murder of Socrates, provoked Plato in the next generation to repudiate Periclean Athens and nearly all her works. Yet Plato's partly petulant and partly affected gesture did not impress his fellow citizens, and the epigony of the Athenian pioneers who had made their city the education of Hellas sought to vindicate their claim to a forfeited title by the perverse method of proving themselves unteachable, as they continued to prove themselves by their inconsistent and futile policies right through the age of the Macedonian ascendancy down to the bitter end of Athenian history, when Athens subsided into stagnant obscurity as a provincial town of the Roman Empire. Thereafter, when a new culture dawned on what had once been the free city-states of the Hellenic world, it was not in Athens that the seed fell on good ground. The account given in the Acts of the Apostles of the encounter between the Athenians and St. Paul suggests that the apostle to the Gentiles was not insensitive to the academic atmosphere of a city which in his day had become the Hellenic Oxford, and that when he addressed the Dons on Mars Hill he did his best to approach the subject from an angle congenial to this peculiar audience. Yet the narrative makes it appear that his preaching in Athens proved a failure, and, though in the sequel he found occasion to address epistles to a number of the churches that he had founded in Greek cities, he never, so far as we know, attempted to convert with the pen these Athenians whom he had found so impervious to the spoken word. Italy. If the Athens of the 5th century BC could fairly claim to be the education of Hellas, a corresponding title might with justice be awarded by the modern Western world to the city-states of northern Italy on the strength of their achievement in the Renaissance. When we examine the history of our Western society during the 400 years from the latter part of the 15th century to the latter part of the 19th, we find that its modern economic and political efficiency, as well as its modern aesthetic and intellectual culture, is of a distinctively Italian origin. This modern movement in the concerto of Western history was set in motion by an Italian impetus, and this impetus was a radiation of the Italian culture of the preceding age. In fact, this chapter of Western history might well be called its Italistic age, on the analogy of the so-called Hellenistic age of Hellenic history in which the culture of 5th century Athens was propagated, along the track of Alexander's armies, from the coasts of the Mediterranean to the remote landward frontier of a submerged Achaemenian empire. Yet we find ourselves again confronted with the same paradox, for, just as Athens played a part of ever-increasing futility in the Hellenistic age, so the contributions of Italy to the general life of the Western society in the modern age were conspicuously inferior to those of her Transalpine disciples. The comparative sterility of Italy throughout this modern age was manifest in all the medieval hearths and homes of Italian culture in Florence, in Venice, in Milan, in Siena, in Bologna, in Padua, and the sequel, at the end of this modern period, is perhaps even more remarkable. Towards the close of this chapter, the Transalpine nations had become competent to repay the debt they owed to medieval Italy. The turn of the 18th and 19th centuries saw the beginning of a new cultural radiation across the Alps, this time in the reverse direction, and this inflow of Transalpine influences into Italy was the first cause of the Italian Risorgimento. The first strong political stimulus received by Italy from the other side of the Alps was her temporary incorporation into the Napoleonic Empire. The first strong economic stimulus was the reopening of the trade route through the Mediterranean to India, which preceded the cutting of the Suez Canal and arose indirectly out of Napoleon's expedition to Egypt. These Transalpine stimuli did not, of course, produce their full effect until they had communicated themselves to Italian agents, but the Italian creative forces by which the Risorgimento was brought to harvest did not arise on any Italian ground that had already borne the harvest of a medieval Italian culture. In the economic field, for example, the first Italian port to win for itself a share in modern Western maritime trade was neither Venice nor Genoa nor Pisa, but Leghorn, and Leghorn was the post-Renaissance creation of a Tuscan Grand Duke, who had planted there a settlement of crypto-Jews from Spain and Portugal. Though Leghorn was planted within a few miles of Pisa, her fortunes were made by these indomitable refugees from the opposite shore of the Western Mediterranean and not by the supine descendants of the medieval Pisan seafarers. In the political field, the unification of Italy was the achievement of an originally Transalpine principality which, before the 11th century, had had no foothold on the Italian side of the Alps beyond the French-speaking Val d'Aosta. The center of gravity of the dominions of the House of Savoy did not finally come to rest on the Italian side of the Alps till the liberty of the Italian city-states and the genius of the Italian Renaissance had successively passed away, and no Italian city that had been of first-class importance in the Great Age came within the dominions of the King of Sardinia, as the ruler of the dominions of the House of Savoy was now styled, until the acquisition of Genoa after the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars. The Savoyard ethos was at that time still so alien from the city-state tradition that the Genoese chafed under the rule of His Sardinian Majesty until 1848, when the dynasty won adherents in all parts of the Italian peninsula by putting itself at the head of the nationalist movement. In 1848 the Austrian regime in Lombardy and Venetia was threatened simultaneously by a Piedmontese invasion and by risings in Venice and Milan and other Italian cities within the Austrian provinces, and it is interesting to reflect upon the difference in the historical importance of these two anti-Austrian movements, which took place at the same time and which both figure officially as blows struck in the common cause of Italian liberation. The risings in Venice and Milan were strokes for liberty, no doubt, but the vision of liberty which inspired them was the recollection of a medieval past. These cities were, in spirit, resuming their medieval struggles against the Hohenstaufen. Compared with their failures, which were unquestionably heroic, the military performance of the Piedmontese in 1848-9 was far from creditable, and the irresponsible breach of a prudent armistice was punished by the shameful defeat at Novara. But this Piedmontese disgrace proved more fruitful for Italy than the glorious defense of Venice and of Milan, for the Piedmontese army survived to secure its revenge, with very substantial French assistance, at Magenta 10 years later, and the newfangled English-fashioned parliamentary constitution granted by King Charles Albert in 1848 became the constitution of a united Italy in 1860. On the other hand, the glorious feats performed by Milan and Venice in 1848 were not repeated. Thereafter, these ancient cities remained passive under the reimposed Austrian yoke, and allowed their final liberation to be secured by Piedmontese arms and diplomacy. The explanation of these contrasts would seem to be that the Venetian and Milanese exploits of 1848 were foredoomed to failure because the spiritual driving force behind them was not modern nationalism but an idolization of their own dead selves as medieval city-states. The 19th-century Venetians who responded to Mainen's call in 1848 were fighting for Venice alone. They were striving to restore an obsolete Venetian republic, not to contribute to the creation of a united Italy. The Piedmontese, on the other hand, were not tempted to idolize an obsolete ephemeral self, because their past provided no self which could be made an object of idolatry. The difference is summed up in the contrast between Mainen and Cavour. Mainen was an unmistakable Venetian who would have found himself quite at home in the 14th century. Cavour, with his French mother tongue and his Victorian outlook, would have been as utterly out of his element in a 14th-century Italian city-state as his Transalpine contemporaries, Peel and Thiers, while he could have turned his gift for parliamentary politics and diplomacy, and his interest in scientific agriculture and railway building, to equally good account if fate had chosen to make him a landowner in 19th-century England or France instead of in 19th-century Italy. On this showing, the role, in the Italian Risorgimento, of the uprising of 1848-9 was essentially negative, and its failure was a precious and, indeed, indispensable preliminary to the successes of 1859-70. In 1848 the old idols of medieval Milan and medieval Venice were so battered and defaced that now at last they lost their fatal hold on their worshippers' souls, and this belated effacement of the past cleared the ground for the constructive leadership of the one Italian state that was not handicapped by any medieval memories. South Carolina. If we extend our survey from the Old World to the New, we shall find a parallel illustration of the nemesis of creativity in the history of the United States. If we make a comparative study of the post-war histories of the several states of the Old South which were members of the Confederacy in the Civil War of 1861-5 and were involved in the Confederacy's defeat, we shall notice a marked difference between them in the extent to which they have since recovered from that common disaster, and we shall notice that this difference is the exact inverse of an equally well-marked difference which had distinguished the same states in the period before the Civil War. A foreign observer who visited the Old South in the fifth decade of the 20th century would assuredly pick out Virginia and South Carolina as the two states in which there was least sign or promise of recovery, and he would be astonished to find the effects of even so great a social catastrophe as theirs persisting so starkly over so long a period. In these states the memory of that catastrophe is as green in our generation as if the blow had fallen only yesterday, and the war still means the Civil War on many Virginian and South Carolinian lips, though two fearful wars have since supervened. In fact, 20th-century Virginia or South Carolina makes the painful impression of a country living under a spell, in which time has stood still. This impression will be heightened through contrast by a visit to the state which lies between them. In North Carolina the visitor will find up-to-date industries, mushroom universities, and a breath of the hustling, boosting spirit which he has learned to associate with the Yankees of the North. He will also find that, in addition to her energetic and successful postbellum industrialists, North Carolina has given birth to a 20th century statesman of the stature of Walter Page. What explains the spring-like burgeoning of life in North Carolina while the life of her neighbors still droops in an apparently unending winter of their discontent? If we turn for enlightenment to the past, we shall find our perplexity momentarily increased when we observe that, right up to the Civil War, North Carolina had been socially barren, while Virginia and South, first 40 years of the history of the American Union, Virginia had been beyond comparison the leading state, producing 4 of the first 5 presidents, and also John Marshall, who, more than any other single man, adapted the ambiguities of the scrap of paper, composed by the Philadelphia Convention, to the realities of American life. And if, after 1825, Virginia fell behind, South Carolina, under the leadership of Calhoun, steered the southern states into the course on which they suffered shipwreck in the Civil War. During all this time North Carolina was seldom heard of. She had a poor soil and no ports. Her impoverished small farmers, mostly descended from squatter immigrants who had failed to make good in either Virginia or South Carolina, were not to be compared with the Virginian squires or the South Carolinian cotton planters. The earlier failure of North Carolina in comparison with her neighbors on either side is easily explained, but what of their subsequent failure and her subsequent success? The explanation is that North Carolina, like Piedmont, has not been inhibited by the idolization of a once glorious past. She lost comparatively little by defeat in the Civil War because she had comparatively little to lose, and, having had less far to fall, she had that much less difficulty in recovering from the shock. New light on old problems. These examples of the nemesis of creativity show up in a new light, a phenomenon which caught our attention in an earlier part of the study, and which we called the stimulus of new ground, for this phenomenon has reappeared in the foregoing examples: Galileans and Gentiles compared with Judeans, Piedmont compared with Milan and Venice, and North Carolina compared with her neighbors to north and south, while, if we had pursued the same inquiry in the case of Athens, we could have shown that it was in Achaia and not in Attica that the Greeks of the 3rd and 2nd century BC came nearest to a solution of their intractable problem of feed-raiding city-states, in an abortive attempt to maintain their independence against the gigantic parvenogreat powers that had arisen on the fringes of an expanded Hellenic world. We can now see that the superior fertility of the new ground is not invariably or entirely to be accounted for by the stimulus of the ordeal of breaking virgin soil. There is a negative as well as a positive reason why new ground is apt to be fruitful, namely its freedom from the incubus of ineradicable and no longer profitable traditions and memories. We can also see the reason for another social phenomenon. The tendency of a creative minority to degenerate into a dominant minority, which we singled out, early in this study, as a prominent symptom of social breakdown and disintegration. While the creative minority is certainly not predestined to undergo this change for the worse, the creator is decidedly predisposed in this direction ex officio creativitatis. The gift of creativity, which, when originally brought into play, produces a successful response to a challenge, becomes in its turn a new and uniquely formidable challenge to the recipient who has turned this talent to best account. 4. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral institution. The Hellenic city-state. In examining the part played in the breakdown and disintegration of the Hellenic society by the idolization of this institution so brilliantly successful within its proper limits but at the same time, like all human creations, ephemeral, we shall have to distinguish between two different situations in which the idol stood as a stumbling block in the way of the solution of a social problem. The earlier, and graver, of the two problems is one which we have examined already in another context and can now, therefore, briefly dismiss. What we have called the Solonian economic revolution required, as one of its corollaries, some kind of political federation of the Hellenic world. The Athenian attempt to achieve this failed, and resulted in what we have diagnosed as the breakdown of the Hellenic society. It is obvious that the cause of this failure was an inability on the part of all concerned to get over the stumbling block of city-state sovereignty. But while this inescapable and central problem was left unsolved, a secondary problem, which was of the Hellenic dominant minority's own seeking, came treading upon its heels when Hellenic history passed over from its second to its third chapter at the turn of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. The chief outward sign of this transition was a sudden increase in the material scale of Hellenic life. A hitherto maritime world, confined to the coasts of the Mediterranean basin, expanded overland from the Dardanelles to India and from Olympus and the Apennines to the Danube and the Rhine. In a society which had swollen to these dimensions without having solved the spiritual problem of creating law and order between the states into which it was articulated, the sovereign city-state was so utterly dwarfed that it was no longer a practicable unit of political life. This was in itself by no means a misfortune. Indeed, the passing of this traditional Hellenic form of parochial sovereignty might have been taken as a heaven-sent opportunity for shaking off the incubus of parochial sovereignty altogether. If Alexander had lived to ally himself with Zeno and Epicurus, it is conceivable that the Hellenes might have succeeded in stepping straight out of the city-state into the cosmopolis, and in that event the Hellenic society might have taken on a new lease of creative life. But Alexander's premature death left the world at the mercy of his successors, and the evenly balanced rivalries of the contending Macedonian warlords kept alive the institution of parochial sovereignty in the new era which Alexander had inaugurated. But on the new material scale of Hellenic life, parochial sovereignty could be salvaged only on one condition. The sovereign city-state must make way for new states of higher caliber. These new states were successfully evolved, but, as the result of a series of knockout blows which Rome delivered, between 220 and 168 BC, to all her rivals, the number of these states was abruptly reduced from the plural to the singular. The Hellenic society, which had missed its opportunity of voluntary federation, now found itself clamped together in the bonds of a universal state. But the point of interest for our present purpose is that both the Roman response to the challenge that had defeated Periclean Athens, and all the preliminary contributions from other hands towards the making of it, were the work of members of the Hellenic society who were not completely infatuated with the idol of city-state sovereignty. The structural principle of the Roman state was something quite incompatible with such idolization, for this structural principle was a dual citizenship dividing the citizen's allegiance between the local city-state in which he was born and the wider polity which Rome had created. This creative compromise was psychologically possible only in communities in which city-state idolatry had not acquired a stranglehold over the citizens' hearts and minds. The analogy between the problem of parochial sovereignty in the Hellenic world and the corresponding problem in our own world today needs no emphasis here. But this much may be said. On the showing of Hellenic history we may expect that our present Western problem will receive its solution insofar as it receives one at all in some quarter or quarters where the institution of national sovereignty has not been erected into an object of idolatrous worship. We shall not expect to see salvation come from the historic national states of Western Europe, where every political thought and feeling is bound up with a parochial sovereignty which is the recognized symbol of a glorious past. It is not in this Epimethean psychological environment that our society can look forward to making the necessary discovery of some new form of international association which will bring parochial sovereignty under the discipline of a higher law and so forestall the otherwise inevitable calamity of its annihilation by a knockout blow. If this discovery is ever made, the laboratory of political experimentation where we may expect to see it materialize will be some body politic like the British Commonwealth of Nations, which has mated the experience of one ancient European national state with the plasticity of a number of new countries overseas, or else it will be some polity like the Soviet Union, which is attempting to organize a number of non-Western peoples into an entirely new kind of community based on a Western revolutionary idea. In the Soviet Union we may find an analogy to the Seleucid Empire, and in the British Empire to the Roman Commonwealth. Will these or such like bodies politic on the outskirts of our modern Western cosmos eventually produce some form of political structure which will enable us to give more substance, before it is too late, to our inchoate international organization, which we are now making a second attempt to build up in place of our first interwar essay at a League of Nations. We cannot tell, but we can almost feel sure that, if these pioneers fail, the work will never be done by the petrified devotees of the idol of national sovereignty. The East Roman Empire. A classic case of the idolization of an institution bringing a society to grief is the fatal infatuation of Orthodox Christendom with the ghost of the Roman Empire, an ancient institution which had fulfilled its historic function and completed its natural term of life in serving as the apparent Hellenic society's uni/Aersal state. Superficially, the East Roman Empire presents an appearance of unbroken continuity as one and the same institution from the foundation of Constantinople by Constantine until the conquest of the imperial city by the Ottoman Turks in AD 1453, more than 11 centuries later, or at any rate until the temporary eviction of the East Roman imperial government by the Latin Crusaders who seized Constantinople in AD 1204. But it would be more in accordance with realities to distinguish two different institutions insulated from one another in the time dimension by an intervening interregnum. The original Roman Empire, which had served as the Hellenic universal state, indisputably came to an end in the West during the Dark Ages, de facto at the turn of the 4th and 5th centuries, and officially in AD 476, when the last puppet emperor in Italy was deposed by a barbarian warlord, who thenceforth exercised authority in the name of the emperor at Constantinople. It is perhaps not so readily recognized that the same fate overtook the original Roman Empire in the East, as well, before the Dark Ages were over. Its dissolution may be equated with the end of the strenuous and disastrous reign of Justinian in AD 565. There followed in the East a century and a half of interregnum, by which we do not mean that there were not in fact persons styled Roman emperors ruling or trying to rule from Constantinople during that period, but that this was an age of dissolution and incubation, in which the remains of a dead society were swept away and the foundations of a successor were laid. After that, however, in the first half of the 8th century, a ghost of the dead Roman Empire was conjured up by the genius of Leo Cyrus. On this reading of the first chapter of Orthodox Christian history, Leo Cyrus was a disastrously successful Charlemagne, or, conversely, Charlemagne was a providentially unsuccessful Leo Cyrus. Charlemagne's failure gave scope for the Western Christian Church and for a galaxy of Western parochial states to develop during the Middle Ages along the lines familiar to us. Leo's success clamped the strait waistcoat of a resuscitated universal state upon the Orthodox Christian body social almost before that infant society had learned the use of its limbs. But this contrast in the outcome does not reflect any difference of aim, for Charlemagne and Leo alike were Epimethean worshippers of the same ephemeral and obsolete institution. How are we to account for the fatally precocious superiority of Orthodox Christendom over the West in political constructiveness? One important factor, no doubt, was the difference in the degree of the pressure that was exerted upon both these Christendoms simultaneously by the aggression of the Muslim Arabs. In their assault upon the distant West, the Arabs shot their bolt in recapturing for the Syriac society its lost colonial domain in North Africa and Spain. By the time they had crossed the Pyrenees and were striking at the heart of the infant Western society, the force of their offensive was already spent, and, when their wild ride round the southern and western rim of the Mediterranean brought them up short at Tours against an Austrasian shield wall, their thrust glanced harmlessly off the solid target. Yet even this passive victory over a tired assailant was enough to make the fortunes of the Austrasian dynasty. It was the prestige won at Tours in AD 732 that marked Austrasia out as the leader among the rudimentary powers of Western Christendom. If this relatively feeble impact of the Arab steel was able to touch off the Carolingian flash in the pan, it is not surprising that the solid structure of the East Roman Empire should have been called into existence in Orthodox Christendom to withstand the far more violent and far longer sustained assault from the same assailant to which Orthodox Christendom was subjected. For this reason and for others, one Leo Cyrus and his successors succeeded in attaining a goal which in the West was never approached by Charlemagne or Otto I or Henry III even with papal acquiescence, and a fortiori not by the later emperors who encountered papal opposition. The Eastern emperors, in their own dominions, turned the Church into a department of state and the ecumenical patriarch into a kind of undersecretary of state for ecclesiastical affairs, thus restoring the relationship between Church and state which had been established by Constantine and maintained by his successors down to Justinian. The effect of this achievement declared itself in two ways, one of them general and the other particular. The general effect was to check and sterilize the tendencies towards variety and elasticity, experimentation and creativeness in Orthodox Christian life, and we can roughly measure the damage done by noting some of the conspicuous achievements of the sister civilization in the West which have no Orthodox Christian counterpart. In Orthodox Christian history we not only find nothing that corresponds to the Hildebrandine papacy, we miss also the rise and spread of self-governing universities and of self-governing city-states. The particular effect was an obstinate unwillingness on the part of the reincarnated imperial government to tolerate the existence of independent barbarian states within the area over which the civilization which it represented had expanded. This political intolerance led to the Romano-Bulgarian Wars of the 10th century in which the East Roman Empire, though superficially the victor, suffered irremediable injury, and, as we have already indicated elsewhere, these wars caused the breakdown of the Orthodox Christian society. Kings, parliaments, and bureaucracies. States of one kind or another, city-states or empires, are not the only kind of political institution that has attracted idolatrous worship. Similar honors have been paid, with similar consequences, to the sovereign power in a state, a divine king or an omnipotent parliament, or again to some caste or class or profession on whose skill or prowess the existence of some state has been deemed to depend. A classical example of the idolization of a political sovereignty incarnated in a human being is offered by the Egyptiac society in the time of the Old Kingdom. In another connection we have noticed already that the acceptance, or exaction, of divine honors by the sovereigns of the Egyptiac United Kingdom was one symptom of a great refusal of a call to a higher mission, a fatal failure to respond to the second challenge in Egyptiac history, and that this failure brought the Egyptiac civilization to the early breakdown which cut short its precocious youth. The crushing incubus which the series of human idols imposed upon Egyptiac life is perfectly symbolized in the pyramids, which were erected by the forced labor of their subjects in order to render the pyramid builders magically immortal. Skill, capital, and labor which should have been devoted to extending control over the physical environment in the interests of the whole society were misdirected into this idolatrous channel. This idolization of a political sovereignty incarnated in a human being is an aberration that can be illustrated elsewhere also. If we look for an analogue in our modern Western history we can easily discern a vulgar version of a royal son of Roi in the French Roi Soleil, Louis XIV. This Western Sun King's palace at Versailles weighed as heavily upon the land of France as the pyramids of Giza weighed upon the land of Egypt. El Fitat, c'est moi might have been spoken by Cheops and après moi le déluge by Pepe II. But perhaps the most interesting example that the modern Western world affords of the idolization of a sovereign power is one on which an historical judgment cannot yet be pronounced. In the apotheosis of the Mother of Parliaments at Westminster the object of idolization is not a man but a committee. The incurable drabness of committees has cooperated with the obstinate matter-of-factness of modern English social tradition to keep this idolization of Parliament within reasonable limits, and an Englishman who looked out upon the world in 1938 might claim that his temperate devotion to his own political divinity was being handsomely rewarded. Was not the country which had preserved its loyalty to the Mother of Parliaments in a happier case than its neighbours who had gone a-whoring after other gods? Had the lost 10 tribes of the continent found either tranquility or prosperity in their feverish adulation of outlandish dutses and Führers and commissars? Yet at the same time he would have to admit that the recent continental offspring of the ancient insular institution of parliamentary government had proved a sickly brood, incompetent to bring political salvation to the non-British majority of the living generation of mankind, and incapable of holding their own against a war-begotten plague of dictatorships. Perhaps the truth is that the very features of the Parliament at Westminster which are the secret of its hold upon an Englishman's respect and affection are so many stumbling blocks in the way of making this venerable English institution into a political panacea for the world. Perhaps, in accordance with a law which we have already noticed that those who respond successfully to one challenge are unfavorably placed for successful response to the next. The unique success of the Parliament at Westminster in outlasting the Middle Ages, by adapting itself to the exigencies of the modern, or once modern, age now concluded, makes it less likely to achieve another creative metamorphosis to meet the challenge of the postmodern age which is now upon us. If we look into the structure of Parliament, we shall find that it is essentially an assembly of representatives of local constituencies. This is just what we should expect from the date and place of its origin, for the kingdoms of the medieval Western world were each a congeries of village communities, interspersed with small towns. In such a polity the significant grouping for social and economic purposes was that of neighborhood, and in a society so constituted the geographical group was also the natural unit of political organization. But these medieval foundations of parliamentary representation have been undermined by the impact of industrialism. Today the link of locality has lost its significance for political as well as for most other purposes, and the English voter of our own generation, if we ask him who is his neighbor, will probably reply my fellow railwayman or my fellow miner, wherever he may live from Land's End to John O'Groats. The true constituency has ceased to be local and has become occupational. But an occupational basis of representation is a constitutional terra incognita which the Mother of Parliaments in her comfortable old age feels no inclination to explore. To all this, no doubt, the 20th century English admirer of Parliament may justly reply with a solvitur ambulando. In the abstract he may admit that a 13th century system of representation is unsuitable to a 20th century community, but he will point out that the theoretical misfit seems to work well enough. We English, he will explain, are so thoroughly at home with the institutions we have built up that, in our own country and among ourselves, we can make them work under any conditions. These foreigners, of course. And he shrugs his shoulders. It may be that his confidence in his own political heritage will continue to justify itself, to the amazement of the lesser breeds without the law who once so eagerly swallowed what they believed to be his political panacea and then violently rejected it after suffering acute indigestion. But, by the same token, it seems probable that England will not cap her 17th century feat by becoming for a second time the creator of those new political institutions which a new age requires. When a new thing has to be found, there are only two ways of finding it, namely creation or mimesis, and mimesis cannot come into play until somebody has performed a creative act for his fellows to imitate. In the fourth chapter of our Western history, which has opened in our time, who will the new political creator be? We can discern at present no evidence in favor of any particular candidate for this prize, but we can predict with some confidence that the new political creator will not be any worshipper of the Mother of Parliaments. We may conclude this survey of institutional idols by glancing at the idolatrous worship of castes and classes and professions, and here we already have something to go upon. In studying the arrested civilizations we have come across two societies of the kind, the Spartans and the Osmanlis, in which the keystone of the arch was a caste that was virtually a corporate idol or deified leviathan. If the aberration of idolizing a caste is capable of arresting a civilization's growth, it will also be capable of causing its breakdown, and, if we re-examine the breakdown of the Egyptian society with this clue in our hand, we shall perceive that the divine kingship was not the only idolized incubus that weighed on the backs of the Egyptian peasantry of the Old Kingdom. They had also to bear the burden of a bureaucracy of literati. The truth is that a deified kingship presupposes an educated secretariat. Without such support it could hardly maintain its statuesque pose on its pedestal. Thus the Egyptian literati were the power behind the throne, and, indeed, in point of time they were also before it. They were indispensable and they knew it, and they took advantage of this knowledge to bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne and lay them on men's shoulders, while the Egyptian scribes themselves would not move these same burdens with one of their fingers. The privileged exemption of the literatus from the common lot of the sons of toil is the theme of the Egyptian bureaucracy's glorification of its own order in every age of Egyptian history. The note is struck blatantly in the instruction of Duauf, a work, composed during the Egyptian time of troubles, which has been preserved to us in copies made 1,000 years later, as a writing exercise, by the schoolboys of the new empire. In this instruction which a man named Duauf, the son of Kiti, composed for his son named Pepi, when he voyaged up to the residence, in order to put him in the school of books, among the children of the magistrates, the gist of the ambitious father's parting exhortation to his aspiring child is: I have seen him that is beaten, thou art to set thine heart on books. I have beheld him that is set free from forced labor, behold, nothing surpasseth books. Every artisan that wieldeth the chisel, he is wearier than him that delveth. The stonemason seeketh for work in all manner of hard stone. When he hath finished it his arms are destroyed, and he is weary. The field worker, his reckoning endureth for ever, he too is wearier than can be told. The weaver in the workshop, he fareth more ill than any woman. His thighs are upon his belly and he breatheth no air. Let me tell thee, further, how it fareth with the fisherman. Is not his work upon the river, where it is mixed with the crocodiles? Behold, there is no calling that is without a director except that of the scribe, and he is the director. In the Far Eastern world there is a familiar analogue of the Egyptiac literatocracy in the incubus of the Mandarin, which the Far Eastern society inherited from the latest age of its predecessor. The Confucian literatus used to flaunt his heartless refusal to lift a finger to lighten the load of the toiling millions by allowing his fingernails to grow to lengths which precluded every use of the hand except the manipulation of the scribal brush, and through all the changes and chances of Far Eastern history he has emulated his Egyptiac confrere's tenacity in keeping his oppressive seat. Even the impact of Western culture has not unseated him. Though the examinations in the Confucian classics are now no more, the literatus imposes upon the peasant as effectively as ever by flourishing in his face a diploma of the University of Chicago or of the London School of Economics and Political Science. In the course of Egyptiac history the alleviation which the long-suffering people obtained albeit too late through the gradual humanization of the sovereign power was offset by successive additions to the class incubus. As though the burden of carrying a bureaucracy had not been enough, they were saddled, under the new empire, a priesthood which was organized into a powerful pan-Egyptiac corporation under the presidency of a chief priest of Amon-Re at Thebes by the emperor Thutmose III, circa 1480 to 1450 BC. Thenceforth the Egyptiac Mandarin had a fellow rider in the shape of an Egyptiac Brahmin, and after that the broken-backed Egyptiac circus horse was compelled to stumble on upon his everlasting round until the pair of riders was increased to a trio by the mounting of a miles gloriosus on the pillion behind the scribe and the Pharisee. The Egyptiac society, which had been as free from militarism throughout its natural term of existence as the Orthodox Christian society was during its time of growth, had been goaded by its encounter with the Hyksos as the East Roman Empire was goaded by its encounter with Bulgaria into militaristic courses. Not content with driving the Hyksos beyond the pale of the Egyptiac world, the emperors of the 18th dynasty yielded to the temptation of passing over from self-defense to aggression by carving out an Egyptian empire in Asia. This wanton adventure was easier to embark upon than to withdraw from, and when the tide turned against them the emperors of the 19th dynasty found themselves compelled to mobilize the fast-waning strength of the Egyptiac body social to preserve the integrity of Egypt herself. Under the 20th dynasty the aged and tormented frame was smitten with a paralytic stroke as the price of its final tour de force in flinging back the combined hosts of European, African, and Asiatic barbarians hurled against it by the impetus of the post-Minoan Volkerwanderung. When the fallen body at last lay prostrate on the ground, the native literatus and priest, who still sat tight in the saddle with no bones broken by the fall, were joined by the grandson of the Libyan invader, who now strolled back as a soldier of fortune into the Egyptiac world from whose frontiers his grandfather had been hurled back by the final feat of native Egyptiac arms. The military caste, begotten of these 11th-century Libyan mercenaries, which continued to best ride the Egyptiac society for 1,000 years after, may have been less formidable to its opponents in the field than the Janissaries or the Spartiates, but it was doubtless just as burdensome at home to the peasantry beneath its feet. 5. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral technique. Fishes, reptiles, and mammals. If we now turn to consider the idolization of techniques, we may begin by recalling examples which have already come under our notice in which the extreme penalty has been paid. In the Ottoman and Spartan social systems, the key technique of being shepherds of human cattle or hunters of human game was idolized side by side with the institutions through which these activities were carried on. And when we pass from the arrested civilizations evoked by human challenges to those evoked by the challenges of physical nature, we find that the idolatrous worship of a technique comprises the whole of their tragedy. The nomads and the Eskimos have fallen into arrest through an excessive concentration of all their faculties on their shepherding and hunting techniques. Their single-track lives have condemned them to a retrogression towards an animalism which is the negation of human versatility, and if we now peer back into the pre-human chapters of the history of life on this planet, we shall find ourselves confronted by other examples of the same law. This law is enunciated in the following terms by a modern Western scholar who has made a comparative study of its operation in the non-human and in the human domain. Life starts in the sea. There it attains to an extraordinary efficiency. The fishes give rise to types which are so successful, such, for instance, as the sharks, that they have lasted on unchanged until today. The path of ascending evolution did not, however, lie in this direction. In evolution, Dr. Inge's aphorism is probably always right: nothing fails like success. A creature which has become perfectly adapted to its environment, an animal whose whole capacity and vital force is concentrated and expended in succeeding here and now, has nothing left over with which to respond to any radical change. Age by age it becomes more perfectly economical in the way its entire resources meet exactly its current and customary opportunities. In the end it can do all that is necessary to survive without any conscious striving or unadapted movement. It can therefore beat all competitors in the special field, but equally, on the other hand, should that field change, it must become extinct. It is this success of efficiency which seems to account for the extinction of an enormous number of species. Climatic conditions altered. They had used up all their resources of vital energy in adapting themselves to things as they were. Like unwise virgins, they had no oil left over for further adaptations. They were committed, could not readjust, and so they vanished. 1. The fatally complete technical success of the fishes in adapting themselves to the physical environment of life in the marine overture to its terrestrial history is enlarged upon by the same scholar in the same context. At the level when life was confined to the sea and the fishes were developing, they threw up forms which evolved a spine, and so represented the vertebrates in the highest form then evolved. From the spine there spread out on each side, to aid the head, that fan of feelers which in them became the four fins. In the shark and almost all the fish these feelers were specialized so as to become, no longer feelers, but paddles, amazingly efficient flukes for bringing the creature head foremost on its prey. Rapid reaction was everything, patient negotiation nothing, and these flukes not only ceased to be testers, explorers, examiners, they became increasingly efficient for water movement and for nothing else. It looks as though pre-Piscean pre-vertebrate life must have lived in warm shallow pools and perhaps always have been in touch with the floor, as today the gurnet by its feelers keeps contact with the solid bed. Once, however, swift unpremeditated movement became everything. Specialization drove the fishes out into water where they lost touch with the bottom and all solids. Water became their only element. This meant that their power of being stimulated by new circumstances was greatly limited. That type of fish, then, which gave rise to the next advancing order of animals must have been a creature which did not adopt this extreme specialization of the fin. For, first, it must have been a creature which kept in touch with the floor, and so remained more variously stimulated than the fishes which lost touch with a solid environment. And, secondly, it must have been a creature which, for the same reason, kept in touch with the shallows and kept this touch by means of forelimbs which, because they could not therefore become wholly specialized as water-driving flukes, retained a more generalized inefficient exploratory and tentative character. The skeleton of such a creature has been discovered, a creature whose forelimbs are, it might almost be said, rather clumsy hands than proper fins, and through these members it looks as though the transition from shallow pool to flooded shore was made, the deep sea was left behind, the land was invaded and the amphibian arrived. 1. In this triumph of the fumbling amphibians in their competition with the deft and decisive fishes, we are witnessing an early performance of a drama which has since been replayed many times over with as many different changes in the cast. In the next performance that invites our attention, we shall find the fish's part being taken by the amphibian's formidable progeny of the reptile tribe, while the amphibian's own part in the preceding performance falls to the ancestors of those mammalian animals in which the spirit of man has recently become incarnate. The primitive mammals were weak and puny creatures who unexpectedly inherited the earth because the heritage had been left derelict by the magnificent reptiles who were the previous lords of creation, and the Mesozoic reptiles like the Eskimos and the nomads were conquerors who forfeited their conquests by straying into the blind alley of overspecialization. The apparently abrupt ending up of the reptiles is, beyond all question, the most striking revolution in the whole history of the earth before the coming of mankind. It is probably connected with the close of a vast period of equable warm conditions and the onset of a new austere age in which the winters were bitterer and the summers brief but hot. The Mesozoic life, animal and vegetable alike, was adapted to warm conditions and capable of little resistance to cold. The new life, on the other hand, was, before all things, capable of resisting great changes of temperature. As for the mammals competing with and ousting the less fit reptiles, there is not a scrap of evidence of any such direct competition. In the later Mesozoic a number of small jawbones are found, entirely mammalian in character. But there is not a scrap, not a bone, to suggest that there lived any Mesozoic mammal which could look a dinosaur in the face. They seem to have been all obscure little beasts of the size of mice and rats. 1. The propositions put forward by Mr. Wells down to this point appear to be generally accepted. The reptiles were supplanted by the mammals because these unwieldy monsters had lost the ability to adapt themselves to new conditions. But, in the ordeal to which the reptiles succumbed, what was it exactly which enabled the mammals to survive? On this supremely interesting question the two writers we have hitherto drawn upon are in disagreement. According to Mr. Wells, the rudimentary mammals survived because they had hair which protected them against the oncoming cold. If this be all that there is to be said, we learn no more than that fur is a more effective armor than scales in certain conditions. Mr. Hurd, however, suggests that the armor which saved the mammals' lives was not physical but psychic, and that the strength of this psychic defense lay in a spiritual defenselessness, in fact, that we have here a pre-human example of that principle of growth which we have called etherealization. The giant reptiles were themselves hopelessly decadent before the rise of the mammals. They had begun as small, mobile, and lively creatures. They grew so vast that these land ironclads could scarcely move. Their brains remained practically non-existent. Their heads were no more than periscopes, breathing tubes, and pincers. Meanwhile, as they slowly swelled and hardened up to their doom, there was already being fashioned that creature which was to leap the boundary and limits then set for life, and start a new stage of energy and consciousness. And nothing could illustrate more vividly the principle that life evolves by sensitiveness and awareness, by being exposed, not by being protected, by nakedness, not by strength, by smallness, not by size. The forerunners of the mammals are minute rat-like creatures. In a world dominated by monsters, the future is given to a creature which has to spend its time taking notice of others and giving way to others. It is undefended, given fur instead of scales. It is unspecialized, given again those sensitive feeling for limbs and, no doubt, those antennae, the long hairs on the face and head to give it irritating stimulation all the time. Ears and eyes are highly developed. It becomes warm-blooded, so that it may be constantly conscious throughout the cold, when the reptile falls into an aesthetic coma. So its consciousness is blown upon and developed. The varied continuous stimulant is reacted to with varied answer, because the creature, being unprecedented, is capable not of one but of many replies, none of which can settle the question for it. 1. If this is a faithful likeness of our ancestor, we may agree both that we ought to be proud of him and that we do not always show ourselves worthy of him. The nemesis in industry. 100 years ago Great Britain not only claimed to be, but actually was, the workshop of the world. Today she is one of several competing workshops of the world, and her share of the business has tended for a long time past to grow relatively smaller. The thesis is Britain finished, has exercised innumerable pens and received a variety of answers. Perhaps, when all the factors are taken into account, we have done on the whole rather better than might have been expected in the last 70 years, though the subject obviously offers plenty of scope for pessimistic and upbraiding prophets of the type described in one of the most brilliant of Samuel Butler's inverted quotations. If, however, one were to single out the point in which we have been most at fault, one would put his finger on the conservatism of our captains of industry who have idolized the obsolescent techniques which had made the fortunes of their grandfathers. Perhaps a more instructive, because less generalized, example can be found in the United States. There will be no denying that, in the middle years of the 19th century, the Americans surpassed all other peoples in the variety and ingenuity of their industrial inventions and in their enterprise in exploiting such inventions for practical purposes. The sewing machine, the typewriter, the application of machinery to the craft of bootmaking and the McCormick reaping machine are among the first of these Yankee notions that spring to the mind. But there was one invention in the exploitation of which the Americans showed themselves decidedly backward in comparison with the British, and their backwardness here is the more striking because this neglected invention was an improvement in a machine which the Americans themselves had invented at the very beginning of the century, namely, the steamship. The American paddle steamer had proved an immensely important addition to the transport facilities of the rapidly expanding republic, all along the thousands of miles of navigable inland waterways with which North America is so richly endowed. It was no doubt a direct result of this successfulness that the Americans were much slower than the British to avail themselves of the later and superior device of the screw propeller for purposes of oceanic navigation. In this matter they were more strongly tempted to idolize an ephemeral technique. The nemesis in warfare. In military history the analog of the biological competition between the tiny soft-furred mammal and the massive armored reptile is the saga of the duel between David and Goliath. Before the fatal day on which he challenges the armies of Israel, Goliath has won such triumphant victories with his spear whose staff is like a weaver's beam and whose head weighs 600 shekels of iron, and he has found himself so completely proof against hostile weapons in his panoply of casque and corselet and target and greaves, that he can no longer conceive of any alternative armament, and he believes that in this armament he is invincible. He feels assured that any Israelite who has the hardihood to accept his challenge will likewise be a spearman armed cap a pie, and that any such competitor in his own panoply is bound to be his inferior. So hard set is Goliath's mind in these two ideas that, when he sees David running forward to meet him with no armor on his body and nothing in his hand that catches the eye except his staff, Goliath takes umbrage instead of alarm and exclaims, "Am I a dog, that thou comest to me with staves?" Goliath does not suspect that this youth's impertinence is a carefully considered manoeuvre. He does not know that David, having realized, quite as clearly as Goliath himself, that in Goliath's accoutrements he cannot hope to be his match, has therefore rejected the panoply that Saul has pressed upon him. Nor does Goliath notice the sling, nor wonder what mischief may be hidden in the shepherd's bag. And so this luckless Philistine Triceratops stalks pompously forward to his doom. But as a matter of historical fact the individual hoplite of the post-Minoan Folker Wandrun Goliath of Gath or Hector of Troy did not succumb to David's sling or Philoctetes' bow but to the Myrmidon's phalanx, a leviathan in which a multitude of hoplites set shoulder to shoulder and shield to shield. While each single phalangite was a replica of Hector or Goliath in his accoutrements, he was the antithesis of the Homeric hoplite in his spirit, for the essence of the phalanx lay in the military discipline which had transformed a rabble of individual warriors into a military formation whose orderly evolutions could accomplish 10 times as much as the uncoordinated efforts of an equal number of equally well-armed individual champions. This new military technique, of which we already catch some anticipatory glimpses in the Iliad, made its indubitable entry upon the stage of history in the shape of the Spartan phalanx, which marched through the rhythm of Tyrtaeus's verses to its socially disastrous victory in the Second Spartano-Messenian War. But this triumph was not the end of the story. After driving all its opposite numbers off the field, the Spartan phalanx rested on its oars, and in the course of the 4th century BC it saw itself ignominiously worsted, first, by an Athenian swarm of peltasts, a host of Davids with which the phalanx of Spartan Goliaths found itself quite unable to cope, and then by the tactical innovation of the Theban column. The Athenian and Theban techniques in their turn, however, were outmoded and overmatched at one stroke, in 338 BC, by a Macedonian formation in which a highly differentiated skirmisher and phalangite had been skillfully integrated with a heavy cavalryman in a single fighting force. Alexander's conquest of the Achaemenian Empire is the proof of the pristine efficiency of the Macedonian order of battle, and the Macedonian version of the phalanx remained the last word in military technique for 170 years, from the Battle of Chaeronea, which terminated the ascendancy of the citizen militias of the city-states of Greece, to the Battle of Pydna, when the Macedonian phalanx went down in its turn before the Roman legion. The cause of this sensational irpircha in Macedonian military fortunes was the senile adulation of an ephemeral technique. While the Macedonians were resting on their oars as unchallenged masters of all but the western fringes of the Hellenic world, the Romans had been revolutionizing the art of war in the light of an experience gained through their sufferings in their tremendous struggle with Hannibal. The Roman legion triumphed over the Macedonian phalanx because it carried the integration of the light infantryman with the phalangite a long stage farther. The Romans, in fact, invented a new type of formation and a new type of armament which made it possible for any soldier, and any unit, to play at will either the light infantryman's or the hoplite's part, and to change over from one kind of tactics to the other at a moment's notice in the face of the enemy. This Roman efficiency was, at the time of the Battle of Pydna, no more than a generation old, for in this Italian penumbra of the Hellenic world a phalanx of the pre-Macedonian type had been seen in the field as recently as the Battle of Cannae, 214 BC, when the heavy Roman infantry, reverting to a battle order in the antique Spartan phalanx formation, had been rounded up from the rear by Hannibal's Spanish and Gallic heavy cavalry and had then been slaughtered like cattle by his African heavy infantry on either flank. This disaster had overtaken a Roman high command which, under the shock of a previous catastrophe at Lake Trasimene, had made up its mind to eschew experiments and play, as it most mistakenly supposed, for safety. In the hard school of their crowning defeat at Cannae, the Romans had at last wholeheartedly embraced an improvement in infantry technique which transformed the Roman army, at a stroke, into the most efficient fighting force in the Hellenic world. There followed the triumphs of Zama, Cynoscephalae, and Pydna, and then a series of wars of Roman against barbarian and of Roman against Roman, in which, under a series of great captains from Marius to Caesar, the legion attained the greatest efficiency possible for infantry before the invention of firearms. At this very moment, however, when the legionary had become perfect after his own kind, he received the first of a long series of defeats from a pair of mounted men-at-arms with utterly different techniques, who eventually were to drive the legionary off the field. The victory of the horse archer over the legionary at Carrhae in 53 BC forestalled by 5 years the classic combat of legionary against legionary at Pharsalus, a battle in which Roman infantry technique was probably at its zenith. The omen of Carrhae was confirmed at Adrianople more than 4 centuries later, when, in AD 378, the cataphracta mailed cavalryman, armed with a lance, gave the legionary his coup de grace. In this battle a Roman contemporary historian who was also a military officer, Ammianus Marcellinus, vouches for the fact that the Roman casualties amounted to 2/3 of the troops engaged, and expresses the opinion that there had been no military disaster to Roman arms on such a scale since Cannae. For at least the last 4 of the 6 centuries between these two battles the Romans had rested on their oars, and that in spite of the warning given at Carrhae and repeated in the defeats of Valerian in AD 260 and of Julian in AD 363 by the Persian prototypes of the Gothic cataphracts who were the death of Valens and his legionaries in AD 378. After the catastrophe of Adrianople, the Emperor Theodosius rewarded the barbarian horsemen for having annihilated the Roman infantry by hiring them to fill the yawning gap which they themselves had made in the Roman ranks, and, even when the imperial government had paid the inevitable price for this short-sighted policy, and had seen these mercenary barbarian troopers partition its western provinces into barbarian successor states, the new native army which, at the 11th hour, saved the eastern provinces from going the same way, was armed and mounted on the barbarian pattern. The supremacy of this heavy-armed lancer lasted for more than 1,000 years, and his spatial distribution is even more remarkable. His identity is unmistakable, whether his portrait is presented to us in some fresco, dating from the 1st century of the Christian era, in a Crimean tomb, or on a 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th century bas-relief cut by a Sasanian king into a cliff in Fars, or in the clay figurines portraying those Far Eastern men-at-arms who were the fighting force of the Tiang dynasty, AD 618 to 907, or in the 11th century tapestry at Bayeux which depicts the defeat of the antiquated English foot soldiers of the day by William the Conqueror's Norman knights. If this longevity and ubiquity of the cataphract are astonishing, it is also noteworthy that he becomes ubiquitous only in a degenerate form. The story of his discomfiture is told by an eyewitness. I was in the army of the Under-Secretary when he went forth to meet the Tatars on the western side of the city of peace Baghdad on the occasion of its supreme disaster in the year AH 656 AD 1258. We met at Nar Bashir, one of the dependencies of Dujail, and there would ride forth from amongst us, to offer single combat, a knight fully accoutred and mounted on an Arab horse, so that it was as though he and his steed together were solid as some great mountain. Then there would come forth to meet him from the Mongols a horseman mounted on a horse like a donkey, and having in his hand a spear like a spindle, wearing neither robe nor armor, so that all who saw him were moved to laughter. Yet ere the day was done the victory was theirs, and they inflicted on us a great defeat, which was the key of evil, and thereafter there befell us what befell us. 1. Thus the legendary encounter between Goliath and David, at the dawn of Syriac history, repeats itself at nightfall, perhaps 23 centuries later, and, though on this occasion the giant and the pygmy are on horseback, the outcome is the same. The invincible Tatar Kazakh who overcame the Iraqi cataphract and sacked Baghdad and starved the Abbasid caliph to death was a light horse archer of the persistent nomadic type which had first made itself known and dreaded in southwestern Asia through the Cimmerian and Scyth eruption at the turn of the 8th and 7th centuries BC. But if David on horseback duly discomfited Goliath on horseback at the outset of the Tatar eruption from the Eurasian steppe, the sequel to their encounter in this repetition of the story was also faithful to the original. We have seen that the male champion on foot who was laid low by David's sling was superseded thereafter not by David himself but by a disciplined phalanx of Goliaths. Hulagu Khan's Mongol light horse, who had overcome the Abbasid caliph's knights under the walls of Baghdad, were subsequently defeated again and again by the Mamluk masters of Egypt. In their accoutrements the Mamluks were neither better nor worse equipped than their fellow Muslim knights who had been overthrown outside Baghdad, but in their tactics they obeyed a discipline which gave them the mastery over both Mongol sharpshooters and Frankish crusaders. The Knights of St. Louis met their defeat at Mansurah 10 years before the Mongols received their first lesson from the same master. By the close of the 13th century the Mamluks, having established their superiority over both the French and the Mongols, stood in the same position of unchallenged military supremacy within their own horizon as the Roman legionaries after Pydna. In this eminent but enervating situation the Mamluk, like the legionary, rested on his oars, and it is a curious coincidence that he was allowed to rest on them for almost exactly the same length of time before he was taken unawares by an old adversary armed with a new technique. Pydna is separated from Adrianople by 546 years, 548 years separate the Mamluk victory over St. Louis from the Mamluk defeat at the hands of his successor Napoleon. During these 5.5 centuries, infantry had come into its own again. Before the first of these centuries had run its course the English longbow had enabled an army of David's on foot to defeat an army of Goliaths on horseback at Crécy, and the result had been driven home and confirmed by the invention of firearms and by a disciplinary system borrowed from the Janissaries. As for the latter end of the Mamluks, the survivors of the Napoleonic assault and of the final destruction of the corps by Murmdal, 13 years later, withdrew to the Upper Nile and bequeathed their armament and technique to those mailed horsemen in the service of the Khalifa of a Sudanese Mahdi who went down under the fire of British infantry at Omdurman in 1898. The French army which overthrew the Mamluks was already something different from the earliest version of the Western imitation of the Janissaries. It was a recent product of the French Levy en Masse which had succeeded in superseding, by successfully diluting, the small but superlatively well-drilled new model Western army which had been brought to perfection by Frederick the Great. But the overthrow of the old Prussian army by the new Napoleonic army at Jena was to stimulate a Prussian pleiad of military and political men of genius to outdo the French in a further tour de force of combining the new numbers with the old discipline. The result was foreshadowed in 1813 and revealed in 1870. But in the next round the Prussian war machine involved Germany and her allies in defeat by evoking an unforeseen response in the shape of a siege on an unprecedented scale. In 1918 the methods of 1870 went down before the new methods of trench warfare and economic blockade, and by 1945 it had been demonstrated that the technique which had won the war of 1914-18 was not the last link in this ever-lengthening chain. Each link has been a cycle of invention, triumph, lethargy, and disaster, and, on the precedents thus set by 3,000 years of military history, from Goliath's encounter with David to the piercing of a Maginot Line and a West Wall by the thrust of mechanical cataphracts and the pinpoint marksmanship of archers on winged steeds, we may expect fresh illustrations of our theme to be provided with monotonous consistency as long as mankind is so perverse as to go on cultivating the art of war. 6. The suicidalness of militarism. Having concluded our survey of resting on one's oars, which is the passive way of succumbing to the nemesis of creativity, we may now go on to examine the active aberration which is described in the three Greek words. These words have a subjective as well as an objective connotation. Objectively means surfeit, outrageous behavior, and disaster. One subjectively means the psychological condition of being spoilt by success, means the consequent loss of mental and moral balance, and means the blind headstrong ungovernable impulse which sweeps an unbalanced soul into attempting the impossible. This active psychological catastrophe in 3 acts was the commonest theme if we may judge by the handful of extant masterpieces in the 5th century Athenian tragic drama. It is the story of Agamemnon in Aeschylus's play of that name, and of Xerxes in his Perse, the story of Ajax in Sophocles' play of that name, of Oedipus in his Oedipus Tyrannus, and of Creon in his Antigone, and it is the story of Pentheus in Euripides' Bacchae. In Platonic language, if one sins against the laws of proportion and gives something too big to something too small to carry it, too big sails to too small a ship, too big meals to too small a body, too big powers to too small a soul, the result is bound to be a complete upset. In an outburst of the overfed body will rush into sickness, while the jack in office will rush into the unrighteousness which always breeds. 1. In order to bring out the difference between the passive and the active methods of courting destruction, let us begin our survey of in the military field, with which we have just brought our survey of resting on one's oars to a close. Both modes happen to be exemplified in the behavior of Goliath. On the one hand, we have seen how he incurs his doom by vegetating in the once invincible technique of the individual hoplite champion without foreseeing or forestalling the new and superior technique which David is bringing into action against him. At the same time we may observe that his destruction at David's hands might have been averted if only his unenterprisingness in technique had been accompanied by a corresponding passivity of ethos. Unfortunately for Goliath, however, this Miles Gloriosus's technological conservatism was not offset by any such moderation of policy. Instead, he went out of his way to ask for trouble by issuing a challenge. He symbolizes a militarism at once aggressive and inadequately prepared. Such a militarist is so confident of his own ability to look after himself in the social or antisocial system in which all disputes are settled by the sword that he throws his sword into the scales. Its weight duly tips the balance in his favor, and he points to his triumph as a final proof that the sword is omnipotent. In the next chapter of the story, however, it turns out that he has failed to prove his thesis ad hominem in the particular case which exclusively interests him, for the next event is his own overthrow by a stronger militarist than himself. He has proved a thesis which had not occurred to him: they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. With this introduction we may pass from the legendary duel of Syriac saga to consider a few of the examples offered by history. Assyria. The disaster in which the Assyrian military power met its end in 614 to 610 BC was one of the completest yet known to history. It involved not only the destruction of the Assyrian war machine but also the extinction of the Assyrian state and the extermination of the Assyrian people. A community which had been in existence for over 2,000 years and had been playing an ever more dominant part in southwestern Asia for a period of some 2.5 centuries, was blotted out almost completely. 210 years later, when Cyrus the Younger's 10,000 Greek mercenaries were retreating up the Tigris Valley from the battlefield of Cunaxa to the Black Sea coast, they passed in succession the sites of Kala and Nineveh and were struck with astonishment, not so much at the massiveness of the fortifications and the extent of the area they embraced, as at the spectacle of such vast works of man lying uninhabited. The weirdness of these empty shells, which testified by their inanimate endurance to the vigor of a vanished life, is vividly conveyed by the literary art of a member of the Greek expeditionary force who has recounted its experiences. Yet what is still more astonishing to a modern reader of Xenophon's narrative, acquainted as he is with the fortunes of Assyria through the discoveries of modern archaeologists, is the fact that Xenophon was unable to learn even the most elementary facts about the authentic history of these derelict fortress cities. Although the whole of southwestern Asia, from Jerusalem to Ararat and from Elam to Lydia, had been dominated and terrorized by the masters of these cities little more than 2 centuries before Xenophon passed that way, the best account he is able to give of them has no relation to their real history, and the very name of Assyria is unknown to him. At first sight the fate of Assyria seems difficult to comprehend, for her militarists cannot be convicted, like the Macedonians, the Romans, and the Mamluks, of resting on their oars. When these other war machines met with their fatal accidents, each was hopelessly obsolete and shockingly out of repair. The Assyrian war machine, on the other hand, was continuously overhauled, renovated, and reinforced right down to the day of its destruction. The fund of military genius which produced the embryo of the hoplite in the 14th century before Christ, on the eve of Assyria's first bid for predominance in southwestern Asia, and the embryo of the cataphract horse archer in the 7th century before Christ, on the eve of Assyria's own annihilation, was also productive throughout the 7 intervening centuries. The energetic inventiveness and the restless zeal for improvements, which were the notes of the latter-day Assyrian ethos in its application to the art of war, are attested unimpeachably by the series of bas-reliefs, found in situ in the royal palaces, in which the successive phases of the Assyrian military equipment and technique during the last 3 centuries of Assyrian history are recorded pictorially with careful precision and in minute detail. Here we find recorded continuous experiment and improvement in body armor, in the design of chariots, in the engines of assault, and in the differentiation of specialized troops for special purposes. What then was the cause of Assyria's destruction? In the first place, the policy of the unremitting offensive, and the possession of a potent instrument for putting this policy into effect, led the Assyrian warlords in the 4th and last bout of their militarism to extend their enterprises and commitments far beyond the bounds which their predecessors had kept. Assyria was subject to a perpetual prior call upon her military resources for the fulfillment of her task as warden of the marches of the Babylonic world against the barbarian highlanders in the Zagros and the Taurus on the one side, and against the Aramean pioneers of the Syriac civilization on the other. In her 3 earlier bouts of militarism she had been content to pass from the defensive to the offensive on these 2 fronts without pressing this offensive à outrance and without dissipating her forces in other directions. Even so, the 3rd bout, which occupied the 2 middle quarters of the 9th century BC, evoked in Syria a temporary coalition of Syrian states which checked the Assyrian advance at Karkar in 853 BC, and it was met in Armenia by the more formidable riposte of the foundation of the kingdom of Urartu. In spite of these warnings, Tiglath-Pileser III, 746 to 727 BC, when he inaugurated the last and greatest of the Assyrian offensives, allowed himself to harbor political ambitions and to aim at military objectives which brought Assyria into collision with three new adversaries: Babylon, Elam, and Egypt, each of whom was potentially as great a military power as Assyria herself. Tiglath-Pileser put a conflict with Egypt in store for his successors when he set himself to complete the subjugation of the petty states of Syria, for Egypt could not remain indifferent to an extension of the Assyrian Empire up to her own frontier, and she was in a position to frustrate or undo the Assyrian empire builders' work unless they made up their minds to round it off by embarking on the more formidable enterprise of subjugating Egypt herself. Tiglath-Pileser's bold occupation of Philistia in 734 BC may have been a strategic masterstroke which was rewarded by the temporary submission of Samaria in 733 and the fall of Damascus in 732. But it led to Sargon's brush with the Egyptians in 720 and Sennacherib's in 700, and these inconclusive encounters led on in their turn to Esarhaddon's conquest and occupation of Egypt in the campaigns of 675, 674 and 671. Thereupon it became manifest that, while Assyrian armies were strong enough to rout Egyptian armies and occupy the land of Egypt, and to repeat the feat, they were not strong enough to hold Egypt down. Esarhaddon himself was once more on the march for Egypt when death overtook him in 669, and, though the Egyptian insurrection was quelled by Ashurbanipal in 667, he had to reconquer Egypt once again in 663. By this time the Assyrian government must have realized that in Egypt it was engaged on Psyche's task, and when Samodicius unobtrusively expelled the Assyrian garrisons in 658 to 651, Ashurbanipal turned a blind eye to what was happening. In thus cutting his Egyptian losses, the king of Assyria was undoubtedly wise, yet this wisdom after the event was an admission that the energies expended on 5 Egyptian campaigns had been wasted. Moreover, the loss of Egypt was a prelude to the loss of Syria in the next generation. The ultimate consequences of Tiglath-Pileser's intervention in Babylonia were far graver than those of his forward policy in Syria, since they led, by a direct chain of cause and effect, to the catastrophe of 614 to 610 BC. In the earlier stages of the Assyrian military aggression against Babylonia there is evidence of a certain political moderation. The conquering power preferred the establishment of protectorates under puppet princes of native origin to outright annexation. It was only after the great Chaldean insurrection of 694 to 689 that Sennacherib formally put an end to the independence of Babylonia by installing his son and designated successor, Esarhaddon, as Assyrian viceroy. But this policy of moderation failed to conciliate the Chaldeans and merely encouraged them to retort with increasing effect to the Assyrian military challenge. Under the hammer blows of Assyrian militarism, the Chaldeans set the anarchy of their own house in order and secured an alliance with the neighboring kingdom of Elam. And, in the next stage, the abandonment of the policy of political moderation and the sacking of Babylon in 689 taught a lesson which was the opposite of that intended. In the white heat of the hatred which this act of Assyrian frightfulness aroused among the ancient urban population as well as among the intrusive Chaldean nomads, citizens, and tribesmen forgot their mutual antipathy and became fused together in a new Babylonian nation which could neither forget nor forgive, and which could never rest until it had brought its oppressor to the ground. Yet for the best part of a century the stroke of the inevitable DRQ was postponed by the progressive efficiency of the Assyrian military machine. In 639, for example, Elam was dealt such an annihilating blow that her derelict territory passed under the dominion of Persian highlanders from her eastern border and became the jumping-off ground from which the Achaemenidae made themselves masters of all southwestern Asia a century later. Immediately after Ashurbanipal's death in 626, however, Babylonia revolted once again, under the leadership of Nabopolassar, who found in the new kingdom of Media a more potent ally than Elam, and within 16 years Assyria was wiped off the face of the map. When we gaze back over the century and a half of ever more virulent warfare which begins with Tiglath-Pileser's accession in 745 BC and closes with the Babylonian Nebuchadnezzar's victory over Pharaoh Necho at Carchemish in 605, the historical landmarks which stand out at first sight are the successive knockout blows by which Assyria destroyed entire communities, razing cities to the ground and carrying whole populations away captive: Damascus in 732, Samaria in 722, Musasir in 714, Babylon in 689, Sidon in 677, Memphis in 671, Thebes in 663, Susa circa 639. Of all the capital cities of all the states within reach of Assyria's arm, only Tyre and Jerusalem remained inviolate at the time of the sack of Nineveh herself in 612. The loss and misery which Assyria inflicted on her neighbors is beyond all calculation, yet the legendary remark of the Conteing schoolmaster to the boy whom he is whipping, "It hurts you less than it hurts me," would be a more pertinent critique of Assyrian military activities than the unashamedly truculent and naively self-complacent narratives in which the Assyrian warlords have presented their own accounts of their performances. All Assyria's victims enumerated in this paragraph struggled back to life, and some of them had great futures ahead of them. Nineveh alone fell dead and never rose again. The reason for this contrast of destinies is not far to seek. Behind the facade of her military triumphs, Assyria had been engaged in committing slow suicide. All that we know of her internal history during the period under review gives conclusive evidence of political instability, economic ruin, declining culture, and widespread depopulation. The clearly attested progress of the Aramaic language at the expense of the native Akkadian in the Assyrian homeland during the last century and a half of Assyria's existence shows that the Assyrian people was being peacefully supplanted by the captives of the Assyrian bow and spear in an age when the Assyrian military power stood at its zenith. The indomitable warrior who stood at bay in the breach at Nineveh in 612 was a corpse in armor, whose frame was only held erect by the massiveness of the military accoutrements in which this fellow d'Essy had smothered himself to death. When the Median and Babylonian storming party reached the stiff and menacing figure and sent it clattering and crashing down the moraine of ruined brickwork into the fosse below, they did not suspect that their terrible adversary was no longer a living man at the moment when they struck their daring, and apparently decisive, blow. The doom of Assyria is typical of its kind. The tableau of the corpse in armor conjures up a vision of the Spartan phalanx on the battlefield of Leuctra in 371 BC and of the Janissaries in the trenches before Vienna in AD 1683. The ironic fate of the militarist who is so intemperate in waging wars of annihilation against his neighbors that he deals unintended destruction to himself recalls the self-inflicted doom of the Carolingians or the Timurids, who built up great empires out of the agony of their Saxon or Persian victims, only to provide spoils for Scandinavian or Uzbek adventurers who lived to see and take their chance when the empire builders paid for their imperialism by sinking into impotence within the space of a single lifetime. Another form of suicide which the Assyrian example calls to mind is the self-destruction of those militarists, whether barbarians or peoples of higher culture, who break into and break up some universal state or other great empire which has been giving a spell of peace to the peoples and lands over which it has spread its aegis. The conquerors ruthlessly tear the imperial mantle to shreds and expose the millions whom it has sheltered to the terrors of darkness and the shadow of death, but the shadow descends inexorably on the criminals as well as on their victims. Demoralized by the vastness of their prize, these new masters of a ravished world are apt, like the Kilkenny cats, to perform the friendly office for one another until not one brigand of the band is left to feast upon the plunder. We may watch how the Macedonians, when they have overrun the Achaemenian Empire and pressed beyond its farthest frontiers into India, next turn their arms with equal ferocity upon one another during the 42 years between the death of Alexander in 323 BC and the overthrow of Lysimachus at Corupedium in 281. The grim performance was repeated 1,000 years later when the primitive Muslim Arabs emulated and thereby undid the Macedonians' work by overrunning, in 12 years, the Roman and Sasanian dominions in southwestern Asia over almost as wide a sweep of territory as had once been conquered, in 11 years, by Alexander. In this Arab act of brigandage the 12 years of conquest were followed by 24 years of fratricidal strife. Once again the conquerors fell on one another's swords, and the glory and profit of rebuilding a Syriac universal state was left to the usurping Umayyads and to the interloping Abbasids instead of falling to the companions and descendants of the Prophet whose lightning conquests had prepared the way. The same suicidal Assyrian vein of militarism was displayed by the barbarians who overran the derelict provinces of the decadent Roman Empire, as has been already shown on an early page of this study. There is yet another variety of militaristic aberration of which we shall also find the prototype in the Assyrian militarism when we envisage Assyria in her proper setting as an integral part of the larger body social which we have called the Babylonic society. In this society Assyria was a march whose special function was to defend not only herself but the rest of the world of which she formed a part from the predatory highlanders on the north and the east and from the aggressive pioneers of the Syriac society on the south and the west. In articulating a march of this kind out of a previously undifferentiated social fabric a society stands to benefit in all its members, for while the march is stimulated in so far as it responds successfully to its proper challenge of resisting external pressures, the interior is relieved of pressure and set free to face other challenges and accomplish other tasks. This division of labor breaks down if the frontiersmen turn the arms which they have learned to use against the outsider into a means of fulfilling ambitions at the expense of the interior members of their own society. What follows is essentially a civil war, and this explains the momentousness of the consequences that ultimately followed from the action of Tiglath-Pileser III in 745 BC when he turned his Assyrian arms against Babylonia. The aberration of the march which turns against the interior is, of its very nature, disastrous for the society as a whole, but for the markman himself it is suicidal. His action is like that of a sword arm that plunges the blade it wields into the body of which it is a member, or like the woodman who saws off the branch on which he is sitting, and so comes crashing down with it to the ground while the mutilated tree trunk remains still standing. Charlemagne. It was perhaps an intuitive misgiving at the misdirection of energies discussed in the preceding paragraph that moved the Austrasian Franks to protest so vehemently in AD 754 against their warlord Pepin's decision to respond to Pope Stephen's call to arms against their brethren the Lombards. The papacy had turned its eyes towards this transalpine power, and had whetted Pepin's ambition in 749 by crowning him king and thereby legitimizing his de facto authority, because Austrasia had distinguished herself in Pepin's generation by her services as a march on two fronts, against the pagan Saxons beyond the Rhine and against the Muslim Arab conquerors of the Iberian Peninsula who were pressing across the Pyrenees. In 754 the Austrasians were invited to divert their energies from the fields in which they had just been finding their true mission in order to destroy the Lombards, who stood in the way of the political ambitions of the papacy. The misgivings of the Austrasian rank and file with regard to this enterprise were proved in the event to have been better justified than their leader's appetite for it, for in overriding the objections of his henchman Pepin forged the first link in a chain of military and political commitments which bound Austrasia ever more tightly to Italy. His Italian campaign of 755-6 led on to Charlemagne's of 773-4, a campaign which disastrously interrupted the conquest of Saxony on which he had then just embarked. Thereafter, in the course of the next 30 years, his laborious operations in Saxony were interrupted again no less than 4 times by the intrusion of Italian crises which demanded his presence on the spot for periods of varying duration. The burdens imposed upon Charlemagne's subjects by his mutually contradictory ambitions aggravated to breaking point the load which weighed upon Austrasia's back. Timur in like fashion broke the back of his own Transoxania by squandering on aimless expeditions into Iran and Iraq and India and Anatolia and Syria the slender reserves of Transoxanian strength which ought to have been concentrated upon Timur's proper mission of imposing his peace on the Eurasian nomads. Transoxania was the march of the sedentary Iranic society over against the Eurasian nomad world, and during the first 19 years of his reign, AD 1362-80, Timur had attended to his proper business as warden of the marches. He had first repulsed and afterwards taken the offensive against the Chagatai nomads, and he had rounded off his own dominions by liberating the oases of Khwarezm on the lower Oxus from the nomads of Juji's uppunnage. Upon the completion of this great task in AD 1380, Timur had a greater prize within his reach, no less than the succession to the great Eurasian Empire of Chinggis Khan, for in Timur's generation the nomads were in retreat on all sectors of the long frontier between the desert and the Sone, and the next chapter in the history of Eurasia was to be a race between the resurgent sedentary peoples round about for the prize of Chinggis Khan's heritage. In this competition the Moldavians and Lithuanians were too remote to be in the running, the Muscovites were wedded to their forests and the Chinese to their fields, the Cossacks and the Transoxanians were the only competitors who had succeeded in making themselves at home on the steppe without uprooting the sedentary foundations of their own way of life, and of the two the Transoxanian competitor seemed to have the better chance. Besides being stronger in himself and nearer to the heart of the steppe, he was also the first in the field, while, as champion of the Sunna, he had potential partisans among the sedentary Muslim communities who were the outposts of Islam on the steppe's opposite coasts. For an instant Timur appeared to appreciate his opportunity and to grasp it with determination, but after a few bold and brilliant preliminary moves he made a right-about turn, directed his arms towards the interior of the Iranic world and devoted almost the whole of the last 24 years of his life to a series of barren and destructive campaigns in this quarter. The range of his victories was as sensational as their results were suicidal. Timur's self-stultification is a supreme example of the suicidalness of militarism. His empire not only did not survive him but was devoid of all after-effects of a positive kind. Its only traceable after-effect is wholly negative. In sweeping away everything that it found in its path, in order to rush headlong to its own destruction, Timur's imperialism simply created a political and social vacuum in southwestern Asia, and this vacuum eventually drew the Osmanlis and the Safavids into a collision which dealt the stricken Iranic society its death blow. The Iranic society's forfeiture of the heritage of the nomad world declared itself first on the plane of religion. Throughout the 4 centuries ending in Timur's generation, Islam had been progressively establishing its hold over the sedentary peoples round the coasts of the Eurasian steppe and had been captivating the nomads themselves whenever they trespassed out of the desert into the Sone. By the 14th century it looked as though nothing could now prevent Islam from becoming the religion of all Eurasia. But after Timur's career had run its course, the progress of Islam in Eurasia came to a dead stop, and 2 centuries later the Mongols and the Kalmucks were converted to the Lamaistic form of Mahayanian Buddhism. This astonishing triumph of a fossilized relic of the religious life of the long-extinct Indi civilization gives some measure of the extent to which the prestige of Islam had fallen in the estimation of the Eurasian nomads during the 2 centuries that had elapsed since Timur's day. On the political plane, the Iranic culture which Timur had first championed and then betrayed proved equally bankrupt. The sedentary societies which ultimately performed the feat of taming Eurasian nomadism politically were the Russians and the Chinese. This final conclusion of the monotonously repeated drama of nomad history became predictable when, in the middle of the 17th century of the Christian era, the Cossack servants of Muscovy and the Manchu masters of China ran into each other as they were feeling their way in opposite directions round the northern edge of the steppe and fought their first battle for dominion over Eurasia in the neighborhood of Chinggis Khan's ancestral pastures in the upper basin of the Amur. The partition of Eurasia between these rivals was completed a century later. It is a curious reflection that, if Timur had not turned his back on Eurasia and his arms against Iran in AD 1381, the present relations between Transoxania and Russia might have been the inverse of what they actually are. In those hypothetical circumstances, Russia today might have found herself included in an empire of much the same extent as the area of the present Soviet Union, but with quite a different center of gravity, an Iranic empire in which Samarkand would be ruling Moscow instead of Moscow ruling Samarkand. This imaginary picture may appear outlandish because the actual course of events for 5½ centuries has been so different, but at least as strange a picture will unfold itself if we plot out an alternative course for Western history on the assumption that Charlemagne's less violent and fatal diversion of his military energies had proved as disastrous for the Western civilization as Timur's proved for the Iranic. On this analogy we shall have to picture Austrasia being submerged by the Magyars and Neustria by the Vikings in the darkness of the 10th century, and the heart of the Carolingian Empire remaining thereafter under this barbarian domination until in the 14th century the Osmanlis step in to impose the lesser evil of an alien domination upon these derelict marches of Western Christendom. But the greatest of all Timur's acts of destruction was committed against himself. He has made his name immortal at the price of erasing from the mind of posterity all memory of the deeds for which he might have been remembered for good. To how many people in Christendom or Dar al-Islam does Timur's name call up the image of a champion of civilization against barbarism, who led the clergy and people of his country to a hard-won victory at the end of a 19-years-long struggle for independence? To the vast majority of those to whom the name of Timur-Lenk or Tamerlane means anything at all, it commemorates a militarist who perpetrated as many horrors in the span of 24 years as the last 5 Assyrian kings perpetrated in 120. We think of the monster who razed Isfahan to the ground in A.D. 1381, built 2,000 prisoners into a living mound and then bricked them over at Sapta War in 1383, piled 5,000 human heads into minarets at Zurich in the same year, cast his Luri prisoners alive over precipices in 1386, massacred 70,000 people and piled the heads of the slain into minarets at Isfahan in 1387, massacred 100,000 prisoners at Delhi in 1398, buried alive 4,000 Christian soldiers of the garrison of Shiraz after their capitulation in 1400, and built 20 towers of skulls in Syria in 1400 and 1401. In minds which know him only by such deeds Timur has caused himself to be confounded with the ogres of the steppe Chinggis and an Attila and the like against whom he had spent the first and better half of his life in waging a holy war. The crack-brained megalomania of this homicidal madman whose one idea is to impress the imagination of mankind with a sense of his military power by a hideous abuse of it is brilliantly conveyed in the hyperboles which the English poet Marlowe has placed in the mouth of his Tamburlaine. The god of war resigns his Rumé to me, meaning to make me general of the world. Jove, viewing me in armes, looks pale and wan, fearing my power should pull him from his throne. Where'er I come the fatal sisters sweat, and grisly death by running to and fro, to do their Cecil's homage to my sword. Millions of souls sit on the banks of Styx, waiting the back return of Charon's boat. Hell and Elysian swarm with ghosts of men, that I have sent from sundry foughten fields, to spread my fame through hell and up to heaven. 1. The Margrave turned moss trooper. In analyzing the careers of Timur and Charlemagne and the later Assyrian kings we have observed the same phenomenon in all 3 cases. The military prowess which a society develops among its frontiersmen for its defense against external enemies undergoes a sinister transformation into the moral malady of militarism when it is diverted from its proper field in the no man's land beyond the pale and is turned against the frontiersmen's own brethren in the interior. A number of other examples of this social evil will readily occur to our minds. We shall think of Mercia turning against the other English successor states of the Roman Empire in Britain the arms which she had sharpened in performance of her original function as the English march against Wales, of the Plantagenet Kingdom of England attempting in the 100 Years' War to conquer the sister kingdom of France instead of attending to her proper business of enlarging the bounds of their common mother, Latin Christendom, at the expense of the Celtic fringe, and of the Norman. King Roger of Sicily turning his military energies to the extension of his dominions in Italy instead of carrying on his forebears' work of enlarging the bounds of Western Christendom in the Mediterranean at the expense of Orthodox Christendom and Dar al-Islam. In like fashion the Mycenaean outposts of the Minoan civilization on the European mainland misused the prowess which they had acquired in holding their own against the continental barbarians, in order to turn and rend their mother Crete. In the Egyptiac world the classic southern march in the section of the Nile Valley immediately below the first cataract trained itself in arms, in the execution of its duty of damming back the Nubian barbarians upriver, only to turn right about against the communities of the interior and establish by brute force the United Kingdom of the Two Crowns. This act of militarism has been depicted by its perpetrator, with all the frankness of self-complacency, in one of the earliest records of the Egyptian civilization as yet discovered. The palette of Narmer displays the triumphant return of the Upper Egyptian warlord from the conquest of Lower Egypt. Swollen to a superhuman stature, the royal conqueror marches behind a strutting file of standard-bearers towards a double row of decapitated enemy corpses, while below, in the image of a bull, he tramples upon a fallen adversary and batters down the walls of a fortified town. The accompanying script is believed to enumerate a booty of 120,000 human captives, 400,000 oxen, and 1,422,000 sheep and goats. In this gruesome work of archaic Egyptian art we have the whole tragedy of militarism as it has been acted over and over again since Narmer's time. Perhaps the most poignant of all the performances of this tragedy is that of which Athens was guilty when she transformed herself from the liberator of Hellas into a tyrant city. This Athenian aberration brought upon all Hellas, as well as upon Athens herself, the never-retrieved disaster of the Atheno-Peloponnesian War. The military field, which we have been surveying in this chapter, is illuminating for the study of the fatal chain of because military skill and prowess are edged tools which are apt to inflict fatal injuries on those who misuse them. But what is palpably true of military action is also true of other human activities in less hazardous fields where the train of gunpowder which leads from through to A&J is not so explosive. Whatever the human faculty or the sphere of its exercise may be, the presumption that, because a faculty has proved equal to the accomplishment of a limited task within its proper field, it may therefore be counted on to produce some inordinate effect in a different set of circumstances, is never anything but an intellectual and moral aberration and never leads to anything but certain disaster. We have now to proceed to an illustration of the working of this same sequence of cause and effect in a non-military field. 7. The intoxication of victory. The Holy See. One of the more general forms in which the tragedy of presents itself is the intoxication of victory, whether the struggle in which the fatal prize is won be a war of arms or a conflict of spiritual forces. Both variants of this drama could be illustrated from the history of Rome, the intoxication of a military victory from the breakdown of the Republic in the 2nd century BC and the intoxication of a spiritual victory from the breakdown of the papacy in the 13th century of the Christian era. But as we have already dealt with the breakdown of the Roman Republic in another connection, we will confine ourselves here to the latter theme. The chapter in the history of the Roman See, the greatest of all Western institutions, with which we are concerned is that which began on the December 20th, AD 1046, with the opening of the Synod of Sutri by the Emperor Henry III, and closed on the September 20th, AD 1870, with the occupation of Rome by the troops of King Victor Emmanuel. The Papal Respublica Christiana is unique among human institutions. Attempts to establish its character by analogies with institutions evolved in other societies reveal differences so fundamental that the supposed analogies turn out to be unprofitable. It can best be described, in negative terms, as an exact inversion of the Caesaro-Papal regime, against which it was a social reaction and a spiritual protest, and this description gives, better than any other, the measure of Hildebrand's achievement. When the Tuscan Hildebrand took up his abode in Rome in the second quarter of the 11th century, he found himself in a derelict outpost of the East Roman Empire which was occupied by a degenerate offshoot of the Byzantine society. These latter-day Romans were militarily contemptible, socially turbulent, financially and spiritually bankrupt. They were unable to cope with their Lombard neighbors, they had lost the whole of the papal estates at home and overseas, and when it was a question of raising the level of monastic life they had to turn for guidance to Cluny, beyond the Alps. The first attempts to regenerate the papacy took the form of passing over Romans and appointing Transalpines. In this despised and alien Rome Hildebrand and his successors succeeded in creating the master institution of Western Christendom. They won for papal Roman Empire which had a greater hold on the human heart than the empire of the Antonines, and which on the mere material plane embraced vast tracts of Western Europe beyond the Rhine and the Danube, where the legions of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius had never set foot. These papal conquests were partly due to the constitution of the Christian Republic, whose frontiers the popes were enlarging, for it was a constitution which inspired confidence instead of evoking hostility. It was based on a combination of ecclesiastical centralism and uniformity with political diversity and devolution, and, since the superiority of the spiritual over the temporal power was a cardinal point in its constitutional doctrine, this combination made the note of unity predominant without depriving the adolescent Western society of those elements of liberty and elasticity which are the indispensable conditions of growth. Even in those central Italian territories over which the papacy claimed secular as well as ecclesiastical authority, the 12th century popes gave encouragement to the movement towards city-state autonomy. At the turn of the 12th and 13th centuries, when this civic movement was in full flood in Italy and when the papal authority stood at its zenith over Western Christendom, a Welsh poet was pointing out how strange it was that the Pope's censure, which in Rome could not move trifles, was elsewhere making the scepters of kings tremble. One Giraldus Cambrensis felt that he was here exposing a paradox which was a theme for satire. But the very reason why in this age a majority of the princes and city-states of Western Christendom accepted the papal supremacy with so little demur was because the Pope was not then under suspicion of attempting to trespass on the domain of the secular power. This statesmanlike aloofness from secular and territorial ambitions was combined, in the papal hierarchy at its zenith, with an energetic and enterprising use of the administrative gift which was the Byzantine legacy to papal Rome. While in Orthodox Christendom this gift had been fatally applied to the tour de force of putting substance into a resuscitated ghost of the Roman Empire and thereby crushing an adolescent Orthodox Christian society under the incubus of an institution too heavy for it to bear, the Roman architects of the Respublica Christiana turned their administrative resources to better account by building a lighter structure, on a new plan, upon broader foundations. The gossamer filaments of the papal spider's web, as it was originally woven, drew medieval Western Christendom together into an unconstrained unity which was equally beneficial to the parts and to the whole. It was only later, when the fabric coarsened and hardened in the stress of conflict, that the silken threads changed into iron bands and that these came to weigh so heavily on the local princes and peoples that at last they burst their bonds in a temper in which they hardly cared if, in liberating themselves, they were destroying the ecumenical unity which the papacy had established and preserved. In that papal work of creation it was not, of course, either a capacity for administration or an avoidance of territorial ambitions that was the vital creative force. The papacy was able to be creative because it threw itself without hesitations or reservations into the task of giving leadership and expression and organization to an adolescent society's awakening desires for a higher life and a larger growth. It gave these aspirations form and fame, and thereby transformed them from the daydreams of scattered minorities or isolated individuals into common causes which carried conviction that they were supremely worth striving for, and which swept men off their feet when they heard these causes preached by popes who were staking upon them the fortunes of the Holy See. The victory of the Christian Republic was won by the papal campaigns for the purification of the clergy from the two moral plagues of sexual incontinence and financial corruption, for the liberation of the life of the Church from the interference of secular powers and for the rescue of the Oriental Christians and the holy places from the clutches of the Turkish champions of Islam. But this was not the whole of the Hildebrandine papacy's work, for even in times of the severest stress the great popes under whose leadership these holy wars were fought had a margin of thought and will to spare for works of peace in which the Church was displaying her finest self and exercising her most creative activity, the nascent universities, the new forms of monastic life and the mendicant orders. The fall of the Hildebrandine Church is as extraordinary a spectacle as its rise, for all the virtues which had carried it to its zenith seemed to change, as it sank to its nadir, into their own exact antitheses. The divine institution which had been fighting and winning a battle for spiritual freedom against material force was now infected with the very evil which it had set itself to cast out. The Holy See which had led the struggle against simony now required the clergy to pay their dues to a Roman receipt of custom for those ecclesiastical preferments which Rome herself had forbidden them to purchase from any local secular power. The Roman Curia, which had been the head and front of moral and intellectual progress, now turned itself into a fastness of spiritual conservatism. The ecclesiastical sovereign power now suffered itself to be deprived by its local secular underlings, the princes of the rising parochial states, of the lion's share of the product of the financial and administrative instruments which the papacy itself had devised in order to make its authority effective. Finally, as the local prince of a papal principality, the sovereign pontiff had to content himself with the paltry consolation prize of sovereignty over one of the least of the successor states of his own lost empire. Has any institution ever given so great occasion as this to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme? This is surely the most extreme example of the nemesis of creativity that we have yet encountered in our study. How did this happen, and why? How it happened is foreshadowed in the first recorded transaction of Hildebrand's public career. The creative spirits of the Roman Church, who set themselves in the 11th century to rescue our Western society from a feudal anarchy by establishing a Christian republic, found themselves in the same dilemma as their spiritual heirs who are attempting in our own day to replace an international anarchy by a world order. The essence of their aim was to substitute spiritual authority for physical force, and the spiritual sword was the weapon with which their supreme victories were won. But there were occasions on which it seemed as though the established regime of physical force was in a position to defy the spiritual sword with impunity, and it was in such situations that the Roman Church militant was challenged to give its answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. Was the soldier of God to deny himself the use of any but his own spiritual arms at the risk of seeing his advance brought to a standstill? Or was he to fight God's battle against the devil with the adversary's own weapons? Hildebrand accepted the latter alternative when, on being appointed by Gregory VI to be the guardian of the papal treasury and finding it constantly looted by brigands, he raised an armed force and routed the brigands manu militari. At the moment when Hildebrand took this action, the inward moral character of his act was difficult to divine. At his last hour, 40 years later, the answer to the riddle was already less obscure, for in 1085, when he was dying as a pope in exile at Salerno, Rome herself lay prostrate under the weight of an overwhelming calamity which her bishop's policy had brought upon her only the year before. In 1085 Rome had just been looted and burnt by the Normans, whom the Pope had called in to assist him in a military struggle which had spread from the steps of St. Peter's altar, the papal treasury, until it had engulfed the whole of Western Christendom. The climax of the physical conflict between Hildebrand and the Emperor Henry IV gave a foretaste of the deadlier and more devastating struggle which was to be fought out à outrance, more than a century and a half later, between Innocent IV and Frederick II, and, by the time we come to the pontificate of Innocent IV, a lawyer turned militarist, our doubts will be at an end. Hildebrand himself had set the Hildebrandine Church upon a course which was to end in the victory of his adversaries, the world, the flesh, and the devil, over the city of God which he was seeking to bring down to earth. No politic admitteth nor did ever admit the teacher into confidence, nay even the Church, with hierarchy in conclave compassing to install Saint Peter in Caesar's chair, and thereby win for men the promises for which they had loved and worshipped Christ, relaxed his heavenly code to stretch her temporal rule. 1. If we have succeeded in explaining how the papacy became possessed by the demon of physical violence which it was attempting to exorcise, we have found the explanation of the other changes of papal virtues into their opposing vices, for the substitution of the material for the spiritual sword is the fundamental change of which all the rest are corollaries. How was it, for example, that a Holy See whose main concern with the finances of the clergy had been the eradication of simony in the 11th century should in the 13th century have become so deeply engaged in allocating for the benefit of its nominees, and by the 14th century in taxing for its own benefit, those ecclesiastical revenues which it had once redeemed from the scandal of prostitution to secular powers for the purchase of ecclesiastical preferment? The answer is simply that the papacy had turned militarist and war costs money. The outcome of the Great War between the 13th century popes and the Hohenstaufen was the usual outcome of all wars that are fought out to the bitter end. The nominal victor succeeded in dealing the death blow to his victim at the cost of sustaining fatal injuries himself, and the real victors over both belligerents were the neutral tertigaudents. when, half a century after the death of Frederick II, Pope Boniface VIII hurled against the King of France the pontifical thunderbolt which had blasted the emperor. The sequel demonstrated that, as a result of the deadly struggle of 1227–68, the papacy had sunk to the level of weakness to which it had reduced the empire, while the kingdom of France had become as strong as either the papacy or the empire had been before they had destroyed each other. King Philippe le Bel burnt the bull before Notre Dame with the general approval of his clergy as well as his people, arranged the kidnapping of the Pope, and, after his victim's death, secured the transference of the seat of papal administration from Rome to Avignon. There followed the captivity, 1305–78, and the schism, 1379–1415. It was now certain that the local secular princes would inherit, sooner or later, within their respective territories, the whole of the administrative and financial organization and power which the papacy had been gradually building up for itself. The process of transfer was only a matter of time. We may notice, as landmarks on the road, the English statutes of Provizors, AD 1351, and Praemunire, 1353, the concessions which the Curia was compelled to make, a century later, to the secular powers in France and Germany as the price of their withdrawal of support from the Council of Basel, the Franco-Papal Concordat of 1516 and the English Act of Supremacy passed in 1534. The transfer of the papacy's prerogatives to secular governments had begun 200 years before the Reformation, and it worked itself out in the states which remained Catholic as well as in those which became Protestant. The 16th century saw the process completed, and it is, of course, no accident that the same century also saw the laying of the foundations upon which the totalitarian states of the modern Western world have been built. The most significant single factor in this process, of which we have indicated some of the external landmarks, was the transference of devotion to these parochial secular states from an ecumenical church. This hold upon human hearts is the most precious of all the spoils which these successor states have taken from the greater and nobler institution which they have plundered, since it is by commanding loyalty much more than by raising revenues and armies that these successor states have kept themselves alive. By the same token, it is this spiritual heritage from the Hildebrandine Church that has turned the once harmless and useful institution of the parochial state into the menace to civilization which it clearly is today. For the spirit of devotion, which was a beneficent creative power when directed through the channels of a Civitas Dei to God Himself, has degenerated into a destructive force when diverted from its original object and offered to idols made by human hands. Parochial states, as our medieval forebears knew, are man-made institutions which, being useful and necessary, deserve from us that same conscientious but unenthusiastic performance of minor social duties which we render in our time to our municipalities and county councils. To idolize these pieces of social machinery is to court disaster. We have now perhaps found some answer to the question how the papacy came to suffer its extraordinary triumvirate, but in describing the process we have not explained the cause. Why was it that the medieval papacy became the slave of its own tools and allowed itself to be betrayed, by its use of material means, into being diverted from the spiritual ends to which those means had been intended to minister? The explanation appears to lie in the untoward effects of an initial victory. The dangerous game of fighting force with force, which is justifiable within limits which may be divined by intuition but which are perhaps impossible to define, had fatal results because, in the first instance, it succeeded all too well. Intoxicated by the successes which their hazardous maneuver obtained for them in the earlier stages of their struggle with the Holy Roman Empire, Gregory VII, Hildebrand, and his successors persisted in the use of force until victory on this non-spiritual plane became an end in itself. Thus, while Gregory VII fought the empire with the object of removing an imperial obstacle to a reform of the Church, Innocent IV fought the empire in order to destroy the empire's own secular authority. Can we identify the particular point at which the Hildebrandine policy went off the rails or, in the language of an older tradition, turned aside from the straight and narrow way? Let us try to make out where it was that this wrong turning was taken. By the year 1075 the double crusade against the sexual and the financial corruption of the clergy had been successfully launched throughout the Western world, and a signal victory had been gained by the moral prowess of a Roman see whose profligacy had been the greatest of all the scandals of the Church only half a century earlier. This victory had been Hildebrand's personal work. He had fought for it beyond the Alps and behind the papal throne until the fight had carried him at last into the office that he had raised from the dust, and he had fought with every weapon, spiritual and material, that had come to his hand. It was at the moment of triumph, in the third year of his reign as Pope Gregory VII, that Hildebrand took a step which his champions can plausibly represent as having been almost inevitable and his critics no less plausibly as having been almost inevitably disastrous. In that year Hildebrand extended the field of battle from the sure ground of concubinage and simony to the debatable ground of investiture. Logically, perhaps, the conflict over investiture might be justified as an inevitable sequel to the conflicts over concubinage and simony if all three struggles were looked upon as one single struggle for the liberation of the Church. To a Hildebrand at this critical point in his career it might seem labor lost to have freed the Church from her servitude to Venus and Mammon if he were to leave her still fettered by her political subjection to the secular power. So long as this third shackle lay heavy upon her, would she not be debarred from doing her divinely appointed work for the regeneration of mankind? But this argument begs a question which Hildebrand's critics are entitled to ask, even though they cannot, in the nature of things, answer it conclusively one way or the other. In 1075, were the circumstances such that any clear-sighted and strong-minded occupant of the papal throne was bound to assume that there was no longer any possibility of sincere and fruitful cooperation between the reforming party in the Church, as represented by the Roman Curia, and the secular power in the Christian Commonwealth as represented by the Holy Roman Empire? On this question the onus of proof lies with the Hildebrandans on at least two accounts. In the first place neither Hildebrand himself nor his partisans ever sought either before or after the decree of 1075 prohibiting lay investiture to deny that the secular authorities had a legitimate part to play in the procedure for the election of the clerical officers of the Church from the Pope himself downwards. In the second place, within the 30 years ending in 1075 the Roman See had been working hand in hand with the Holy Roman Empire in the older conflict over the issues of concubinage and simony. It must be admitted that the cooperation of the empire in these tasks had faltered and fallen short after the death of Henry III and during his son's minority, and that after Henry IV came of age, in 1069, his conduct had been unsatisfactory. It was in these circumstances that the papacy embarked on the policy of limiting or prohibiting the intervention of the lay authority in ecclesiastical appointments. This may have been justifiable, but it must be admitted that it was a step of an almost revolutionary character, and if, in spite of all provocations, Hildebrand had forborne to throw down the gauntlet in 1075 it is conceivable that good relations might have been restored. It is difficult to resist the impression that Hildebrand was betrayed into an act of that impatience which is one of the hallmarks of V. Fippes, and the further impression that his nobler motives were alloyed by a desire to exact vengeance from the imperial power for the humiliation that it had inflicted on a degenerate papacy at the Synod of Sutri in 1046. This last impression is strengthened by the fact that Hildebrand, on assuming the papal tiara, took the name of Gregory, which had previously been borne by the Pope deposed on that occasion. To raise the new issue of investiture with a militancy which was bound to set empire and papacy at variance was the more hazardous inasmuch as this third issue happened to be far less clear than those others on which the two authorities had, not so long since, seen eye to eye. One source of ambiguity arose from the fact that, by Hildebrand's day, it had become established that the appointment of a clerical officer of episcopal rank required the concurrence of several different parties. It was one of the primeval rules of ecclesiastical discipline that a bishop must be elected by the clergy and people of his see and must be consecrated by a quorum of the bishops of his province. And the secular power had never at any time since the issue had been raised by the conversion of Constantine attempted to usurp the ritual prerogatives of the bishops or to challenge, at any rate in theory, the electoral rights of the clergy and people. The role which the secular authority had played de facto without prejudice to the question of what the situation might be de jure was that of nominating candidates and of exercising a right of veto over elections. Hildebrand had himself explicitly recognized this right on more than one occasion. Further, by the 11th century the traditional case for the exercise of some degree of secular control over clerical appointments had been reinforced by considerations of a practical kind. For the clergy had long, and to an increasing degree, been performing secular as well as ecclesiastical duties. By the year 1075 a very large part of the civil administration of Western Christendom was in the hands of clerics who held this secular authority by feudal tenure, so that the exemption of the clergy from lay investiture would carry with it an abrogation of the secular power's jurisdiction over large tracts of its own proper field and the transformation of the Church into a civil as well as an ecclesiastical imperium in imperio. It is idle to suggest that these civil duties could have been transferred to secular administrators. Both parties to the conflict were well aware that a secular personnel capable of taking over such duties did not exist. The gravity of Hildebrand's action in 1075 is revealed by the dimensions of the catastrophe which was its sequel. On this issue of investiture Hildebrand staked the whole of the moral prestige which he had won for the papacy in the previous 30 years, and his hold upon the consciences of the plebs Christiana in Henry IV's Transalpine dominions was strong enough, in conjunction with the strength of Saxon arms, to bring the emperor to Canossa. Yet, although Canossa may have dealt the imperial dignity a blow from which it never quite recovered, the sequel was not an end but a resumption of the struggle. 50 years of conflict had produced a breach between the papacy and the empire too wide and too deep to be closed by any politic compromise on the particular issue over which the conflict had originated. The controversy over investitures might moulder in its grave after the Concordat of 1122, but the hostility that it had engendered went marching on, finding ever fresh issues in the hardness of men's hearts and the perversity of their ambitions. We have examined the decision of Hildebrand in 1075 at some length because we believe it to have been the crucial decision conditioning all that followed. In the intoxication of victory Hildebrand set the institution which he himself had raised from the depths of ignominy to the heights of grandeur on the wrong road, and none of his successors was able to recover the right one. We need not pursue the story farther in any detail. The pontificate of Innocent III, 1198–1216, is the Antonine age or Indian summer of the Hildebrandine papacy, but that pope owed his preeminent position to accidental circumstances, such as the long minority in the Hohenstaufen line, and his career merely illustrates the fact that a superb administrator may be a purblind statesman. There followed the papacy's war à outrance against Frederick II and his offspring, the tragedy of Anagni, which was the secular arms vulgar riposte to Canossa, the captivity and the schism, the abortive parliamentarism of the conciliar movement, the paganization of the Vatican during the Italian Renaissance, the disruption of the Catholic Church through the Reformation, the indecisive but ferocious struggle inaugurated by the Counter-Reformation, the spiritual nullity of the papacy in the 18th century and its active anti-liberalism in the 19th. But the unique institution has survived, one, and at this hour of decision at which we now live it is meet and right that all men and women in the Western world who have been baptized into Christ as heirs according to the promise, and with us all the Gentiles who have become partakers of the promise and fellow heirs of the same body through the adoption of our Western way of life, should call upon the Vicar of Christ to vindicate his tremendous title. Did not Peter's master say to Peter himself that unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required, and to whom men have committed much, of him they will ask the more? To the apostle at Rome our forefathers committed the destiny of Western Christendom, which was the whole of their treasure, and when that servant which knew his Lord's will prepared not himself nor did according to his will and was beaten in just retribution with many stripes, those blows fell with equal weight upon the bodies of the menservants and maidens whose souls had been entrusted to the keeping of the service servorum Dei. The punishment for the vipis of the servant has been visited upon us, and it is for him who brought us to this pass to deliver us from it, whosoever we may be, Catholics or Protestants, believers or unbelievers. If, at this crucial moment, a second Hildebrand did arise, would our deliverer this time be forearmed, by the wisdom that is born of suffering, against that fatal intoxication of victory which ruined the great work of Pope Gregory VII? V. The disintegrations of civilizations. 17. The nature of disintegration. 1. A general survey. In passing from the breakdowns of civilizations to their disintegrations, we have to face a question like that which confronted us when we passed from the genesis of civilizations to their growths. Is disintegration a new problem on its own account, or can we take it for granted as a natural and inevitable sequel to breakdown? When we considered the earlier question, whether growth was a new problem, distinct from the problem of genesis, we were led to answer the question in the affirmative by discovering that there were, in fact, a number of arrested civilizations which had solved the problem of genesis but had failed to solve the problem of growth. And now again, at this later stage in our study, we can meet the analogous question with the same affirmative answer by pointing to the fact that certain civilizations, after breakdown, have suffered a similar arrest and entered on a long period of petrifaction. The classic example of a petrified civilization is presented by a phase in the history of the Egyptian society which we have already had occasion to consider. After the Egyptian society had broken down under the intolerable burden that was imposed on it by the pyramid builders, and when thereafter it had passed through the first and the second into the third of the three phases of disintegration, a time of troubles, a universal state and an interregnum, this apparently moribund society then departed unexpectedly and abruptly, at a moment when it was apparently completing its life course, from what we may provisionally regard as the standard pattern. If we take for our norm the Hellenic example in which these three phases first came under our notice. At this point the Egyptian society refused to pass away and proceeded to double its lifespan. When we take the time measure of the Egyptian society from the moment of its galvanic reaction against the Hyksos invaders in the first quarter of the 16th century before Christ down to the obliteration of the last traces of an Egyptian culture in the 5th century of the Christian era, we find that this span of 2,000 years is as long as the combined span of the birth, growth, breakdown, and almost complete disintegration of the Egyptian society, reckoning back from the date of its passionate reassertion of itself in the 16th century before Christ to its first emergence above the primitive level at some unknown date in the 4th millennium BC. But the life of the Egyptian society during the second half of its existence was a kind of life in death. During those two supernumerary millennia, a civilization whose previous career had been so full of movement and of meaning lingered on inert and arrested. In fact, it survived by becoming petrified. Nor does this example stand alone. If we turn to the history of the main body of the Far Eastern society in China, in which the moment of breakdown may be equated with the breakup of the Tiang Empire in the last quarter of the 9th century of the Christian era, we can trace the subsequent process of disintegration following its normal course through a time of troubles into a universal state, only to be pulled up in the course of this stage by a reaction of the same abrupt and passionate kind as the Egyptian reaction to the Hyksos invaders. The southern Chinese revolt, under the leadership of the founder of the Ming dynasty, Hung Wu, against a Far Eastern universal state which had been established by the barbarian Mongols, is strongly reminiscent of the Theban revolt, under the leadership of the founder of the 18th dynasty, Amosis, against the successor state which had been erected on part of the derelict domain of the defunct Egyptian universal state, the so-called Middle Empire, by the barbarian Hyksos. And there has been a corresponding similarity in the sequel. For the Far Eastern society has prolonged its existence in a petrified form instead of passing expeditiously through disintegration into dissolution by way of a universal state running out into an interregnum. We may add to these two examples the various fossilized fragments of otherwise extinct civilizations which have come to our notice, the Jains in India, the Hinayanian Buddhists in Ceylon, Burma, Siam, and Cambodia, and the Lamaistic Mahayanian Buddhists of Tibet and Mongolia, all of them fossilized fragments of the Indi civilization, and the Jews, Parsis, Nestorians and Monophysites, who are fossilized fragments of the Syriac civilization. If we cannot extend our list farther, we can at least notice that, in the judgment of Macaulay, the Hellenic civilization came within measurable distance of a similar experience in the 3rd and 4th centuries of the Christian era. The spirit of the two most famous nations of antiquity was remarkably exclusive. The fact seems to be that the Greeks admired only themselves and that the Romans admired only themselves and the Greeks. The effect was narrowness and sameness of thought. Their minds, if we may so express ourselves, bred in, and were accordingly cursed with barrenness and degeneracy. The vast despotism of the Caesars, gradually effacing all national peculiarities and assimilating the remotest provinces of the empire to each other, augmented the evil. At the close of the 3rd century after Christ, the prospects of mankind's sick were fearfully dreary. That great community was then in danger of experiencing a calamity far more terrible than any of the quick, inflammatory, destroying maladies to which nations are liable: a tottering, driveling, paralytic longevity, the immortality of the Struldbrugs, a Chinese civilization. It would be easy to indicate many points of resemblance between the subjects of Diocletian and the people of that celestial empire where, during many centuries, nothing has been learned or unlearned, where government, where education, where the whole system of life, is a ceremony, where knowledge forgets to increase and multiply, and, like the talent buried in the earth or the pound wrapped up in the napkin, experiences neither waste nor augmentation. The torpor was broken by two great revolutions, the one moral, the other political, the one from within, the other from without. 1. This merciful release, for which, on Macaulay's showing, the Hellenic society in the imperial age was indebted to the Church and the barbarians, is a relatively happy ending which cannot be taken for granted. So long as life persists, it is always possible that, instead of being cut off sharp by Clotho's beneficently ruthless shears, it may stiffen by imperceptible degrees into the paralysis of life in death, and the possibility that this may be the destiny of our Western society has haunted the mind of at least one distinguished historian of the present generation. I do not think the danger before us is anarchy, but despotism, the loss of spiritual freedom, the totalitarian state, perhaps a universal world totalitarian state. As a consequence of strife between nations or classes, there might be local and temporary anarchy, a passing phase. Anarchy is essentially weak, and in an anarchic world any firmly organized group with rational organization and scientific knowledge could spread its dominion over the rest. And, as an alternative to anarchy, the world would welcome the despotic state. Then the world might enter upon a period of spiritual petrifaction, a terrible order which for the higher activities of the human spirit would be death. The petrifaction of the Roman Empire and the petrifaction of China would appear less rigid because in our case the ruling group would have much greater scientific means of power. Do you know Macaulay's essay on history? He argues that the barbarian invasions were a blessing in the long run because they broke up the petrifaction. It cost Europe 1,000 years of barbarism to escape the fate of China. There would be no barbarian races to break up a future world totalitarian state. It seems to me possible that in such a totalitarian state, while philosophy and poetry would languish, scientific research might go on with continuous fresh discoveries. Greek science did not find the Ptolemaic realm an ungenial environment, and I think, generally speaking, natural science may flourish under a despotism. It is to the interest of the ruling group to encourage what may increase their means of power. That, not anarchy, is for me the nightmare ahead, if we do not find a way of ending our present fratricidal strife. But there is the Christian Church there, a factor to be reckoned with. It may have to undergo martyrdom in the future world state, but, as it compelled the Roman world state in the end to make at any rate formal submission to Christ, it might again, by the way of martyrdom, conquer the scientific rationalist world state of the future. 1. These reflections show that the disintegrations of civilizations present a problem which demands our study. In studying the growths of civilizations, we found that they could be analyzed into successions of performances of the drama of challenge and response, and that the reason why one performance followed another was because each of the responses was not only successful in answering the particular challenge by which it had been evoked, but was also instrumental in provoking a fresh challenge, which arose each time out of the new situation that the successful response had brought about. Thus the essence of the nature of the growths of civilizations proved to be an elan which carried the challenged party through the equilibrium of a successful response into an overbalance which declared itself in the presentation of a new challenge. This repetitiveness or recurrency of challenge is likewise implied in the concept of disintegration, but in this case the responses fail. In consequence, instead of a series of challenges each different in character from a predecessor which has been successfully met and relegated to past history, we have the same challenge presented again and again. For example, in the history of the international politics of the Hellenic world, from the time when the Solonian economic revolution first confronted the Hellenic society with the task of establishing a political world order, we can see that the failure of the Athenian attempt to solve the problem by means of the Delian League led on to Philip of Macedon's attempt to solve it by means of the Corinthian League, and Philip's failure to Augustus's attempt to solve it by the Pax Romana, upheld by a Principate. This repetition of the same challenge is in the very nature of the situation. When the outcome of each successive encounter is not victory but defeat, the unanswered challenge can never be disposed of, and is bound to present itself again and again until it either receives some tardy and imperfect answer or else brings about the destruction of the society which has shown itself inveterately incapable of responding to it effectively. Can we say, then, that the alternative to petrifaction is total and absolute extinction? Before answering in the affirmative, we may remind ourselves of the process of apparentation and affiliation which we noticed at an early stage of this study. The Solonian respis finum and a suspension of judgment may be for the present our wisest course. In our study of the process of the growths of civilizations, we began by looking for a criterion of growth before we attempted to analyze the process, and we will follow the same plan in our study of disintegrations. One step in the argument, however, we may spare ourselves. Having decided that the criteria of growth were not to be found in an increasing command over the human or the physical environment, we may fairly assume that loss of such command is not among the causes of disintegration. Indeed, the evidence, so far as it goes, suggests that an increasing command over environments is a concomitant of disintegration rather than of growth. Militarism, a common feature of breakdown and disintegration, is frequently effective in increasing a society's command both over other living societies and over the inanimate forces of nature. In the downward course of a broken-down civilization's career there may be truth in the Ionian philosopher Heraclitus' saying that war is the father of all things, and, since the vulgar estimates of human prosperity are reckoned in terms of power and wealth, it thus often happens that the opening chapters of a society's tragic decline are popularly hailed as the culminating chapters of a magnificent growth. Sooner or later, however, disillusionment is bound to follow, for a society that has become incurably divided against itself is almost certain to put back into the business of war the greater part of those additional resources, human and material, which the same business has incidentally brought into its hands. For instance, we see the money power and manpower won through Alexander's conquests being poured into the civil wars of Alexander's successors, and the money power and manpower won by the Roman conquests of the 2nd century BC being poured into the civil wars of the last century BC. Our criterion for the process of disintegration has to be sought for elsewhere, and the clue is given to us in the spectacle of that division and discord within the bosom of a society to which an increase in its command over its environment can so often be traced back. This is only what we should expect, for we have found already that the ultimate criterion and the fundamental cause of the breakdowns which precede disintegrations is an outbreak of internal discords through which societies forfeit their faculty of self-determination. The social schisms in which this discord partially reveals itself rend the broken-down society in two different dimensions simultaneously. There are vertical schisms between geographically segregated communities and horizontal schisms between geographically intermingled but socially segregated classes. So far as the vertical type of schism is concerned, we have already seen how frequently a reckless indulgence in the crime of interstate warfare has been the main line of suicidal activity. But this vertical schism is not the most characteristic manifestation of the discord by which the breakdowns of civilizations are brought about, for the articulation of a society into parochial communities is, after all, a feature which is common to the whole genus of human societies, civilized and uncivilized, and interstate warfare is merely an abuse of a potential instrument of self-destruction which is within the reach of any society at any time. On the other hand, the horizontal schism of a society along lines of class is not only peculiar to civilizations but is also a phenomenon which appears at the moment of their breakdowns and which is a distinctive mark of the periods of breakdown and disintegration, by contrast with its absence during the phases of genesis and growth. We have already come across this horizontal type of schism. We encountered it when we were exploring the extension of our own Western society backwards in the time dimension. We found ourselves led back to the Christian Church and a number of barbarian warbands which had come into collision with the Church in Western Europe inside the northern frontiers of the Roman Empire, and we observed that each of these two institutions, the warbands and the Church, had been created by a social group which was not, itself, an articulation of our own Western body social and which could only be described in terms of another society, antecedent to ours, the Hellenic civilization. We described the creators of the Christian Church as the internal proletariat, and the creators of the barbarian warbands as the external proletariat, of this Hellenic society. Pursuing our inquiries farther, we found that both these proletariats had arisen through acts of secession from the Hellenic society during a time of troubles in which the Hellenic society itself was manifestly no longer creative but was already in decline, and, pushing our inquiry yet another stage back, we further found that these secessions had been provoked by an antecedent change in the character of the ruling element in the Hellenic body social. A creative minority which had once evoked a voluntary allegiance from the uncreative mass, in virtue of the gift of charm which is the privilege of creativity, had now given place to a dominant minority destitute of charm because it was uncreative. This dominant minority had retained its privileged position by force, and the secessions which had ultimately resulted in the creation of the warbands and the Christian Church had been reactions to this tyranny. Yet this defeat of its own intentions through the disruption of a society which it was attempting, by perverse methods, to hold together is not the only achievement of the dominant minority that came to our notice. It has also left a monument of itself in the shape of the Roman Empire, and the empire not only took shape earlier than either the Church or the warbands. Its mighty presence in the world in which these proletarian institutions grew up was a factor in the growth of both of them which cannot be left out of account. This universal state in which the Hellenic dominant minority encased itself was like the carapace of a giant tortoise, and, while the Church was reared under its shadow, the barbarians trained their warbands by sharpening their claws on the tortoise shell's outer face. Finally, at a later point in this study, we tried to obtain a clearer view of the nexus of cause and effect between the loss of the leading minority's faculty for creation and the loss of the faculty for attracting the majority by charm rather than by force. And here we put our finger on the creative minority's expedient of social drill as a shortcut for bringing the uncreative mass into line, in which we had already found the weak spot in the relation between minority and majority in the growth stage. On this showing, the estrangement between minority and majority which eventually comes to a head in the secession of the proletariat is the consequence of the breaking of a link which, even in the growth phase, had only been maintained by playing upon the well-drilled faculty of mimesis, and it is not surprising to find that mimesis fails when the leader's creativity gives out, considering that, even in the growth phase, this link of mimesis has always been precarious by reason of a treacherous duality, the revenge of an unwilling slave, which is part of the nature of any mechanical device. These are the threads of inquiry into the horizontal type of schism that are already in our hands, and perhaps the most promising way of pursuing our inquiry farther will be to draw these threads together and then spin out our strand. Our first step will be to take a closer and wider survey of the three fractions, dominant minority and internal and external proletariats, into which it appears from the Hellenic example, as also from other examples at which we have glanced at earlier points in this study, that a broken down society splits when a horizontal schism rends its fabric. After that we will turn, as we did in our study of growths, from the macrocosm to the microcosm, and there we shall discover a complementary aspect of disintegration in the increasing distraction of the soul. Both these lines of search will lead us to the, at first sight, paradoxical discovery that the process of disintegration works out, in part at least, to a result which is logically incompatible with its nature works out, that is to say, to a recurrence of birth or palingenesia. When we have completed our analysis we shall find that the qualitative change which disintegration brings with it is exactly opposite in character to that which is the outcome of growth. We have seen that, in the process of growth, the several growing civilizations become increasingly differentiated from one another. We shall now find that, conversely, the qualitative effect of disintegration is standardization. This tendency towards standardization is the more remarkable when we consider the extent of the diversity which it has to overcome. The broken down civilizations bring with them, when they enter on their disintegration, the extremely diverse dispositions a bent towards art or towards machinery or whatever the bent may be that they have severally acquired during their growth. And they are also further differentiated from one another by the fact that their breakdowns overtake them at widely different ages. The Syriac civilization, for example, broke down after the death of Solomon, circa 937 BC, at a date probably less than 200 years removed from the original emergence of the civilization out of the post-Minoan interregnum. On the other hand, the sister Hellenic civilization, which emerged out of the same interregnum coevally, did not break down till 500 years later, in the Atheno-Peloponnesian War. Again, the Orthodox Christian civilization broke down at the outbreak of the Great Romano-Bulgarian War in AD 977, while the sister civilization, which is our own, was unquestionably growing for several centuries longer and for all we yet know may not have broken down even yet. If sister civilizations can run to such different lengths of growth span, it is manifest that the growths of civilizations are not predestined to any uniform duration, and indeed we have failed to find any reason a priori why a civilization should not go on growing indefinitely, once it has entered on this stage. These considerations make it plain that the differences between growing civilizations are extensive and profound. Nevertheless, we shall find that the process of disintegration tends to conform in all cases to a standard pattern, a horizontal schism splitting the society into the three fractions already mentioned, and the creation, by each of these three fractions, of a characteristic institution, universal state, universal church, and barbarian warbands. We shall have to take note of these institutions, as well as of their respective creators, if our study of the disintegrations of civilizations is to be comprehensive. But we shall find it convenient, so far as it may prove possible, to study the institutions for their own sake in separate parts of the book. One, for these three institutions are something more than products of the disintegration process. They may also play a part in the relations between one civilization and another, and when we examine the universal churches we shall find ourselves compelled to raise the question whether churches can really be comprehended in their entirety in the framework of the histories of the civilizations in which they make their historical appearances, or whether we have not to regard them as representatives of another species of society which is at least as distinct from the species civilizations as these latter are distinct from primitive societies. This may prove to be one of the most momentous questions that a study of history can suggest to us, but it lies near the farther end of the inquiry we have just been sketching out. 2. Schism and palingenesia. The German Jew Karl Marx, 1818–83, NAS painted, in colors borrowed from the apocalyptic visions of a repudiated religious tradition, a tremendous picture of the secession of a proletariat and the ensuing class war. The immense impression which the Marxian materialist apocalypse has made upon so many millions of minds is in part due to the political militancy of the Marxian diagram, for, while this blueprint is the kernel of a general philosophy of history, it is also a revolutionary call to arms. Whether the invention and vogue of this Marxian formula of the class war are to be taken as signs that our Western society has its feet already set upon the path of disintegration, is a question which will occupy us in a later part of the study. 3. When we come to look into the prospects of this Western civilization of ours. In this place we have cited Marx for other reasons. First, because he is the classic exponent of class war for our world in our age, and, second, because his formula conforms to the traditional Zoroastrian and Jewish and Christian apocalyptic pattern in unveiling, beyond a violent climax, the vision of a gentle finale. According to the communist prophet's intuition of the operations of his familiar spirit, historical materialism or determinism, the class war is bound to issue in a victorious proletarian revolution, but this bloody culmination of the struggle will also be the end of it, for the victory of the proletariat will be decisive and definitive, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, by which the fruits of the victory are to be harvested during the post-revolutionary period, is not to be a permanent institution. A time is to come when a new society which has been classless from birth will be old enough and strong enough to dispense with the dictatorship. Indeed, in its final and permanent acme of well-being, the new society of the Marxian millennium will be able to cast away not only the dictatorship of the proletariat but also every other institutional crutch, including the state itself. The interest of the Marxian eschatology for our present inquiry lies in the surprising fact that this lingering political shadow of a vanished religious belief does accurately plot out the actual course which the class war or horizontal schism in a broken-down society is apt to follow as a matter of historical fact. History duly reveals to us in the phenomena of disintegration a movement that runs through war to peace, through yang to yin, and through an apparently wanton and savage destruction of precious things to fresh works of creation that seem to owe their special quality to the devouring glow of the flame in which they have been forged. The schism itself is the product of two negative movements, each of which is inspired by an evil passion. First, the dominant minority attempts to hold by force the privileged position which it has ceased to merit. Then the proletariat repays injustice with resentment, fear with hate, violence with violence. Yet the whole movement ends in positive acts of creation, the universal state, the universal church, and the barbarian warbands. Thus the social schism is not just a schism and nothing more. When we grasp the movement as a whole, we find that we have to describe it as schism and palingenesia. And, considering that secession is manifestly a particular manner of withdrawal, we may classify the double movement of schism and palingenesia as one instance of the phenomenon we have already studied in a more general aspect under the heading of withdrawal and return. There is one respect in which this new variety of withdrawal and return might seem at first sight to differ from the examples we have previously studied. Were not they the achievements of creative minorities or individuals, and is not the seceding proletariat a majority, as opposed to a dominant minority? A moment's thought, however, suggests what is obviously the true picture, that, though the secession is the work of a majority, the creative act of establishing a universal church is the work of a minority of creative individuals or groups within the proletarian majority. The uncreative majority in such a case consists of the dominant minority and of the rest of the proletariat. We found, also, it will be remembered, that in the growth stage the creative achievements of what we called the creative minority were never the work of the whole minority en masse but always that of one group or another within it. The difference between the two cases is that whereas, during growth, the uncreative majority consists of an impressionable rank and file which follows, by mimesis, in the track of the leaders, during disintegration the uncreative majority consists in part of an impressionable rank and file, the rest of the proletariat, and in part of a dominant minority which, apart from the responses of aberrant individuals, stands stiffly and proudly aloof. 18. Schism in the body social. 1. Dominant minorities. Notwithstanding the fact that a certain fixity and uniformity of ethos is its characteristic mark, there cannot but be an element of variety even within a dominant minority. Though it may perform prodigies of sterilization in converting to its own barren esprit de corps the recruits whom it is continually drafting into its repeatedly self-decimated ranks, it cannot prevent itself from putting forth the creative powers that are revealed in the creation not only of a universal state but also of a school of philosophy. Accordingly, we find that it is apt to include a number of members who depart very strikingly from the characteristic types of the closed corporation to which they belong. These characteristic types are the militarist and the more ignoble exploiter who follows in his train. It is hardly necessary to cite examples from Hellenic history. We see the militarist at his best in an Alexander and the exploiter at his worst in a Verres, whose misgovernment of Sicily is exposed in the voluminous orations, or pamphlets, of Cicero. But the Roman universal state owed its long duration to the fact that its militarists and exploiters were followed, after the Augustan settlement, by the innumerable and mostly anonymous soldiers and civil servants who partly atoned for the misdeeds of their predatory predecessors by making it possible for this moribund society to bask for many generations in the pale sunshine of an Indian summer. Moreover, the Roman public servant is neither the only nor the earliest epiphany of the Hellenic dominant minority in an altruistic role. In the age of the Severi, when the reign of the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius was an accomplished fact of Roman history, and when a school of Stoic jurists was translating the Stoic ethos into terms of Roman law, it was obvious that the miracle of transforming the Roman wolf into a Platonic watchdog had been the work of Greek philosophy. If the Roman administrator was an altruistic agent of the Hellenic dominant minority's practical ability, the Greek philosopher was a still nobler exponent of its intellectual power, and the golden chain of creative Greek philosophers, which ends with Plotinus, circa AD 203–62, in the generation that lived to see the Roman public service collapse, had begun with Socrates, circa 470–399 BC, in a generation that was already grown up when the Hellenic civilization broke down. To retrieve, or at any rate to mitigate, the tragic consequence of that breakdown was the Greek philosophers, as well as the Roman administrators' life work, and the philosophers' labors produced a more valuable and durable result than the administrators', just because they were less closely woven into the material texture of the disintegrating society's life. While the Roman administrators built the Hellenic universal state, the philosophers endowed posterity with in the Academy and the Peripatus, the Stoa and the Garden, the Cynics' freedom of the highways and hedges, and the Neoplatonists' unearthly land of heart's desire. If we extend our survey to the histories of the other broken-down civilizations, we shall find the same noble streaks of altruism running side by side with the grim and sordid trails of the militarists and the exploiters. For example, the Confucian literati who administered the Cynic universal state under the Han dynasty, 202 B.Ca.D. 221, attained a standard of service and acquired an esprit de corps which placed them on a moral level with the Roman civil servants who were their contemporaries on the other side of the world during the latter half of their period of activity. Even the chinovniks who administered the Orthodox Christian universal state in Russia for 2 centuries from the reign of Peter the Great onwards, and who became a byword, at home as well as in the West, for their incompetence and corruption, did not acquit themselves so discreditably as is often supposed in wrestling with their gigantic dual task of maintaining the Muscovite Empire as a going concern and at the same time transforming it into a newfangled polity on the Western pattern. In the main body of Orthodox Christendom, the slave household of the Ottoman Padishah, which has likewise become a byword for its oppression of the Araia, will also perhaps come to be remembered as an institution which performed at least one signal service for the Orthodox society in imposing upon it that Pax Ottomanica which gave a self-tormented world a spell of quiet between 2 weary ages of anarchy. In the Far Eastern society in Japan, the feudal daimyos and their henchmen the samurai, who preyed upon society, in preying upon one another, during the 4 centuries preceding the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, survived to redeem their own past by lending themselves to Ieyasu's constructive work of converting a feudal anarchy into a feudal order, and at the opening of the next chapter of Japanese history they rose to a height of self-abnegation which is almost sublime, when they voluntarily divested themselves of their privileges because they were convinced that this sacrifice was required of them in order to enable Japan to hold her own in the environment of a westernized world from which she could no longer hold aloof. This vein of nobility which reveals itself in the Japanese samurai is the virtue attributed even by their enemies to 2 other ruling minorities, the Incas of the Andean universal state and the Persian grandees who governed a Syriac universal state as vicegerents of an Achaemenid king of kings. The Spanish conquistadores vouch for the virtues of the Incas. In the Greek portrait of the Persians, Herodotus's famous summary of the Persian boys' education, they train them from the age of 5 to the age of 20 to do 3 things, and 3 things only, to ride and to shoot and to speak the truth is not discredited by the companion picture that is presented to us of these same Persians in their manhood. There is the Herodotian tale of Xerxes' suite in the storm at sea doing obeisance to their imperial master and then leaping overboard in order to lighten the vessel. But the most impressive Greek testimonial to Persian virtues is that of Alexander the Great, who showed by grave acts, and not just by easy words, how highly he thought of the Persians after he had made their acquaintance. He had no sooner come to know these Persians by the searching test of their reaction to an overwhelming disaster than he took a decision that was not only bound to offend his own Macedonians but was the surest way of outraging their feelings that he could have hit upon if it had been his deliberate aim. He decided to take the Persians into partnership in the government of the empire which the prowess of his Macedonians had just wrested from them, and he put this policy into execution with characteristic thoroughness. He took a Persian grandee's daughter to wife, he bribed or browbeat his Macedonian officers into following his example, and he drafted Persian recruits into his Macedonian regiments. A people who could evoke this extraordinary tribute from the leader of their hereditary enemies and this on the morrow of their utter defeat must have been transparently endowed with the classic virtues of a ruling race. We have now managed to marshal a considerable array of evidence for the capacity of dominant minorities to produce an admirable governing class, and the evidence is borne out by the number of the universal states that they have created. Out of 20 civilizations that have broken down, no less than 15 have passed through this stage on their road to dissolution. We can identify a Hellenic universal state in the Roman Empire, an Andean in the Empire of the Incas, a Cynic in the empire of the Tizin and Han dynasties, a Minoan in the thalassocracy of Minos, a Sumeric in the empire of Sumer and Akkad, a Babylonic in the Neo-Babylonian empire of Nebuchadnezzar, a Mayan in the old empire of the Mayas, an Egyptiac in the middle empire of the 11th and 12th dynasties, a Syriac in the Achaemenid empire, an Indi in the empire of the Mauryas, a Hindu in the empire of the Great Moguls, a Russian Orthodox in the Muscovite Empire, a universal state of the main body of Orthodox Christendom in the Ottoman Empire, and in the Far Eastern world the Mongol Empire in China and the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan. Nor is this political capacity the only kind of creative power that is a common attribute of dominant minorities. We have already seen that the Hellenic dominant minority produced not only Roman administration but also Greek philosophy, and we can find at least 3 other cases in which a philosophy has been thought out by a dominant minority. In the history of the Babylonic society, for example, the terrible 8th century BC, which saw the beginning of the 100 Years' War between Babylonia and Assyria, seems also to have seen a sudden great advance in astronomical knowledge. In this age Babylonic men of science discovered that the rhythm of cyclic recurrence, which had been patent from time immemorial in the alternations of day and night, in the waxing and waning of the moon, and in the solar cycle of the year, was also discernible on a vaster scale in the motions of the planets. These stars, which were traditionally named the Wanderers in allusion to their apparently erratic courses, now proved to be bound by as strict a discipline as the sun and the moon and the fixed stars of the firmament in the cosmic cycle of the Magnus Annus, and this exciting Babylonic discovery had much the same effect as our recent Western scientific discoveries have had upon the discoverer's conception of the universe. The never-broken and never-varying order that had thus been found to reign in all the known movements of the stellar cosmos was now assumed to govern the universe as a whole, material and spiritual, inanimate and animate. If an eclipse of the Sun or a transit of Venus could be dated to some precise moment hundreds of years back in the past, or predicted with equal certainty as bound to occur at some precise moment in the equally remote future, then was it not reasonable to assume that human affairs were just as rigidly fixed and just as accurately calculable? And since the cosmic discipline implied that all these members of the universe that moved in so perfect a unison were in sympathy and rapport with each other, was it unreasonable to assume that the newly revealed pattern of the movements of the stars was a key to the riddle of human fortunes, so that the observer who held this astronomical clue in his hands would be able to forecast his neighbor's destinies if once he knew the date and moment of his birth? Reasonable or not, these assumptions were eagerly made, and thus a sensational scientific discovery gave birth to a fallacious philosophy of determinism which has captivated the imagination of one society after another and is not quite discredited yet after a run of nearly 2,700 years. The seductiveness of astrology lies in its pretension to combine a theory which explains the whole machina mundi with a practice which will enable Tom, Dick, and Harry to spot the Derby winner here and now. Thanks to this twofold attraction, the Babylonic philosophy was able to survive the extinction of the Babylonic society in the last century before Christ, and the Chaldean mathematicus who imposed it upon a prostrate Hellenic society was represented until yesterday by the court astrologer at Peking and the Munajim Bashi at Istanbul. We have dwelt on this Babylonic philosophy of determinism because it has a greater affinity than any of the Hellenic philosophies have with the still perhaps rather callow philosophical speculations of our own Western world in its present Cartesian age. On the other hand, there are counterparts of almost all the Hellenic schools of thought in the philosophies of the Indi and Cynic worlds. The dominant minority of the disintegrating Indi civilization brought forth the Jainism of the followers of Mahavira, the primitive Buddhism of the earlier followers of Siddhartha Gautama, the transfigured Buddhism of the Mahayana, which differs from its acknowledged original at least as profoundly as Neoplatonism differs from the philosophy of the Socratics of the 4th century BC, and the diverse Buddhistic philosophies that are part of the mental apparatus of a post-Buddhaic Hinduism. The dominant minority of a disintegrating Cynic civilization brought forth the moralized ritualism and ritualized morality of Confucius and the paradoxical wisdom of the Tao, which is ascribed to the legendary genius of Lao Tse. 2. Internal proletariats. A Hellenic prototype. When we pass from dominant minorities to proletariats, a closer examination of the facts will confirm here too our first impression that within each of these fractions of a disintegrating society there is a diversity of type. We shall also find that, in the range of this spiritual diversity, the internal and the external proletariats are at opposite poles. While the external proletariats have a gamut which is narrower than that of the dominant minorities, the gamut of the internal proletariats is very much wider. Let us reconnoitre the wider field first. If we wish to follow the genesis of the Hellenic internal proletariat from the beginning of the embryo stage, we cannot do better than quote a passage from Thucydides in which the historian of the breakdown of the Hellenic society describes the consequent social schism in its earliest phase, as it showed itself first at Corcyra. Such was the savagery of the class war, stasis, at Corcyra as it developed, and it made the deeper impression through being the first of its kind, though eventually the upheaval spread through almost the whole of the Hellenic world. In every country there were struggles between the leaders of the proletariat and the reactionaries in their efforts to procure the intervention of the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians respectively. In peacetime they would have had neither the opportunity nor the desire to call in the foreigner, but now there was the war, and it was easy for any revolutionary spirits in either camp to procure an alliance entailing the discomfiture of their opponents and a corresponding reinforcement of their own faction. This access of class war brought one calamity after another upon the countries of Hellas, calamities that occur and will continue to occur so long as human nature remains what it is, though they may be aggravated or mitigated or modified by successive changes of circumstance. Under the favorable conditions of peacetime both countries and individuals display a sweeter reasonableness, because their hands are not forced by the logic of events, but war eats away the margins of ordinary life and, in most characters, adjusts the temperament to the new environment by its brutal training. So the countries of Hellas became infected with the class war, and the sensation made by each successive outbreak had a cumulative effect upon the next. 1. The first social effect of this state of affairs was to produce a large and ever larger floating population of stateless exiles. During the growth period of Hellenic history such a plight had been uncommon and was regarded as a dreadful abnormality. The evil was not overcome by Alexander's great-hearted effort to induce the reigning faction of the moment in each city-state to allow its ejected opponents to return to their homes in peace, and the fire made fresh fuel for itself, for the one thing that the exiles found for their hands to do was to enlist as mercenary soldiers, and this glut of military manpower put fresh drive into the wars by which new exiles and thereby more mercenaries were being created. The effect of these direct moral ravages of the war spirit in Hellas in uprooting her children was powerfully reinforced by the operation of disruptive economic forces which the wars let loose. For example, the wars of Alexander and his successors in southwestern Asia gave military employment to one swarm of homeless Greeks at the cost of uprooting another. For the mercenaries were paid by putting into circulation the bullion which had been accumulating for 2 centuries in the Achaemenian treasuries, and this sudden increase in the volume of currency worked havoc among the peasants and artisans. Prices soared, and the financial revolution reduced to pauperism an element in the body social which had hitherto enjoyed a relative security. The same effect of pauperization was produced again, 100 years later, by the economic consequences of the Hannibalic War, when the peasantry were uprooted from the soil of Italy, first by the direct devastation wrought by Hannibal's soldiery and then by the ever longer terms of Roman military service. Under this tribulation the pauperized descendants of an Italian peasantry that had been uprooted against its will had no recourse left except to make a profession out of the military career that had been imposed on their ancestors as a corvée. In this cruel process of deracination we cannot doubt that we are watching the genesis of the Hellenic internal proletariat, and this notwithstanding the fact that, at any rate in the earlier generations, the victims of the process were ci devant aristocrats as often as not. For proletarian is a state of feeling rather than a matter of outward circumstance. When we first made use of the term proletariat we defined it, for our purpose, as a social element or group which in some way is in but not of any given society at any given stage of that society's history, and this definition covers the exiled Spartiate Clearchus and the other aristocratic captains of Cyrus the Orager's Greek mercenary force, whose antecedents Xenophon has sketched for us, as well as the meanest unemployed laborers who enlisted as mercenaries under the standard of a Ptolemy or a Marius. The true hallmark of the proletarian is neither poverty nor humble birth but a consciousness and the resentment that this consciousness inspires of being disinherited from his ancestral place in society. Thus the Hellenic internal proletariat was recruited first of all from the free citizens, and even from the aristocrats, of the disintegrating Hellenic bodies politic, and these first recruits had been disinherited in the first instance by being robbed of a spiritual birthright, but of course their spiritual impoverishment was often accompanied, and was almost always followed, by pauperization on the material plane, and they were soon reinforced by recruits from other classes who were material, as well as spiritual proletarians from the start. The numbers of the Hellenic internal proletariat were vastly swollen by the Macedonian wars of conquest which swept the whole of the Syriac, Egyptiac and Babylonic societies into the Hellenic dominant minorities' net, while the later conquests of the Romans swept in half the barbarians of Europe and North Africa. These involuntary alien reinforcements of the Hellenic internal proletariat were perhaps at first more fortunate than their fellow proletarians of native Hellenic origin in one respect. Though they were morally disinherited and materially despoiled, they were not yet physically uprooted. But the slave trade followed in the wake of the conqueror, and the last 2 centuries BC saw all the populations within range of the Mediterranean coast, both Western barbarians and cultivated Orientals, being laid under contribution in order to supply the demands of an insatiable Italian slave labor market. We now see that the internal proletariat of the disintegrating Hellenic society was composed of 3 distinct elements: disinherited and uprooted members of the society's own body social, partially disinherited members of alien civilizations and primitive societies that had been conquered and exploited without being torn up by the roots, and doubly disinherited conscripts from these subject populations who were not only uprooted but were also enslaved and deported in order to be worked to death on distant plantations. The sufferings of these 3 sets of victims were as various as their origins were diverse, but these differences were transcended by their overwhelming common experience of being robbed of their social inheritance and being turned into exploited outcasts. When we come to examine how these victims of injustice reacted to their fate, we shall not be surprised to find that one of their reactions was an explosion of savagery which surpassed in violence the cold-blooded cruelty of their oppressors and exploiters. A uniform note of passion rings through a pandemonium of desperate proletarian outbreaks. We catch this note in a series of Egyptiac insurrections against the Ptolemaic regime of exploitation, in the series of Jewish insurrections against a Seleucid and a Roman policy of Hellenization, From the rising of Judas Maccabeus in 166 BC down to the last forlorn hope under the leadership of Bar Kokhba in AD 132-5, in the reckless fury which moved the semi-Hellenized and highly sophisticated natives of Western Asia Minor to expose themselves twice over to Roman vengeance under the Attalid Aristonicus in 132 BC and under Mithridates, king of Pontus, in 88 BC. There is also the series of slave insurrections in Sicily and southern Italy, culminating in the desperate exploit of the runaway Thracian gladiator Spartacus, who ranged up and down the length of the Italian peninsula, defying the Roman wolf in his very lair, from 73 to 71 BC. Nor were these outbursts of exasperation confined to the alien elements in the proletariat. The savagery with which the Roman citizen proletariat turned and rent the Roman plutocracy in the civil wars, and particularly in the paroxysm of 91 to 82 BC, was quite equal to the savagery of a Judas Maccabeus or a Spartacus, and the most satanic of all the dark figures that stand out in sinister silhouette against the glare of a world in flames are the Roman revolutionary leaders who had been flung headlong, by some unusually violent turn of fortune's wheel, out of the Ordo Senatorius itself, a Sertorius, a Sextus Pompeius, a Marius, and a Catiline. But suicidal violence was not the only response made by the Hellenic internal proletariat. There was another order of response altogether which found its highest expression in the Christian religion. The gentle, or non-violent, response is as genuine an expression of the will to secede as the violent response, for the gentle martyrs who are commemorated in the second book of Maccabees, the old scribe Eleazar and the 7 brethren and their mother, are the spiritual progenitors of the Pharisees, and the Pharisees are they who separate themselves, a self-conferred title which would translate itself into secessionists in language of Roman derivation. In the history of the Oriental internal proletariat of the Hellenic world from the 2nd century BC onwards, we see violence and gentleness striving for the mastery of souls until violence annihilates itself and leaves gentleness alone in the field. The issue was raised at the outset, for the gentle way which was taken by the proto-martyrs of 167 BC was swiftly abandoned by the impetuous Judas, and the immediate material success of this proletarian strongman armed tawdry and ephemeral though it was so dazzled posterity that Jesus's most intimate companions were scandalized at their master's predictions of his own fate, and were prostrate when these predictions came true. Yet a few months after the crucifixion, Gamaliel was already taking note of the executed leaders' miraculously rallied disciples as men who might prove to have God on their side, and a few years later Gamaliel's own disciple Paul was preaching a crucified Christ. This conversion of the first generation of Christians from the way of violence to the way of gentleness had to be purchased at the price of a shattering blow to their material hopes, and what was done for Jesus's followers by the crucifixion was done for Orthodox Jewry by the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70. A new school of Judaism arose which renounced the notion that the kingdom of God was an external state of things which was just upon the point of being manifested, one with the signal but solitary exception of the book of Daniel, the apocalyptic writings in which the Jewish way of violence had found literary expression were now ejected from the canon of the law and the prophets, and the contrary principle of abstaining from all efforts to promote the fulfillment of God's will in this world by the work of human hands has become so fast ingrained in the Jewish tradition that the strictly orthodox Agudath Israel at this day look askance at the Zionist movement and hold rigidly aloof from any participation in the work of building up a Jewish national home in 20th century Palestine. If this change of heart in Orthodox Jewry has enabled Jewry to survive as a fossil, the corresponding change of heart in the companions of Jesus has opened the way to greater triumphs for the Christian Church. To the challenge of persecution the Christian Church responded in the gentle way of Eleazar and the 7 brethren, and its reward was the conversion of the Hellenic dominant minority and afterwards of the barbarian warbands of the external proletariat. The direct opponent of Christianity in the first centuries of its growth was the primitive tribal religion of the Hellenic society in its latest guise, the idolatrous worship of the Hellenic universal state in the personality of a diva Caesar. It was the Church's gentle but intransigent refusal to allow its members to practice this idolatry, even in a merely formal and perfunctory way, that drew upon it a series of official persecutions and finally compelled the Roman imperial government to capitulate to a spiritual power which it had failed to coerce. But though this primitive state religion of the empire was maintained and imposed with the whole strength of the government's right arm, it had little hold over human hearts. The conventional respect for it which the Roman magistrate commanded the Christian to show by the performance of a ritual act was the beginning and end of the state religion. There was nothing more in it than this for those non-Christians who performed as a matter of course what was demanded of them and who could not understand why the Christian insisted on sacrificing his life rather than comply with a trivial custom. The rivals of Christianity, which were powerful in themselves through a native power of attraction which needed no backing of political coercion, were neither the state worship nor any other form of primitive religion but a number of higher religions which sprang, like Christianity itself, from the Hellenic internal proletariat. We can conjure up these rival higher religions by reminding ourselves of the various sources from which the Oriental contingent of the Hellenic internal proletariat was derived. The Christian religion came from a people of Syriac antecedents. The Iranian half of the Syriac world contributed Mithraism. The worship of Isis came from the submerged northern half of the Egyptiac world. The worship of the Anatolian Great Mother Sib may perhaps be regarded as a contribution from a Hittite society which by this time had long been extinct on every plane of social activity except the religious, though, if we set ourselves to trace the Great Mother back to her ultimate origins, we shall find her originally at home in the Sumeric world under the name of Ishtar, before ever she established herself as Sib at Pessinus in Anatolia, or as the Diosira at Hierapolis, or as the Mother Earth of remote Teutonic-speaking worshippers at her grove on a holy island in the North Sea or the Baltic. A Minoan lacuna and some Hittite vestiges. When we seek for the histories of internal proletariats in other disintegrating societies, we have to confess that in some cases evidence is scanty or altogether fails us. We know, for example, nothing about the internal proletariat of the Mayan society. In the case of the Minoan society, our attention has already been caught by the tantalizing glimmer of a possibility that the vestiges of something which might be called a Minoan universal church may be preserved among the heterogeneous constituents of the historic Orphic church which makes its appearance in Hellenic history from the 6th century before Christ onwards. We cannot, however, be certain that any of the practices and beliefs of Orphism derive from a Minoan religion. We know next to nothing, again, about the internal proletariat of the Hittite civilization, which perished at an unusually tender age. We can only say that the wreckage of the Hittite society seems gradually to have been assimilated in part by the Hellenic and in part by the Syriac society, so that we should have to search the histories of these two alien societies for any vestiges of the Hittite body social. The Hittite society is one of the many disintegrating societies that have been devoured by a neighbor before the process of disintegration has been completed. In such cases it is natural that an internal proletariat should regard with indifference or even with satisfaction the fate that is befalling its dominant minority. A test case is the behavior of the internal proletariat in the Andean universal state when the Spanish conquistadores suddenly broke in. The Oriones were perhaps the most benevolent dominant minority that any disintegrating society has ever produced, but their benevolence availed them nothing in their day of trial. Their carefully tended human flocks and herds accepted Spanish conquest with the same unresponsive docility as they had shown in accepting the Pax Incaica. We can also point to cases where an internal proletariat has greeted the conqueror of its dominant minority with positive enthusiasm. There is the welcome expressed in the eloquent apostrophes of Deutero-Isaiah to the Persian conqueror of the Neo-Babylonian Empire which had taken the Jews into captivity. 200 years later the Babylonians themselves welcomed the Hellenic Alexander as their deliverer from the Achaemenian yoke. The Japanese internal proletariat. Some clear tokens of the secession of a Japanese internal proletariat can be discerned in the history of the Far Eastern Society in Japan, which had run through its time of troubles and entered into its universal state before the Western society swallowed it up. If we are looking, for example, for the counterparts of those citizens of the Hellenic city-states who were uprooted by the series of wars and revolutions which began in 431 BC and who found a disastrous outlet as mercenary soldiers, we shall observe an exact parallel in the Ronin, or masterless unemployed men-at-arms, who were thrown off during the Japanese time of troubles by the feudal anarchy. Again, the eta or pariahs who survive as outcasts in the Japanese society of today may be accounted for as a still unassimilated remnant of the Ainu barbarians of the main island who were forcibly incorporated into the Japanese internal proletariat as the barbarians of Europe and North Africa were incorporated by Roman arms into the Hellenic internal proletariat. In the third place we can discern the Japanese equivalent of those higher religions in which the Hellenic internal proletariat sought and found its most effective response to the tribulations that it had to endure. These religions were the Jodo Shinshu, the Hok, and the Zen, all of them founded within the century following the year AD 1175. These religions resemble their Hellenic equivalents in being all of them of alien inspiration, for all four of them are variations on the theme of the Mahayana. 3 out of the 4 resemble Christianity to this extent that they taught the spiritual equality of the sexes. In addressing themselves to an unsophisticated public, the apostles of these religions discarded classical Chinese and wrote, when they did write, in the Japanese vernacular with a comparatively simple script. Their chief weakness as founders of religions was that, in their desire to bring salvation to as large a public as possible, they pitched their demands altogether too low. Some prescribed mere recitals of ritual formulae and others made little or no moral demand on their disciples. But it is to be remembered that the cardinal Christian doctrine of the forgiveness of sins has in various times and places been so misused and misunderstood by soi-disant Christian leaders as to expose them to either one or both of these charges. Luther, for example, attacked the sale of indulgences as practiced by the Roman Church in his day as being the substitution of a commercial transaction, disguised under ritual forms, for Christian repentance, while at the same time, with his own interpretation of the Pauline justification by faith and his pecca fortiter, he laid himself open to the charge of treating morality as a matter of indifference. Internal proletariats under alien universal states. A curious spectacle is offered by one group of disintegrating civilizations in which, after the indigenous dominant minority has been annihilated or overthrown, the course of outward events has still proceeded on normal lines. 3 societies, the Hindu, the Far Eastern in China and the Orthodox Christian in the Near East, which have all duly passed through a universal state on the road from breakdown to dissolution, have each received this universal state as a gift, or imposition, from alien hands instead of constructing it for themselves. Iranic hands have supplied one universal state to the main body of Orthodox Christendom in the shape of the Ottoman Empire and another to the Hindu world in the Timurid, Mughal, Empire. British hands have since reconstructed this jerry-built Mughal Raj from the foundations. In China it has been the Mongols that have played the Ottoman or Mughal part, while the work of reconstruction on a firmer basis, which the British have undertaken in India, has been played in China by the Manchus. When a disintegrating society is thus compelled to admit some alien architect to furnish it with its universal state, it is confessing that its own indigenous dominant minority has become totally incompetent and sterile, and the inevitable penalty for this premature senility is a humiliating disfranchisement. The alien who comes to do a dominant minority's work very naturally arrogates to himself a dominant minority's prerogative, and in an alien-built universal state the whole of the indigenous dominant minority is thus degraded to the ranks of the internal proletariat. The Mongol or Manchu Khakan and the Ottoman Padishah and the Mughal or British Kaisari Hind may still find it convenient to employ the services of the Chinese literatus or the Greek Phanariot or the Hindu Brahmin as the case may be, but that does not disguise from these agents the fact that they have lost their souls as well as their status. It is evident that in a situation like this, where the ci-devant dominant minority has become confounded in a common abasement with an internal proletariat upon which it has once looked down with disdain, we are unlikely to find the process of disintegration working itself out on normal lines. In the internal proletariat of the Hindu society in our own generation we can discern the twofold proletarian reaction of violence and gentleness in a contrast between the murders committed by a militant school of Bengali revolutionaries and the nonviolence preached by the Gujarati Mahatma Gandhi, and we can infer a longer past history of proletarian fermentation from the presence of a number of religious movements in which the same two contrary tendencies are likewise represented. In Sikhism we see a warlike proletarian syncretism of Hinduism and Islam, in the Brahmo Samaj a nonviolent syncretism of Hinduism and liberal Protestant Christianity. In the internal proletariat of the Far Eastern society in China under the Manchu regime we can see in the Taiping movement, which dominated the social stage in the middle of the 19th century of the Christian era, a work of the internal proletariat which is analogous to the Brahmo Samaj in its debt to Protestant Christianity but to Sikhism in its militancy. In the internal proletariat of the main body of Orthodox Christendom the Zealot Revolution at Salonika in the 5th decade of the 14th century of the Christian era gives us a glimpse of a violent proletarian reaction at the darkest hour of the Orthodox Christian time of troubles in the last generation before the Orthodox Christian society was dragooned into a universal state by the drastic discipline of an Ottoman conqueror. The corresponding gentle reaction did not advance very far, but if, at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries, the process of westernization had not followed so hard on the heels of the breakup of the Ottoman Empire, we may conjecture that by the present day the Betashi movement might have won for itself throughout the Near East the position which it has actually succeeded in attaining in Albania. The Babylonic and Syriac internal proletariats. If we now pass to the Babylonic world, we shall find that the ferment of religious experience and discovery in the souls of a sorely tried internal proletariat was as active in southwestern Asia under the Assyrian terror of the 8th and 7th centuries before Christ as it was on the Hellenized shores of the Mediterranean under the Roman terror some 6 centuries later. Through the agency of Assyrian arms the disintegrating Babylonic society expanded geographically in 2 directions, as the disintegrating Hellenic society expanded through the conquests made by the Macedonians and the Romans. Eastwards, beyond the Zagros, in Iran, the Assyrians anticipated the Roman exploits in Europe beyond the Apennines by subjugating a host of primitive societies. Westwards, beyond the Euphrates, they anticipated the Macedonians' exploits on the Asiatic side of the Dardanelles by subjugating 2 alien civilizations, and these, the Syriac and the Egyptiac, were actually identical with 2 of the 4 which were afterwards incorporated into the Hellenic internal proletariat after Alexander's campaigns. Nor were these alien victims of Babylonic militarism conquered without being uprooted. The classic examples of the deportation of a conquered population are the transplantation of the Israelites, the lost 10 tribes by the Assyrian warlord Sargon, and the transplantation of the Jews by the Neo-Babylonian warlord Nebuchadnezzar to the heart of the Babylonic world in Babylonia itself. The compulsory exchange of populations was the sovereign device of Babylonic imperialism for breaking the spirit of conquered peoples, and the atrocity was by no means exclusively inflicted on aliens and barbarians. In their own fratricidal warfare the dominant powers of the Babylonic world did not scruple to mete out the same treatment to one another, and the Samaritan community, of which a few hundred representatives can be seen still living under the shadow of Mount Gerizim, is a monument of the transplantation to Syria, by Assyrian hands, of deportees from several cities of Babylonia, including Babylon itself. It will be seen that the furor Assyriacus did not spend itself before it had brought into existence a Babylonic internal proletariat which bore a singularly close resemblance to the Hellenic internal proletariat in its origin and composition and experience, and the 2 trees brought forth similar fruits. While the later incorporation of the Syriac society into the Hellenic internal proletariat was to bear fruit in the birth of Christianity out of Judaism, the earlier incorporation of the same Syriac society into the Babylonic internal proletariat bore fruit in the birth of Judaism itself out of the primitive religion of one of the parochial communities into which the Syriac society had come to be articulated. It will be seen that while Judaism and Christianity appear to be philosophically contemporary and equivalent in so far as they can be regarded simply as products of similar stages in the histories of 2 alien societies, there is another angle of vision from which they present themselves as successive stages in a single process of spiritual enlightenment. In this latter picture Christianity stands not side by side with Judaism but on its shoulders, while they both tower above the primitive religion of Israel. Nor is the enlightenment of the prophets of Israel and Judah in and after the 8th century before Christ the only intervening stage of which we have a record or a hint in the chronological and spiritual interval between Christianity and the primitive worship of Yahweh. Before and below the prophets the biblical tradition presents the figure of Moses, and before his figure the figure of Abraham. Whatever view we may take of the historical authenticity of these dim figures, it is to be observed that tradition places both Abraham and Moses in the same historical setting as the prophets and as Christ. For the appearance of Moses is synchronized with the decadence of the new empire in Egypt, and the appearance of Abraham with the last days of the Sumeric universal state, after its short-lived reconstruction by Hammurabi. Thus all four stages, as represented by Abraham, Moses, the prophets, and Jesus, illustrate the relationship between disintegrations of civilizations and new initiatives in religion. The genesis of the higher religion of Judaism has left an incomparably full and clear record of itself in the books of the pre-exilic prophets of Israel and Judah, and in these living records of a tremendous spiritual travail we see at issue the burning question that we have encountered elsewhere, the choice between the violent and the gentle way of facing the ordeal. Moreover, gentleness gradually prevailed over violence in this case also, for the time of troubles, as it reached and passed its climax, delivered a series of hammer blows which taught even the diehards of Judah the futility of replying to violence in kind. The new higher religion, which was born in 8th century Syria, in Syriac communities pounded on their native threshing floor by an Assyrian flail, was brought to maturity in 6th century and 5th century Babylonia among the uprooted and deported descendants of one of these battered peoples. Like the Oriental slave deportees in Roman Italy, the Jewish exiles in Nebuchadnezzar's Babylonia were proof against any facile adaptability to the ethos of their conquerors. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. 1. Yet the memory of their home which these exiles cherished in a strange land was not just a negative imprint, it was a positive act of inspired imaginative creation. In the unearthly light of this vision seen through a mist of tears, the fallen fastness became transfigured into a holy city built upon a rock against which the gates of hell should not prevail. And the captives who refused to indulge their captors' whim by singing them one of the songs of Zion, and stubbornly hanged their harps upon the willows by Euphrates' stream, were at that very moment composing an inaudible new melody on the invisible instrument of their hearts. By the waters of Babylon we sat down and wept when we remembered thee, O Zion. 2. And in that weeping the enlightenment of Jewry was accomplished. It is evident that, in the successive religious reactions of the Syriac conscripts in the ranks of an alien internal proletariat, the parallel between Babylonic and Hellenic history is very close, but the response evoked by the Babylonic challenge came not only from those victims who were members of an alien civilization but from the barbarian victims as well. Whereas the European and North African barbarians who were conquered by Roman arms made no religious discoveries of their own but simply accepted the seed sown among them by their fellow proletarians of Oriental origin, the Iranian barbarians who were passed under the Assyrian harrow begot a native prophet in the person of Zarathustra, the founder of Zoroastrianism. The date of Zarathustra is a matter of dispute, and we cannot say for certain whether his religious discovery was an independent response to the Assyrian challenge or whether his voice was a mere echo of the cry of forgotten Israelite prophets who had been marooned in the cities of the Medes. It is evident, however, that, whatever the original relations between these two higher religions may have been, Zoroastrianism and Judaism met on equal terms in their maturity. At any rate, when the Babylonic time of troubles was brought to an end by the overthrow of Assyria, and the Babylonic world passed into a universal state in the shape of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, it looked as though Judaism and Zoroastrianism would compete for the privilege of establishing a universal church within this political framework, much as Christianity and Mitraism competed for the same privilege within the framework of the Roman Empire. This, however, was not to be, for the very sufficient reason that the Neo-Babylonian universal state proved to be ephemeral compared with its Roman equivalent. Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian Augustus, was not followed, at intervals of centuries, by a Trajan, a Severus, and a Constantine. His immediate successors, Nabonidus and Belshazzar, are comparable rather with a Julian and a Valens. Within less than a century the Neo-Babylonian Empire was given to the Medes and Persians, and this Achaemenian Empire was politically Iranian and culturally Syriac in character. Thus the roles of dominant minority and internal proletariat were reversed. In these circumstances the triumph of Judaism and Zoroastrianism might have been expected to be more sure and swift, but 200 years later fortune again intervened to give another unexpected turn to the course of events. She now delivered the kingdom of the Medes and Persians into the hands of a Macedonian conqueror. A violent intrusion of the Hellenic society upon the Syriac world broke the Syriac universal state in pieces long before its role was played out, and therewith the two higher religions which, as our somewhat scanty evidence suggests, had been spreading peacefully under the Achaemenian aegis were driven into the disastrous aberration of exchanging their proper religious function for a political role. Each on its own ground, they became champions of the Syriac civilization in its struggle against an intrusive Hellenism. Judaism, in its advanced western position within sight of the Mediterranean, was inevitably cast for the forlorn hope, and it duly broke itself against the material power of Rome in the Romano-Jewish wars of AD 66-70, 115-17 and 132-5. Zoroastrianism, in its fastness east of Zagros, took up the struggle in the 3rd century of the Christian era under less desperately unequal conditions. In the Sasanian monarchy it found a more potent weapon for an anti-Hellenic crusade than Judaism had been able to forge out of the petty principality of the Maccabees, and the Sassanidae gradually wore down the strength of the Roman Empire in a 400 years struggle which culminated in the internecine Romano-Persian Wars of AD 572-91 and 603-28. Even so the Sasanian power proved unequal to completing the task of evicting Hellenism from Asia and Africa, while Zoroastrianism had in the end to pay as heavily as Jewry for having lent itself to a political enterprise. At the present day the Parsis, like the Jews, survive as a mere diaspora, and the petrified religions which still so potently hold the scattered members of the two communities together have lost their message to mankind, and have hardened into fossils of the extinct Syriac society. The impact of an alien cultural force did not merely divert these higher religions into political paths, it also split them into fragments. After the transformation of Judaism and Zoroastrianism into instruments of political opposition, the Syriac religious genius took refuge among those elements in the Syriac population which were reacting to the Hellenic challenge in a gentle and not in a violent way, and, in giving birth to Christianity and Mitraism as its contributions to the spiritual travail of a Hellenic internal proletariat, Syriac religion found new expressions for the spirit and outlook which Judaism and Zoroastrianism had repudiated. Christianity in its turn, after having captivated, through the power of gentleness, the Hellenic conquerors of the Syriac world, broke up into three communions: a Catholic Church which contracted an alliance with Hellenism, and the two antithetical heresies of Nestorianism and Monophysitism which took over the militant political roles of Zoroastrianism and Judaism without achieving any more conclusive success in driving Hellenism off the Syriac field. Two successive failures, however, did not reduce the militant Syriac opponents of Hellenism to apathy and despair. A third attempt followed and was crowned with success, and this final political triumph of the Syriac society over Hellenism was achieved through the instrumentality of yet another religion of Syriac origin. At long last Islam overthrew the Roman Empire in southwestern Asia and North Africa and provided a universal church for a reconstructed Syriac universal state, the Abbasid Caliphate. The Indi and Sink internal proletariats. The Indi society, like the Syriac, had the course of its disintegration violently interrupted by an Hellenic intrusion, and it is interesting to see how far, in this case, a similar challenge evoked a similar response. At the time when the Indi and Hellenic societies made their first contact as a result of Alexander's raid into the Indus Valley, the Indi society was on the point of entering its universal state, and its dominant minority had long since reacted to the ordeal of disintegration by creating the two philosophical schools of Jainism and Buddhism, but there is no evidence that its internal proletariat had produced any higher religion. The Buddhist philosopher King Akoka, who occupied the throne of the Indi universal state from 273 to 232 BC, sought without success to convert his Hellenic neighbors to his philosophy. It was only at a later date that Buddhism took by storm the outlying, yet extensive and important, province of the post-Alexandrian Hellenic world which was occupied by the Greek kingdom of Bactria. But Buddhism did not make this triumphant spiritual counter-conquest until it had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis through which the old philosophy of the earlier followers of Siddhartha Gautama I became transformed into the new religion of the Mahayana. The Mahayana is a truly new religion, so radically different from early Buddhism that it exhibits as many points of contact with later Brahmanical religions as with its own predecessor. It never has been fully realized what a radical revolution had transformed the Buddhist Church when the new spirit which, however, was for a long time lurking in it arrived at full eclosion in the first centuries AD. When we see an atheistic, soul-denying philosophic teaching of a path to personal final deliverance, consisting in an absolute extinction of life and a simple worship of the memory of its human founder, when we see it superseded by a magnificent high church with a supreme God, surrounded by a numerous pantheon and a host of saints, a religion highly devotional, highly ceremonious and clerical, with an ideal of universal salvation of all living creatures, a salvation by the divine grace of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, a salvation not in annihilation but in eternal life, we are fully justified in maintaining that the history of religions has scarcely witnessed such a break between new and old within the pale of what nevertheless continues to claim common descent from the same religious founder. 2. This transformed Buddhism that came to flower in the northeast of an expanded Hellenic world was in fact an Indi higher religion comparable to others that in the same age were invading the heart of the Hellenic society. What was the origin of this personal religion, which was both the distinctive trait of the Mahayana and the secret of its success? This new leaven, which changed the spirit of Buddhism so profoundly, was as alien from the native vein of the Indi as it was from that of the Hellenic philosophy. Was it the fruit of the experience of the Indi internal proletariat, or was it a spark caught from the Syriac flame which had already kindled Zoroastrianism and Judaism? Evidence could be adduced in favor of either view, but we really are not in a position to choose between them. Suffice it to say that, with the arrival of this Buddhaic higher religion on the scene, the religious history of the Indi society begins to take the same course as that of the Syriac society which we have already surveyed. As a higher religion which went forth from the bosom of the society in which it had arisen in order to evangelize a Hellenized world, the Mahayana is manifestly an Indi counterpart of Christianity and Mitraism, and with this key in our hands we can easily identify the Indi counterpart of those other rays into which the light of Syriac religion was diffracted by the interposition of the Hellenic prism. If we look for the Indi equivalent of those fossils of the pre-Hellenic state of the Syriac society that have survived in the Jews and the Parsis, we shall find what we are looking for in the latter-day Hinayanian Buddhism of Ceylon and Burma and Siam and Cambodia, which is a relic of the pre-Mahayanian Buddhist philosophy, and, just as the Syriac society had to wait for the emergence of Islam in order to lay its hand upon a religion which was capable of serving as an effective instrument for casting Hellenism out, so we find that the complete and final expulsion of the intrusive Hellenic spirit from the Indi body social was accomplished, not through the Mahayana, but through the purely Indi, and utterly un-Hellenic, religious movement of post-Buddhaic Hinduism. The history of the Mahayana corresponds, so far as we have at present taken it, with that of Catholic Christianity in that both found their field of action in the Hellenic world instead of converting the non-Hellenic society from which each had sprung. But there is a further chapter in the history of the Mahayana to which the history of the Christian Church offers no parallel. For Christianity, having taken up its abode in the domain of the moribund Hellenic society, remained there and ultimately survived to provide churches for the two new civilizations, our own and that of Orthodox Christendom, which have been affiliated to the Hellenic. The Mahayana, on the other hand, passed out through the ephemeral Hellenic Bactrian kingdom across the highlands of Central Asia into the moribund Cynic world, and, at a double remove from the land of its birth, became the universal church of the Cynic internal proletariat. The legacy of the Sumeric internal proletariat. Two societies, the Babylonic and the Hittite, have been affiliated to the Sumeric society, but in this case we cannot discover any universal church produced within the bosom of the Sumeric internal proletariat and bequeathed to the affiliated civilizations. The Babylonic society seems to have taken over the religion of the Sumeric dominant minority, and the Hittite religion seems to have been derived in part from the same source. But we know very little about the religious history of the Sumeric world. We can only say that, if the worship of Tammuz and Ishtar really is a monument of the experience of the Sumeric internal proletariat, this attempted act of creation was abortive in the Sumeric society itself, and only came to fruition elsewhere. These Sumeric deities, male and female, had, indeed, a long career and extensive travels ahead of them, and one interesting feature of this subsequent history of theirs is the variation in their relative importance. In the Hittite version of the worship of this pair of divinities, the figure of the goddess has dwarfed and overshadowed that of the god, who plays towards her the diverse and indeed contradictory roles of son and lover, protege and victim. By the side of Sibishtar, Attis Tammuz dwindles to insignificance, and, in her remote northwestern island sanctuary, lapped round by ocean stream, Ishtar seems to stand in solitary grandeur without any male consort. But, in the course of the pair's southwestward journey to Syria and Egypt, Tammuz increases in importance and Ishtar diminishes. The Atargatis, whose worship spread from Bambyce to Ascalon, would appear from her name to have been an Ishtar whose claim to veneration was based upon her function of serving as Attis' maid. In Phoenicia, an Adonis Tammuz was the lord whose yearly death an Astarte Ishtar mourned, and in the Egyptiac world an Osiris Tammuz overshadowed his sister wife Isis as decidedly as Isis, in her turn, overshadowed Osiris when she subsequently won an empire for herself in the hearts of the Hellenic internal proletariat. This version of the Sumeric faith, in which the dying god and not the mourning goddess was the figure on which the worshipper's devotion was concentrated, seems even to have spread to the remote barbarians of Scandinavia, where a Balder Tammuz was called the Lord, while his colorless consort Nanna still retained the personal name of the Sumeric mother goddess. 3. The internal proletariat of the Western world. To complete our survey of internal proletariats, we have to examine the case that lies nearest home. Do the characteristic phenomena reappear in the history of the West? When we call for the evidence of the existence of a Western internal proletariat, we may find ourselves overwhelmed by an embarrass to rich essays. We have already noticed that one of the regular sources of recruitment for an internal proletariat has been drawn upon by our Western society on a stupendous scale. The manpower of no less than 10 disintegrating civilizations has been conscripted into the Western body social during the last 400 years, and on the common level of membership in our Western internal proletariat, to which they have been thus reduced, a process of standardization has been at work which has already blurred and in some cases quite effaced the characteristic features by which these heterogeneous masses were once distinguished from one another. Nor has our society been content to prey upon its own civilized kind. It has also rounded up almost all the surviving primitive societies, and while some of these, like the Tasmanians and most of the North American Indian tribes, have died of the shock, others, like the Negroes of tropical Africa, have managed to survive and set the Niger flowing into the Hudson and the Congo into the Mississippi, just as other activities of the same Western monster have set the Yangtze flowing into the Straits of Malacca. 1. The Negro slaves shipped across to America and the Tamil or Chinese coolies shipped to the equatorial or Antipodean coasts of the Indian Ocean are the counterparts of the slaves who, in the last 2 centuries before Christ, were consigned from all the coasts of the Mediterranean to the ranches and plantations of Roman Italy. There is another contingent of conscripted aliens in our Western internal proletariat who have been uprooted and disoriented spiritually without having been physically evicted from their ancestral homes. In any community that is attempting to solve the problem of adapting its life to the rhythm of an alien civilization, there is need for a special social class to serve as the human counterpart of the transformer which changes an electric current from one voltage to another, and the class which is called into existence often quite abruptly and artificially in response to this demand, has come to be known genetically, from the special Russian name for it, as the intelligentsia. The intelligentsia is a class of liaison officers who have learned the tricks of the intrusive civilization's trade so far as may be necessary to enable their own community, through their agency, just to hold its own in a social environment in which life is ceasing to be lived in accordance with the local tradition and is coming more and more to be lived in the style imposed by the intrusive civilization upon the aliens who fall under its dominion. The first recruits to this intelligentsia are military and naval officers who learn as much of the domineering society's art of war as may be necessary to save the Russia of Peter the Great from being conquered by a Western Sweden, or the Turkey and Japan of a later age from being conquered by a Russia who has by this time become sufficiently westernized to be able to launch out on a career of aggression on her own account. Then comes the diplomatist who learns how to conduct with Western governments the negotiations that are forced upon his community by its failure to hold its own in war. We have seen the Osmanlis enlisting their RLI for this diplomatic work, until a further turn of the screw compels the Osmanlis to master for themselves this distasteful trade. Next come the merchants, the Hong merchants at Canton and the Levantine, Greek and Armenian merchants in the dominions of the Ottoman Padishah. And finally, as the leaven or virus of Westernism works deeper into the social life of the society which is in process of being permeated and assimilated, the intelligentsia develops its most characteristic types: the schoolmaster who has learned the trick of teaching Western subjects, the civil servant who has picked up the practice of conducting the public administration according to Western forms, the lawyer who has acquired the knack of applying a version of the Code Napoleon in accordance with French judicial procedure. Wherever we find an intelligentsia we may infer, not only that two civilizations have been in contact, but that one of the two is in process of being absorbed into the other's internal proletariat. We can also observe another fact in the life of an intelligentsia which is written large upon its countenance for all to read: an intelligentsia is born to be unhappy. This liaison class suffers from the congenital unhappiness of the hybrid who is an outcast from both the families that have combined to beget him. An intelligentsia is hated and despised by its own people because its very existence is a reproach to them. Through its presence in their midst it is a living reminder of the hateful but inescapable alien civilization which cannot be kept at bay and therefore has to be humored. The Pharisee is reminded of this each time he meets the publican, and the zealot each time he meets the Herodian. And, while the intelligentsia thus has no love lost on it at home, it also has no honor paid to it in the country whose manners and tricks it has so laboriously and ingeniously mastered. In the earlier days of the historic association between India and England, the Hindu intelligentsia which the British Raj had fostered for its own administrative convenience was a common subject of English ridicule. The more facile the Babu's command of English, the more sardonically the Sahib would laugh at the subtle incongruity of the errors that inevitably crept in, and such laughter was wounding even when good-natured. The intelligentsia thus complies in double measure with our definition of a proletariat by being in but not of two societies and not merely one, and, while it may console itself in the first chapter of its history by feeling that it is an indispensable organ of both these bodies social, it is robbed of even this consolation as time goes on. For the adjustment of supply to demand is almost beyond the wit of man, where manpower itself is the commodity, and in due course an intelligentsia comes to suffer from overproduction and unemployment. A Peter the Great wants so many Russian chinovniks, or an East India Company so many clerks, or a Mehmed Ali so many Egyptian mill hands and shipwrights. Incontinently these potters in human clay set to work to produce them, but the process of manufacturing an intelligentsia is more difficult to stop than to start, for the contempt in which the liaison class is held by those who profit by its services is offset by its prestige in the eyes of those eligible for enrollment in it. The candidates increase out of all proportion to the opportunities for employing them, and the original nucleus of the employed intelligentsia becomes swamped by an intellectual proletariat which is idle and destitute as well as outcast. The handful of chinovniks is reinforced by a legion of nihilists, the handful of quill-driving babus by a legion of failed B.A.S, and the bitterness of the intelligentsia is incomparably greater in the latter state than in the former. Indeed, we might almost formulate a social law to the effect that an intelligentsia's congenital unhappiness increases in geometrical ratio with the arithmetical progress of time. The Russian intelligentsia, which dates from the close of the 17th century of the Christian era, has already discharged its accumulated spite in the shattering Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The Bengali intelligentsia, which dates from the latter part of the 18th century, is displaying today a vein of revolutionary violence which is not yet to be seen in other parts of British India, where the local intelligentsia did not come into existence till 50 or 100 years later. Nor is the rank growth of this social weed confined to the soil in which it is a native plant. It has latterly made its appearance in the heart of the Western world as well as in its semi-westernized fringes. A lower middle class which has received a secondary and even a university education without being given any corresponding outlet for its trained abilities was the backbone of the 20th century Fascist Party in Italy and National Socialist Party in Germany. The demoniac driving force which carried Mussolini and Hitler to power was generated out of this intellectual proletariat's exasperation at finding that its painful efforts at self-improvement were not sufficient in themselves to save it from being crushed between the upper and nether millstones, of organized capital and organized labor. As a matter of fact, we do not have to wait till the present century to see our Western internal proletariat being recruited from the native tissues of the Western body social, for in the Western as well as in the Hellenic world it is not only subjugated alien populations that have been torn up by the roots. The 16th century and 17th century wars of religion brought with them the penalization or eviction of Catholics in every country where power fell into the hands of the Protestant faction, and the penalization and eviction of Protestants in every country where power fell into the hands of the Catholic faction, so that the descendants of French Huguenots are scattered from Prussia to South Africa and the descendants of Irish Catholics from Austria to Chile. Nor was the plague stayed by the peace of lassitude and cynicism in which the wars of religion came to a close. From the French Revolution onwards, political stasis began to be inspired by the odium hactenus theologicum, and fresh hosts of exiles were uprooted. The French aristocratic émigrés of 1789, the European liberal émigrés of 1848, the Russian white émigrés of 1917, the Italian and German democratic émigrés of 1922 and 1933, the Austrian Catholic and Jewish émigrés of 1938, and the millions of victims of the War of 1939–45 and its aftermath. We have seen, again, how in Sicily and Italy during the Hellenic time of troubles the free population was uprooted from the countryside and chevied into the towns by an economic revolution in the conduct of agriculture, the replacement of small-scale mixed farming for subsistence by the mass production of specialized agricultural commodities by means of plantation slavery. In our modern Western history we have an almost exact repetition of this social disaster in the rural economic revolution which substituted cotton plantations worked by Negro slaves for the mixed farming of white freemen in the cotton belt of the American Union. The white trash which was thus degraded to the ranks of the proletariat was of the quality of the dispossessed and pauperized free trash of Roman Italy, and this rural economic revolution in North America, with its twin cancerous growths of Negro slavery and white pauperdom, was only an exceptionally rapid and ruthless application of a similar rural economic revolution which was spread over 3 centuries of English history. The English had not introduced slave labor, but they had imitated the Roman and anticipated the American planters and stock breeders by uprooting a free peasantry for the economic profit of an oligarchy, by turning plowland into pasture and common land into enclosures. This modern Western rural economic revolution has not, however, been the principal cause of the flow of population from the countryside to the towns of our world. The principal motive force behind it has been not the push of an agrarian revolution replacing peasant holdings by latifundia, but the pull of an urban industrial revolution replacing handicraft by steam-driven machines. When this Western industrial revolution broke out first on English ground about 150 years ago, its profitableness seemed so immense that the change was welcomed and blessed by the enthusiasts for progress. While deploring the long hours of labor to which the first generation of the factory workers, including women and children, were condemned, and the sordid conditions of their new life in both factory and home, the panegyrists of the Industrial Revolution were confident that these were transitory evils which could and would be removed. The ironical sequel has been that this rosy prophecy has very largely come true, but that the blessings of the earthly paradise so confidently predicted are being neutralized by a curse which was hidden from the eyes of optimists and pessimists alike a century ago. On the one hand, child labor has been abolished, women's labor has been tempered to women's strength, hours of labor have been shortened, the conditions of life and work in home and factory have been improved out of all recognition. But a world gorged with the wealth ground out by the magic industrial machine is at the same time overshadowed by the specter of unemployment. Every time the urban proletarian draws his dole, he is reminded that he is in a society but not of it. Enough has been said to indicate some of the many sources from which an internal proletariat has been recruited in our modern Western society. We have now to ask whether here, as elsewhere, we find the two veins of violence and gentleness reappearing in our Western internal proletariat's reaction to its ordeal, and, if both tempers are displayed, which of the two is in the ascendant. Manifestations of the militant temper in our Western underworld are at once apparent. It is unnecessary to catalogue the blood-stained revolutions of the last 150 years, but when we turn to look for evidence of a counteracting and constructive spirit of gentleness, the traces are, unhappily, far to seek. It is true that many of the sufferers from the wrongs recorded in the earlier paragraphs of this chapter, exiled victims of religious or political persecution, deported African slaves, transported convicts, uprooted peasantry, have made good, in the second or third if not in the first generation, in the new conditions imposed upon them. This may illustrate the recuperative powers of our civilization, but it gives no reward to our search. These are solutions of the proletarian's problem which escape the necessity of choice between the violent and the gentle response by escaping from the proletarian condition of life itself. In our search for modern Western exponents of the gentle response, our only finds will be the English Quakers and the German Anabaptist refugees in Moravia and the Dutch Mennonites, and even these rare specimens will slip through our fingers, for we shall find that they have ceased to be members of the proletariat. In the first generation of the life of the English Society of Friends, a vein of violence, which found vent in naked prophesyings and in noisy disturbances of the decorum of church services, drew down upon its members a savage chastisement both in England and in Massachusetts. This violence, however, was quickly and permanently superseded by a gentleness which became the Quakers' characteristic rule of life, and the Society of Friends for a time looked as though it might play in the Western world the classic role of the primitive Christian Church, on whose spirit and practice, as set forth in the Acts of the Apostles, they devoutly modelled their lives. But, while the Friends have never fallen away from the rule of gentleness, they have long travelled right out of the proletarian path, and have been, in a sense, the victims of their own virtues. It might even be said that they achieved material prosperity in their own despite, for much of their success in business can be traced to formidable decisions which they have taken, not for profit, but at the bidding of conscience. The first step in their undesigned pilgrimage to the shrine of material prosperity was taken, all unwittingly, when they migrated from the country to the towns, not because they were tempted by the lure of urban profits, but because this seemed the most obvious way of reconciling a conscientious objection to the payment of tithes to the Episcopalian Church with an equally conscientious objection to resisting the tithe collector by force. Thereafter, when Quaker brewers took to making cocoa because they disapproved of intoxicants, and when Quaker retail shopkeepers took to marking their goods with fixed prices because they scrupled to vary their price in the haggling of the market, they were deliberately risking their fortunes for their faith. But in the event they merely illustrated the truth of the proverb that honesty is the best policy and the beatitude that the meek shall inherit the earth, and by the same token they removed their faith from the list of proletarian religions. Unlike their exemplars the apostles, they were never ardent missionaries. They remained a select body, and their rule that a Quaker ceased to be a member of the society if he married outside its ranks kept their numbers as low as their quality remained high. The histories of the two groups of Anabaptists, though very different in many respects from that of the Quakers, are the same on the one point with which we are concerned. When, after violent beginnings, they adopted the rule of gentleness, they soon ceased to be proletarian. Having drawn a blank so far in our search for a new religion reflecting the experience of our Western internal proletariat, we may remind ourselves that the Cynic internal proletariat found a religion in the Mahayana which was a transformation, out of all recognition, of the preceding Buddhist philosophy. In Marxian communism we have a notorious example in our midst of a modern Western philosophy which has changed, in a lifetime, quite out of recognition into a proletarian religion, taking the path of violence and carving out its new Jerusalem with the sword on the plains of Russia. If Karl Marx had been challenged by some Victorian censor morum to give his spiritual name and address, he would have described himself as a disciple of the philosopher Hegel, applying the Hegelian dialectic to the economic and political phenomena of his day. But the elements that have made communism an explosive force are not of Hegel's creation. They bear on their face their certificate of origin from the ancestral religious faith of the West, a Christianity which, 300 years after the philosophic challenge from Descartes, was still being drunk in by every Western child with its mother's milk and inhaled by every Western man and woman with the air they breathed. And such elements as cannot be traced to Christianity can be traced to Judaism, the fossilized parent of Christianity which had been preserved by a Jewish diaspora and volatilized through the opening of the ghettos and the emancipation of Western Jewry in the generation of Marx's grandparents. Marx has taken the goddess historical necessity in place of Yahweh for his deity, and the internal proletariat of the Western world in place of Jewry for his chosen people, and his messianic kingdom is conceived of as a dictatorship of the proletariat, but the salient features of the Jewish apocalypse protrude through this threadbare disguise. However, it looks as if the religious phase in the evolution of communism may prove ephemeral. The conservative national communism of Stalin seems to have decisively defeated the revolutionary ecumenical communism of Trotsky in the Russian field. The Soviet Union is no longer an outlaw society, out of communion with all the rest of the world. She has reverted to being what the Russian Empire was under a Peter or a Nicholas, a great power choosing her allies and her enemies on national grounds and irrespective of ideological considerations. And if Russia has moved to the right, her neighbors have moved to the left. Not only the flash in the pan of German National Socialism and Italian fascism, but the apparently irresistible encroachment of planning on the once unregimented economies of the democratic countries suggests that the social structure of all countries in the near future is likely to be both national and socialist. Not only do the capitalist and communist regimes seem likely to continue side by side, it may well be that capitalism and communism, like intervention and non-intervention according to the sardonic dictum of Talleyrand, are becoming different names for very much the same thing. If this be so, we must decide that communism has forfeited its prospects as a revolutionary proletarian religion, first, by being degraded from being a revolutionary panacea for all mankind into being a mere local variety of nationalism, and secondly by seeing the particular state that has enslaved it assimilate itself to the other states of the contemporary world by approximating to the latest standard type. The upshot of our present inquiry seems to be that, while the evidence for the recruitment of an internal proletariat is at least as abundant in the recent history of our Western world as it is in the history of any other civilization, there is singularly little evidence in our Western history so far for the laying of any foundations of a proletarian universal church, or even for the emergence of any strong-winged proletarian-born higher religions. How is this fact to be interpreted? We have drawn many parallels between our own society and the Hellenic, but there is one fundamental difference. The Hellenic society took over no universal church from its Minoan predecessor. The condition of parochial paganism in which it broke down in the 5th century BC was the condition in which it was born. But parochial paganism was certainly not the first state, even if it comes near to being the present state, of our own civilization, which was once entitled to describe itself as Western Christendom. Moreover, even if we have now at last succeeded in sloughing off our Christian heritage, the process of apostasy has been slow and laborious, and with the best will in the world we are unlikely to have carried it through with the thoroughness that we might wish, for, after all, it is not so easy to get rid of a tradition in which we and our forebears have been born and bred since the time, now more than 1200 years ago, when our Western Christendom was born a feeble infant from the Church's womb. When Descartes and Voltaire and Marx and Machiavelli and Hobbes and Mussolini and Hitler have done their best to dechristianize our Western life, we may still suspect that their scouring and fumigating has been only partially effective. The Christian virus or elixir is in our Western blood if, indeed, it is not just another name for that indispensable fluid, and it is difficult to suppose that the spiritual constitution of the Western society can ever be refined to a paganism of Hellenic purity. Besides, the Christian element in our system is not only ubiquitous, it is protean, and one of its favorite tricks is to escape eradication by insinuating a strong tincture of its own essence into the very disinfectants that are so vigorously applied to sterilize it. We have already noticed the Christian ingredient in a communism which purports to be an anti-Christian application of modern Western philosophy. The modern anti-Western prophets of gentleness, Tolstoy and Gandhi, have never pretended to conceal their Christian inspiration. Among the many diverse contingents of disinherited men and women who have been subjected to the ordeal of being enrolled in the Western internal proletariat, the worst sufferers of all have been the primitive African Negroes transported as slaves to America. In them we have found the Western analog of the slave immigrants who were swept into Roman Italy from all the other Mediterranean coasts during the last 2 centuries before Christ, and we have observed that the Americo-African, like the Italo-Oriental, plantation slaves met their tremendous social challenge with a religious response. In comparing the two at an earlier stage in this study we dwelt upon the resemblance, but there is a quite equally significant difference. The Egyptian, Syrian, and Anatolian slave immigrants found consolation in the religions that they had brought with them, the Africans turned for consolation to the hereditary religion of their masters. How is this difference to be accounted for? In part, no doubt, by the difference in the social antecedents of the two sets of slaves. The plantation slaves of Roman Italy were largely drawn from an ancient and deeply cultivated Oriental population whose children might be expected to cling to their cultural heritage, whereas the African Negro slaves' ancestral religion was no more fit than any other element in their culture to hold its own against the overwhelmingly superior civilization of their white masters. This is a partial explanation of the difference in the sequel, but, to explain it completely, the cultural difference between the two sets of masters has to be taken into account. The Oriental slaves in Roman Italy had actually nowhere else to look, outside their own native religious heritage, for religious consolation, since their Roman masters were living in a spiritual vacuum. In their case the pearl of great price was to be found in the heritage of the slaves and not in that of their masters, while in our Western case the spiritual treasure, as well as all the worldly wealth and power, has lain in the hands of the slave-driving dominant minority. It is one thing, however, to possess a spiritual treasure and quite another thing to impart it, and, the more we think over it, the more astonishing we shall find it to be that these Christian slave owners' hands should have been able to transmit to their primitive pagan victims the spiritual bread which they had done their best to desecrate by the sacrilegious act of enslaving their fellow men. How could the slave-driver evangelist ever touch the heart of the slave whom he had morally alienated by doing him so grievous a wrong? The Christian religion must indeed be animated by an invincible spiritual power if it can win converts under such conditions. And, since a religion has no dwelling place on earth except in human souls, it follows that there must still be Christian men and women abroad in our neo-pagan world. Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city, one, and a glance at the American slave mission field will show us some of these persisting Christians at work, for the American Negro convert to Christianity does not, of course, really owe his conversion to the ministrations of a plantation gang overseer with a Bible in one hand and a whip in the other. He owes it to the John G. Fees and the Peter Clavers. In this miracle of the slaves' conversion to the religion of their masters we can see the familiar schism between the internal proletariat and the dominant minority being healed in our Western body social by a Christianity which our dominant minority has been trying to repudiate, and the conversion of the American Negro is only one among many triumphs of a latter-day Christian missionary activity. In our war-ridden generation, in which the lately brilliant prospects of a neo-pagan dominant minority have been rapidly growing dim, the sap of life is visibly flowing once again through all the branches of our Western Christendom, and this spectacle suggests that perhaps, after all, the next chapter of our Western history may not follow the lines of the final chapter of Hellenic history. Instead of seeing some new church spring from the plowed-up soil of an internal proletariat in order to serve as the executor and residuary legatee of a civilization that has broken down and gone into disintegration, we may yet live to see a civilization that has tried and failed to stand alone being saved, in spite of itself, from a fatal fall by being caught up in the arms of an ancestral church which it has vainly striven to push away and keep at arm's length. In that event, a tottering civilization which has shamefully succumbed to the intoxication of a showy victory over physical nature, and has applied the spoils to laying up treasure for itself without being rich towards God, may be reprieved from the sentence which it has passed upon itself of treading out the tragic path of Copas TJ/JPI's ark, or, to translate this Hellenic language into a Christian imagery, an apostate Western Christendom may be given grace to be born again as a Respublica Christiana, which was its own earlier and better ideal of what it should strive to be. Is such spiritual rebirth possible? If we put Nicodemus's question, can a man enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? We may take his instructor's answer, verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. 1. 4. External proletariats. The external, like the internal, proletariat brings itself into existence by an act of secession from the dominant minority of a civilization that has broken down, and the schism in which the secession results is in this case palpable. 4. Whereas the internal proletariat continues to be geographically intermingled with the dominant minority from which it is divided by a moral gulf, the external proletariat is not only morally alienated but is also physically divided from the dominant minority by a frontier which can be traced on the map. The crystallization of such a frontier is indeed the sure sign that such a secession has taken place, for, as long as a civilization is still in growth, it has no hard and fast boundaries except on fronts where it happens to have collided with another civilization of its own species. Such collisions between two or more civilizations give rise to phenomena which we shall have occasion to examine in a later part of this study, but at present we will leave this contingency out of account and confine our attention to the situation in which a civilization has for its neighbor not another civilization but societies of the primitive species. In these circumstances we shall find that, as long as a civilization is in growth, its frontiers are indeterminate. If we place ourselves at the focus of growth in a growing civilization and proceed to travel outwards until we find ourselves sooner or later in an environment which is unmistakably and completely primitive, we shall not be able, at any point on such a journey, to draw a line and say, here civilization ends and we enter the primitive world. In fact, when a creative minority successfully performs its role in the life of a growing civilization, and the spark which it has kindled gives light unto all that are in the house, the light, as it radiates outward, is not arrested by the walls of the house, for in fact there are no walls and the light is not hid from the neighbors outside. The light shines as far as, in the nature of things, it can carry until it reaches vanishing point. The gradations are infinitesimal, and it is impossible to demarcate the line at which the last glimmer of twilight flickers out and leaves the heart of darkness in undivided possession. In fact, the carrying power of the radiation of growing civilizations is so great that, although civilizations are relatively a very recent achievement of mankind, they have long ago succeeded in permeating, at least in some degree, the whole array of surviving primitive societies. It would be impossible anywhere to discover a primitive society which had entirely escaped the influence of some civilization or other. In 1935, for example, a society previously quite unknown was discovered in the interior of Papua, and this society possessed a technique of intensive agriculture which must, at some unknown date, have been acquired from some unidentified civilization. This all-pervasiveness of the influence of civilizations in what remains of the primitive world strikes us forcibly when we regard the phenomenon from the point of view of the primitive societies. If, on the other hand, we look upon it from the standpoint of a civilization, we shall be no less forcibly struck by the fact that the strength of the influence radiated wanes as the range increases. As soon as we have recovered from our astonishment at detecting the influence of Hellenic art in a coin that was struck in Britain in the last century before Christ or on a sarcophagus carved in Afghanistan in the 1st century of the Christian era, we observe that the British coin looks like a caricature of its Macedonian original and that the Afghan sarcophagus is a shoddy product of commercial art. At this remove mimesis has passed into travesty. Mimesis is evoked by charm, and we can now see that the charm which is exercised, during the growth of a civilization, by a succession of creative minorities preserves the house not only from being divided against itself but also from being attacked by its neighbors insofar, at least, as these neighbors are primitive societies. Wherever a growing civilization is in contact with primitive societies, its creative minority attracts their mimesis as well as the mimesis of the uncreative majority in its midst. But, if this is the normal relation between a civilization and the primitive societies round about, so long as the civilization is in growth, a profound change sets in if and when the civilization breaks down and goes into disintegration. The creative minorities which have won a voluntary allegiance by the charm which their creativity exerts are replaced by a dominant minority which, lacking charm, relies on force. The surrounding primitive peoples are no longer charmed but are repelled. These humble disciples of the growing civilization then renounce their discipleship and become what we have called an external proletariat. Though in the now broken down civilization they are no longer of it one. The radiation of any civilization may be analyzed into three elements: economic, political, and cultural, and, so long as a society is in a state of growth, all three elements seem to be radiated with equal power, or, to speak in human rather than physical terms, to exercise an equal charm. But, as soon as the civilization has ceased to grow, the charm of its culture evaporates. Its powers of economic and political radiation may, and indeed probably will, continue to grow faster than ever, for a successful cultivation of the pseudo-religions of Mammon and Mars and Moloch is eminently characteristic of broken-down civilizations. But, since the cultural element is the essence of a civilization and the economic and political elements are relatively trivial manifestations of the life that it has in it, it follows that the most spectacular triumphs of economic and political radiation are imperfect and precarious. If we look at the change from the standpoint of the primitive peoples, we shall express the same truth by saying that their mimesis of the broken-down civilization's arts of peace comes to an end, but that they continue to imitate its improvements, its technical gadgets in the arts of industry, war, and politics, not in order that they may become one with it, which was their aspiration so long as it charmed them, but in order that they may the more effectively defend themselves against the violence, which is by now its most conspicuous characteristic. In our foregoing survey of the experiences and reactions of internal proletariats, we have seen how the path of violence has allured them, and also how, in so far as they have yielded to this temptation, they have only brought disaster on themselves. The Theodosias and Judases inevitably perish with the sword. It is only when it follows a prophet of gentleness that the internal proletariat has a chance of taking its conquerors captive. The external proletariat, if it chooses, as it almost certainly will, to react with violence, is at no such disadvantage. Whereas the whole of the internal proletariat lies, ex hypothesi, within the dominant minority's reach, some part at any rate of the external proletariat is likely to be beyond the effective range of the dominant minority's military action. In the contest that now ensues, the broken-down civilization radiates force instead of attracting mimesis. In these circumstances, the nearer members of the external proletariat are likely to be conquered and added to the internal proletariat, but a point will be reached where the dominant minority's qualitative superiority in military power is counterbalanced by the length of its communications. When this stage is reached, it brings with it the completion of a change in the nature of the contact between the civilization in question and its barbarian neighbors. So long as a civilization is in growth, its home territory, where it prevails in full force, is screened, as we have seen, from the impact of unreclaimed savagery by a broad threshold or buffer zone across which civilization shades into savagery in a long series of fine gradations. On the other hand, when a civilization has broken down and fallen into schism, and when the consequent hostilities between the dominant minority and the external proletariat have ceased to be a running fight and have settled down into trench warfare, we find that the buffer zone has disappeared. The geographical transition from civilization to barbarism is now no longer gradual but is abrupt. To use the appropriate Latin words, which bring out both the kinship and the contrast between the two types of contact, a limen or threshold, which was a zone, has been replaced by a limes or military frontier, which is a line that has length without breadth. Across this line a baffled dominant minority and an unconquered external proletariat now face one another under arms, and this military front is a bar to the passage of all social radiation except that of military technique, an article of social exchange which makes for war and not for peace between those who give and take it. The social phenomena which follow when this warfare becomes stationary along lines will occupy our attention later. Here it is sufficient to mention the cardinal fact that this temporary and precarious balance of forces inevitably tilts, with the passage of time, in favor of the barbarians. A Hellenic instance. The growth phase of Hellenic history is rich in illustrations of the limen or buffer zone with which the home territory of a healthily growing civilization tends to surround itself. Towards continental Europe the quintessence of Hellas shaded off, north of Thermopylae, into semi-Hellenic Thessaly and, west of Delphi, into semi-Hellenic Aetolia, and these in their turn were screened by the demi-semi-Hellenism of Macedonia and Epirus from the undiluted barbarism of Thrace and Illyria. Towards Asia Minor, again, zones of diminishing Hellenism in the hinterlands of the Greek cities of the Asiatic coast are represented by Caria, Lydia, and Phrygia. On this Asiatic border we can see Hellenism taking its barbarian conquerors captive for the first time in the full light of history. The spell was so strong that, in the second quarter of the 6th century BC, the conflict between Philhellens and Hellenophobes came to the forefront in Lydian politics, and, even when a Philhellenic aspirant to the Lydian throne, Pantaleon, was worsted by his half-brother Croesus, the protagonist of the anti-Hellenic party proved so impotent to swim against the pro-Hellenic tide that he became famous for being as generous a patron of Hellenic shrines as he was a credulous consultant of Hellenic oracles. Even in the hinterlands overseas peaceful relations and gradual transitions seem to have been the rule. Hellenism spread rapidly in the hinterland of the Italian Magna Graecia, and the earliest mention of Rome in extant literature is a notice, in a surviving fragment of a lost work from the hand of Plato's pupil, Heracles Ponticus, in which this Latin commonwealth is described as a Hellenic city. Thus on all the fringes of the Hellenic world in its growth stage we seem to see the gracious figure of Orpheus casting his spell upon the barbarians round about and even inspiring them to rehearse his magic music, on their own ruder instruments, to the still more primitive peoples of a farther hinterland. This idyllic picture vanishes in a trice, however, upon the Hellenic civilization's breakdown. As the harmony breaks into a discord, the spellbound listeners seem to awaken with a start, and, relapsing into their natural ferocity, they now hurl themselves against the sinister man-at-arms who has emerged from behind the gentle prophet's cloak. The militant reaction of the external proletariat to the breakdown of the Hellenic civilization was most violent and effective in Magna Graecia, where the Bruttians and Lucanians began to press upon the Greek cities and to occupy them one after another. Within 100 years of the opening in 431 BC of a war which was the beginning of great evils for Hellas, the few remaining survivors among the formerly prosperous communities of Magna Graecia were summoning condottieri from the motherland to save them from being driven into the sea. And these erratic reinforcements were of such little avail for stemming the Oscan tide that the inflowing barbarians had already crossed the Straits of Messina before the whole movement was brought to an abrupt end by the intervention of the Oscans' Hellenized Roman kinsmen. Roman statesmanship and arms saved not merely Magna Graecia but the whole Italian peninsula for Hellenism by taking the Oscans in the rear and imposing a common Roman peace on Italian barbarians and Italiate Greeks alike. Thus the South Italian front between Hellenism and barbarism was wiped out, and thereafter successive feats of Roman arms extended the dominion of the Hellenic dominant minority almost as far afield in continental Europe and northwest Africa as it had already been extended in Asia by Alexander of Macedon. But the effect of this military expansion was not to eliminate the anti-barbarian fronts but to add to their length and to their distance from the center of power. For several centuries they were stabilized, but the disintegration of the society continued to run its course until at long last the barbarians broke through. We must now proceed to ask whether we can discern, in the external proletariat's reaction to the pressure of the Hellenic dominant minority, any symptoms of a gentle as well as a violent response, and whether we can credit the external proletariat with any creative activities. At first sight it might seem that, in the Hellenic case at any rate, the answer to both questions must be in the negative. We can observe our anti-Hellenic barbarian in various postures and positions. As Ariovistus he is driven from the field by Caesar, as Arminius he holds his own against Augustus, as Odovacer he takes his revenge against Romulus Augustulus. But in all warfare there are the three alternatives of defeat, drawn battle, and victory, and, in each alternative alike, violence monotonously rules and creativity is at a discount. We may be encouraged, however, to look farther by recalling that the internal proletariat also is apt to display an equal violence and an equal barrenness in its earlier reactions, while the gentleness which eventually expresses itself in such mighty works of creation as a higher religion and a universal church usually requires both time and travail in order to gain the ascendancy. In the matter of gentleness, for example, we can at any rate perceive a certain difference in degree in the violence of the different barbarian warbands. The sack of Rome by the demi-semi-Hellenized Visigoth Alaric in AD 410 was a less merciless affair than the subsequent sack of the same city by the Vandals and Berbers in 455 or the sack which Rome might have suffered from Radagaisus in 406. The relative gentleness of Alaric is dwelt upon by Saint Augustine. The dreaded atrocity of the barbarians has shown itself so mild in the event that churches providing ample room for asylum were designated by the conqueror and orders were given that in these sanctuaries nobody should be smitten with the sword and nobody carried away captive. Indeed, many prisoners were brought to these churches by soft-hearted enemies to receive their liberty, while none were dragged out of them by merciless enemies in order to be enslaved. 1. And there is the curious evidence relating to Alaric's brother-in-law and successor Ataulf that is reported by Augustine's disciple Orosius on the authority of a gentleman from Narbonne who had had a distinguished military career under the Emperor Theodosius. This gentleman told us that at Narbonne he had become extremely intimate with Ataulf, and that he had often been told by him, and this with all the earnestness of a witness giving evidence, the story of his own life, which was often on the lips of this barbarian of abounding spirit, vitality, and genius. According to Ataulf's own story, he had started life with an eager craving to wipe out all memory of the name of Rome, with the idea of turning the whole Roman domain into an empire that should be and be known as the Empire of the Goths. In time, however, experience had convinced him that on the one hand the Goths were utterly disqualified by their uncontrolled barbarity for a life under the rule of law, while on the other hand it would be a crime to banish the rule of law from the life of the state, since the state ceases to be itself when law ceases to reign in it. When Ataulf had divined this truth, he had made up his mind that he would at any rate make a bid for the glory, that was within his reach, of using the vitality of the Goths for the restoration of the Roman name to all and perhaps more than all its ancient greatness. 1. This passage is the locus clas siecus for evidence of a change from violence to gentleness in the ethos of the Hellenic external proletariat, and in the light of it we can identify certain accompanying symptoms of spiritual creativity, or at any rate originality, in partially reclaimed barbarian souls. Ataulf himself, for example, like his brother-in-law Alaric, was a Christian. But his Christianity was not the Christianity of Saint Augustine and the Catholic Church. On the European front the barbarian invaders of that generation, in so far as they were not still pagans, were Arians, and, although their original conversion to Arianism rather than Catholicism had been the result of chance, their subsequent fidelity to Arianism, after that heresy had lost its temporary vogue within the Christianized Hellenic world, was the result of deliberate preference. Their Arianism was henceforth a badge, deliberately worn and sometimes insolently displayed, of the conqueror's social distinction from the conquered population. This Arianism of the majority of the Teutonic successor states of the Roman Empire persisted throughout the greater part of the interregnum period, AD 375 to 675. Pope Gregory the Great, AD 590 to 604, who, perhaps more than any other single man, may be regarded as the founder of the new civilization of Western Christendom which arose out of the void, played a part in bringing this Arian chapter of barbarian history to an end by converting to Catholicism the Lombard queen, Theodelinda. The Franks were never Arians but, at the conversion of Clovis and his baptism at Reims, AD 496, passed straight from paganism to Catholicism, a choice which powerfully assisted them to survive the interregnum and to build a state which became the political foundation stone of the new civilization. While an Arianism which its barbarian converts had taken as they found it thus eventually became the distinctive badge of these particular bands of barbarians, there were other barbarians on other frontiers of the empire who showed in their religious life a certain originality, inspired by something more positive than pride of caste. On the frontiers of the British Isles, the barbarians of the Celtic fringe, who had been converted to a Catholic and not to an Arian Christianity, remolded this to fit their own barbarian heritage, and on the frontier facing the Arabian section of the Afrasian steppe the trans-frontier barbarians showed originality in a still higher degree. In the creative soul of Muhammad the radiation of Judaism and Christianity was transmuted into a spiritual force which discharged itself in the new higher religion of Islam. If we carry our investigations a stage farther back, we shall find that these religious reactions that we have just recorded were not the first that had been evoked from these primitive peoples by the radiation of the Hellenic civilization. All genuinely and completely primitive religion is, in one guise or another, a cult of fertility. A primitive community mainly worships its own procreative power as displayed in the begetting of children and in the production of food, and the worship of destructive powers is either absent or subordinate. But, since the religion of primitive man is always a faithful reflection of his social conditions, a revolution in his religion is bound to take place when his social life is violently deranged by being brought into contact with an alien body social that is both close and hostile, and this is what happens when a primitive community which has been gradually and peacefully absorbing the beneficent influences of a growing civilization tragically loses sight of the gracious figure of Orpheus with his enchanting lyre and finds itself brusquely confronted, instead, by the ugly and menacing countenance of the dominant minority of a civilization that has broken down. In this event the primitive community is transformed into a fragment of an external proletariat, and in this situation there is a revolutionary inversion of the relative importance of the procreative and destructive activities in the barbarian community's life. War now becomes the community's all-absorbing occupation, and, when war thus becomes more lucrative, as well as more exciting, than the trivial round and common task of food-getting, how can Demeter or even Aphrodite hope to hold her own against Ares as the supreme expression of the divine? The god is refashioned as the leader of a divine warband. We have come across divinities of this barbaric strain in the Olympian pantheon which was worshipped by the Achaean external proletariat of the Minoan thalassocracy, and we have seen that these deified brigands of Olympus have their counterparts in the denizens of Asgard, who were worshipped by the Scandinavian external proletariat of the Carolingian Empire. Another pantheon of the same kind was worshipped by the Teutonic barbarians beyond the European frontiers of the Roman Empire before their conversion to Arianism or Catholicism, and the evocation of these predatory divinities in their militarized worshippers' own image must be reckoned as a creative work that has to be placed to the credit of the Teutonic external proletariat of the Hellenic world. Having gleaned these wisps of creative activity in the field of religion, can we add to our slender harvest by drawing upon analogy once again? The higher religions, which are the glorious discoveries of the internal proletariats, are notoriously associated with a sheaf of creative activities in the field of art. Have the lower religions of the external proletariat any corresponding works of art to show? The answer is certainly in the affirmative, for, as soon as we try to visualize the Olympian gods, we see them as they are portrayed in the Homeric epic. This poetry is associated with that religion as inseparably as Gregorian plainsong and Gothic architecture are associated with medieval Western Catholic Christianity. And the Greek epic poetry of Ionia has its counterpart in the Teutonic epic poetry of England and in the Scandinavian saga of Iceland. The Scandinavian saga is bound up with Asgard, and the English epic, of which Beowulf is the principal surviving masterpiece, with Woden and his divine comitatus, as the Homeric epic, is bound up with Olympus. In fact, epic poetry is the most characteristic and distinguished product of the reactions of external proletariats, the only KRRJFW. L's AEL which their ordeals have bequeathed to humanity. No poetry that is the offspring of civilization ever will or ever can equal the unwearying splendor and the ruthless poignancy one of Homer. We have mentioned 3 examples of epic poetry, and it would be easy to add to this list and to show each example to be the reaction of an external proletariat to the civilization with which it has come into conflict. For example, the Chanson de Roland is the creation of the European wing of the external proletariat of the Syriac universal state. The French semi-barbarian crusaders who broke through the Pyrenean front of the Andalusian Umayyad Caliphate in the 11th century of the Christian era have inspired a work of art which is the parent of all the poetry that has ever been written since that day in any of the vernacular languages of the Western world. The Chanson de Roland outstrips Beowulf in historic importance as signally as it surpasses it in literary merit. 2. 5. External proletariats of the Western world. When we come to the history of the relations between our own Western world and the primitive societies which it has encountered, we can discern an early stage in which, like Hellenism in its growth phase, Western Christendom one converts through the attraction of its charm. The most signal of these early converts were the members of the abortive Scandinavian civilization, who eventually succumbed in their native lairs in the far north and in their distant settlements in Iceland, as well as in their encampments on Christian ground in the Danelaw and in Normandy to the spiritual prowess of the civilization they had been assailing by force of arms. The contemporary conversion of the nomad Magyars and forest-dwelling Poles was equally spontaneous, yet this early age of Western expansion is also marked by violent aggressions far surpassing the occasional subjugations and evictions of primitive neighbors chargeable to the score of the early Hellenes. We have Charlemagne's crusades against the Saxons and, 2 centuries later, the crusades of the Saxons against the Slavs between the Elbe and the Oder, and these atrocities were capped, in the 13th and 14th centuries, by the extermination of the Prussians beyond the Vistula at the hands of the Teutonic Knights. On the northwestern frontier of Christendom the same story repeats itself. The first chapter is the peaceful conversion of the English by a band of Roman missionaries, but this is followed by the coercion of the far western Christians by a series of turns of the screw which began with the decision of the Synod of Whitby in AD 664 and culminated in the armed invasion of Ireland by Henry II of England, with papal approval, in 1171. Nor is this the end of the story. Habits of frightfulness, acquired by the English in their prolonged aggression against the remnants of the Celtic fringe in the Highlands of Scotland and the bogs of Ireland, were carried across the Atlantic and practiced at the expense of the North American Indians. In the expansion of our Western civilization over the whole planet in recent centuries, the impetus of the expanding body has been so strong, and the disparity of resources between it and its primitive antagonists so extreme, that the movement has swept on unchecked until it has reached, not an unstable limes but a terminus in the form of a natural frontier. In this worldwide Western offensive against the rearguard of the primitive societies, extermination, or eviction or subjugation has been the rule and conversion the exception. Indeed, we can count on the fingers of one hand the primitive societies that our modern Western society has taken into partnership with itself. There are the Scottish Highlanders, one of those rare enclaves of untamed barbarians bequeathed to the modern Western world by a medieval Western Christendom. There are the Maoris of New Zealand, and there are the Araucanians in the barbarian hinterland of the Chilean province of the Andean Universal State, with whom the Spaniards have had to deal since the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire. The test case is the history of the incorporation of the Scottish Highlanders after the failure of these white barbarians' last kick against the pricks in the Jacobite Rising of 1745, for the social gulf between a Dr. Johnson or a Horace Walpole and the war bands which carried Prince Charlie to Derby was probably not much less difficult to bridge than the gulf between the European settlers in New Zealand or Chile and the Maoris or Araucanians. At the present day the great-great-grandchildren of Prince Charlie's shaggy warriors are undoubtedly of one standardized social substance with the descendants of those bewigged and powdered Lowlanders and Englishmen who were the victors in the last round of a struggle that reached its end barely 200 years ago, so much so that the very nature of the struggle has been transformed out of all recognition by popular mythology. The Scots have nearly persuaded the English, if not themselves, that the Highland tartan which the citizens of Edinburgh in AD 1700 regarded very much as the citizens of Boston at the same date regarded the feathered headgear of an Indian chief is the national dress of Scotland, and Lowland confectioners now sell Edinburgh rock in tartan-covered cartons. Such barbarian limites as are to be found in the westernized world of our own day are legacies from non-Western civilizations not yet completely absorbed into the Western body social. Among these, the northwest frontier of India is of outstanding interest and importance, at any rate to the citizens of the particular Western parochial state that has taken it upon itself to provide a universal state for the disintegrating Hindu civilization. During the Hindu time of troubles, circa AD 1175 to 1575, this frontier was broken through again and again by Turkish and Iranian leaders of predatory war bands. It was sealed for a time by the establishment in the Hindu world of a universal state represented by the Mughal Raj. When the Pax Mogulika prematurely dissolved at the beginning of the 18th century of the Christian era, the barbarians who rushed in to contend for the possession of the carcass with the Maratha protagonists of a militant Hindu reaction against an alien universal state were the East Iranian Rohilas and Afghans, and when Akbar's work was re-performed by other alien hands and the Hindu universal state was re-established in the shape of a British Raj, the defense of the northwest frontier proved to be by far the heaviest of all the frontier commitments that the British Empire builders in India had to take over. Various frontier policies have been tried, and none of them has proved entirely satisfactory. The first alternative which the British Empire builders essayed was to conquer and annex outright the whole of the East Iranian threshold of the Hindu world right up to the line along which the Mughal Raj, at its apogee, had marched with its own Uzbek successor states in the Oxus-Jaxartes basin and with the Safavi Empire in western Iran. The adventurous reconnaissances which were carried out, from 1831 onwards, by Alexander Burnes, were followed by the still more hazardous step of dispatching a British Indian military force to Afghanistan in 1838, but this ambitious attempt at a totalitarian solution of the northwest frontier problem had a disastrous ending. For, in the first flush of their triumphantly successful conquest of all India, southeast of the Indus Basin, between 1799 and 1818, the British Empire builders had overestimated their own strength and underestimated the vigor and effectiveness of the resistance that their aggression would provoke among the untamed barbarians whom they were now proposing to subdue. In fact, the operation ended, in 1841-2, in a disaster of greater magnitude than the Italian disaster in the Abyssinian highlands in 1896. Since this resounding failure, the British ambition to make a permanent conquest of the highlands has never been more than tentatively revived, and the variations of frontier policy since the conquest of the Punjab in 1849 have been tactical rather than strategic. Here, in fact, we have limes of the same political order as the Rhine-Danube frontier of the Roman Empire during the opening centuries of the Christian era. If and when the British Indian dominant minority yield to the persuasions of the Hindu internal proletariat and quit the scene of their increasingly thankless labors, it will be interesting to see what this emancipated internal proletariat, when it is master in its own house, finds itself able to make of the northwest frontier problem. If we now ask ourselves whether the external proletariats generated by our Western society at various stages of its history in different quarters of the world have been stimulated by their ordeals to any acts of creativity in the spheres of poetry and religion, we shall at once be reminded of the brilliant creative work of those barbarian rearguards in the Celtic fringe and in Scandinavia whose attempts to give birth to civilizations on their own account were rendered abortive by their defeat in their struggle with the nascent civilization of Western Christendom. These encounters have been discussed in this study already in another connection, and we may pass on at once to consider the external proletariats generated by an expanding Western world in the modern age. In reconnoitering this broad landscape, we will content ourselves with a single example of barbarian creativity in each of the two spheres in which we have learned to look for it. In the poetic field we may take note of the heroic poetry which was cultivated in the 16th and 17th centuries of the Christian era by the Bosniak barbarians beyond the southeastern frontier of the Danubian Habsburg monarchy. This example is interesting because at first sight it seems an exception to the rule that the external proletariat of a disintegrating civilization is not apt to be stimulated to the creation of heroic poetry until the civilization in question has passed through its universal state and fallen into an interregnum which gives opportunity for a barbarian Völkerwanderung. But the Danubian Habsburg monarchy, which, from the standpoint of London or Paris, was no more than one among several parochial powers in a politically divided Western world, had all the appearance and properties of a Western universal state in the eyes of its own subjects and also in those of its non-Western neighbors and adversaries, against whom it served as a carapace or shield for the whole body of a Western Christian society whose sheltered members remained unappreciative beneficiaries of the monarchy's ecumenical mission. The Bosniaks were a rearguard of the continental European barbarians who had previously had to endure the unusual and unusually painful experience of being taken between the fires of two aggressive civilizations, those of Western and of Orthodox Christendom. The radiation of the Orthodox Christian civilization, which had been the first to reach the Bosniaks, had been rejected by them in its Orthodox form, and had only been able to insinuate itself in the schismatic guise of Bogomilism. This heresy had drawn upon them the hostile attentions of both Christian civilizations, and in these circumstances they had welcomed the arrival of the Muslim Osmanlis, abandoned their Bogomilism and turned Turk so far as religion was concerned. Thereafter, under Ottoman protection, these Yugoslav converts to Islam took to playing, on the Ottoman side of the Ottoman-Habsburg frontier, the same part as was played on the Habsburg side by Yugoslav Christian refugees from the territories which had fallen under Ottoman rule. The two opposing sets of Yugoslavs found an identical occupation in raiding, on the one side the Ottoman Empire and on the other side the Habsburg monarchy, and on the same fertile soil of border warfare two independent schools of heroic poetry, both using the Serbo-Croat language, grew up and flourished side by side, apparently without exercising any influence on one another. Our example of external proletarian creativity in the religious field comes from a very different quarter, namely the 19th century frontier of the United States over against the Red Indians. It is remarkable that the North American Indians should have been capable of making any creative religious response at all to the challenge of European aggression, seeing that they were almost continuously on the run from the moment of the arrival of the first English settlers down to the crushing of the last Indian attempt at armed resistance in the Sioux War of 1890, 280 years later, and it is still more remarkable that this Indian response should have been of a gentle character. We should rather have expected the Indian warbands either to create a pagan religion in their own likeness, an Iroquois Olympus or Asgard, or else to adopt the most militant elements in the Calvinistic Protestantism of their assailants. However, a series of prophets, from the anonymous Delaware prophet of AD 1762 to Wovoka, who arose about AD 1885 in Nevada, preached a gospel of quite another kind. They preached peace and urged their disciples to renounce the use of all the technical material improvements that they had acquired from their white enemies, one beginning with the use of firearms. They proclaimed that, if their teaching were followed, the Indians were destined to a life of bliss in an earthly paradise in which the living would be rejoined by the souls of their ancestors, and that this Red Indian messianic kingdom was not to be conquered with tomahawks, much less with bullets. What results would have followed the adoption of such teaching we cannot say. It proved too hard and too high for the barbarian warriors to whom it was addressed, but in these gleams of gentle light on a dark and grim horizon we catch an arresting glimpse of the anima naturaliter Christiana in the bosom of primitive man. At the present moment it looks as though, for the few antique barbarian communities that remain on the map, the only chance of survival lies in adopting the tactics of the Abodrites and Lithuanians who, in the medieval chapter of the history of our Western expansion, had the foresight to anticipate a forcible by a voluntary conversion to the culture of an aggressive civilization which was too strong for them to resist. In our latter-day remnant of an antique barbarian world there are still standing out two closely beleaguered fastnesses of barbarism, in each of which an enterprising barbarian warlord has been making a determined effort to save a perhaps not yet quite hopeless situation by launching a vigorous cultural offensive defensive. In northeastern Iran it seems possible that the northwest frontier problem of India may finally be solved, not by any drastic action against the untamed barbarians on the Indian side of the Indo-Afghan frontier, but rather by the voluntary westernization of Afghanistan itself. For if this Afghan endeavor were to achieve success, one of its effects would be to place the war bands on the Indian side between two fires and thereby make their position ultimately untenable. The westernizing movement in Afghanistan was launched by King Amanullah, AD 1919-29, with the radical excess of zeal which cost the royal revolutionary his throne, but Amanullah's personal fiasco is less significant than the fact that this check has not proved fatal to the movement. By 1929 the process of westernization had gone too far for the people of Afghanistan to put up with the unmitigated barbarian reaction of the brigand rebel Bacha Isaka, and under the regime of King Nader and his successor the westernizing process has been unobtrusively resumed. But the outstanding westernizer of a beleaguered barbarian fastness is Abd al-Aziz al-Saqd, the king of the Najd and the Hijaz, a soldier and statesman who, since 1901, has raised himself out of the political exile into which he was born until he has made himself master of all Arabia west of the Rub al-Khali and north of the Yamani kingdom of Sana'a. As a barbarian warlord Ibn Saqd may be compared in point of enlightenment with the Visigoth Ataulf. He has apprehended the potency of modern Western scientific technique and has shown a discerning eye for those applications of it artesian wells and motor cars and aeroplanes that are particularly effective in the Central Arabian steppe. But above all he has seen that the indispensable foundation for a Western way of life is law and order. When the last obstinate enclave has been eliminated, in one way or another, from the cultural map of a westernized world, shall we be able to congratulate ourselves on having seen the last of barbarism itself. A complete elimination of the barbarism of the external proletariat would warrant no more than a mild elation, since we have convinced ourselves, if there is any virtue in this study, that the destruction which has overtaken a number of civilizations in the past has never been the work of any external agency, but has always been in the nature of an act of suicide. We are betrayed by what is false within. The familiar barbarians of the antique type may have been effectively wiped out of existence through the elimination of the last remaining no man's land beyond anti-barbarian frontiers which have now been carried up to the limits set by physical nature on every front in the world. But this unprecedented triumph will have profited us nothing if the barbarians, in the hour of their extinction beyond the frontiers, have stolen a march on us by re-emerging in our midst. And is it not here that we find our barbarians embattled today? Ancient civilizations were destroyed by imported barbarians, we breed our own. Have we not seen, in our generation, a host of neo-barbarian warbands recruited under our very eyes in one country after another, and these in the heart, and not on the outskirts, of what has hitherto been a Christendom? What else but barbarians in spirit were the fighting men in these fascii di combattimento and these sturmabteilungen? Were they not taught that they were the stepchildren of the society out of whose bosom they came, and that, as an aggrieved party with a score to pay off, they were morally entitled to conquer a place in the sun for themselves by the ruthless use of force? And is not this precisely the doctrine that the warlords of the external proletariat, the Genserics and the Attilas, have always proclaimed to their warriors as they have led them to plunder some world which, through its own fault, has lost the power to defend itself? Black shirts and not black skins were assuredly the badges of barbarism in the Italo-Abyssinian War of 1935-6, and the black-shirt barbarian is a more appalling portent than the black skin whom he has made his prey. The black shirt was a portent because he was deliberately sinning against inherited lights, and he was a menace because, for the commission of his sin, he had at his disposal an inherited technique which he was free to divert from God's to the devil's service. But in arriving at this conclusion we have not yet dug down to the root of the matter, for we have not yet asked ourselves what the source might be from which this Italian neo-barbarism was derived. Mussolini once declared that he thought for Italy as the great Englishmen who have made the British Empire have thought for England, as the great French colonizers have thought for France. Before we dismiss with contempt this Italian caricature of the deeds of our own forebears, we should reflect that a caricature may be an illuminating portrait. In the repulsive countenance of the Italian neo-barbarian apostate from the path of civilization, we may be compelled to confess a recognition of some of the features of much admired English models, a Clive, a Drake, and a Hawkins. But must we not pursue our importunate question still farther? Ought we not to remind ourselves that, on the evidence presented in this chapter, the dominant minorities are found to be the original aggressors in the warfare between dominant minorities and external proletariats? We have to remember that the annals of this warfare between civilization and barbarism have been written almost exclusively by the scribes of the civilized camp. The classic picture of the external proletarian carrying his barbarous fire and slaughter into the fair domain of some unoffending civilization is therefore likely to be no objective presentation of the truth, but an expression of the civilized party's resentment at being made the target of a counter-attack which he has himself provoked. The complaint against the barbarian, as drafted by his mortal enemy, amounts perhaps to little more than Set animal est trace mechant. Quand on elatici, ilse defend. 2. 6. Alien and indigenous inspirations. A widening of horizons. At the very beginning of this study, after having argued, from the example of English history, that the history of a national state was not intelligible taken by itself and apart from the doings of the rest of its kind, we made the assumption that the groups of kindred communities which we called societies and which we found to be societies of a particular species known as civilizations would prove to be intelligible fields of study. In other words, we assumed that the course of the life of a civilization was self-determined, so that it could be studied and understood in and by itself, without requiring constant allowance for the play of alien social forces. This assumption has been borne out by our study of the genesis of civilizations and of their growths, and so far it has not been refuted by our study of their breakdowns and disintegrations. For, although a disintegrating society may split into fragments, each of these fragments turns out to be a chip of the old block. Even the external proletariat is recruited from elements within the disintegrating society's field of radiation. At the same time, however, our survey of the several fractions of societies in disintegration, and this is true not only of external proletariats but of internal proletariats and dominant minorities as well, has frequently required us to take alien as well as indigenous agents into account. It has, in fact, become clear that, while the definition of a society as an intelligible field of study can be accepted almost without qualification so long as it is still in growth, this definition can only be maintained with reservations when we come to the disintegration stage. True though it be that the breakdowns of civilizations are due to an inward loss of self-determination and not to any external blows, it is not true that the process of disintegration through which a broken-down civilization has to pass on its way to dissolution is equally intelligible without reference to external agencies and activities. In the study of the life of a civilization in the disintegration stage, the intelligible field has proved to be distinctly wider than the ambit of the single society under observation. This means that, in the process of disintegrating, the substance of a body social tends not merely to split into the three components that we have just been studying, but also to resume its liberty to enter into new combinations with elements derived from foreign bodies. Thus we are now finding that the ground on which we took our stand at the beginning of the study, and which has stood firm so far, is slipping away from under our feet. At the beginning we chose civilizations for the objects of our study just because they presented the appearance of being intelligible fields which lent themselves singly to being studied in isolation. We now find ourselves already on the move from this standpoint towards a different one which we shall have to take up when we examine the contacts of civilizations with one another. 1. Meanwhile, it will be convenient at this point to distinguish and compare the respective effects of the alien and indigenous inspirations that can be discerned in the activities of the several fractions into which the body social of a society in disintegration is divided. We shall find that, in the works of a dominant minority and an external proletariat, an alien inspiration is apt to result in discord and destruction, whereas in the works of an internal proletariat it is apt to produce the exactly opposite effects of harmony and creation. Dominant minorities and external proletariats. We have seen that universal states are usually provided by dominant minorities indigenous to the society for which they perform this high-handed service. These indigenous empire builders may be frontiersmen from the outer edge of the world upon which they confer the blessing of peace through the imposition of political unity, but this origin does not in itself convict them of having any alien tinge in their culture. We have, however, also noted cases in which the moral debacle of the dominant minority has been so rapid that, by the time when the disintegrating society has been ripe for entering a universal state, there has no longer been any remnant of the dominant minority still possessed of the empire-building virtues. In such cases the task of providing a universal state is not usually allowed to remain unperformed. Some alien empire builder steps into the breach and performs for the ailing society the task that ought to have been performed by native hands. All universal states, alien and indigenous alike, are apt to be accepted with thankfulness and resignation, if not with enthusiasm. They are at any rate an improvement, in a material sense, upon the time of troubles that has preceded them. But as time passes a new king arises who knew not Joseph. In plain language, the time of troubles and the memory of its horrors recedes into a forgotten past, and the present in which the universal state extends over the entire social landscape comes to be judged as a thing in itself irrespective of its historical context. At this stage the fortunes of indigenous and alien universal states diverge. The indigenous universal state, whatever its real merits, tends to become more and more acceptable to its subjects and is more and more regarded as the only possible social framework for their life. The alien universal state, on the other hand, becomes more and more unpopular. Its subjects are more and more offended by its alien qualities and shut their eyes more and more firmly to the useful service which it has performed and perhaps still is performing for them. An obvious pair of universal states for the illustration of this contrast is the Roman Empire, which provided an indigenous universal state for the Hellenic world, and the British Raj, which has provided the second of two alien universal states for the Hindu civilization. Many quotations could be collected to illustrate the love and veneration with which the latter-day subjects of the Roman Empire regarded that institution, even after it had ceased to perform its task with tolerable efficiency and when it was in manifest dissolution. Perhaps the most striking of these tributes is a passage in the poem De Consulat Stilicanes written in Latin hexameters by Claudian of Alexandria in AD 400. She prouder boast than other conquerors knew. Gently her captives to her bosom drew. Mother not mistress, made the thrall her kin. And 'neath her wing called all the nations in. Who owns, and owes not to her parents' sway, his civic rights in utmost lands today? 1. It would be easy to prove that the British Raj has been in many respects a more benevolent and also perhaps a more beneficent institution than the Roman Empire, but it would be hard to find a Claudian in any of the Alexandrias of Hindustan. If we look at the history of other alien universal states, we shall observe the same mounting tide of hostile feeling among their subjects as we find in British India. The alien Syriac universal state imposed by Cyrus on the Babylonic society was so bitterly hated by the time it had completed the 2nd century of its existence that in 331 BC the Babylonian priests were prepared to give an effusive welcome to the equally alien conqueror Alexander of Macedon, as in our day certain extreme nationalists in India might have been prepared to welcome a Clive from Japan. In Orthodox Christendom the alien Pax Ottomanica, which had been welcomed in the first quarter of the 14th century of the Christian era by the Greek adherents of the founder of the Ottoman Commonwealth on the Asiatic shores of the Sea of Marmara, had become an object of loathing to the Greek nationalists of AD 1821. The passage of 5 centuries had produced among Greeks a change of sentiment which was the exact inverse of the change in Gaul from the Romanophobia of a Vercingetorix to the Romanophilia of a Sidonius Apollinaris. Another prominent example of the hatred aroused by empire builders of an alien culture is the animosity of the Chinese towards the Mongol conquerors who provided a distracted Far Eastern world with a sorely needed universal state, and this animosity might appear to present a curious contrast to the tolerance with which the same society accepted 2.5 centuries of Manchu domination at a later period. The explanation is to be found in the fact that the Manchus were backwoodsmen of the Far Eastern world who were not contaminated by any alien culture, whereas the Mongols' barbarism was mitigated, however slightly, by a tincture of Syriac culture derived from Nestorian Christian pioneers and by an open-minded readiness to enlist the services of able and experienced men whatever their provenance. That this is the real explanation of the unpopularity of the Mongol regime in China is made plain by Marco Polo's account of explosive contacts between the Chinese subjects and the Orthodox Christian soldiers and Muslim administrators of the Mongol Khagan. It was perhaps a tincture of Sumeric culture that made the Hyksos intolerable to their Egyptiac subjects, whereas the subsequent intrusion of the completely barbarian Libyans was accepted without resentment. In fact, we can venture to formulate something like a general social law to the effect that barbarian invaders who present themselves free from any alien cultural taint are apt to make their fortunes, while those who, before their Völkerwanderung, have acquired either an alien or a heretical tinge must go out of their way to purge themselves of it if they are to escape the otherwise inevitable doom of being either ejected or exterminated. To take undiluted barbarians first, the Aryas and the Hittites and the Achaeans, each of whom invented a barbarian pantheon of their own during their sojourn on the threshold of a civilization, and who persisted in this barbarian worship after they had broken through and made their conquests, each also succeeded, notwithstanding this invincible ignorance, in founding new civilizations, the Indi, the Hittite, and the Hellenic. Again, the Frankish and English and Scandinavian and Polish and Magyar converts from a native paganism to Western Catholic Christianity secured the opportunity to play full, and even leading, parts in the building up of Western Christendom. On the other hand, the Hyksos worshippers of Set were evicted from the Egyptiac world and the Mongols were evicted from China. An exception to our rule would seem to be presented by the primitive Muslim Arabs. Here was a group of barbarians, belonging to the external proletariat of the Hellenic society, who achieved a high degree of success in the Völkerwanderung which accompanied the dissolution of that society in spite of the fact that they clung to their own barbarian travesty of Syriac religion instead of adopting the monophysite Christianity of their subjects in the provinces that they wrested from the Roman Empire. But the historic role of the primitive Muslim Arabs was altogether exceptional. Through their incidental conquest of the whole Sasanian Empire in the course of their victorious assault upon the oriental provinces of the Roman Empire, the barbarian successor state of the Roman Empire which the Arabs founded on Syrian soil transformed itself into a restoration of the Syriac universal state which had been prematurely destroyed, 1,000 years before, when the Achaemenidi had been overthrown by Alexander, and the vast new political mission with which the Muslim Arabs were thus, almost accidentally, endowed opened up a new horizon for Islam itself. It would seem, therefore, that the history of Islam is a special case which does not invalidate the general results of our inquiry. In general, we are justified in concluding that, for external proletariats and dominant minorities alike, an alien inspiration is a handicap because it is a fruitful source of friction and frustration for them in their dealings with the other two of the fractions into which a disintegrating society splits up. Internal proletariats. In contrast with these findings about dominant minorities and external proletariats, we shall find that for internal proletariats an alien inspiration is not a curse but a blessing which confers on those who receive it an apparently superhuman power of taking their conquerors captive and of attaining the end to which they have been born. This thesis can best be tested by an examination of those higher religions and universal churches which are the internal proletariat's characteristic works. Our survey of these has shown that their potency depends on the presence, and varies in proportion to the strength, of an alien spark of vitality in their spirit. For example, the worship of Osiris, which was the higher religion of the Egyptiac proletariat, can be traced back tentatively, as we have seen, to an alien origin in the Sumeric worship of Tammuz, and the manifold and competing higher religions of the Hellenic internal proletariat can all be traced back to various alien origins with certainty. In the worship of Isis the alien spark is Egyptiac, in the worship of Cybele it is Hittite, in Christianity and Mitraism it is Syriac, in the Mahayana it is Indi. The first four of these higher religions were created by Egyptiac, Hittite, and Syriac populations which had been conscripted into the Hellenic internal proletariat through Alexander's conquests, and the fifth was created by an Indi population likewise conscripted, in the 2nd century BC, through the Euthydemuc Bactrian Greek princes' conquests in the Indie world. Profoundly though they differ from one another in their inward spiritual essence, all 5 of them have in common at least this superficial feature of being alien in their origin. Our conclusion will not be shaken by a consideration of certain cases in which an attempt to conquer a society has been made by a higher religion without success. There is, for example, the abortive attempt of the Shla sect of Islam to become the universal church of Orthodox Christendom under the Ottoman regime, and the abortive attempt of Catholic Christianity to become the universal church of the Far Eastern society in China during the last century of the Ming and the 1st century of the Manchu dynasties, and in Japan at the moment of transition from the time of troubles to the Tokugawa shogunate. The Shia in the Ottoman Empire and Catholicism in Japan were both cheated of their prospective spiritual conquests by being exploited, or at any rate suspected of being exploited for illegitimate political ends. The failure of Catholicism in China was due to the refusal of the papacy to allow the Jesuit missionaries to carry on their work of translating an alien Catholic religious idiom into the traditional language of Far Eastern philosophy and ritual. We may conclude that an alien spark is a help and not a hindrance to a higher religion in winning converts, and the reason for this is not far to seek. An internal proletariat, alienated from the broken down society from which it is in process of secession, is seeking a new revelation, and this is what the alien spark supplies. It is its newness which makes it attractive. But, before it can become attractive, the new truth has to be made intelligible, and, until this necessary work of exposition has been performed, the new truth will be inhibited from making its potential appeal. The victory of the Christian Church in the Roman Empire could not have been won if the fathers of the Church, from St. Paul onwards, had not exerted themselves, during the first 4 or 5 centuries of the Christian era, to translate the Christian doctrine into terms of Hellenic philosophy, to build up the Christian ecclesiastical hierarchy on the pattern of the Roman civil service, to mold the Christian ritual on the model of the mysteries, and even to convert pagan into Christian festivals, and replace pagan cults of heroes by Christian cults of saints. It was an undertaking of this kind which was nipped in the bud by the Vatican's instructions to the Jesuit missionaries in China, and the conversion of the Hellenic world would have been as fatally arrested after the first excursions of Christian missionaries onto Gentile ground, if the Judaizing Christian opponents of St. Paul had been victorious in the conferences and conflicts described in the Acts of the Apostles and in the earlier Pauline epistles. Our muster of higher religions which appear to have had an indigenous inspiration will include Judaism and Zoroastrianism and Islam, 3 religions which have found their field in the Syriac world and have drawn their inspiration from the same quarter, and also Hinduism, which is clearly Indi both in its inspiration and in its field of operations. Hinduism and Islam must be regarded as exceptions to our law, but Judaism and Zoroastrianism will turn out on examination to be, after all, illustrations of it. For the Syriac populations among which Judaism and Zoroastrianism came to birth, between the 8th and the 6th century before Christ, were broken peoples which had been forcibly conscripted into the internal proletariat of the Babylonic society by the Assyrian armies of the Babylonic dominant minority. It was this Babylonic aggression that evoked the Jewish and Zoroastrian religious responses from the Syriac souls that were subjected to the ordeal. On this showing we clearly ought to classify Judaism and Zoroastrianism as religions which were introduced by Syriac conscripts into the internal proletariat of the Babylonic society. Judaism actually took shape by the waters of Babylon, as the Christian Church took shape in the Pauline congregations in the Hellenic world. If the disintegration of the Babylonic civilization had been as long drawn out as that of the Hellenic civilization and had passed through all the same stages, then the birth and growth of Judaism and Zoroastrianism would present themselves, in historical perspective, as events in a Babylonic story as the birth and growth of Christianity and Mitraism do, in fact, present themselves as events in Hellenic history. Our perspective has been thrown out by the fact that Babylonic history came to a premature close. The Chaldean attempt at a Babylonic universal state collapsed, and the Syriac conscripts in its internal proletariat were able not only to throw off their chains but to turn the tables on their Babylonic conquerors by taking them captive in body as well as in spirit. The Iranians became converts to the Syriac and not to the Babylonic culture, and the Achaemenian Empire founded by Cyrus came to play the part of a Syriac universal state. It is in this perspective that Judaism and Zoroastrianism take on their present appearance of being Syriac religions with an indigenous inspiration. We can now see that they were, in their origin, religions of a Babylonic internal proletariat to which their Syriac inspiration was alien. If a higher religion has an alien inspiration, and we have found that this is a rule with only two notable exceptions, then obviously the nature of that religion cannot be understood without taking into account the contact of at least two civilizations, the civilization in whose internal proletariat the new religion arises, and the civilization, or civilizations, from which its alien inspiration, or inspirations, is derived. This fact requires us to make a radical new departure, for it requires us to relinquish the basis on which the study has so far been built up. So far we have been dealing in terms of civilizations, and we have assumed that any single civilization will afford a practicable field of study in virtue of being a social whole, intelligible in isolation from whatever social phenomena might present themselves outside the spatial and temporal limits of this particular society. But now we find ourselves entangled in the same net as that in which, in our opening pages, we so confidently entangled those historians who believed that they could make sense of an isolated national history. Henceforth we shall have to transcend the limits within which we have hitherto found ourselves able to work. 19. Schism in the soul. 1. Alternative ways of behavior, feeling, and life. The schism in the body social, which we have been hitherto examining, is a collective experience and therefore superficial. Its significance lies in its being the outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual rift. A schism in the souls of human beings will be found to underlie any schism that reveals itself on the surface of the society which is the common ground of these human actors' respective fields of activity, and the several forms which this inward schism may take must now engage our attention. Schism in the souls of members of a disintegrating society displays itself in a variety of shapes because it arises in every one of the various ways of behavior, feeling, and life which we have found to be characteristic of the action of human beings who play their part in the genesis and growths of civilizations. In the disintegration phase, each of these single lines of action is apt to split into a pair of mutually antithetical and antipathetic variations or substitutes, in which the response to a challenge is polarized into two alternatives, one passive and the other active, but neither of them creative. A choice between the active and the passive option is the only freedom that is left to a soul which has lost the opportunity, though not, of course, the capacity, for creative action through being cast for a part in the tragedy of social disintegration. As the process of disintegration works itself out, the alternative choices tend to become more rigid in their limitations, more extreme in their divergence, and more momentous in their consequences. That is to say, the spiritual experience of schism in the soul is a dynamic movement, not a static situation. To begin with, there are two ways of personal behavior which are alternative substitutes for the exercise of the creative faculty. Both of them are attempts at self-expression. The passive attempt consists in an abandon, d*cpata, in which the soul lets itself go in the belief that, by giving free rein to its own spontaneous appetites and aversions, it will be living according to nature and will automatically receive back from that mysterious goddess the precious gift of creativity which it has been conscious of losing. The active alternative is an effort at self-control, in which the soul takes itself in hand and seeks to discipline its natural passions in the opposite belief that nature is the bane of creativity and not its source, and that to gain the mastery over nature is the only way of recovering the lost creative faculty. Then there are two ways of social behavior which are alternative substitutes for that mimesis of creative personalities which we have found to be the necessary, though perilous, shortcut on the road to social growth. Both these substitutes for mimesis are attempts to step out of the ranks of a phalanx whose social drill has failed to work. The passive attempt to break this social deadlock takes the form of truancy. The soldier realizes with dismay that the regiment has now lost the discipline that has hitherto fortified his moral, and in this situation he allows himself to believe that he is absolved from his military duty. In this undefying frame of mind the truant steps out of the ranks backwards, in the futile hope of saving his own skin by leaving his comrades in the lurch. There is, however, an alternative way of facing the same ordeal, which may be called martyrdom. In essence, the martyr is a soldier who steps out of the ranks on his own initiative in a forward direction in order to go beyond the demands of duty. While in normal circumstances duty demands that the soldier should risk his life to the minimum extent that may be necessary for the execution of his superior officer's orders, the martyr courts death for the vindication of an ideal. When we pass from the plane of behavior to that of feeling, we may first take note of two ways of personal feeling which are the alternative reactions to a reversal of that movement of Allah in which the nature of growth seems to reveal itself. Both these feelings reflect a painful consciousness of being on the run from forces of evil which have taken the offensive and established their ascendancy. The passive expression of this consciousness of continual and progressive moral defeat is a sense of drift. The rooted soul is prostrate by a perception of its failure to control its environment. It comes to believe that the universe, including the soul itself, is at the mercy of a power that is as irrational as it is invincible, the ungodly goddess with a double face who is propitiated under the name of chance, or is endured under the name of necessity, deity/07, a pair of deities which have been given a literary incarnation in the choruses of Thomas Hardy's Dynasts. Alternatively, the moral defeat which desolates the rooted soul may be felt as a failure to master and control the soul's own self. In that case, instead of a sense of drift we have a sense of sin. We have also to notice two ways of social feeling which are alternative substitutes for the sense of style, a sense that is the subjective counterpart of the objective process of the differentiation of civilizations through their growth. Both these feelings betray a loss of this same sensitiveness to form, though in their respective ways of responding to this challenge they are poles apart. The passive response is a sense of promiscuity in which the soul surrenders itself to the melting pot. In the medium of language and literature and art this sense of promiscuity declares itself in the currency of a lingua franca, cauche, and of a similarly standardized and composite style of literature, painting, sculpture, and architecture. In the realm of philosophy and religion it produces syncretisms. The active response takes the loss of a style of living which has been local and ephemeral as an opportunity, and a call, to adopt another style which partakes of what is universal and eternal, quod ubique, quod semper, quod ab omnibus. This active response is an awakening to a sense of unity which broadens and deepens as the vision expands from the unity of mankind, through the unity of the cosmos, to embrace the unity of God. If we pass on, in the third place, to the plane of life, we shall encounter here again two pairs of alternative reactions, but on this plane the picture departs from the previous pattern in three respects. For one thing, the alternatives which here replace the single movement that is characteristic of the stage of growth are variations on that movement rather than substitutes for it. Secondly, both pairs of alternatives are variations on the same single movement, a movement which we have described as transference of the field of action from the macrocosm to the microcosm. Thirdly, the two pairs are differentiated from one another by a difference sufficiently profound to account for the duplication. In one pair the temper of the reactions is violent, in the other pair, gentle. In the violent pair the passive reaction may be described as archaism and the active as futurism. In the gentle pair the passive may be described as detachment and the active as transfiguration. Archaism and futurism are alternative attempts to substitute a mere transfer in the time dimension for that transfer of the field of action from one spiritual plane to another which is the characteristic movement of growth. In both, the effort to live in the microcosm instead of the macrocosm is abandoned for the pursuit of a utopia which would be reached supposing it could actually be found in real life without any challenge to face the arduous change of spiritual climb. This external utopia is intended to do duty as an other world, but it is an other world only in the shallow and unsatisfying sense of being a negation of the macrocosm in its present state of being, here and now. The soul proposes to perform what is required of it by making its move from the present disintegrating state of society to a goal which is simply the same society as it may once have been in the past or as it may sometime come to be in the future. Archaism may, in fact, be denned as a reversion from the mimesis of contemporary creative personalities to a mimesis of the ancestors of the tribe, that is to say, as a lapse from the dynamic movement of civilization to the static condition in which primitive mankind is now to be seen. It may be defined, again, as one of those attempts at a forcible stoppage of change which result, in so far as they succeed, in the production of social enormities. Thirdly, it may be taken as an example of that attempt to peg a broken down and disintegrating society which in another context we found to be the common aim of the authors of utopias. In corresponding terms we may define futurism as a repudiation of the mimesis of anybody, and also as one of those attempts at a forcible accomplishment of change which result, in so far as they succeed at all, in producing social revolutions that defeat their own purpose by tumbling over into reaction. For those who put their trust in either of these would-be substitutes for the transfer of the field of action from the macrocosm to the microcosm, there lies in wait an iron-ical common fate. In seeking their alternative easy options, these defeatists are actually condemning themselves to the violent denouement which is bound to overtake them, because they are attempting something which is contrary to the order of nature. The quest of the inner life, hard though it may be, is no impossibility, but it is intrinsically impossible for the soul, in so far as it is living in the outward life, to extricate itself from its present place in the ever-rolling stream by taking a flying leap either backwards upstream into the past or downstream into the future. The archaistic and the futuristic utopias alike are utopias in the literal sense of the word, they are nowheres. These two alluring alibis are unattainable ex hypothesi, and the sole and certain effect of striking out towards either of them is to produce a troubling of the waters with a violence that brings no healing. In its tragic climax, futurism expresses itself as Satanism. The essence of the belief is that the world order is evil and a lie, goodness and truth are persecuted rebels. The belief has been held by many Christian saints and martyrs, and notably by the author of the Apocalypse. But we should notice that it is diametrically opposed to the teaching of almost all the great moral philosophers. Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics, St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas, Kant, and J.S. Mill and Comte and T.H. Green, all argue or assume that there exists in some sense a cosmos or divine order, that what is good is in harmony with this order and what is bad is in discord against it. I notice that one of the Gnostic schools, in Hippolytus the Church Father, actually defines Satan as the spirit who works against the cosmic powers, the rebel or Protestant who counteracts the will of the whole and tries to thwart the community of which he is a member. 1. This inevitable outcome of the spirit of revolution is an accepted commonplace among all men and women who are not themselves revolutionaries, and it is not difficult to lay our finger on historic illustrations of the working out of this spiritual law. For example, in the Syriac society, the messianic form of futurism made its first appearance as a positive attempt to follow the way of gentleness. Instead of persisting in a disastrous attempt to maintain his political independence, here and now, against the assaults of Assyrian militarism, the Israelite bowed his neck to a present political yoke and reconciled himself to this painful act of resignation by transferring all his political treasure to the hope of a savior king who was to arise and restore the fallen national kingdom at some unknown future date. When we trace out the history of this messianic hope in the Jewish community, we find that it worked in favor of gentleness for more than 400 years, from 586 BC, when the Jews were carried away into a Babylonish captivity by Nebuchadnezzar, until 168 BC, when they were subjected to the Hellenizing persecution of Antiochus Epiphanes. Yet the discord between a confidently expected mundane future and an excruciatingly painful mundane present resolved itself into violence in the end. The martyrdom of Eleazar and the 7 brethren was followed within 2 years by the armed insurrection of Judas Maccabeus, and the Maccabees inaugurated that long line of ever more fanatically militant Jewish zealots, the innumerable Theodosias and Judases of Galilee, whose violence reached its appalling climax in the satanic Jewish revolts of AD 66-70 and 115-17 and 132-5. The nemesis of futurism, illustrated by this classic Jewish case, is not unfamiliar, but it is perhaps more surprising to find archaism overtaken by the same nemesis at the end of its own apparently opposite path, for, so far from being a commonplace, it may seem something of a paradox to suggest that a pandemonium of violence is the inevitable outcome of this retrograde movement likewise. Nevertheless, the facts of history show that it is so. In the history of the political disintegration of the Hellenic society, the first statesmen to take the archaistic road were King Agis IV at Sparta and the tribune Tiberius Gracchus at Rome. Both were men of unusual sensitiveness and gentleness, and both set themselves the task of righting a social wrong, and thereby averting a social catastrophe, through a return to what they believed to have been the ancestral constitutions of their states in the already half-legendary Golden Age before the breakdown. Their aim was the restoration of concord, yet, because their archaistic policy was an attempt to reverse the current of social life, it inevitably led them into a course of violence, and their gentleness of spirit, which moved them to sacrifice their lives rather than go to extremes in combating the counter-violence which their reluctant violence had provoked, did not avail to arrest the avalanche of violence which they had unintentionally set in motion. Their self-sacrifice merely inspired a successor to take up their work and seek to carry it through to success by a ruthless use of the violence in which the martyr had shown himself half-hearted. The gentle King Agis IV was followed by the violent King Cleomenes III and the gentle tribune Tiberius Gracchus by his violent brother Gaius. Nor was this, in either case, the end of the story. The two gentle archaists let loose a flood of violence which did not subside until it had swept away the whole fabric of the commonwealths which they had sought to save. But if we now pursue our Hellenic and our Syriac illustrations into the next chapters of the histories to which they belong, we shall find that the pandemonium of violence, let loose by archaism in the one case and by futurism in the other, was eventually allayed by an astonishing resurrection of that very spirit of gentleness which the surging tide of violence had overborne and submerged. In the history of the Hellenic dominant minority, the gangsters of the last 2 centuries BC were followed, as we have observed, by a breed of public servants with the conscience and the ability to organize and maintain a universal state, and at the same time the successors of the violent-handed archaizing reformers turned into a school of aristocratic philosophers Arria, Caecina Petaeus, Thrasea Petaeus, Seneca, Helvidius Priscus, who took no satisfaction in the exercise of their hereditary dominance even in the public interest, and who carried this abnegation to a point of obediently committing suicide at the command of a tyrant emperor. Similarly, in the Syriac wing of the internal proletariat of the Hellenic world, the fiasco of the Maccabean attempt to establish by force of arms a messianic kingdom of this world was followed by the triumph of a king of the Jews whose kingdom was not of this world, while, in the next generation, on a narrower range of spiritual vision, the savagely heroic forlorn hope of the militant Jewish zealots was retrieved, in the hour of annihilation, by the sublimely heroic non-resistance of the Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, who separated himself from the Jewish zealots in order that he might quietly continue his teaching out of earshot of the battle. When the news of the inevitable catastrophe was brought to him, and the disciple who brought it exclaimed in anguish, "Woe to us, because the place is destroyed where they make propitiation for the sins of Israel," the Master answered, "My son, let it not grieve thee, we have yet one propitiation equal to it, and what is that but the bestowal of kindnesses? Even as it is written, I desired kindness and not sacrifice. How was it that in both these cases a tide of violence, which seemed to have swept away every barrier in its path, was brought thus to a standstill and reversed? In either case the miraculous reversal can be traced to a change in ways of life. In the souls of the Roman fraction of the Hellenic dominant minority, the ideal of archaism had been supplanted by the ideal of detachment. In the souls of the Jewish fraction of the Hellenic internal proletariat, the ideal of futurism had been replaced by the ideal of transfiguration. Perhaps we can apprehend the qualities of these two gentle ways of life in the same view as their historical genes, as if we approach each of them first through the personality and life history of a notable convert, for example, Cato Minor, the Roman archaist who became a Stoic philosopher, and Simon Bar Jonas, the Jewish futurist who became Peter, the disciple of Jesus. In both of these great men there was a streak of spiritual blindness which obscured their greatness by misdirecting their energies so long as they were pursuing the respective utopias to the service of which they had first thought to dedicate themselves. And in each of them the long baffled and bewildered soul was enabled, through its conversion to a new way of life, to realize at last its highest potentialities. As the quixotic champion of a romantically conceived Roman which had never existed in real life in any past age, Cato was almost a figure of fun. In the politics of a generation which he refused to take as he found it, he was perpetually chasing the shadow and missing the substance, and, when at last he stumbled into playing a leading part in a civil war for the outbreak of which he bore a large share of unadmitted responsibility, his political make-believe was doomed to suffer a shattering disillusionment whatever the event might be, for the regime which would have resulted from a victory of his associates would have been at least as repugnant to Cato's archaistic ideal as the eventually victorious Caesarian dictatorship. In this dilemma the quixotic politician was redeemed from ineptitude by the Stoic philosopher. The man who had lived as an archaist in vain now met his death as a Stoic to such good purpose that, after all, he gave Caesar and Caesar's successors after him for more than a century more trouble than all the rest of the Republican Party put together. The story of Cato's last hours made an impression upon his contemporaries which can be recaptured down to this day by any reader of Plutarch's narrative. With the instinct of genius Caesar apprehended the gravity of the blow which had been dealt to his cause by the Stoic death of an antagonist whom he had never found it necessary to take very seriously as a live politician, and, in the midst of the titanic labor of reconstructing a world while he was stamping out the embers of a civil war, the militarily triumphant dictator found time to reply to Cato's sword with Caesar's pen, the only weapon, as this versatile genius well knew, which might avail to ward off an attack that had been transferred from the military to the philosophic plane by Cato's disconcerting gesture of turning his sword against his own breast. Yet Caesar was unable to vanquish the adversary who had struck this parting stroke, for Cato's death gave birth to a school of philosophic opponents of Caesarism who were inspired by their founder's example to put the new tyranny out of countenance by removing themselves, with their own hand, from a situation which they would not accept and could not mend. The changeover from archaism to detachment is also vividly illustrated in the story of Marcus Brutus, as told by Plutarch and retold by Shakespeare. Brutus was married to Cato's daughter, and was also a party to that outstanding act of feudal archaistic violence, the assassination of Julius Caesar. Yet we are given to understand that, even before the assassination, he was doubtful whether he was on the right track, and that after he had seen its results he was more doubtful still. After the Battle of Philippi, in the last words which Shakespeare puts into his mouth, he accepts the Catonian solution which he had formerly condemned. As he commits suicide he says, "Caesar, now be still. I killed not thee with half so good a will." As for Peter, his futurism at first seemed as incorrigible as Cato's archaism. The first of the disciples to hail Jesus as the Messiah, he was also the foremost in protesting against his acknowledged master's consequent revelation that his messianic kingdom was not to be a Jewish version of the Iranian world empire of Cyrus, and so, having earned a special blessing as the reward for his impulsive faith, he immediately drew down upon himself a crushing rebuke for his obtuse and aggressive insistence that his master's vision of his own kingdom must conform to the disciples'. Ide fix. Get thee behind me, Satan, thou art an offense unto me. For thou savorest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. Even when Peter's error had been held up before his eyes by his master's terrible reproof, the lesson had so little effect that he failed again under the next test. When he was chosen out to be one of the 3 witnesses of the Transfiguration, he immediately took the vision of Moses and Elias standing at his master's side as a signal for the beginning of a Befreiungskrieg, and betrayed his prosaic misconception of what the vision meant by proposing to build on the spot the nucleus of a camp, 3 tabernacles or tents, of the kind that the Theodosias and Judases of Galilee were wont to establish in the wilderness during the brief interval of grace before the Roman authorities received intelligence of their activities and sent out flying columns of troops to disperse them. At the sound of this jarring note the vision vanished in an echo of admonition to accept the Messiah's own revelation of the Messiah's path. Yet this second lesson was still not enough to open Peter's eyes. Even at the climax of his master's career, when all that the master himself had foretold was patently coming true, the incorrigible futurist drew his sword to fight in the Garden of Gethsemane, and it may be that his betrayal of his master later in the same evening was the result of the confusion of mind of one who had lost his futuristic faith at last without as yet confidently grasping any alternative to it. Even after this crowning experience of his life, when the crucifixion and the resurrection and the ascension had taught him at last that Christ's kingdom was not of this world, Peter was still fain to believe that even in this transfigured kingdom the franchise must be restricted to the Jews, just as it would have been in the futurists' messianic utopia, as though a society that embraced God in heaven as its king could be bounded on God's earth by a frontier excluding from it all but one of the tribes of God's human creatures and children. In one of the last scenes in which Peter is displayed to us in the Acts of the Apostles, we see him characteristically protesting against the clear command which accompanied the vision of the sheet let down from heaven. Yet Peter does not give place to Paul as the protagonist in the story until the narrative has recorded his comprehension, at last, of a truth which Paul the Pharisee had apprehended in a trice through a single overwhelming spiritual experience. The long work of Peter's enlightenment was completed when the vision on the roof was followed by the arrival of Cornelius's messengers at the gate. And in his confession of faith at Cornelius's house, and his defense of his action there before the Jewish Christian community upon his return to Jerusalem, Peter preached the kingdom of God in words that would have drawn no reproof from the Christ. What are these two ways of life which produced these vast spiritual effects when they were respectively adopted in place of archaism by Cato and in place of futurism by Peter? Let us begin by taking note of the common differences between detachment and transfiguration on the one hand and archaism and futurism on the other, and then go on to the differences between detachment and transfiguration. Transfiguration and detachment alike differ from both futurism and archaism in substituting a genuine change in spiritual climb, and not a mere transfer in the time dimension, for the particular form of transference of the field of action from the macrocosm to the microcosm which we have found to be the criterion of the growth of a civilization. The kingdoms that are their respective goals are both of them otherworldly in the sense that neither of them is an imaginary past or future state of mundane existence. This common otherworldliness, however, is their only point of resemblance. In every other respect they present a contrast to each other. The way of life that we have called detachment has been given a variety of names by various schools of adepts. From a disintegrating Hellenic world the Stoics withdrew into an invulnerability and the Epicureans into an imperturbability, as illustrated by the somewhat self-consciously Epicurean declaration of the poet Horace, when he tells us that fragments of a ruined world strike me unperturbed, impavidum. From a disintegrating Indie world the Buddhists withdrew into an unruffledness, nirvana. It is a way that leads out of this world, its goal is an asylum, and the fact that that asylum excludes this world is the feature that makes it attractive. The impulse that carries the philosophic traveler along is a push of aversion and not a pull of desire. He is shaking off from his feet the dust of the city of destruction, but he has no vision of yonder shining light. The worldling says, O beloved city of Cecrops, and shalt thou not say, O beloved city of Zeus? One but Marcus's city of Zeus is not the same as Augustine's Civitas Dei, which is the city of the living God, and the journey is a withdrawal according to plan rather than a pilgrimage inspired by faith. For the philosopher a successful escape from this world is an end in itself, and it really does not matter what the philosopher does with himself when once he has crossed the threshold of his city of refuge. The Hellenic philosophers pictured the state of the liberated sage as one of blissful contemplation, and the Buddha, if his doctrine is faithfully reflected in the scriptures of the Vajrayana, frankly declares that, so long as all possibility of returning has been ruled out once for all, the nature of the alternative state in which the Tathagata has come to rest is a matter of no consequence. This unknowable and neutral nirvana or city of Zeus, which is the goal of detachment, is the very antithesis of the kingdom of heaven which is entered by way of the religious experience of transfiguration. While the philosophic other world is in essence a world that is exclusive of ours on earth, the divine other world transcends the earthly life of man without ceasing to include it. And when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, The kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here, or lo there, for, behold, the kingdom of God is within you. It will be seen that the kingdom of God is as positive in its nature as the city of Zeus is negative, and that, whereas the way of detachment is a sheer movement of withdrawal, the way of transfiguration is a movement of what we have already had occasion to call withdrawal and return. We have now set out in brief 6 pairs of alternative ways of behavior, feeling, and life that present themselves to the souls of men whose lot is cast in disintegrating societies. Before we proceed to examine them, pair by pair, in greater detail, we may pause for a moment to take our bearings by observing the links between the history of the soul and the history of society. Granting that every spiritual experience must be that of some individual human being, shall we find that certain experiences, among those which we have been reviewing, are peculiar to members of certain fractions of a disintegrating society. 1. We shall find that all 4 personal ways of behavior and feeling, passive abandon and active self-control, passive sense of drift and active sense of sin, can be detected in members of the dominant minority and the proletariat alike. On the other hand, when we come to the social ways of behavior and feeling, we shall have to distinguish, for our present purpose, between the passive and the active pair. The 2 passive social phenomena, the lapse into truancy and the surrender to a sense of promiscuity, are apt to appear first in the ranks of the proletariat and to spread from there to the ranks of the dominant minority, which usually succumbs to the sickness of proletarianization. Conversely, the 2 active social phenomena, the quest of martyrdom and the awakening to a sense of unity, are apt to appear first in the ranks of the dominant minority and to spread from there to the proletariat. Finally, when we consider our 4 alternative ways of life, we shall find, conversely, that the passive pair, archaism and detachment, are apt to be associated in the first instance with the dominant minority, and the active pair, futurism and transfiguration, with the proletariat. 2. Abandon and self-control. The particular manifestations of abandon and self-control which are characteristic of societies in disintegration are perhaps rather difficult to identify, just because these 2 ways of personal behavior are apt to be exhibited by human beings in every variety of social circumstance. Even in the life of primitive societies we can distinguish an orgiastic and an ascetic vein, and also the annual cyclic alternation of these moods, according to the season, in the tribe's ceremonial corporate expression of its members' emotions. But by abandon as an alternative to creativity in the lives of disintegrating civilizations we mean something more precise than this primitive flux of feeling. We mean a state of mind in which antinomianism is accepted consciously or unconsciously, in theory or in practice, as a substitute for creation. Examples of abandon in this sense can be identified with least uncertainty if we try to take them in a single synoptic view side by side with examples of self-control, which is the alternative substitute for creativity. In the Hellenic time of troubles, for instance, in the first generation after the breakdown, a pair of incarnations of abandon and self-control are presented in Plato's portraits of Alcibiades and Socrates in the Symposium, and of Thrasymachus and Socrates in the Republic. Alcibiades, the slave of passion, standing for abandon in practice, and Thrasymachus, the advocate of might is right, standing for the same mood in theory. In the next chapter of the Hellenic story we find the exponents of each of these attempts at self-expression in lieu of creation seeking an authoritative sanction for their respective ways of behavior by claiming that these are ways of living according to nature. This merit was claimed for abandon by those vulgar hedonists who took in vain, and brought into disrepute, the name of Epicurus, and who for this offense were chidden by the austere Epicurean poet Lucretius. On the other side we see the sanction of naturalness claimed for the ascetic life by the Cynics, of whom Diogenes in his tub is the exemplar, and in less crude fashion by the Stoics. If we pass from the Hellenic to the Syriac world in its time of troubles, we shall find the same unreconciled opposition between abandon and self-control appearing in the contrast between the sedately sceptical theory of the Book of Ecclesiastes and the piously ascetic practice of the monastic community of the Essenes. there is another group of civilizations, the Indi, the Babylonic, the Hittite and the Mayan, which seem, as they disintegrate, to be reverting to the ethos of primitive man in their apparent insensibility to the yawning breadth of the gulf between the abandoned sexualism of their religion and the exaggerated asceticism of their philosophy. In the Indi case there is a contradiction which at first sight looks insoluble between lingam worship and yoga, and we are similarly shocked by the corresponding contrasts between the temple prostitution and the astral philosophy of a disintegrating Babylonic society, between the human sacrifices and the penitential self-mortifications of the Mayas, and between the orgiastic and the ascetic aspects of the Hittite worship of Sib and Attis. Perhaps it was the common vein of sadistic extravagance which entered into their practice of abandon and of self-control alike that maintained, in the souls of the members of these four disintegrating civilizations, an emotional harmony between practices which seem to defy reconciliation when they are observed with the coldly analytic eye of an alien spectator. Are these two conflicting ways of behavior now reperforming their parts upon the broader stage of our Western society in the modern chapter of its history? There is no lack of evidence of abandon. In the domain of theory it has found its prophet in Jean-Jacques Rousseau with his alluring invitation to return to nature, while, for the practice of abandon today, si monumentum requiris, circumspice. On the other hand, we may search in vain for a counter-resurgence of asceticism, and may perhaps tentatively draw from this fact the cynical conclusion that, if our Western civilization has indeed broken down, its disintegration cannot yet be very far advanced. 3. Truancy and martyrdom. Truancy and martyrdom, in the unspecialized sense of both terms, are simply products of the vice of cowardice and the virtue of courage, and as such are common phenomena of human behavior in all ages and all types of society. The truancy and martyrdom, however, which we are now considering are special forms inspired by a particular attitude to life. The truancy of mere cowardice and the martyrdom of pure courage are not our concern. The truant soul of which we are in search is a soul whose truancy is inspired by a genuine feeling that the cause which it serves is not really worth the service that this cause demands of it. Similarly, the martyr soul of which we are in search is the soul which goes to martyrdom not merely or mainly to render practical service to the furtherance of that cause, but rather to satisfy a craving of the soul itself for deliverance from the heavy and the weary weight of all this unintelligible world. 1. Such a martyr, noble as he may be, is psychologically more than half a suicide. He is, in modern jargon, an escapist, as is also of course our truant an escapist of a more ignoble variety. The Roman archaist converts to the philosophy of detachment were martyrs in this sense. By their supreme act they felt that they did not so much deprive themselves of life as free themselves from it, and, if one were to seek an example of truancy from the same class in the same period of history, one could cite Mark Antony, a truant from Rome, and Roman ideals of gravitas in the arms of a semi-orientalized Cleopatra. 2 centuries later, in the gathering gloom of the outgoing decades of the 2nd century of the Christian era, we behold in the person of Marcus Aurelius a prince whose title to the martyr's crown is not invalidated, but is on the contrary confirmed, by death's refusal to cut this martyr's ordeal short by any coup de grâce, while in Marcus's son and successor Commodus we are presented with the spectacle of an imperial truant who makes scarcely an effort to shoulder the burden of his heritage. Before he turns tail and is off, in headlong moral flight, along the sordid cinder track of proletarianization. Born to be an emperor, he prefers to amuse himself as an amateur gladiator. The Christian Church was the principal target for the parting strokes of a Hellenic dominant minority which turned savage in its death agony, for this dying pagan ruling class refused to face the heart-rending truth that it was itself the author of its own downfall and destruction. Even in articulo mortis it tried to salvage a last shred of self-respect by persuading itself that it was perishing as the victim of a dastardly assault on the part of the proletariat, and, since the external proletariat was now marshaled in formidable warbands which were able to defy or elude the imperial government's attempts at retaliation for their galling raids, the brunt fell upon the Christian Church, which was the master institution of the internal proletariat. Under the test of this ordeal, the sheep of the Christian fold were divided unequivocally from the goats by the challenge of being called upon to make the tremendous choice between renouncing their faith or sacrificing their lives. The renegades were legion indeed. Their numbers were so great that the problem of how to deal with them became the burning question of ecclesiastical politics as soon as the persecutions came to an end. But the tiny band of martyrs was spiritually potent out of all proportion to its numerical strength. Thanks to the prowess of these heroes who at the critical moment stepped forward from the Christian ranks to bear their witness at the cost of life itself, the Church emerged victorious, and that small but noble army of men and women have received no more than their due meed of fame in being remembered in history as the martyrs par excellence, in antithesis to the traitors, traditories, who delivered up the Holy Scriptures or the sacred vessels of the Church at the demand of the pagan imperial authorities. It may be objected that here is mere cowardice on the one side and pure courage on the other, and that this illustration is of no use for our present purpose. So far as the truants are concerned, we have no material for replying to this charge. Their motives are buried in ignominious oblivion, but for the motives of the martyrs there is abundant evidence to prove that something more or less, if the reader prefers, than sheer disinterested courage was the mainspring of their inspiration. Men and women enthusiastically sought martyrdom as a sacrament, a second baptism, a means of forgiveness of sins and a secure passage to heaven. Ignatius of Antioch, one of the notable Christian martyrs of the 2nd century, speaks of himself as the wheat of God and longs for the day when he shall be ground by the teeth of wild beasts into the pure bread of Christ. In our own modern Western world, can we discern any traces of these two antithetical ways of social behavior? Assuredly we can put our finger on a portentous modern Western act of truancy in La Trahison de Clercs, and the roots of this treason spring from a depth to which the gifted Frenchman who coined the phrase might perhaps hesitate to trace them, one though he has virtually confessed how deep-rooted the mischief is by choosing the medieval ecclesiastical name to denote and indict our modern intellectuals. Their treason did not begin with the pair of treasonable acts which they have perpetrated within living memory: a cynical loss of faith in the recently established principles, and a nerveless surrender of the recently won gains, of liberalism. The truancy which has given this latest exhibition of itself was set on foot, centuries earlier, when the clerks repudiated their clerical origin by trying to shift the rising edifice of our Western Christian civilization from a religious to a secular basis. This was the original act of VFIPs which is being requited in our day by an New Jersey that has been accumulating for centuries at compound interest. If we cast our eyes some 400 years back and then focus them on the patch of Western Christendom which is known as England, we shall there see in Thomas Wolsey the precociously modern-minded clerk who pleaded guilty, in the hour of his political disgrace, of having served his God less well than he had served his king, a truant whose truancy was shown up in all its blackness, less than 5 years after its ignominious end, by the martyrdom of his contemporaries, St. John Fisher and St. Thomas More. 4. The sense of drift and the sense of sin. The sense of drift, which is the passive way of feeling the loss of the elan of growth, is one of the most painful of the tribulations that afflict the souls of men and women who are called upon to live their lives in an age of social disintegration, and this pain is perhaps a punishment for the sin of idolatry committed through worshipping the creature instead of the Creator, for in this sin we have already found one of the causes of those breakdowns from which the disintegrations of civilizations follow. Chance and necessity are the alternative shapes of the power which appears to rule the world in the eyes of those afflicted with a sense of drift, and, though at first sight the two notions may appear to contradict one another, they prove, when probed, to be merely different facets of one identical illusion. The notion of chance is expressed in the literature of the Egyptiac time of troubles through the simile of the giddy spinning of a potter's wheel, and in the literature of the Hellenic time of troubles through the simile of a ship that has been abandoned, without a steersman, to the mercy of the winds and waves. 1. The anthropomorphism of the Greeks converted chance into a goddess, Our Lady Automatism. Timoleon, the liberator of Syracuse, built her a chapel in which he offered sacrifices, and Horace dedicated an ode to her. 2. When we look into our own hearts we find this Hellenic goddess similarly enthroned, as is witnessed by the profession of faith to be found in the preface of H. A. L. Fisher's History of Europe. One intellectual excitement has been denied me. Men wiser and more learned than I have discerned in history a plot, a rhythm, a predetermined pattern. These harmonies are concealed from me. I can see only one emergency following upon another as wave follows upon wave, only one great fact with respect to which, since it is unique, there can be no generalizations, only one safe rule for the historian, that he should recognize in the development of human destinies the play of the contingent and the unforeseen. This modern Western belief in the omnipotence of chance gave birth in the 19th century, when things still seemed to be going well with Western man, to the policy of laissez-faire, a philosophy of practical life which was founded on a faith in the miraculous enlightenment of self-interest. In the light of a transitorily gratifying experience, our 19th century grandfathers claimed to know that all things work together for good for them that love the goddess chance. And even in the 20th century, when the goddess had begun to show her teeth, she was still the oracle of British foreign policy. The view that was prevalent among the people, as well as in the cabinet, of the United Kingdom during the fateful years which opened in the autumn of 1931 was accurately expressed in the following sentence from a leading article in a great English liberal newspaper. A few years of peace are always a few years gained, and a war that is due in a few years' time may never come off at all. 1. The doctrine of laissez-faire cannot be claimed as an original Western contribution to the stock of human wisdom, for it was current coin in the cynic world some 2,000 years ago. This cynic worship of chance, however, differs from ours in deriving from a less sordid origin. The 18th century French bourgeois came to believe in laissez-faire laissez-passer because he had noticed and envied and analyzed the prosperity of his English opposite number and had come to the conclusion that the bourgeoisie might prosper in France as well as in England if only King Louis could be induced to follow the example of King George in allowing the bourgeois to manufacture what he chose, without restrictions, and to send his goods to any market, free of tolls. On the other hand, the line of least resistance along which a weary cynic world allowed itself to drift during the earlier decades of the 2nd century before Christ was conceived of, not as a pack-horse beaten track from a humming mill to a busy market, but as a way which was the truth and the life, the Tao, which meant the way the universe works and ultimately something very like God, in the more abstract and philosophical sense of that term too. Great Tao is like a boat that drifts, it can go this way, it can go that. 1. But the goddess of laissez-faire has another face, under which she is worshipped, not as chance but as necessity. The two notions of necessity and chance are simply different ways of looking at the same thing. For example, the disorderly motion of the rudderless ship, which stands in Plato's eyes for the chaos of a universe abandoned by God, can be recognized, by a mind endowed with the necessary knowledge of dynamics and physics, as a perfect illustration of the orderly behavior of waves and currents in the media of wind and water. When the human soul adrift apprehends that the force baffling it is not simply a negation of the soul's own will but is a thing in itself, then the countenance of the invisible goddess changes from the subjective or negative aspect in which she is known as chance to the objective or positive aspect in which she is known as necessity, but this without any corresponding change in the essential nature of the goddess or in the predicament of her victims. The dogma of the omnipotence of necessity on the physical plane of existence seems to have been introduced into Hellenic thought by Democritus, a philosopher whose long lifespan, circa 460 to 360 BC, gave him time to grow to manhood before becoming a spectator of the breakdown of the Hellenic civilization, and thereafter to watch the process of disintegration for 80 years and 10, but he seems to have ignored the problems involved in an extension of the empire of determinism from the physical to the moral sphere. Physical determinism was also the basis of the astral philosophy of the dominant minority of the Babylonic world, and the Chaldeans did not shrink from extending the same principle to the lives and fortunes of human beings. It is quite possible that it was from Babylonic sources rather than from Democritus that Zeno, the founder of the Stoic philosophy, derived the thoroughgoing fatalism with which he infected his school, and which is everywhere apparent in the meditations of the most famous of Zeno's disciples, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. The modern Western world seems to have broken virgin soil in extending the empire of necessity into the economic field, which is, indeed, a sphere of social life that has been overlooked or ignored by almost all the minds that have directed the thoughts of other societies. The classic exposition of economic determinism is, of course, the philosophy or religion of Karl Marx, but in the Western world of today the number of souls who testify by their acts to a conscious or unconscious conviction of economic determinism is vastly greater than the number of professing Marxians, and would be found to include a phalanx of arch-capitalists. The sovereignty of necessity in the psychical sphere has also been proclaimed by one faction, at least, in our Fletgelian school of modern Western psychologists, who have been tempted to deny the existence of the soul in the sense of a personality or self-determining whole in the excitement of an apparent initial success in an endeavor to analyze the soul's processes of psychic behavior. And, young though the science of psychoanalysis is, the worship of necessity in the medium of soul stuff can claim as its convert, in the hour of his brief triumph, the most notorious politician of the age. I go my way with the assurance of a somnambulist, the way which Providence has sent me. These words are quoted from a speech delivered by Adolf Hitler at Munich on the March 14, 1936, and they sent a cold shudder through the frames of millions of European men and women beyond the frontiers of the Third Reich, and perhaps inside them too, whose nerves had not yet had time to recover from the preceding shock of the German military reoccupation of the Rhineland 7 days before. There is another version of the creed of psychical determinism which breaks the bounds of the narrow time span of a single human life on Earth and carries the chain of cause and effect both backwards and forwards in time, backwards to the first appearance of man on this terrestrial stage and forwards to his final exit from it. The doctrine appears in two variants which seem to have arisen quite independently of one another. One variant is the Christian conception of original sin, the other is the Indian conception of karma, which has entered into both the philosophy of Buddhism and the religion of Hinduism. These two renderings of one doctrine agree in the essential point of making the spiritual chain of cause and effect run on continuously from one earthly life to another. In both the Christian and the Indian view, the character and conduct of a human being alive today are held to have been causally conditioned by actions performed in other lives or in one other life lived in the past. To this extent the Christian and the Indian conceptions coincide, but beyond this point they diverge from one another. The Christian doctrine of original sin affirms that a particular personal sin of the progenitor of the human race has entailed upon all his offspring a heritage of spiritual infirmity which they would have been spared if Adam had not fallen from grace, and that every descendant of Adam is doomed to inherit this Adamic blemish in spite of the psychic insulation and individuality of each single soul, which is an essential tenet of the Christian religion. According to this doctrine, the capacity for transmitting an acquired spiritual characteristic to his physical descendants was possessed by Adam, but by him alone of the race of which he is the progenitor. This last feature of the doctrine of original sin is not found in the conception of karma. According to this Indian doctrine, the spiritual characteristics that any individual acquires through his own acts are all transmitted, from first to last, for good or for evil, without exception, and the bearer of this cumulative spiritual heritage is not a genealogical tree representing a procession of successive separate personalities, but is a spiritual continuum which appears and reappears in the world of sense in a series of reincarnations. According to the Buddhist philosophy, the continuity of karma is the cause of this transmigration of souls or metempsychosis, which is one of the axioms of Buddhist thought. Finally, we have to take notice of the theistic form of determinism, a form which is perhaps the most bizarre and perverse of all, since in this theistic determinism an idol is worshipped in the likeness of the true God. The addicts of this covert idolatry still theoretically ascribe to the object of their worship all the attributes of a divine personality, while at the same time they insist upon the single attribute of transcendence with an emphasis so disproportionate that their God becomes transformed into a being as unaccountable, implacable, and impersonal as Siva Necessitas herself. The higher religions that have emanated from the internal proletariat of the Syriac society are the spiritual fields in which this idolatrous perversion of a transcendental theism seems most apt to break out. The two classic examples of it are the Islamic notion of Kismet and the doctrine of predestination as formulated by Calvin, the founder and organizer of the militant Protestantism of Geneva. The mention of Calvinism raises a problem which has proved a puzzle to many minds and for which we must try to find some solution. We have suggested that a deterministic creed is an expression of that sense of drift which is one of the psychological symptoms of social disintegration, but it is an undeniable fact that many people who have been avowed determinists have actually been distinguished, both individually and collectively, by an uncommon energy, activity, and purposefulness, as well as by an uncommon assurance. The central paradox of religious ethics that only those are nerved with the courage to turn the world upside down who are convinced that already, in a higher sense, it is disposed for the best by a power of which they are the humble instruments finds in Calvinism a special exemplification. 1. Calvinism, however, is only one of several notorious examples of a fatalistic creed which is apparently in contradiction with the conduct of its votaries. The temper displayed by the Calvinists, Genevan, Huguenot, Dutch, Scottish, English and American, has likewise been displayed by other theistic predestinarians, for example, by the Jewish Zealots, the primitive Muslim Arabs and by other Muslims of other ages and races, for instance, by the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire and the Mahdaists of the Sudan. And in the 19th century Western liberal votaries of progress and the 20th century Russian communist Marxians we see two predestinarian sects of an atheistic turn of mind whose ethos is manifestly akin to that of their theistic fellow worshippers of the idol of necessity. The parallel between the communists and the Calvinists has been drawn by the brilliant pen of the English historian whom we have quoted above. It is not wholly fanciful to say that, on a narrower stage but with not less formidable weapons, Calvin did for the bourgeoisie of the 16th century what Marx did for the proletariat of the 19th, or that the doctrine of predestination satisfied the same hunger for an assurance that the forces of the universe are on the side of the elect as was to be assuaged in a different age by the theory of historical materialism. He taught them to feel that they were a chosen people, made them conscious of their great destiny in the providential plan and resolute to realize it. 2. The historical link between 16th century Calvinism and 20th century communism is 19th century liberalism. Determinism was much in vogue by this time, but why should determinism be a depressing creed? The law which we cannot escape is the blessed law of progress, that kind of improvement that can be measured by statistics. We had only to thank our stars for placing us in such an environment, and to carry out energetically the course of development which nature has prescribed for us, and to resist which would be at once impious and futile. Thus the superstition of progress was firmly established. To become a popular religion, it is only necessary for a superstition to enslave a philosophy. The superstition of progress had the singular good fortune to enslave at least three philosophies, those of Hegel, of Kant, and of Darwin. The strange thing is that none of these philosophies is really favorable to the belief which it was supposed to support. 1. Are we then to infer that the acceptance of a deterministic philosophy is in itself a spur to confident and successful action? We are not, for the addicts of predestinarian creeds on whom their faith has had this fortifying and stimulating effect seem all of them to have made the bold assumption that their own will was coincident with the will of God or with the law of nature or with the decrees of necessity, and was therefore bound, a priori, to prevail. The Calvinists' Jehovah is a God who vindicates his elect. The Marxians' historical necessity is an impersonal force that brings about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Such an assumption gives a confidence in victory which, as the history of war teaches, is one of the springs of moral and is therefore apt to justify itself by achieving the result which it has taken for granted in advance. Pauciuntia pauci videnter tu, they can because they believe they can, was the secret of the success of the ultimately victorious crew in the Virgilian boat race. In short, necessity can operate as a potent ally when she is assumed to be one, but the assumption is, of course, an act of vipies and a supreme one which invites its eventual confutation by the inexorable logic of events. Confidence in victory at last proved Goliath's bane when the long series of his successful combats was broken and terminated by his encounter with David. The Marxians have now lived on their assumption for nearly 100 years, and the Calvinists for some 4 centuries, without having yet had the bubble pricked, but the Muslims, who committed themselves to the same proud but unproven belief some 13 centuries ago and, in the strength of it, performed no less mighty deeds in their earlier history, have had time enough to fall on evil days, and the feebleness of their reaction to their latter-day tribulations indicates that determinism is just as apt to sap moral in adversity as it is to stimulate it so long as the challenges encountered are within the range of an effective response. The disillusioned predestinarian who has been taught by harsh experience that his God is not, after all, on his side is condemned to arrive at the devastating conclusion that he and his fellow homunculi are but helpless pieces in the game he plays. Upon this checkerboard of nights and days, hither and thither moves and checks and slays, and one by one back in the closet lays. 3. While the sense of drift is a passive feeling, it has its active counterpart and antithesis in the sense of sin, which is an alternative reaction to an identical consciousness of moral defeat. In essence and in spirit, the sense of sin and the sense of drift present the sharpest contrast to one another, for, while the sense of drift has the effect of an opiate in instilling into the soul an insidious acquiescence in an evil which is assumed to reside in external circumstances beyond the victim's control, the sense of sin has the effect of a stimulus because it tells the sinner that the evil is not external after all but is within him and is therefore subject to his will if only he wills to carry out God's purpose and to render himself accessible to God's grace. There is here the whole difference between the slough of despond in which Christian for a time wallowed and the original impetus which started him running towards yonder wicket gate. There is none the less a kind of no man's land in which the two moods overlap, as is implicitly assumed in the Indie conception of karma, for although, on the one hand, karma, like original sin, is conceived of as a spiritual heritage with which the soul is saddled without the option of repudiating it, the accumulation of the burden of karma, as it stands at any given moment, may be increased or diminished by the deliberate and voluntary action of the individual in whom the soul at any given moment is embodied. The same passage to a conquerable sin from an unconquerable fate can be made along the Christian way of life, for the Christian soul is offered the possibility of purifying itself from the taint of original sin, which is its heritage from Adam, by seeking and finding God's grace, which is won solely as a divine response to human effort. An awakening to the sense of sin can be detected in the development of the Egyptiac conception of the life after death in the course of the Egyptiac time of troubles, but the classical case is the spiritual experience of the prophets of Israel and Judah in the Syriac time of troubles. When these prophets were discovering their truths and delivering their message, the society out of whose bosom they had arisen, and to whose members they were addressing themselves, was lying in helpless misery in the grip of the Assyrian tiger. For the souls whose body social was in this fearful plight, it was a heroic spiritual feat to reject the obvious explanation of their misery as the work of an irresistible external material force and to divine that, in spite of superficial appearances, it was their own sin which was the cause of their tribulations and that it therefore lay in their own hands to win their true release. This saving truth, which had been discovered by the Syriac society in the ordeal of its own breakdown and disintegration, was inherited from the prophets of Israel and propagated in Christian guise by the Syriac wing of the internal proletariat of the Hellenic world. Without this instruction from an alien source in a principle which had already been apprehended by Syriac souls with an altogether un-Hellenic outlook, the Hellenic society might never have succeeded in learning a lesson so much at variance with its own ethos. At the same time, the Hellenes might have found it still more difficult than they did find it to take the Syriac discovery to heart if they had not, of their own motion, been moving in the same direction themselves. This native awakening to a sense of sin can be traced in the spiritual history of Hellenism many centuries before a Hellenic trickle mingled with a Syriac stream in the river of Christianity. If we have been right in our interpretation of the origin, nature, and intention of Orphism, there is evidence that, even before the Hellenic civilization broke down, at least a few Hellenic souls had become so painfully conscious of a spiritual void in their native cultural heritage that they had resorted to the tour de force of artificially inventing the higher religion with which the apparent Minoan civilization had failed to endow them. It is at any rate certain that, in the very first generation after the breakdown of 431 BC, The apparatus of Orphism was being used and abused for the purpose of providing satisfaction for souls that were already convicted of sin and were groping, however blindly, for release from it. For this we have the testimony of a passage of Plato which might almost have flowed from the pen of Luther. There are the quacks and diviners who peddle their wares to the rich and make them believe that these cheap jacks possess powers, procured from the gods by sacrifices and incantations, for healing with diversions and festivities any sin that has been committed either by oneself or by one's forebears. They follow these books of Musaeus and Orpheus in their hocus pocus, and they persuade even governments, as well as private people, that a release and purification from sin can be obtained by means of sacrifices and agreeable child's play. They further maintain that these rites, as they call them in this connection, are as efficacious for the dead as they are for the living. Rites liberate us from the torments of the world beyond the grave, while a dreadful fate awaits us if we neglect here and now to make sacrifices. 1. This first glimpse of a native sense of sin in the souls of the Hellenic dominant minority looks as unpromising as it is repulsive. Yet 4 centuries later we find a native Hellenic sense of sin which has been purified out of all recognition in the fires of suffering, for there is an almost Christian note in the voice of the Hellenic dominant minority of the Augustan age as it makes itself heard in the poetry of Virgil. The well-known passage at the end of the first Georgic is a prayer for delivery from a torturing sense of drift, and it takes the form of a confession of sin. Moreover, though the sin from which the poet implores heaven for release is nominally an original sin inherited from a legendary Trojan ancestor, the whole force of the passage impels the reader to realize that this is allegory and that the sin which the Romans were really expiating in Virgil's own day was the sin which they themselves had been committing during the 2 centuries-long rake's progress upon which they had entered when they plunged into the Hannibalic War. Within a century of the year when Virgil's poem was written, the spirit that breathes through these passages had become predominant in a stratum of the Hellenic society which had hardly yet come within range of the radiation of Christianity. In retrospect it is clear that the generations of Seneca and Plutarch and Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius were unwittingly preparing their hearts for an approaching enlightenment from a proletarian source out of which these sophisticated Hellenic intellectuals would never have augured the coming of any good thing. Both the unwitting preparation of the heart and in the particular case chosen the sophisticated rejection of the offer of proletarian enlightenment are portrayed with remarkable insight and felicity in Robert Browning's character study Cleon. Cleon, an imaginary philosopher of the Hellenic dominant minority in the 1st century of the Christian era, has been brought by his study of history to a state of mind which he describes as profound discouragement. Nonetheless, when it is suggested to him that he should refer to one Paulus the problems he had admitted that he could not solve himself, his amour propre is merely irritated. Thou canst not think a mere barbarian Jew, as Paulus proves to be, one circumcised, hath knowledge of a secret hid from us. 1. The Hellenic and Syriac societies are assuredly not the only civilizations in which there has been an awakening to the sense of sin through the shock of seeing an ancient social structure collapse in ruins. Without attempting to compile a list of such societies, we may ask, in conclusion, whether our own society should be added to it. The sense of sin is, no doubt, a feeling with which our modern Western homunculus is quite familiar. A familiarity with it is indeed almost forced upon him, for the sense of sin is a cardinal feature of the higher religion * which we have inherited. In this case, however, familiarity seems to have latterly been breeding not so much contempt as positive aversion, and the contrast between this temper of the modern Western world and the contrary temper of the Hellenic world in the 6th century BC shows up a vein of perversity in human nature. The Hellenic society, starting life with the jejune and unsatisfying religious heritage of a barbarian pantheon, seems to have become conscious of its spiritual poverty and exerted itself to fill the void by inventing, in Orphism, a higher religion of the kind that some other civilizations have inherited from their predecessors, and the character of the Orphic ritual and doctrine makes it clear that the sense of sin was the pent-up religious feeling for which the Hellenes of the 6th century were eager, above all, to find a normal outlet. In contrast to the Hellenic society, our Western society is one of those more generously endowed civilizations which have grown up under the aegis of a higher religion and within the chrysalis of a universal church, and it is perhaps just because Western man has always been able to take his Christian birthright for granted that he has so often depreciated it and come near to repudiating it. Indeed, the cult of Hellenism, which has been so potent, and in many ways so fruitful, an ingredient in our Western secular culture since the Italian Renaissance, has been partly fostered and kept alive by a conventional conception of Hellenism as a way of life which gloriously combines with all our modern Western virtues and attainments an innate and effortless freedom from that sense of sin which Western man is now industriously purging out of his Christian spiritual heritage. It is no accident that the more up-to-date varieties of Protestantism, while retaining the concept of heaven, have quietly discarded the concept of hell and have surrendered the concept of the devil to our satirists and comedians. Today the cult of Hellenism is being pushed into a corner by the cult of physical science, but the prospects for a recovery of the sense of sin have not been improved thereby. Our social reformers and philanthropists are very ready to regard the sins of the poor as misfortunes due to external circumstances. What can you expect from the man, seeing that he was born in a slum? And our psychoanalysts are equally ready to regard the sins of their patients as misfortunes due to internal circumstances, complexes, and neuroses, in fact, to explain sin, and explain it away, as disease. In this line of thought they were anticipated by the philosophers of Samuel Butler's Erewhon, where, as the reader may remember, poor Mr. Nosniber had to send for the family straightener, SC doctor, because he was suffering from an attack of embezzlement. Will modern Western men repent of, and recoil from, his VFIPs before it finds its nemesis in Eroi? The answer cannot yet be forecast, but we may anxiously scan the landscape of our contemporary spiritual life for any symptoms that may give us ground for hope that we are regaining the use of a spiritual faculty which we have been doing our utmost to sterilize. 5. The sense of promiscuity. A. Vulgarity and barbarism in manners. A sense of promiscuity is a passive substitute for that sense of style which develops pari passu with the growth of a civilization. This state of mind takes practical effect in an act of self-surrender to the melting pot, and in the process of social disintegration an identical mood manifests itself in every province of social life, in religion and literature and language and art, as well as in the wider and vaguer sphere of manners and customs. It will be convenient to begin operations in this latter field. In our search for evidence on this point we shall perhaps be inclined to turn our eyes with the greatest expectancy towards the internal proletariat, for we have already observed that the common and characteristic affliction of internal proletariats is the torture of being torn up by the roots, and this terrible experience of social deracination might be expected, above all other experiences, to produce a sense of promiscuity in the souls of those compelled to undergo it. This a priori expectation is not, however, borne out by the facts, for, more often than not, the ordeal to which an internal proletariat is subjected seems to strike that optimum degree of severity at which it acts as a stimulus, and we see the uprooted, expatriated, and enslaved people of whom an internal proletariat is composed not only keeping a firm hold on the remnants of their social heritage but actually imparting it to the dominant minority who, a priori, might have been expected to impose their own culture pattern upon the mob of waifs and strays whom they have caught in their net and forced under their yoke. It is still more surprising to see as, again, we do see the dominant minority showing itself similarly receptive to the cultural influence of the external proletariat, considering that these truculent warbands are insulated from the dominant minority by a military frontier and that their barbarian social heritage might have been expected to be lacking in both the charm and the prestige that manifestly still cling even to the tatters of those mellow civilizations to which the internal proletariat is heir in the persons of some, at least, of its involuntary recruits. Nevertheless we do find, as a matter of fact, that, of the three fractions into which a disintegrating society is apt to split, it is the dominant minority that succumbs most readily to the sense of promiscuity, and the ultimate result of this proletarianization of the dominant minority is a disappearance of that schism in the body social which is the index and penalty of social breakdown. The dominant minority in the end atones for its sins by closing a breach that has been its own handiwork and merging itself in its own proletariats. Before attempting to follow the course of this process of proletarianization along its two parallel lines, vulgarization by contact with the internal proletariat and barbarization by contact with the external proletariat, it may be convenient to glance at some of the evidence for the receptivity of empire builders, since this predisposition may partly explain the sequel. The universal states of which these empire builders are the architects are, for the most part, the product of military conquest, and we may therefore look for examples of receptivity in the sphere of military technique. The Romans, for example, according to Polybius, discarded their native cavalry equipment and adopted that of the Greeks whom they were in process of conquering. The Theban founders of the new empire of Egypt borrowed the horse and chariot as a weapon of war from their defeated antagonists, the once nomad Hyksos. The victorious Osmanlis borrowed the Western invention of firearms, and, when the tide turned in this particular struggle, the Western world borrowed from the Osmanlis their immensely potent weapon of a disciplined, drilled, and uniformed professional infantry. But such borrowings are not confined to the military art. Herodotus notes that the Persians, while proclaiming themselves superior to all their neighbors, borrowed their civilian dress from the Medes and a number of outlandish indulgences, including unnatural vice, from the Greeks, and the old oligarch, in the course of his pungent criticisms of 5th century Athens, remarks that his fellow countrymen had been exposed, through their command of the sea, to a more extensive debasement by foreign customs than was to be seen in the cities of less enterprising Greek communities. As for ourselves, our tobacco smoking commemorates our extermination of the red-skinned aborigines of North America, our coffee drinking and tea drinking and polo playing and pajama wearing and Turkish baths commemorate the enthronement of the Frankish man of business in the seat of the Ottoman Kayseri Rum and of the Mughal Kayseri Hind, and our jazzing commemorates the enslavement of the African Negro and his transportation across the Atlantic to labor on American soil in plantations which had taken the place of the hunting grounds of the vanished Red Indians. After this prefatory recital of some of the more notorious evidence for the receptivity of the dominant minority in a disintegrating society, we may now proceed to our survey, first of the vulgarization of the dominant minority through its pacific intercourse with an internal proletariat which lies physically at its mercy, and then of its barbarization through its warlike intercourse with an external proletariat which eludes its yoke. While the intercourse of the dominant minority with the internal proletariat is pacific in the sense that the proletarians have already been conquered, it often happens that the first contact between the two parties as rulers and subjects takes the form of an introduction of proletarian recruits into the empire builders' permanent garrisons and standing armies. The history of the standing army of the Roman Empire, for example, is the story of a progressive dilution which began almost on the morrow of the Roman army's transformation from an ad hoc and amateur conscript force to a permanent and professional volunteer force by the act of Augustus. In the course of a few centuries, an army which originally had been drawn almost entirely from the dominant minority came to be drawn almost entirely from the internal proletariat and, in the final phase, very largely from the external proletariat as well. The history of the Roman army is reproduced, with differences of detail, in that of the army of the Far Eastern Universal State as reconstructed by Manchu empire builders in the 17th century of the Christian era, and in the history of the Arab standing army of the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates. If we try to estimate the importance of the part that has been played by comradeship in arms in the breaking down of the barrier between the dominant minority and the internal proletariat, we shall find, as we might expect, that this factor has been of greatest account in those cases where the dominant minority has been represented by empire builders who have been not merely frontiersmen but men from the wrong side of the frontier, empire builders, that is, of barbarian origin. For the barbarian conqueror is likely to be even more receptive than the markman to amenities of life which he finds in use among the peoples he has subjected. Such, at any rate, was the sequel to the comradeship in arms between the Manchus and their Manchurian Chinese subjects. The Manchus became thoroughly assimilated to the Chinese, and the same tendency to abandon de jure segregation in favor of de facto symbiosis can be traced in the history of the primitive Muslim Arab conquerors of southwestern Asia, who were unconsciously restoring a Syriac universal state which had first taken form in the prematurely overthrown empire of the Achaemenidae. When we turn to the histories of dominant minorities which have arisen as dominant minorities normally do arise from within the disintegrating society's pale, we shall not be able to leave the military factor out of account, but we shall find that here the comradeship in arms is apt to be replaced by a partnership in business. The old oligarch observed that in thalassocratic Athens the slaves of alien origin had come to be undistinguishable in the streets from the lower class of citizens. In the latter days of the Roman Republic the management of the Roman aristocrats' households, with their huge personnel and elaborate organization, had already become the perquisite of the ablest of the freedmen of the nominal master, and, when Caesar's household actually went into partnership with the Senate and the people in the management of the Roman universal state, Caesar's freedmen became cabinet ministers. The imperial freedmen of the early Roman Empire enjoyed a plenitude of power comparable to that of those members of the Ottoman Sultan's slave household who attained to the equally powerful and equally precarious office of Grand Vizier. In all cases of symbiosis between the dominant minority and the internal proletariat both parties are affected, and the effect on each of them is to set them in motion on a course which leads to an assimilation to the other class. On the superficial plane of manners the internal proletariat moves towards enfranchisement and the dominant minority towards vulgarization. The two movements are complementary and both are taking place all the time, but, while it is the enfranchisement of the proletariat that is the more conspicuous in the earlier phases, in the later chapters it is the vulgarization of the dominant minority that forces itself on our attention. The classic example is the vulgarization, in the Silver Age, of the Roman governing class, a sordid tragedy which has been inimitably recorded or caricatured in a Latin literature which still preserved its genius in the satirical vein after it had lost its last breath of inspiration in every other genre. This Roman rake's progress can be followed in a series of Hogarthian pictures in each of which the central figure is not merely an aristocrat but an emperor, Caligula, Nero, Commodus, and Caracalla. Of the last named we read in Gibbon. The demeanor of Caracalla was haughty and full of pride, but with the troops he forgot even the proper dignity of his rank, encouraged their insolent familiarity and, neglecting the essential duties of a general, affected to imitate the dress and manners of a common soldier. Caracalla's way of going proletarian was neither so sensational nor so pathological as that of Nero the music hall artiste or that of Commodus the gladiator, but it is perhaps of greater significance as a sociological symptom. A Hellenic dominant minority which had reached the last stage in the repudiation of its social heritage was fitly represented by the figure of an emperor who took refuge in the proletarian freedom of the barrack room from a freedom of the academy and the stoa which he found intolerable just because he knew it was his birthright. Indeed, by this date, on the eve of the next relapse of the Hellenic society after the respite of the Augustan rally, the relative volumes and momenta and speeds of the two mutually contrary streams of influence that flowed respectively from the dominant minority and from the internal proletariat had changed, in the proletarian stream's favor, to a degree at which the latter-day observer may find himself wondering whether, after all, he has not been watching the movement of a single current, which now, at a certain moment, has simply reversed its direction. If we now turn our eyes to the Far Eastern world we shall see the first chapter of our story of the proletarianization of the Roman governing class in the act of reproducing itself at the present day. It is illustrated in the following record from the pen of a living Western scholar who shows us the struggle for enfranchisement giving way to the drift towards proletarianization within the compass of the single generation that separates a Manchuized Chinese father from his proletarianized son. It was possible, in Manchuria, for a Chinese from China proper to become in his own lifetime an out-and-out Manchu. An instance of this phenomenon came within my own experience when I formed an acquaintance with a Chinese military officer and his old father. The father, born in Honan, had gone to Manchuria as a young man, had traveled over the most remote parts of the three provinces, and had finally settled down in Tsitsikhar. One day I said to the young man, "Why is it that you, who were born in Tsitsikhar, speak just like the generality of Manchurian Chinese, while your father, who was born in Honan, has not only the speech, but exactly the manner and even gestures, of the old-fashioned Manchus of Manchuria. He laughed, and said, when my father was a young man it was difficult for a Minjian non-Banner Chinese, a civilian, one of the people to get on in the world up in the northern regions. The Manchus dominated everything. But when I was growing up it was no longer any use to be a bannerman, and therefore I became like all the other young men of my generation. This is a story which illustrates the processes of the present as well as of the past, for the young Manchus of Manchuria are becoming rapidly indistinguishable from Manchuria-born Chinese. 1. But in AD 1946 an Englishman had no need either to read Gibbon or to book a berth on the Trans-Siberian Express in order to study the process of proletarianization, he could study it at home. In the cinema he would see people of all classes taking an equal pleasure in films designed to cater for the taste of the proletarian majority, while in the club he would find that the black ball did not exclude the yellow press. Indeed, if our latter-day juvenile was a family man he could stay indoors and still find his copy. He had merely to open his ears, which was perhaps easier than to close them, to the jazz or variety which his children were conjuring out of the wireless set. And then when, at the end of the holidays, he saw his boys off to their public school, an institution whose social exclusiveness was an abomination to Democrats, let him not forget to ask them to point out to him the bloods among their schoolfellows assembling on the platform. As, at this passing show, our quizzical paterfamilias discreetly took smart young Commodus's measure, he would notice the rakish proletarian angle of the trilby hat and would observe that the Apache scarf, with its convincing air of negligence, had really been carefully arranged to conceal the obligatory white collar. Here was proof positive that the proletarian style was a low mode. And, since a straw does really show which way the wind is blowing, the satirist's trivialities may be grist for the more ponderous mill of the historian. When we pass from the vulgarization of the dominant minority through their pacific intercourse with the internal proletariat to examine the parallel process of their barbarization through their warlike intercourse with the external proletariat beyond the pale, we find that the plot of both plays is the same in its general structure. In the second of the two the mise-en scene is an artificial military frontier, the limes of a universal state across which the dominant minority and the external proletariat are seen confronting each other, when the curtain rises, in a posture which, on both sides, is one of aloofness and hostility. As the play proceeds, the aloofness turns into an intimacy which does not, however, bring peace, and, as the warfare goes on, time tells progressively in the barbarian's favor, until at last he succeeds in breaking through the limes and overrunning the domain which the dominant minority's garrison has hitherto protected. In the first act the barbarian enters the world of the dominant minority in the successive roles of hostage and mercenary, and in both capacities he figures as a more or less docile apprentice. In the second act he comes as a raider, unbidden and unwanted, who ultimately settles down as a colonist or a conqueror. Thus, between the first act and the second, the military ascendancy has passed into the barbarian's hands, and this sensational transfer of the kingdom, the power, and the glory from the dominant minorities to the barbarian's banners has a profound effect on the dominant minority's outlook. It now seeks to retrieve its rapidly deteriorating military and political position by taking one leaf after another out of the barbarian's book, and imitation is assuredly the sincerest form of flattery. Having thus sketched out the plot of the play, we may now return to its opening and watch the barbarian make his first appearance on the stage as the dominant minority's apprentice, see the dominant minority begin to go native, catch a glimpse of the two adversaries at the fleeting moment at which, in their rival masquerades in one another's borrowed plumage, they assume the grotesque generic resemblance of the griffin to the chimera, and finally watch the ci-devant dominant minority lose the last traces of its original form by sinking to meet the triumphant barbarian at a common level of unmitigated barbarism. Our list of barbarian warlords who have made their debut as hostages in the hands of a civilized power includes some famous names. Theodoric served his apprenticeship as a hostage at the Roman court of Constantinople and Skanderbeg his at the Ottoman court of Adrianople. Philip of Macedon learnt the arts of war and peace at the Thebes of Epaminondas, and the Moroccan chieftain Abd al-Karlm, who annihilated a Spanish expeditionary force at Anwail in 1921 and, 4 years later, shook the French power in Morocco to its foundations, served an 11 months apprenticeship in a Spanish prison at Melilla. The list of barbarians who have come and seen as mercenaries, before imposing themselves as conquerors, is a long one. The Teutonic and Arab barbarian conquerors of Roman provinces in the 5th and 7th centuries of the Christian era were descendants of manned generations of Teutons and Arabs who had done their military service in the Roman forces. The Turkish bodyguard of the Abbasid caliphs in the 9th century of the Christian era prepared the way for the Turkish buccaneers who carved up the caliphate into its 11th century successor states. Other examples could be cited, and our list would be longer still if the historical records of the last agonies of civilizations were not so fragmentary as they are apt to be. But we may at least conjecture that the sea-roving barbarians who hovered round the fringes of the Minoan thalassocracy and sacked Knossos circa 1400 BC had served their apprenticeship as the hirelings of Minos before they aspired to supplant him, and tradition tells that Vortigern, the British king of Kent, employed Saxon mercenaries before he was overthrown by those unverifiable marauders, Hengist and Horsa. We can also espy several instances in which the barbarian mercenary has missed his manifest destiny. For example, the East Roman Empire might have fallen a prey to the Varangian Guard if it had not been ravished by the Normans and the Seljuks, carved up by the French and the Venetians and finally swallowed whole by the Osmanlis. And the Ottoman Empire, in its turn, would assuredly have been partitioned among the Bosniak and Albanian mercenaries who were fast asserting their mastery over the provincial pashas and even over the Sublime Porte itself at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries of the Christian era if the Frankish men of business had not come treading on the heels of the Albanian men at arms to give the last chapter of Ottoman history an unexpected turn by flooding the Levant with Western political ideas as well as with Manchester goods. The Oscan mercenaries, again, who found a market for their services in the Greek city-states of Campania and Magna Graecia and Sicily made a practice of ejecting or exterminating their Greek employers whenever they saw an opportunity, and there is little doubt that they would have carried on this game until there was not a single Greek community left west of the Straits of Otranto if the Romans had not, at the critical moment, taken the Oscan homelands in the rear. These examples may suggest to us a contemporary situation in which we cannot yet foresee whether mercenaries will turn marauders or whether, if they do, their enterprises will, like those of the Oscan and the Albanian, be nipped in the bud or, like those of the Teuton and the Turk, go on to fruition. A present-day Indian might well speculate on the future role, in India's destinies, of those barbarians entrenched in a warlike independence in their fastnesses beyond the limits of the government of India's administration, from among whom no less than 1/7 of the Indian regular army was recruited in 1930. Were the Gurkha mercenaries and the Pathan raiders of that day marked out to be remembered in history as the fathers and grandfathers of barbarian conquerors who were to carve out on the plains of Hindustan the successor states of the British Raj? In this example we are unacquainted with the second act of the play. To watch the progress of the drama in this phase we must return to the story of the relations between the Hellenic universal state and the European barbarians beyond the northern limes of the Roman Empire. On this historic stage we can watch from beginning to end the parallel processes by which a dominant minority sinks into barbarism while the barbarians are making their fortune at its expense. The play opens in a liberal atmosphere of enlightened self-interest. The empire was not an object of hatred to the barbarians. Indeed, they were often eager to be taken into its service, and many of their chiefs, like Alaric or Ataulfus Ataulf, had no higher ambition than to be appointed to high military command. On the other hand, there was a corresponding readiness on the Roman side to employ barbarian forces in war. 1. It appears that, about the middle of the 4th century of the Christian era, the Germans in the Roman service started the new practice of retaining their native names, and this change of etiquette, which seems to have been abrupt, points to a sudden access of self-confidence and self-assurance in the souls of the barbarian personnel which had previously been content to go Roman without reservations. This new insistence on their cultural individuality did not evoke on the Romans' part any counter-demonstration of anti-barbarian exclusiveness. So far from that, the barbarians in the Roman service began, at this very time, to be appointed to the consulship, which was the highest honor that the emperor had to bestow. While the barbarians were thus setting their feet on the topmost rungs of the Roman social ladder, the Romans themselves were moving in the opposite direction. For example, the Emperor Gratian, AD 375 to 383, succumbed to a newfangled form of inverted snobbery, a mania, not for vulgarity, but for barbarism, which led him to assume barbarian styles of dress and devote himself to barbarian field sports. A century later we find Romans actually enlisting in the warbands of independent barbarian chieftains. For example, at Voi in AD 507, when Visigoths and Franks were fighting for the possession of Gaul, one of the casualties on the Visigoth side was a grandson of Sidonius Apollinaris, who in his generation had still managed to live the life of a cultured classical man of letters. There is no evidence that at the opening of the 6th century of the Christian era the descendants of the Roman provincials showed any less alacrity in following a fiarer on the warpath than was shown by the contemporary descendants of barbarians to whom for centuries past the war game had been the breath of life. By this time the two parties had reached cultural parity in a common barbarism. We have already seen how, in the 4th century, the barbarian officers in Roman service began to retain their barbarian names. The following century saw, in Gaul, the earliest examples of an inverse move, on the part of true-born Romans, to assume German names, and before the end of the 8th century the practice had become universal. By Charlemagne's time every inhabitant of Gaul, whatever his ancestry, was sporting a German name.